Did that girl Tao Yushu ever come back? At this point? Not a chance. Haven't even heard from her in half a year. I told Yushu's a city-educated youth, pretty as a painting, got into a top university in Yanjing. What would she want with Lin Chaoyang? Lin Chaoyang always thought he could play matchmaker. Look where it got him, ended up screwing his own son over. That Tao family comes from a scholarly background. They say her father's a university professor. Chaoyang was hoping to upgrade the bloodline of the Lin clan. Now look, lost both wife and son. Heh, people get what they deserve. You can't force fate. Under the ancient locust tria common site in northern villages, a neighborhood gossip squad sat weaving their usual tales. It was midsummer, and the shade beneath the thick canopy provided respite from the sun. A few middle-aged women chatted while doing chores, their topic of choice today revolving around Lin Chaoyang, the head of the Chaoyang production team, and his son, Lin Chaoyang. The conversation had been going on like this for months. A woman in her 50s passed by, her face lined with years of hardship. Thin lips, sharp eyes, clearly a talkative type. At her approach, the chatter quieted. Zhang Guiqi knew exactly what they'd been saying. Her family's business was no secret. But unlike before, when she'd have shouted curses at the gossips, she simply walked past, chin high. Though her posture screamed confidence, to the others, she looked more like someone fleeing. What's she so proud about? She's just scared. One of the women laughed. Another joined in. Soon, the group erupted in mocking laughter. A young man passing by muttered under his breath, "Can't you lot shut up for 5 minutes? All day long, your mouths never stop flapping like loose waistbands." The round-faced woman shot back, "You little brat. Talking like that to me, yo. Think I want to tell your dad to beat you with a belt? You better check where your husband is first." "Andy C," the boy retorted. She paused, suddenly worried. "He didn't go to the fields? I sure didn't see him." She cursed and rushed off, muttering about her gambling husband. With one less mouth in the circle, the mood cooled slightly. The boy, nicknamed Second Muddy, smirked and went off in search of someone else. He caught up with Zhang Guiqi. "Auntie, is Chaoyang home?" "Nope. He left early. Try the school. I just came from there. No one's there." "Well then, I don't know." She wasn't in the mood for small talk. As she walked away, the boy bellowed, "Big Ming, Big Ming." His raspy voice echoed through the village, but failed to rouse the young man, lounging atop a neat stack of corn stalks. Lin Chaoyang lay sprawled out, chewing a blade of grass, legs crossed, staring lazily at the sky. He'd been reborn, and somehow, it felt like winning the lottery. Back in his previous life, he was already 30, yet here he was again back in the 1970s. No regrets, no nostalgia. Who wouldn't want a second chance at life? Now, inhabiting a younger body full of vigor and desire. The sky above seemed endless, just like his future. It had already been a year since the switch. Today was August. Schools were on summer break. As a rural teacher, Lin Chaoyang had no classes to teach and was technically supposed to be working in the fields. But the team leader had just announced a movie night, and everyone was too excited to focus on work. Production teams were falling apart. These days, labor discipline had gone downhill. So Lin Chaoyang took a rare break, lying on the hay pile, thinking about life. The third plenum of the 11th Central Committee was still 4 months away. He could feel history stirring. Yet the warm sunlight soon lulled his ambitions into a drowsy haze. He understood himself, while his former self had lived through an age of burnout, ambition, and disillusionment. Back then, he worked hard for 10 years, barely scraping into a Tier 2 university. After graduation, he found himself in a rat race, middle management, chasing clients, kissing up to bosses, no time for love or relationships. Eventually, he was laid off, not fired, of course. That would have been undignified. Instead, it was called optimization or graduation. Capitalism really sucked. Once, he was a literary guy surrounded by girls in college. Now, just another beaten-down worker. He spat out the grass and glared into the distance, imagining some smooth-talking entrepreneur guru spouting nonsense to a camera. Work? TSK. Not for dogs. This time around, he had a plan. Once reforms began, he'd use his knowledge of the future to make a fortune, build a network of loyal allies, and then lie back and enjoy the breeze. In his last life, he spent years working like a dog, endless stress, zero freedom. Now, he owed it to himself to live easy. Of course, if he'd been reborn into a cadre family, things would have been easier. A few connections, a couple of favors, and he'd be set for life. But no landed in a poor farmer's body. Still, occasionally, a certain face popped into his mind. I wonder how my educated youth bride is doing now. Just a fleeting thought. He scoffed at his own naivety. Girls who made it to university were like Siberian huskies with a leash cut. There was no way they'd look back. Just then, a distant shout snapped him out of his thoughts. "Big Ming, He lifted his head. From the dust cloud, kicked up by running feet, emerged a towering figure, broad-shouldered, buzz-cut, rugged face marred only by a slight cross-eye. "What you yelling for?" Lin asked. "Big Ming, guess who I saw in the commune?" Second Muddy panted. Lin yawned, stretching out again. "If you're going to tell me, just say it. Don't you want to know?" "Nope." Lin started to roll over, then remembered something. "Where's my newspaper?" Second Muddy had promised to bring 2 papers from the post office. "None in hand." Lin frowned. "You idiot. Don't you care anymore?" Lin scowled. "You think I read those just for fun?" Through newspapers and broadcasts, he absorbed everything he could about this era. With insider knowledge and policy understanding, he'd be unstoppable once the time came. Before he could lecture further, Second Muddy blurted out, "I saw Tao Yushu." Lin froze mid-sentence. Like a man with a full bladder interrupted at the urinal, he sputtered. She came back? He prided himself on being a modern man, unshackled by old emotions. Let her chase her dreams. He wouldn't hold her back. But hearing her name again stirred something deep inside. Second Muddy grinned knowingly. "She's back for you, man. You are married." "Technically, yes. They signed a marriage certificate, but not much beyond that." Tao Yushu arrived in 1972. Her beauty stunned the commune. Young men came for miles to catch a glimpse. Yet despite the attention, she remained composed, hard-working, intelligent, and fiercely independent. Lin Chaoyang, the only son of the team leader, fell for her instantly. His father, Lin Chaoyang, saw opportunity. A daughter-in-law from a scholar's family might open doors someday. So he arranged for them to work together, hoping sparks would fly. They did during a rescue mission when Lin saved Tao from a fall. He nearly died, and the soul from decades later took over. When Lin woke up, Tao was crying beside him, tears streaming down her face. He accepted the inheritance without hesitation. Tao cared for him, and their bond grew stronger. Then came news from her father. Rehabilitation, university, a new life. She had to go. He let her, even supported her, until she insisted on getting married before leaving. He refused. Didn't want to be a jilted groom. But her persistence and his father's schemes won out. February 20th, 1978. Lin Chaoyang officially became a married man, 349 days short of legal age. By modern standards, definitely illegal. But in rural China, commonplace. After the certificate, he tried to claim his rights. Only for Tao to rush to the station, catching the train to Yanjing University. He kissed her goodbye passionately, scandalously. People whispered, "Scandalous. A flower stuck in cow dung." She cried, clung to him. "Wait for me." He expected her to vanish. And she did. Not a letter for months. Predictable. Gossip followed him everywhere. Frog dreaming of swan meat. Lost both wife and pride. He ignored it. His parents suffered, though. Once respected, now avoided. Lin shook off the memories. "Don't spread it around," he warned Second Muddy. That kiss at the station, that final embrace seat, stayed with him. But he shrugged it off. Time to eat. Time to prepare for the storm ahead. And maybe finally live a little. Chapter 2. Going home to see your mother, father. That girl truly won't return. What are we to do? Zhang Guiqin returned home feeling discontented, sitting on the calm. She brooded for a long while, her frustration growing with each passing moment. Her voice, rough yet tinged with sharpness, revealed her to be a woman of resolute and fiery temperament. However, beneath her anger lay a profound sense of helplessness. A long sigh emanated from the outer room. A sound that, though merely an expression of irritation, pierced the air uncomfortably. "What can we do?" Lin Chaoyang, seated in a chair, replied with a stony tone, clearly agitated. Though it was unclear whether his ire was directed at the woman before him or the girl she spoke of. Silence enveloped the room, smoke swirling languidly in the air. The meager amount of tobacco in the pipe insufficient for even a few puffs. As the saying goes, the ungrateful often hail from educated circles. If it weren't for your misguided determination to find your son a well-educated girl from the big city, we wouldn't be in this predicament, Zhang Guiqin lamented. "It's all my fault, all my fault." Lin Urchin's tone bore a hint of self-pity, yet his resentment was more pronounced as he retorted. "When she called you mother, why didn't you stop her?" Zhang Guiqin, stung by his mockery, found herself at a loss for words, only to turn and scold him anew. To paint a dragon or tiger is difficult, but to know a person's heart is even harder. She appeared so upright. Yet how did she change so drastically upon entering university? "I refuse to believe she can thrive without our Chaoyang. If pushed to the brink, I will go to her school and make a scene. Without our Chaoyang, could she even have gotten into university? Her very life is at stake." Seeing his wife spiral into increasingly illogical rants, Lin Chaoyang barked, "Enough." He slammed the pipe against the table, declaring, "Stop this nonsense. Do you not think our home is troubled enough? In their household, Lin Urchin's word was law. Once he lost his temper, his wife ceased to argue. Though she continued to mutter various unflattering remarks under her breath, her vague complaints gnawed at Lin Chaoyang, prompting him to roll up his pipe and tuck it into his waistband before stepping outside. In the yard, burdened by his vexation, he picked up a shovel, intending to clear the weeds from his small vegetable garden. The moment he stepped out, the volume of quarrels within the house escalated. "Akun, what are you busy with?" A neighbor passing by the fence inquired, noticing Lin Chaoyang standing in the yard. Fearing that the neighbor might overhear his wife's incessant nagging, Lin Chaoyang replied loudly, "Just tidying up the garden. What are you off to do?" "Going to the market to buy some soy sauce." As he watched the neighbor depart, Lin Chaoyang squatted in the vegetable patch, wielding his small shovel, appearing completely absorbed in his task, while no one knew the depths of his inner turmoil. Under the locust tree, a group of women continued to chat, their topic eventually circling back to Lin Chaoyang and his intellectual companion, Tao Yushu. With Tao Yushu gone, it will be difficult for Chaoyang to find another partner. One remarked, "In my opinion, that boy is foolish." While others fret over their educated partners running away. He is busy investing time and resources, fearing she might not leave quickly enough. How precious she must be. That's why they say when seeking a wife, one should avoid the overly beautiful. Look at him, already bewitched before marriage. Ultimately, she felt unworthy of him. Having gained admission to university only deepened her sense of inadequacy. The women's gossip seemed endless and fervent. As they engaged in animated conversation, someone pointed towards the dirt road at the village entrance, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look!" The crowd lifted their eyes and, from a distance, spotted a woman in a red dress struggling to carry two heavy bags in their direction. "Goodness! Whose young bride is this, dressed so conspicuously, rivaling the city women?" They remarked, curiosity piqued. "Who does she belong to?" As the woman approached, her features became clearer. And one exclaimed, "Isn't that Tao Yushu?" "Who?" "Tao Yushu." Others craned their necks for a better view. "Is it really her? Let me see." As recognition spread among the onlookers, they could no longer remain passive spectators, setting aside their tasks to rush forward. "Ah, Yushu, it truly is you." The crowd consisted of women in their 40s and 50s, and given the age gap, many of them could be considered her elders. Tao Yushu, smiling brightly, greeted each of them warmly. "Come, let me help you with that," they insisted, taking her bags without hesitation, their chatter incessant and unrestrained. With assistance in carrying her belongings, Tao Yushu felt relieved and answered those willing to engage while blissfully ignoring the others. The women, unconcerned, approached her purely out of curiosity, even neglecting their own tasks beneath the trees. They escorted her, encountering numerous villagers along the way, all astonished to see her return. In these times, it was rare for young, educated individuals to return home after leaving for the city or university, leaving little trace behind. The sight of Tao Yushu sparked a silent understanding among those who spotted her, joining the procession until they reached Lin Urchin's courtyard. Lin Chaoyang, deeply engrossed in tending to his vegetable garden, looked up at the sudden commotion at his gate. There stood a striking woman with bright eyes and fair skin, tall and adorned in a flowing red floral dress, complemented by trendy white canvas sneakers. Her appearance was a glaring contrast to the rural norms of 1970s Northeast China, and perhaps due to the blinding sunlight, Lin Chaoyang raised a hand to shield his eyes. "Father, what are you doing?" Her voice was soft, imbued with a distinct Beijing accent, and the affectionate call of father felt both natural and familiar, as if she had been addressing him this way for years, effortlessly lifting the weight of his burdens. His face filled with astonishment as he stood up. "What? Yushu, what brings you back?" Tao Yushu, with her delicate features and a smile in her eyes, replied, "It's summer vacation. How could I not return home?" Her words rendered Lin Chaoyang momentarily speechless. Indeed, she was their family's daughter-in-law, and it was only natural for her to come back during the break. "Why did you not write a letter in advance?" The unexpected surprise left Lin Chaoyang momentarily speechless, his astonishment deepened by the fact that she had called him dad in public. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Before leaving, Tao Yushu had quietly registered her marriage with Chaoyang, referring to Lin Chaoyang as dad in private, a fact unbeknownst to the others in the team. After being out of contact for over 6 months, her public declaration served to elevate the reputation of the Lin family. As astute as he was, Lin Chaoyang quickly grasped the situation and his smile widened. While Lin Urchin's surprise was fleeting, it was the onlookers from the team who were truly taken aback. Tao Yushu's call of dad nearly short-circuited their minds. "Dad? Wasn't it uncle before? When did this change occur?" Have Chaoyang and Tao Yushu gotten married? How could we not know? A colossal enigma hung in the air, leaving the crowd akin to eagerly waiting dogs, eyes bright with anticipation. Observing Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu engaged in light-hearted banter, one member of the team could no longer contain his curiosity. Chaoyang, how come you're calling her dad now? When did this happen? At that moment, Lin Chaoyang felt a surge of pride and declared loudly, "Do I need to report every little thing to you? You seem quite nosy." His words indirectly acknowledged the marital status of Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu, prompting a mix of astonishment and teasing from the crowd. Chaoyang, well done. You've hidden this well. Lin Urchin's expression of pride was subtle, requiring keen observation to discern. As he paid little mind to the comments, and instead moved to assist Tao Yushu with her luggage. Tao Yushu had returned with quite a bit of baggage, 2 large bags, to be exact, but unfortunately, Lin Chaoyang was unable to help, as the eager crowd, keen to watch the unfolding drama, took it upon themselves. At that moment, Tao Yushu remarked, "Writing a letter could never match the speed of taking a train." Lin Chaoyang chuckled in agreement, acknowledging her point. As the two moved closer to the house, the crowd that had gathered outside followed them in. Approaching the residence, they heard a cacophony of unpleasantries. Although Tao Yushu remained unfazed, Lin Urchin's face flushed with embarrassment, and he promptly called out, "What are you babbling about? Come out and see. Yushu is back." Just moments earlier, Zhang Guoqin had been venting her frustrations while simultaneously working on her sewing, engrossed in her task and oblivious to the commotion outside. Upon hearing Lin Urchin's voice, the noise within the house abruptly ceased, followed by the hurried sound of shuffling feet. Zhang Guoqin, without even putting on her shoes, leaned out from the house, supporting herself against the doorframe. Upon seeing Tao Yushu at the threshold, her face expressed a blend of surprise and joy, tinged with the slight awkwardness of having been caught speaking ill. "Oh my, Yushu is back." Her tone and expression, laced with a hint of flattery, reflected her desire to atone for her earlier remarks. "Mom," Tao Yushu called out brightly. Hey. Zhang Guoqin hurriedly responded, slipping on her shoes to assist Tao Yushu with her luggage. "Did you return by train? Are you tired? Let me get you some water. Why didn't you let me know in advance so that Chaoyang could pick you up? Look at how much you've carried. It must be exhausting." Zhang Guoqin spoke warmly, holding Tao Yushu's hand as if the earlier scolding was merely a figment of their imagination. Tao Yushu replied to her remarks, and after a brief exchange of 2 minutes, Lin Chaoyang urged, "Save the chatter for later. The child has been on the road for nearly 2 days. Let's prepare some food first, and after she eats and rests, we can talk." Zhang Guoqin chuckled. "Look at me. I'm so happy I'm a bit flustered." With that, she hurried to the kitchen, but Tao Yushu stopped her, saying, "There's no need. Mom, I had lunch in the county. I'm not hungry. But you should have something to eat. And besides, it's almost dinner time. We should start preparing." Zhang Guoqin insisted on cooking, prompting Tao Yushu to rise and offer her assistance, only to be halted. "You can't cook in those clothes. They'll get dirty. Then I'll go change." No. Just sit and wait for dinner." Zhang Guoqin pressed Tao Yushu back into her seat and turned to fetch firewood for cooking. In the yard, a crowd of neighbors had gathered to witness the scene. Zhang Guoqin, who had been rather low-key in the community for a long time, now stood proudly, chin raised, addressing the onlookers. "What are you all staring at? Haven't you seen a university student before?" Someone in the crowd retorted, "Aunt Guoqin, you weren't this cheerful before Yushu came back." Zhang Guoqin's face flushed with embarrassment, her anger flaring. "Go on, go home and see your mother." The arrival of her daughter-in-law restored Zhang Guoqin's confidence, reigniting her spirited nature. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and even those who were scolded took it in stride. In rural communities, humor knows no bounds, and whispers circulated. "I never expected Tao Yushu to return. But what now? She's a university student. How will Chaoyang support her?" Indeed, the future seemed uncertain. I suspect her return could be to settle matters. In the writings of Lu Xun, farmers are portrayed as numb and ignorant, stripped of hope. In Zhao Shuli's narratives, they are depicted as simple, hardworking, and progressive, while Shin Kongwen presents them as kind-hearted, lovable, and romantically inclined. From the lens of literature, the depiction of farmers appears multifaceted, yet in reality, such variations are mere reflections of human nature in diverse environments. Envy and admiration are intrinsically linked. Whether through overt teasing or covert mockery, the sentiments expressed by the villagers stem from their humanity. As Zhang Guoqin prevented Tao Yushu from laboring, Tao Yushu rose to unzip her luggage. This time, she returned with 2 bags, One contained her clothing, toiletries, and study materials, while the other was filled with gifts for the Lin family. In the Dong'an market, one could find dried fruits, delicacies from Daxiankan, the coveted Shangshan brand cigarettes that only the officials could procure, and crisp white shirts made from Dacron. As each item was pulled out, the onlookers grew increasingly astonished. Eventually, Lin Akun voiced the collective curiosity. Yushu, how much have you spent on all this? Tao Yushu smiled and replied, it's not like I bring this much every time. These are all for you. This cigarette is for you. You always smoke loose leaf. You should try a cigarette. My father smokes this brand and says it tastes quite good. And this shirt is for you too. Lin Ahun quickly waved his hand. I can't wear this. Let it be for Chaoyang instead. He has one just like it, see? Tao Yushu then held up another Dacron shirt for comparison. Zhang Guiqin, who was cooking in the outer room, overheard their conversation and entered. Upon seeing the array of items lining the edge of the Kong, she couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Tao Yushu then revealed a gift prepared for her, a red corduroy coat. Oh dear, how could I possibly wear this? Such fine clothing must have cost a fortune, Zhang Guiqin said, yet her smile betrayed her delight. At that moment, a woman in the crowd jested, Zhang Guiqin. Wearing that would be a waste. Zhang Guiqin retorted, whether it's a waste or not is my concern. If you have the ability, get your daughter-in-law to buy you one. The woman was left speechless, and laughter erupted among the crowd. After all, they were from the city. Look at how generously she spent. Surely over 100 yuan. Enough for us to live for a year. It was hard to imagine before. And they hadn't even counted the tickets yet. It certainly didn't seem like a simple return. Yushu is a fine girl, unlike some others. In the future, Urchin's family will be fortunate. She is a high achiever from Yanjing. Inside, the atmosphere was warm and joyful, while outside, the commotion continued unabated. Lin Chaoyang approached the entrance of the courtyard, his heart racing with speculation at the sight of the bustling crowd. Upon entering, he was immediately met with playful teasing from those gathered at the back. Chaoyang, your wife is back. A university graduate wife. Lin Chaoyang smiled calmly, accustomed to both praise and criticism over the past 6 months. He merely laughed it off. The crowd parted to let him through, and upon entering his home, he indeed spotted a familiar figure. Compared to when she left, Tao Yushu now exuded a vibrant energy. As if the atmosphere of Yanjing had nourished her, she appeared slightly slimmer, yet her cheeks were fuller, brimming with youthful vitality and beauty. Lin Chaoyang stood at the door, intently observing Tao Yushu's features. As she engaged in light-hearted conversation with his parents, she seemed to sense his gaze and turned toward him. You're back? Lin Chaoyang asked nonchalantly. Tao Yushu's lips curled into a smile. The sunlight reflecting off the glass window cast a radiant glow on her face. I'm back. Chapter 3. The Rising Sun. Come with me to Yanjing. The return of Tao Yushu brought laughter and joy to the Lin family, which had recently been shrouded in gloom. Lin Akun and his wife busied themselves with dinner, leaving ample space for the newly reunited couple. The onlookers had long been driven away by the boisterous Lin Akun and his wife. Lin Chaoyang had prepared himself for the possibility of Tao Yushu soaring away, never expecting her return. Now that she was back, how long would she stay? School starts on the 1st. I planned to return a week early, with mid-August upon them. That meant she could only stay for a week. Lin Chaoyang mused that she seemed eager to return to the city, likely to avoid his visit to Yanjing and the ensuing complications. He pondered that Tao Yushu's decision to marry had surely been a moment of impulsiveness, and after half a year, she might have regained her composure. Perhaps it was time to visit the commune and finalize their divorce. As he uttered these words, a sense of heaviness filled his heart. He felt that the marriage had been a considerable loss. However, he believed it best for them not to hinder each other. Tao Yushu had her own future, and his was bright and promising. Upon hearing his words, the previously cheerful expression on Tao Yushu's face stiffened, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. You want a divorce? Why? Her inquiry left Lin Chaoyang feeling both amused and irritated. While she was living freely in Yanjing, he was expected to guard the door like a widow. Just as he was about to respond, Tao Yushu pressed on. Have you been courting someone else behind my back? The implication of her words left Lin Chaoyang speechless. How had the conversation veered so off course? Stop the nonsense. I lead an upright life, he retorted. Tao Yushu seemed to relax a bit, yet she pressed again. Then why the divorce? Lin Chaoyang regarded her with a serious expression, remaining silent. Tao Yushu, analyzing the situation, realized that they were indeed a legally married couple, even if their relationship had not yet been consummated. She prided herself on having some understanding of Lin Chaoyang. observing his demeanor closely, his gaze evasive. Lips slightly curled in disdain. She understood. He was upset. Is it because I didn't write to you? Her question struck Lin Chaoyang like a sudden blow, leaving him momentarily flustered. No, don't say that, he insisted. The more he protested, the more certain Tao Yushu became, noting the somewhat theatrical nature of his reaction. A smile tugging at her lips. Taking his hand, she said, I'm sorry. There are special reasons behind this. I did write to you. Feeling the softness of her hand, Lin Chaoyang's voice was laced with skepticism. Really? Of course. And where is that letter? Tao Yushu hesitated, caught off guard by the question. I'll tell you, but you mustn't be angry. What is there to be angry about? Even if you didn't write. I wouldn't be upset. Lin Chaoyang feigned nonchalance. His self-assuredness made Tao Yushu chuckle softly, and she patiently explained, my mother hid the letter. Your mother hid it? Lin Chaoyang was taken aback. He never anticipated that the absence of a letter from Tao Yushu for half a year would stem from this reason. Why had she concealed her correspondence? Upon posing this question, Lin Chaoyang felt a twinge of regret, deeming it somewhat foolish. What other reason could there be? Surely, it was due to her dissatisfaction with him, her rural husband. Tao Yushu's gaze spoke volumes, confirming Lin Chaoyang's suspicions. The fault lay with him. He had hesitated before the college entrance examination, and in 2 letters to his family, he had failed to address this issue. When it came time to obtain their marriage certificate, he had rushed through it, only confessing the truth upon returning to Yanjing. Lin Chaoyang inquired. They don't still think I coerced you, do they? Tao Yushu's silence was the most telling response. Lin Chaoyang felt more wronged than Do-yi. Let us be reasonable. You were the one who insisted on tying the knot. Before he could finish, Tao Yushu shot him a sharp glare. Did marrying me come at a cost to you? Lin Chaoyang retorted cheekily. You certainly haven't spent less money. Tao Yushu, annoyed, kicked his calf, prompting Lin Chaoyang to exclaim in pain, leaning against the wall with a pained expression. Startled by her own strength, she bent down to check on him, only to be suddenly embraced around the waist. Tell me, how will you compensate me? Lin Chaoyang demanded, leaning in close to her ear with a playful audacity. A crimson blush crept across her cheeks as she struggled, her voice lowered in a whisper. Let go of me, my parents are outside. Not to worry, they. Just as Lin Chaoyang was about to commend his father-in-law for his perceptiveness, the door swung open. A handful of spicy dog food came flying towards him, causing Lin Hun to yelp as he quickly shielded his eyes. Dinner is ready, he called out before shutting the door behind him. Tao Yushu, irritated, shook off Lin Chaoyang's embrace, exclaiming, this is all your fault. Lin Chaoyang shrugged it off, thinking it was all quite normal for a legally married couple. Dinner at the Lin household was splendid, featuring 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Zhang Guoqin had truly showcased her culinary prowess in preparing 4 dishes in such a short span. Yushu, eat more. Look at you. You've lost weight, she insisted, continuously serving Tao Yushu as if trying to atone for her previous disparaging remarks. Mom, you should eat too. To be honest, I've missed your cooking during my time in Yanjing, Tao Yushu said, charming Zhang Guoqin into an even more fervent serving frenzy. Observing Tao Yushu's demeanor, Lin Chaoyang felt a pang of discomfort. She seemed to treat him in a similar manner. Chaoyang, you should eat too, Tao Yushu urged, placing a chicken leg on his plate. Lin Chaoyang's face lit up with delight. Just as the family was enjoying a harmonious dinner, a voice suddenly erupted from the courtyard. It was Mei Tai. Ah, Sister Yushu, when did you return? He exclaimed, his acting skills quite lacking. Stop pretending, Tao Yushu retorted. I saw you lurking around at the commune. Mei Tai scratched his head awkwardly, realizing his stealth had been utterly ineffective. Well then, please go ahead and eat. I came just to inform Chaoyang that the projectionist has arrived, so he should hurry to secure a seat. He uttered these words, yet his gaze lingered upon the delectable dishes laid out on the table. Typically, Lin Chaoyang would have insisted he stay for a meal, but today was not suitable for such indulgence. All right, understood. Not receiving an invitation, Maida felt a twinge of disappointment and reluctantly departed. After Maida left, the news of Tao Yushu's return prompted a steady stream of members from the team to flock to Lin Chaoyang's home, eager to witness the spectacle. In the time it took to share a meal, the household bustled with visitors, reminiscent of a popular tourist attraction. After a half-year absence at Yanjing University, during which rumors had circulated among the team, everyone was keen to see the commotion, even neglecting to secure their spots at the small playground for the film screening. Lin Hun grew exasperated with the ruckus, shooing the crowd out of the yard as if herding ducks. What are you all staring at? Go watch the movie. Tao Yushu had been handling the barrage of questions from the team with a warm smile, displaying no trace of impatience. Once the crowd dispersed, she whimsically suggested to Lin Chaoyang, "Shall we go watch the movie?" The attention she drew at home would surely pale in comparison to what awaited them at the film screening, likely to rival the arrival of a movie star. "Are you not afraid of being the center of attention?" Lin Chaoyang inquired. "Why should I be? We are a legitimate couple, after all. Is there something to fear?" In response to his wife's playful challenge, Lin Chaoyang rose, ready to prove himself. "Let us go." Lin Akun watched the couple depart the yard, a broad smile gracing his face. He appreciated how perceptive his daughter-in-law was. She understood that during her 6 months at university, gossip had undoubtedly circulated in the team. By calling out to her parents upon entering and now accompanying her husband to the playground, she was effectively countering the idle chatter. Arriving at the playground just as the clock struck 5, the sky still bright, Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu found the area already teeming with people. The screen had been set up, team members were seated on small stools, chatting amiably, while children frolicked around them. The school, silent throughout the summer, buzzed with life that evening. Their arrival sparked a collective curiosity among the members, who bombarded them with questions, their enthusiasm surpassing that of their earlier gathering at home. This lively atmosphere persisted until the well-fed projectionist finally made his entrance. For the past 6 months, Lin Akun and his wife had been weighed down by the team's scrutiny, but at the moment Tao Yushu appeared on the small playground, the couple finally held their heads high with pride. As night fell, beams of light from the projector danced upon the white screen, showcasing the film Lenin in 1918. The members had seen it more than once, yet they remained eager to watch it again. The previously boisterous playground fell into a hush, with everyone engrossed in the world woven by light and shadow. As the character Vasily reassured his famished wife with the words, "There will be bread, there will be milk, there will be everything," Lin Chaoyang heard Tao Yushu's voice beside him. "Chaoyang, come to Yanjing with me." Chapter 4. What virtue and ability do I possess? Lin Chaoyang turned to gaze at the delicate contours of Tao Yushu's face, the projector casting a faint glow over the playground. The dim light did little to diminish her beauty. Their eyes locked, and within her pupils, Lin Chaoyang saw his own reflection, tender and inviting, nearly drowning in her gaze. "We'll talk about it later," he replied, then turned his attention back to the film, leaving Tao Yushu in silence. As the movie unfolded, Lin Chaoyang found himself unable to concentrate, Tao Yushu's remark stirring turmoil within him. Once the film concluded, the audience lingered, animatedly discussing the plot, while children frolicked. Upon reaching the school gate, a mischievous youth in the darkness called out, "Don't crowd. Let Comrade Lenin go first," eliciting laughter from the crowd. A line lifted from the movie. Lin Akun and his wife walked ahead, leaving Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu trailing behind, the path home illuminated only by scattered starlight. "Why do you want me to go to Yanjing with you?" After a prolonged silence, Lin Chaoyang finally inquired. "Isn't it good for us to be together?" Tao Yushu asked, her tone resolute despite the nature of her question. "It is indeed good. However, I need to resolve my household registration and job situation first. Please be patient with me for a while," Lin Chaoyang replied, his words merely a pretext. His true intention was to earn money directly. "We're already married. You can just register at my place. There are policies in Yanjing now. As for work, I've already found something for you," she assured him. Previously, he had merely thought of his little wife as clever, composed, and steadfast, but today he realized she possessed quite the ambition. "Register at your place? Wouldn't he that make me a son-in-law living under your roof?" he teased, to which Tao Yushu playfully chided him, urging him to shed such futile notions, as it was merely a temporary arrangement. "Once I graduate, we can establish our own household registration. Besides, you must consider our future children. It would be far better for them to be born and educated in Yanjing than in Xiaoyangtan." "Children?" Lin Chaoyang instinctively glanced at Tao Yushu's abdomen, sensing skepticism in his gaze. Tao Yushu playfully struck him, admonishing him not to overthink it. "I haven't done anything to betray you. I'm speaking of the future." This girl, how could she read his mind so easily? Lin Chaoyang felt no embarrassment at having his lewd thoughts exposed. "You're being overly optimistic. I'm currently devoid of resources. If I go, I'll have to stay at your parents' house. Aren't you concerned? My parents are very kind. They simply don't know you yet. Don't worry. Someone as kind-hearted as you will surely win their affection." Tao Yushu's compliment made Lin Chaoyang feel somewhat flattered. After a lengthy pause, she didn't continue praising him. Was that his only redeeming quality? "Setting aside whether your parents will like me, aren't you worried that I might not adapt to Yanjing?" Tao Yushu asked earnestly, her gaze fixed on Lin Chaoyang. Of course, I know you will feel uncomfortable. Being far from home and relying on others, just the thought of it makes me aware of your difficulties. However, as she spoke, she gently wrapped her arms around Lin Chaoyang's neck, her tenderness flowing like water. Would you do this for my sake? Tao Yushu's enchanting visage was right before him, her gaze imbued with a pitiful longing. The fragrance of her breath, reminiscent of orchids, nearly overwhelmed Lin Chaoyang, revealing an alluring charm. It is often said that a tender embrace can ensnare even the greatest of heroes, and Lin Chaoyang truly felt the intoxicating delight of a foolish monarch. He found himself powerless to resist the sweet barrage of Tao Yushu's advances and whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Though obscured by darkness, Lin Chaoyang sensed the disarray of her breathing. Despite Tao Yushu's playful entanglement of arms and neck, her intentions were clearly self-serving, and in that moment, as Lin Chaoyang grew earnest, she shyly averted her gaze. Her retreating hand was captured by him, while her slender waist was firmly ensnared. Suddenly, a chorus of youthful jeers erupted from the shadows, startling Tao Yushu, who quickly sought refuge in Lin Chaoyang's embrace. He instantly comprehended the situation. It was undoubtedly the younger boys from the team, hiding and reveling in the spectacle. Lin Chaoyang shouted a few reprimands toward the source of the noise, his irritation compounded as he tossed a couple of stones in their direction. These rascals are ruining my enjoyment. Enough of this, hurry home, Tao Yushu urged him. Upon returning home, Tao Yushu's eyes furtively blinked at Lin Chaoyang. Her intentions unmistakable, she wanted him to take the lead. Lin Chaoyang remained silent, watching as her eyes nearly blinked dry. Yushu, do you have something to say? The moment the words left his mouth, she shot him a fierce glare. Turning to Lin Chaoyang and his wife, she donned a composed and dignified smile, a stark contrast to her earlier coy demeanor with Lin Chaoyang. Father, mother, as you see, Chaoyang and I have had our marriage certificate for over 6 months now. Our class won't graduate until the summer of '82, which means we still have 4 years ahead. It is not practical for us to remain so distanced. Lin Chaoyang and his wife listened intently, their expressions hinting at burgeoning suspicions. Yushu, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. We are family. Tao Yushu cast a glance at Lin Chaoyang, her expression turning serious. Father, mother, Chaoyang wishes to accompany me to Yanjing. This girl's conscience seems to have taken a turn for the worse. Before Lin Chaoyang could expose the grand lie laid forth by Tao Yushu, Lin Chaoyang nodded thoughtfully. Considering you two are married, it would only be right to visit Yanjing and meet each other as families. Father, you misunderstand. Chaoyang means to live in Yanjing. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang and his wife exchanged astonished glances. Their gazes towards Lin Chaoyang mingled with 3 parts of satisfaction and 7 parts of disdain. They had never perceived it before, but it seemed this young man harbored aspirations of becoming a kept man. Contemplating this news, Lin Chaoyang fell into deep thought. And after a considerable pause, he inquired, you and Chaoyang are legally wed, so settling household registration in Yanjing would be straightforward. But what about employment and housing? I pondered over this issue just now. You may stay at my home for the time being, and I shall find a solution for your employment. However, the words of Tao Yushu were mere fabrications. In truth, both her residence and job had long been arranged. Yet, upon hearing her assurances, Lin Chaoyang remained uneasy. What could Lin Chaoyang possibly do in Yanjing? Lin Chaoyang glanced at his father, whose acting was rather unconvincing. Clearly, he was attempting to secure a promise from Tao Yushu, solidifying the notion of becoming independent. Cunning as she was, Tao Yushu could not fail to discern Lin Chaoyang's underlying concerns, and with a smile, she remarked, my father has secured a position at Yanjing University, where they are currently seeking a librarian. The mention of Yanjing University brought Tao Yushu's words to a halt, as both Lin Chaoyang and his father stared at her in astonishment. Lin Chaoyang was taken aback that his daughter-in-law could procure a job for his son at such a prestigious institution. After all, it was Yanjing University, an opportunity even their ancestors would have deemed unattainable. As for Lin Chaoyang, his surprise stemmed from a basic understanding of modern history. Shaking his head to dispel visions of grandeur, he inquired, Yushu, what would I be doing at the Yanjing University library? Chapter 5. The ancestral grave is aflame. Do not entertain overly optimistic thoughts. Though she is referred to as a librarian, her tasks are rather mundane. At this juncture, Tao Yushu turned to Lin Chaoyang and his spouse. Father, mother, a portion of the library positions at the university are allocated for the families of staff members. My father has resumed his work, which could conveniently resolve Chaoyang's employment situation. However, at present, Tao Yushu hesitated momentarily. Chaoyang can only take on a temporary role. My intention is for him to initially work at the library, and once we arrive in Yanjing, he can enroll in night classes to enhance his qualifications. Even if he cannot secure a permanent position at the library in the future, we can certainly explore alternative employment opportunities. Tao Yushu articulated her thoughts with clarity to Lin and his wife. Given Lin Chaoyang's current level of education, it would not be easy for him to obtain a formal position at Yanjing University, thus necessitating a roundabout approach. Yet, after listening for quite some time, the greatest perplexity for Lin and his wife was, Yushu, is your father a teacher at Yanjing University? Yes. He has been in Hubei for the past few years and just returned to Yanjing earlier this year, with his work and benefits restored. Lin nodded, expressing contentment. That's wonderful. The hard days are behind us. Previously, their family was only aware that Tao Yushu had a relative working as a teacher at a university in Yanjing. Out of concern that she might overthink her circumstances, the Lin family had never inquired deeply into her family matters. With both parents achieving ordinariness and herself gaining admission to university, Tao Yushu could truly be seen as a triumphant individual. To be able to facilitate her son's prospects in Yanjing proved her discernment, which brought great solace to Lin. What further delighted him was the realization that Lin Chaoyang's thoughts were now clearer to him. He no longer misunderstood his son's intentions. Tao Yushu's aspiration to pursue higher education did not meet with opposition. He even offered financial support. He ensured that her academic journey would not be hindered, ignoring the idle gossip that circulated among their peers. This young man was not foolish. He was astutely calculating, intent on repaying kindness. Upon reflecting on his son's situation, Lin felt as if Lin Chaoyang's hair had been slicked with pomade, rendering him slippery to any criticism. The only concern was that Lin Chaoyang was relying on his wife's family for his household registration, residence, and employment in Yanjing. Should this be known within their community, it might not be received well. Sensing Lin trepidation, Tao Yushu continued, Father, I am still studying at school, so for now, we will have to make do at home. After graduation, when I am assigned a job, the institution will provide accommodation, and then Chaoyang and I will move out together. Tao Yushu's thoughtfulness brought immense comfort to Lin. With such consideration from his daughter-in-law, he felt he should not be overly sentimental. He turned to Lin Chaoyang. Chaoyang, what are your thoughts? Having been momentarily overlooked, Lin Chaoyang seemed somewhat distracted. Evidently, Yushu had given the matter considerable thought. Lin mused that it seemed this young couple had already conspired together. Since that was the case, there was little more for them to say. Whatever you decide, we support you wholeheartedly, Lin declared with finality. A radiant smile illuminated Tao Yushu's face as she discreetly cast a triumphant glance at Lin Chaoyang. At that moment, Zhang Guiqin interjected, before Chaoyang and Yushu departed. Did they not finalize their marriage? Yushu's parents were absent from this side. Lin Chaoyang compassionately remarked, Yushu and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. The wedding ceremony is of little consequence. Zhang Guiqin mumbled, such extravagant gifts. Is it not better for Chaoyang and Yushu to be a happy couple than to squander? Lin admonished. After a family discussion, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and Lin began to orchestrate bedtime. Lin and his spouse retired to the outer room, while the young couple, Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu, settled in the inner quarters. During the change of clothes, Tao Yushu bashfully requested Lin Chaoyang to turn around. Once she had changed, before Lin Chaoyang could turn back, she nimbly dove beneath the crimson quilt on the com. Was it truly necessary? She seemed to guard against him as one would a thief. By day, she exuded confidence and grace, skillfully navigating conversations with Lin's parents with understanding and consideration. Yet now she buried her head under the blanket like an ostrich, creating a stark contrast that stirred Lin Chaoyang's curiosity. As Lin Chaoyang climbed onto the com, he attempted to seize the quilt, but Tao Yushu held on tenaciously. He could not resist teasing. You can hide from the first day of the month, but can you hide from the 15th? This is akin to a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Tao Yushu peered from beneath the quilt, her voice hushed. Do not act recklessly. Our parents are next door. The two rooms were merely separated by a wall, and even a slight increase in volume could be heard. What is there to fear? You have stated it yourself. We are legally married. You have been so carefree, leaving for half a year. Do you comprehend the hardships I endured while waiting? Lin Chaoyang boldly burrowed into the quilt, and the moment their skin made contact, Tao Yushu's body tensed, her heart racing. She pressed her hand against Lin Chaoyang's chest, intending to push him away, but instead, she felt the firmness of his muscles and the strength of his heartbeat, causing her face to flush with warmth. Lin Chaoyang's gaze was filled with a predatory intensity. After being married for over half a year, he was still a young man, which seemed unreasonable. Tao Yushu couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. The two exchanged silent glances, their proximity diminishing. "Be gentle." Tao Yushu uttered this single phrase before being enveloped by a wave of warmth. The following morning, Tao Yushu arose with a hint of awkwardness in her movements, while Lin Chaoyang and his spouse exchanged knowing glances, choosing to remain silent. After breakfast, Lin Chaoyang discreetly handed Lin Chaoyang a bundle of cash and vouchers, instructing him to take Tao Yushu to the county town to procure some local specialties. The current county town may not yet rival the urban-rural fringes of the future, yet it did not hinder Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu from enjoying their outing. Having obtained their marriage certificate for half a year, they finally embraced the reality of their union, their interactions brimming with the bliss of newlyweds. Zhang Guiqin, rediscovering her former vivacity, inadvertently revealed to her colleagues in the team that Lin Chaoyang would be accompanying Tao Yushu to Yanjing. The team members were astonished to learn that Tao Yushu had secured a job for Lin Chaoyang at Yanjing University, filled with a mix of envy and admiration. In private, gossip about Lin Chaoyang continues unabated. However, unlike the mockery he faced 6 months ago for losing both his wife and his fortune, the current discourse has shifted to terms like living off a woman and serendipitous luck. When Lin Chaoyang and his wife went to the commune to handle their household registration, they found themselves the subject of pointed whispers as they walked through the streets. A few years ago, Tao Yushu, celebrated as the most beautiful educated youth, commanded considerable fame in Hongqi commune. Her appearances would inevitably draw a crowd. After the reinstatement of the college entrance examinations, she secured admission to Yanjing Normal University, further amplifying her renown. Thus, many in the commune were familiar with her. Recently, the residents of Hongqi commune were astounded to learn that Tao Yushu intended to return to Yanjing with her partner, whom she had met in the countryside, and had even secured him a position at Yanjing University. This news reverberated through the commune like an earthquake, creating a sensational effect among the people. They had grown accustomed to hearing tales of educated youths returning to the city and causing various disturbances, particularly those who had married and had children locally, only to abandon their families. In the simple worldview of the common folk, a young woman like Tao Yushu, with such external advantages, should ideally marry into a prominent family. At the very least, she ought to find a partner from the city. Yet, who could have anticipated that she would marry Lin Chaoyang, a rural lad? Not only did she not seek a divorce after gaining admission to university, but she also planned to bring her ugly spouse to the city, arranging for him a position at one of the nation's finest institutions. The residents of the commune, in their earnestness, believed that Lin Chaoyang's fortune was not merely a stroke of luck, but rather a sign that his ancestors were favorably watching over him. Chapter 6. This man has something. As the end of August approached, with only a week remaining before Tao Yushu's school commenced, the two needed to return to Beijing to handle the household registration process and arrange work for Lin Chaoyang, leaving them with little time to spare. Having set the date for their journey, on the eve of their departure, Lin Chaoyang found himself bustling about at the behest of Zhang Guiqin. "Chaoyang, bring me that bag of hazel mushrooms," she instructed, "and where's that bottle of medicinal wine your father brought back?" Amid his flurry of activity, Lin Chaoyang stole a glance at Tao Yushu, who was seated on the kong with the dining table before her, engrossed in her books. He harbored grave suspicions that she was merely feigning her studies to evade chores. "What are you staring at? Didn't you hear me calling?" He received a sharp rap on the head as Zhang Guiqin scolded him, insisting that one could not be dawdling while working. "If you could get into university, you'd be able to sit there and read too." Lin Chaoyang was rendered speechless. At home, they were openly practicing educational discrimination. Since Tao Yushu's return, he felt utterly powerless, relegated to a mere laborer, with only the nights providing him a semblance of dignity. He inwardly lamented the bitterness of such a soft existence and sensed the arduous life that lay ahead. After finally finishing the packing, Lin Chaoyang summoned him outside, the dim glow of his pipe flickering in the darkness. Lin Chaoyang remarked, "If you have something to say, make it quick. There are swarms of mosquitoes out here. Impatient, aren't you?" Lin Chaoyang admonished before imparting his advice. "Son, life in Yanjing will not be like it is at home. Yushu truly cares for you. Do not let her down." Lin Chaoyang nodded, affirming his understanding. "You're married now, So I once preached to you, but I must remind you of one thing. Lin Chaoyang looked earnestly at his father. You must seize the opportunity regarding children. Lin Chaoyang stared at his father in astonishment. Don't look at me like that. I'm doing this for your sake, Lin Chaoyang said earnestly. You've been spoiled by your mother since childhood, never having faced much hardship. And you lack initiative in work. Lin Chaoyang bristled. What do you mean? Have I not labored at home? I've never seen you lend a hand when the soy sauce bottle toppled. Lin Chaoyang began to air old grievances. With your mother around. I've had my share of chores at school and in the brigade. Lin Chaoyang countered, but the situation is different now. Previously, you were the sole heir of the Lin family. Family matters didn't require your attention. From now on, you will be the son-in-law of the Tao family. So you must have some awareness of your responsibilities. It was a testament to Lin Chaoyang's concern for his son's future that he could even articulate the term son-in-law. Hearing that word nearly caused Lin Chaoyang to suffer an internal injury. Often, the closest ones inflict the most genuine wounds. Rest assured, this situation is merely transitional. I shall soon establish myself in Yanjing, and then I will bring you both over to enjoy a life of ease. Lin Chaoyang's fervent assurances did little to assuage Lin Chaoyang's worries, which only deepened. Do not aim too high. Strive to ensure Yushu is pregnant before the year's end. A child will solidify your marriage. Lin Chaoyang, who has harbored a penchant for scheming for most of his life, seems unlikely to change his ways. For the sake of his son, he has devoted considerable effort. Having established clear KPIs. In the realm of marriage, children often serve as a potent weapon, binding the weaker party to the stronger. It is evident that, in the eyes of the outsider Lin Chaoyang, Lin Chaoyang represents that weaker individual. Peering through the crack of the door at the condescending old man, Lin Chaoyang longs to retort, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. However, he ultimately refrains. Considering that the old man remains oblivious to his identity as a time traveler, ignorance is no fault. The next morning, Lin Chaoyang hurriedly drove a donkey cart to escort Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu into the city to catch their train. Tai, a childhood friend, specifically came to see Lin Chaoyang off. With Lin Chaoyang now having soared to great heights, Tai felt a twinge of discomfort and quietly inquired, "Does your sister-in-law have any sisters or younger siblings?" Lin Chaoyang scrutinized him, noting his unkempt appearance and the faint traces of sweat stains on his neck, remnants of long-neglected hygiene. First, tidy yourself up. With your current state, what woman would take an interest in you? Offended by Lin Chaoyang's remarks, Tai retorted indignantly, "What do you mean? You have a wife. Why can't I have one? Besides, you're living off her, aren't you?" No sooner had he spoken than Lin Chaoyang delivered a swift kick to his backside. Tai, choosing to overlook it due to the impending departure, chuckled, "Chaoyang, once you've established yourself in Yanjing, I'll come to seek refuge with you." "Get lost," Lin Chaoyang exclaimed. "First, clean yourself up before you think about anything else." Upon arriving at the train station, the moment of parting brought tears to the eyes of Lin Chaoyang and his wife. Having raised their son to adulthood, the thought of him marrying and moving to Yanjing was understandably distressing. "Dad, Mom, rest assured, I will take good care of Chaoyang," Tao Yushu declared resolutely. The more Lin Chaoyang heard this, the more uncomfortable it made him, and he urged, "Hurry, get on the train." Once aboard, as the whistle blew and the train slowly pulled away, Lin Chaoyang and his wife vanished from Lin Chaoyang's sight. Tao Yushu asked, "Why aren't you even the slightest bit sad?" "It's just Yanjing. Don't make it seem like a parting of life and death," Lin Chaoyang replied nonchalantly. Having grown up in the countryside, Tao Yushu had previously worried that he might feel despondent about leaving home, but now it appeared that he was rather carefree. Within moments of boarding, he began rummaging through their provisions: boiled eggs, roasted sweet potatoes, dried tofu, scallions, fermented soybean paste, and pork head meat. Coming from a humble background, Lin Chaoyang had been well prepared for the journey, as Zhang Guiqin, fearing the young couple might go hungry, had packed a large bag of food for them. Furthermore, she had also handed Tao Yushu 500 yuan, a sum equivalent to an entire year's salary for a seasoned worker in the city. A significant amount for Lin Chaoyang and his wife, who had painstakingly saved over the years, nearly depleting their life savings. Tao Yushu clutched the money in her hand. Fully aware of their heartfelt intentions, her gaze shifted towards Lin Chaoyang, who was indulging in his food with a blissful ignorance, and for reasons unknown. A sudden urge to laugh overcame her. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Chaoyang asked, his cheeks puffed out as he spoke. He was savoring a tofu roll with scallions. Dipped in the homemade sauce crafted by Zhang Guiqin, its rich aroma of yellow soybeans mingling with a slight bitterness. Tao Yushu retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Can't you eat a little more slowly? You're not a starving ghost reborn, are you? I was too busy packing this morning and didn't eat enough. He replied. I know, she said while peeling an egg for him, and Lin Chaoyang enjoyed it with a sense of entitlement. Across from them sat a young man with a frame reminiscent of a red flower, adorned with light tea-colored crystal glasses, engrossed in a magazine bearing the title Yanjing Literature. Originally focused on his reading, the youth found himself distracted by the couple's affectionate exchanges, his composure wavering as his gaze flitted between Tao Yushu and Lin Chaoyang. Lin Chaoyang understood the implication behind that glance. This man possesses a certain depth. Chapter 7, a significant setback. Lin Chaoyang comfortably relished the attentive service provided by Tao Yushu. Observing that the young man opposite him seemed somewhat embarrassed, the newlywed couple displayed their affection without the slightest hesitation. Lin Chaoyang took a keen interest in the young man, having noticed the emblem of Yanjing University pinned to his left chest. Last year, following the reinstatement of the college entrance examination, the county produced 4 college students, with Tao Yushu achieving the highest score and gaining admission to Yanjing Normal University. This year marked the second round of exams, and it appeared that someone from the county had indeed been accepted into Yanjing University, although the individual had yet to register and was therefore not adorned with the emblem. Young man, judging by your emblem, are you a student of Yanjing University? Lin Chaoyang initiated a conversation with the young man. A modest smile graced the young man's face, revealing a hint of pride. Yes, he replied. Impressive, truly impressive, Lin Chaoyang complimented with a grin. Are you also attending school in Beijing? The young man inquired naturally. I lack the qualifications to enter university, Lin Chaoyang chuckled, for he had only completed middle school and had never even registered to take the college entrance examination. The young man asked, Then are you here on a business trip? Not at all. I am accompanying my wife to university, Lin Chaoyang replied. Casting a glance at Tao Yushu, who seemed somewhat speechless yet complied by retrieving her emblem and pinning it to her chest, Yin Beijing Normal University. The young man's gaze towards Tao Yushu now reflected admiration. However, his look towards Lin Chaoyang shifted from curiosity to a perception of, you old fellow. In terms of appearance, Tao Yushu was strikingly beautiful and exuded an exceptional aura. Now, with the prestige of Yin Beijing Normal University backing her, she could be considered a paragon of both talent and beauty. Lin Chaoyang, on the other hand, bore an unremarkable appearance, being merely fair-skinned and average-looking, and had just claimed he lacked the qualifications for university. He could be described as devoid of both talent and charm. To marry such an outstanding partner, one must possess some form of leverage. The young man began to conjure an image of a cadre's son who relentlessly pursued an exceptional young woman, ultimately employing both soft and hard tactics to win her affection, a rather cliché narrative. However, as he looked at Lin Chaoyang, he found him blissfully enjoying the scallions wrapped in dried tofu that Tao Yushu had prepared for him. Ah, this lady must have some leverage over him, he mused. Come, let us share some food. Lin Chaoyang warmly offered the young man a handful of dipping vegetables. The young man tried to remain reserved but could not withstand Lin Chaoyang's enthusiasm. As they dined and conversed, the two quickly became acquainted. The young man's name was Zhang Yaozhong, a 20-year-old who had also taken the college entrance examination in 1977 and was now studying in the Chinese department at Yin Beijing University. He hailed from Shanghai and had come to northeast China during the summer to visit his grandmother. Yin University's Chinese department, I had considered applying there. Tao Yushu expressed a tinge of regret upon hearing of Zhang Yaozhong's enrollment. Lin Chaoyang understood that her regret stemmed from her father's influence, a fact unbeknownst to Zhang Yaozhong. The realization that his school was the aspiration of others brought a subtle pride to his countenance. The normal university is quite remarkable as well. A classmate of mine was also admitted there. As they conversed, Tao Yushu suddenly noticed the open magazine, Yanjing Literature, resting on the table in front of Zhang Yaozhong. Is this you? She inquired, astonished. Lin Chaoyang followed Tao Yushu's gaze and also spotted the name on the magazine. A reserved smile appeared on Zhang Yaozhong's face as he replied, That's me. A while ago, I wrote a small poem, and by chance, it was published. Lin Chaoyang had noticed the emblem of Yanjing University adorning Zhang Yaozhong's chest since they boarded the vehicle, and he realized that Zhang was a person of pretentiousness. The essence of pretentiousness lies not in true brilliance, but in one's ability to induce embarrassment in others while relishing the experience themselves. Evidently, Zhang Yaozhong had mastered this art. Tao Yushu took the magazine that Zhang Yaozhong offered and examined it with keen interest, while Lin Chaoyang leaned in for a glance. Climb to new heights. Contribute to society. Within my heart, volumes of books reside. Cultivating talent, racing against time. Grand aspirations await their manifestation. The poem was brief. Calling it a small poem was not merely modesty, but an accurate reflection of its rather unsatisfactory nature. Lin Chaoyang felt that it paled in comparison to his own middle school compositions, let alone the articles he penned during his university years. Wasn't this just a doggerel? Over the past decade, Chinese literary creation has faced significant regression. Having traversed into this time for a year, Lin Chaoyang was acutely aware of the current state of affairs. He endeavored to read books and newspapers, but the content was predominantly political news. After the purges of previous years, it has become exceedingly difficult to find literary works, especially for someone from a rural background. Lin Chaoyang was familiar with the Yanjing literature that Zhang Yaozhong had handed him. It was first published in 1950, with the esteemed Lao Shi as its initial editor. The magazine faced several disruptions before officially being renamed Yanjing Literature in 1980. At that time, it was recognized as a premier literary journal, publishing many influential short stories, such as Zhang Jia's Love Cannot Be Forgotten, Wang Ming's The Kite's Tale, and Wang Xingqi's Receiving the Precepts. The current Yanjing literature had yet to undergo renaming and remained mired in traditionalism, clinging to outdated remnants. Lin Chaoyang understood that these were the lingering effects of a tumultuous past. Although the calamity had passed, the chilling effect still lingered, and a complete transformation would only arrive after the Fourth Writers' Congress convened. Your writing is truly commendable, Tao Yushu said with a smile, her tone genuine, causing Zhang Yaozhong to beam with delight. Indeed, students from Yanjing Normal University possess discerning taste. Seizing the opportunity while the other was in the restroom, Lin Chaoyang jested. You truly have the audacity to flatter. Tao Yushu winked at him, insisting, it is genuinely well written. Just compare it with other works. With a wave of hands, the Steel Army follows the party. For the four modernizations, galloping steeds shake their manes. The spring breeze tinges the tips of the willows green. The sunlit road lies smooth and bare. If one inquires what the road is paved with, it is asphalt. Lin Chaoyang found himself at a loss for words. The charming and clever demeanor of Tao Yushu only reveals itself in the intimate company of Lin Chaoyang. However, upon the return of Zhang Yaozhong, she transforms back into the embodiment of intellect and beauty, a refined university student. Time swiftly passes as they indulge in meals, engage in conversation, rest their eyes, and peruse books and newspapers. Eventually, they change trains in Shenyang, with Zhang Yaozhong still accompanying them, albeit not in the same carriage. He bids a somewhat regretful farewell to the couple. After a night's slumber on the train, as dawn's light begins to break, Tao Yushu awakens Lin Chaoyang. Once the couple has completed their morning routines, they find that their destination is imminent. Shortly after 9 in the morning, an announcement resonates through the train. Dear passengers, the journey of our train is finite, yet the path of revolution is boundless. Let us each contribute our efforts towards accelerating the construction of socialist modernization from our respective posts. Esteemed travelers, we are approaching our final destination, Yanjing Station. Please disembark in an orderly fashion once the train has come to a complete stop. Chapter 8. The arrival of the son-in-law as Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu emerged from Yanjing Station, their luggage in hand. They were greeted by the vehicle dispatched by Yanda to welcome the new students. While Lin Chaoyang intended to hitch a ride, Tao Yushu felt a twinge of hesitation. She was now a senior. They boarded the bus, a long Chinese articulated vehicle, which swayed uncomfortably with the centrifugal force as it turned. Upon reaching Yanjing University Station, they disembarked, laden with their belongings. As they walked, Tao Yushu enthusiastically shared her knowledge of every blade of grass and tree at Yanda, being a native of the Yinyuan. Entering the campus through the west gate, they passed the summer lotus pond, where the iconic Huabiao stood prominently. Proceeding northward, the lush trees of midsummer enveloped the architectural splendor of Yanda, presenting a picturesque scene, though it paled in comparison to the grandiosity of later generations. The Langrun Garden, nestled against the Wangquan River, faced the Chichuan Garden, one of the 3 gardens of the old summer palace. Established in the first year of Xianfeng, it became the residence of Prince Gong, the 6th son of Emperor Daoguang, and was originally named Langrun Garden, after the passing of Prince Gong in 1898, the last emperor. Huai bestowed it upon Prince Zaitao, a brother of Emperor Guangxu. Shortly after Yanda's establishment, Zitao rented Langrun Garden to the university for faculty housing. Following the expiration of the lease in 1952, Yanda acquired the property, constructing 6 faculty residences and a guest house between 1957 and 1960, thus transforming Langrun Garden into one of Yanda's 9 gardens. Navigating around the circular Langrun Lake, Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu arrived at a 4-story building on the eastern bank. Lin Chaoyang recognized it as one of the family residences built in the 1950s, where Tao Yushu's family resided. Before entering the unit, Tao Yushu asked Lin Chaoyang to set down his luggage and meticulously adjusted his attire. He wore a new dark blue Zhongshan suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt, and black cloth shoes. After scrutinizing his appearance for a moment, she found it satisfactory, though the cloth shoes did not sit well with her. She had intended to buy him a pair of leather shoes, but her recent shopping spree in the Northeast had exhausted her allowance and savings. "I'll get you a pair of leather shoes in winter," she mumbled. Lin Chaoyang chuckled. Leather or cloth, they all serve the purpose. Not wishing to dwell on footwear, Tao Yushu inquired, "Are you nervous about meeting your mother-in-law?" Gazing into her clear, water-like eyes, where tension was nearly spilling over, he feigned ease, even questioning his own composure. With a relaxed demeanor, he replied, "You know my thick skin well. I think it's you who should be nervous." Rolling her eyes at him, Tao Yushu lifted her luggage. "Let us go." As they ascended the stairs, they were greeted by the sweet sound of youthful voices singing, accompanied by the aroma of delicious food wafting through the corridor. Tao Yushu's home was on the 3rd floor. She knocked on the door, and after a moment, it swung open to reveal a youthful version of herself, radiant and full of life. "Sister, this is Umo, and this is Lin Chaoyang." "Umo, address him as brother-in-law," introduced Tao Yushu. On the way, Tao Yushu had already shared details about her family. The girl before them is her youngest sister, Tao Yuma, who is 17 years old and currently in her 2nd year of high school. Tao Yuma gazed at the man before her, though his attire was neat. His appearance was rather unremarkable, completely unworthy of her sister's beauty. "Hello." Her voice was devoid of inflection. Under ordinary circumstances, it would have sufficed, but with Lin Chaoyang, her new brother-in-law, present, and Tao Yushu instructing her to greet him as such, her mere hello clearly indicated her discontent. Before Tao Yushu could interject, Lin Chaoyang, seemingly oblivious to Tao Yuma's hostility, beamed and said, "Hello, Yuma." Tao Yushu cast a subtle glare at her sister. Just then an elegantly dressed woman emerged from within the house. Having just seen Tao Yuma as a youthful version of Tao Yushu, this woman resembled an elder version of Tao Yushu, and it was evident she was the mother-in-law. Lin Chaoyang's smile widened. He intended to greet her, but she merely nodded and turned back toward the kitchen. It appeared that his mother-in-law held even greater objections than his sister-in-law. According to Tao Yushu, the letters she had written to him over the past 6 months had all been intercepted by her mother, illustrating her disdain for her rural son-in-law. Thus, Lin Chaoyang had adequately prepared himself mentally before stepping into their home. He felt no anger, yet Tao Yushu's expression was as frigid as ice. Upon entering the house and setting down their belongings, she coldly inquired, "Where's Dad?" "In class," Tao Yuma replied curtly, then turned and retreated into her room. The chilly reception from her mother and sister left Tao Yushu feeling vexed. She glanced at Lin Chaoyang. "Please don't take it to heart." "It's nothing," he replied, maintaining a calm demeanor, leaving Tao Yushu uncertain whether he was genuinely unperturbed or simply putting on a brave face. She couldn't help but recall the mental preparation she had done for him on the train. It seemed to have had some effect. But she believed Lin Chaoyang's good temperament was far more crucial. The two had disembarked around 9 and, after much ado, arrived at their home in Yindalang Run Yuan shortly after 11. Tao's mother, Du Ruohui, had taken refuge in the kitchen, preparing lunch and avoiding any interaction. "I wonder how long she can hide," Tao Yushu muttered in frustration as she helped Lin Chaoyang organize their luggage. They had returned with 6 bundles of various sizes, 3 of which were gifts prepared by Lin Akun and his wife for their in-laws. Just as they were busy arranging their things, a commotion at the door signaled the arrival of Tao Yushu's sister-in-law, Zhao Li, accompanied by her child. Zhao Li, of short stature with a round face and short hair, exuded an aura of approachability. In greeting, Zhao Li's demeanor was far more amiable than that of Tao's mother, Du Ruohui, or sister, Tao Yuma. Tao's parents had 3 children, 1 son and 2 daughters, with Zhao Li's husband, Tao Yuching, being the eldest. He had been admitted to the Central Academy of Drama in 1965, one of the last batches of students before the tumultuous periods. Due to his penchant for writing whimsically during his university years, he was sent to Yunnan, and after a few years, he was recruited for work locally, eventually marrying Zhao Li, who hailed from a family of officials. Last year, the Tao family experienced an ordinary life. Yet they united their efforts to facilitate Tao Yuching's return to work in Yanjing, where he now serves as an instructor in the Department of Drama at the Central Academy of Drama. In contrast, Zhao Li was not as fortunate. Compelled to follow her husband, she relinquished her job in her hometown and now embraces the role of a full-time homemaker, devoting her days to caring for their 2 children. Tao Yuching and Zhao Li are blessed with 2 sons. The elder, Tao Shiwen, aged 5, currently attends kindergarten, while the younger, Tao Shiwu, merely 23 months old, is at the tender age of language acquisition, nestled in Zhao Li's arms. During lunch, Tao's mother wore a stern expression, while Tao Yuma's eyes darted furtively towards Lin Chaoyang. Zhao Li, observing the situation, no longer wore the bright smile she had moments earlier, as the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly delicate. Chaoyang, do eat more. Tao Yushu unabashedly served Lin Chaoyang, showcasing affection, and he could faintly perceive the muscles in Tao's mother, Du Rui's, forehead twitching. This girl, Lin Chaoyang chuckled helplessly, fully aware that Tao Yushu was being deliberately provocative. Chapter 9. The useless brother-in-law. After a lunch filled with various thoughts, Tao Mu's mother, Du Ruahui, went to coax her grandson to sleep, while her sister-in-law, Zhao Li, washed the dishes in the kitchen. Tao Yuma retreated to her room to read. Meanwhile, Tao Yushu took Lin Chaoyang for a leisurely stroll in the Langrun garden, during which he shared some details about their family situation. The staff apartment buildings constructed by Yanda on the eastern bank of Langrun Garden were distinctly different from the common tubular buildings of this era. They bore a closer resemblance to modern residential complexes, albeit with some variations in layout. However, the allocations still adhered to the regulations of the time. Each unit in the apartment complex comprised 4 rooms, a communal kitchen, and a shared bathroom, with a total area of approximately 50 square meters. Some associate professors, even if allocated housing, found themselves crammed into a mere 10 square meters with their families, sharing kitchen and bathroom facilities with other families. In contrast, the Tao family enjoyed the privilege of residing in a separate unit, thanks to Tao father, a professor in the history department at Yanda. Nevertheless, the living conditions of the Tao family were far from ideal. With 4 rooms in the house, Tao father and Tao mother occupied one. The eldest brother, Tao Yuching, lived in another with his eldest son, Tao Shiwen. The sister-in-law, Zhao Li, shared a room with her younger son, Tao Shiwu, while the 2 sisters, Tao Yushu and Tao Yuma, occupied the remaining room. Now that Lin Chaoyang had arrived, Tao Yuma could no longer squeeze into a room with her sister and would have to move to Zhao Li's room. What was initially a double room suddenly transformed into a 3-person room, and with a little one who cried incessantly at night. It was hardly a source of joy for Tao Yuma. Objectively speaking, however, these accommodations were quite commendable for the present era. Many families of 5 or 6 found themselves cramped into mere tens of square meters in dormitories. No wonder the girl viewed me unfavorably. After hearing Tao Yushu's explanation, Lin Chaoyang finally understood the reason behind his sister-in-law's disdain. He inquired further, "What about your mother? She seems to have quite a strong opinion about me." "Oh, she is nothing but a capitalist's daughter, who has always looked down upon farmers," Tao Yushu replied with dissatisfaction. "But didn't you say your father also came from a rural background?" "My father's family were minor landlords, and their conditions were quite decent before the liberation. Besides, that was during her youth. By the time it reached me, she had become akin to my grandfather." Lin Chaoyang grasped the situation. The dragon slayer had ultimately transformed into the dragon itself. If I were as learned as your father, I suspect her attitude would improve significantly. Upon hearing this, Tao Yushu's expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "You are quite astute. My mother is very vain. If you possessed even a fraction of my father's knowledge, or even just held a respectable job, she would certainly regard you with greater esteem." Lin Chaoyang couldn't resist teasing. "They say women are extroverted. Aren't you afraid your mother will be upset with what you just said? Let her be angry. She is simply vain. If she had even half of my father's humility and simplicity, she wouldn't have endured so much hardship. Over the years, she has learned some lessons. Though she appears modest on the outside, she remains unchanged within." Tao Yushu's tone conveyed a sense of frustration over her mother's shortcomings. After discussing family matters, she cautioned, "Now that you are here, My mother will surely give you a hard time to establish her authority. You must withstand the pressure. Both my father and I will support you. Lin Chaoyang chuckled softly. Upon reflection, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. With the support of Tao Yushu and his father, along with the relatively amicable nature of his sister-in-law Zhao Li, the hostility from Tao Mu and Tao Yuma appeared less pronounced. However, he had overlooked one crucial individual, his elder brother. My elder brother? Tao Yushu's expression shifted subtly as he inquired, You are aware of the scholar, correct? Indeed, I am. Utterly useless. Well, I never noticed before. But does this girl truly exhibit such harshness towards her own kin? Langrun Garden stood mere walls away from the Yuanminji one, bordered by Chengfu Road to the east, Mingyi Garden to the west, and separated from Jingchun Garden by a view of Weiming Lake to the south. The principal feature was a square island encircled by streams and lakes, adorned with an array of structures, including over 300 pavilions and corridors. The grandeur was unmistakable. In the height of summer, the pavilions nestled amid lush foliage and exquisite landscapes, with Langrun Lake embracing the surroundings. Lotus leaves blanketed the water, while fish frolicked, creating rippling patterns across the lake's surface. As the two strolled and conversed, they inadvertently spent half the afternoon wandering. Tao Yushu glanced at the sun and exclaimed, Oh dear. It seems rather late. We should return home and tidy up the rooms. As they made their way home, a voice called out from behind, Yushu, Yushu. Turning around, they beheld a refined middle-aged man, exuberantly rushing toward them with a radiant smile and a youthful demeanor that belied his age. The two halted, waiting for him to catch up, only to witness the man stumble slightly before regaining his balance and approaching them with a jovial air. Lin Chaoyang exchanged glances with Tao Yushu. This must be my brother-in-law, correct? Lin Chaoyang ventured. Indeed, without a doubt. And you must be Chaoyang? Before Tao Yushu could make introductions, the elder brother, Tao Yuching, took the initiative to greet Lin Chaoyang. Having spent only a few hours in the Tao household, Lin Chaoyang was already favorably impressed by his brother-in-law's warm demeanor. After exchanging pleasantries, Tao Yushu queried, Why are you back so early? Did you not mention at the station that you would return today? My department had no pressing matters, so I left work early. The casual manner in which he spoke of leaving work early seemed somewhat out of place in the serious climate of the 1970s. Yet, to Lin Chaoyang, it felt refreshingly familiar and reminiscent of the seasoned predecessors who had once idled away their time in corporate settings before his previous life. In his past life, he had labored for a decade before realizing the futility of it all, dreaming instead of a leisurely existence. Now, encountering his brother-in-law, he felt an immediate kinship, as if they shared a mutual understanding. Look, I even bought a fish, Tao Yuching boasted, holding aloft a fish he had procured. Tao Yushu, however, did not reciprocate the enthusiasm and instead retorted, Do you still have money? Tao Yuching's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. It's just a fish. How much could it possibly be worth? Lin Chaoyang discerned that his wife was a force to be reckoned with at home, unflinching in her confrontations with their mother and elder brother. He imagined that if Sister Tao Yuma dared to speak out in her presence, she would receive no leniency. Is father back yet? Tao Yuching, feeling the sting of his sister's teasing, could not resist diverting the topic. Uncertain, the two of us just took a leisurely stroll, and it seems work should be concluding soon. The trio engaged in conversation as they made their way back to the entrance of Building 12. Upon entering the home, they were greeted by the presence of an additional guest. Mr. Tao, having surpassed his 50s, bore the marks of past tribulations, rendering his appearance significantly more aged than his actual years, resembling someone in the twilight of life. His forehead was broad, and his nose straight, exuding a sense of dignity while maintaining an approachable demeanor. As Tao Yushu entered, still clasping Lin Chaoyang's arm, his eyes brightened upon seeing Lin Chaoyang. Halting his discussion with Tao Yuma and making his way over, Chaoyang, a pair of warm, large hands extended toward Lin Chaoyang. Chapter 10. This bed seems to have been raised on Swana music in terms of appearance. The three siblings of the Tao family have inherited the features of their mother almost entirely. Tao father possesses a well-proportioned visage, yet, in all honesty, he cannot be deemed handsome. However, there exists a certain mystical quality to the notion that a person's intellect and literary depth can enhance their presence. Despite not being particularly striking, Tao father remains the most memorable figure among the Tao clan. Of course, this perspective is drawn from Lin Chaoyang's viewpoint. From the standpoint of siblings Tao Yuching and Tao Yuma, observing their father's apparent favoritism towards a rural husband for their sister, whom they had never met, left them somewhat bewildered. In their minds, their father is a man of composure, always courteous to everyone, maintaining a dignified demeanor even in the presence of school officials. His unexpected enthusiasm for Lin Chaoyang took them by surprise. Tao Yushu recalled her sister's past mention of a life-saving grace, leading her to believe that much of their father's fervor stemmed from that reason. Yet she felt that while a life-saving grace warrants repayment, she could never bring herself to offer her body in return. In this regard, she found a striking similarity between her sister and her father. The warm exchanges continued until dinner time, during which the atmosphere in the household, with both Tao father and elder brother Tao Yushu present, became significantly more harmonious than it had been at noon. Tao Yushu's eldest son, Tao Shiwen, returned from kindergarten, while the youngest, Tao Shiwu, awoke from his slumber. Adults engaged in lively conversation as the children frolicked, and the kitchen resonated with the sounds of chopping, creating a bustling ambience within the modest Tao residence. Lin Chaoyang and his wife presented the gifts they had brought for the family, which were joyfully accepted by elder brother Tao Yushu. In contrast, younger sister Tao Yushu observed with a detached demeanor, merely offering a perfunctory thank you upon receiving her gift. Tao mother's hostility was more overt. She did not even glance at the gifts resting on the table. Tao father's expression soured, yet he refrained from voicing any discontent, mindful of the family's presence. Elder brother Tao Yushu had brought home a fish from work, and Tao father returned with some vegetables, making the evening meal in honor of Lin Chaoyang's visit worthy of a festive celebration. During dinner, with 6 dishes laid out on the table, Lin Chaoyang waited until everyone had begun to eat before he picked up his chopsticks. He sampled a piece of the steamed fish and exclaimed, "This fish is truly fresh." Mother's culinary skills are remarkable. At his words, Tao mother's face twitched, and with everyone's gaze upon her, she forced a smile. Mother may not excel at preparing other dishes, but she does make fish well, she replied. Brother-in-law Tao Yushu, without hesitation, speared a generous chunk of tender fish from the abdomen and relished it with evident delight. Tao mother's expression darkened, her gaze towards him unkind, suggesting he should speak less if he had nothing worthwhile to say. Seeing her elder brother's unrestrained appetite, Tao Yushu quickly helped herself to a large piece of fish, placing it in her own bowl. "Chaoyang, if you enjoy it, do have more." Tao Yushu also offered Lin Chaoyang a piece, but he instead placed the fish into the bowl of young Tao Shiwen, recognizing its softness and high protein content as beneficial for the child. Sister-in-law Zhao Li smiled at her son, Tao Shiwen, instructing him, "Say thank you to your uncle." "Thank you, uncle," the boy chirped in response. Lin Chaoyang smiled in response. But at that moment, the little one, Tao Shiwen, grew anxious, stammering, I want. Perhaps it was the sight of everyone enjoying fish while he was left out that stirred his impatience. Lin Chaoyang, unperturbed, remarked, "The shad is bony. You must be cautious while eating, my little friend, lest you choke." His attentiveness earned him the approval of his sister-in-law, Zhao Li, who agreed, "Indeed. Every time we eat fish, I must be especially careful, fearing for their safety." Tao Yushu, witnessing this display, felt a flicker of admiration, while Tao father subtly nodded in approval, and even the stiffness on Tao mother's face softened slightly. Only Tao Yushu and Tao Yushu remained engrossed in their meals, uttering not a single word. After dinner, Tao Yushu was reluctantly assigned by Tao mother to wash the dishes, her face a picture of displeasure. Tao father, meanwhile, orchestrated Tao Yushu's assistance in rearranging the room where Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu were to sleep, prompting further irritation from Tao Yushu as she scrubbed the dishes with a vengeance, wishing she could wash through the bottom of the plates. Tao mother enlisted Zhao Li to take the 2 grandchildren outside for a stroll, as she was unwelcoming of Lin Chaoyang's presence. However, being the head of the household, Tao father's authority prevailed, leaving her with no choice but to avert her gaze. The Tao family resided in a single unit, although modest in size. It was fully equipped. The room that Tao Yushu was to tidy had originally been shared by the 2 sisters, Tao Yushu and Tao Yushu. His clumsy handling of the belongings created a cacophony that set Tao Yushu, washing dishes in the kitchen, on edge. She stormed back into the room, exclaiming, "Be gentle. Do you truly treat this as your own?" Tao Yushu, easygoing yet indolent, seized the opportunity to retort, "Then you can clean it yourself." Lin Chaoyang perceived that Tao Yushu was indirectly criticizing him through her words, yet he had no inclination to engage with the young girl at that moment. He was engrossed in conversation with Tao father regarding his employment, which required his full attention. The current head of the Yanjing University library is Mr. Xie Daoyuan, with whom I have a fair acquaintance from our time in Jiangxi. Your placement at the library is partly due to the school's consideration for the families of faculty, and partly a personal favor. Tao father began candidly, elucidating the origins of Lin Chaoyang's position. He continued, working at the library is not only a means of livelihood, but also a valuable opportunity for learning. The library holds a unique significance for Yanjing University. Many esteemed scholars have emerged from its halls, and it currently accommodates a number of faculty families, each with their own talents. The atmosphere for study is vibrant, with the self-study rooms perpetually filled. Once you are there, you must embrace the pursuit of knowledge. Now that the National College entrance examination has resumed, it is unfortunate that your education only extends to junior high. However, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is the enlightenment gained through the learning process. The library is an excellent environment for study, and I urge you to dedicate yourself wholeheartedly. By mastering knowledge and acquiring genuine skills, you will possess the confidence to navigate any future endeavors. Tao Father's discourse was simple, yet served as a gentle admonition for Lin Chaoyang. Lin Chaoyang understood this perfectly. As a rural junior high graduate, securing a position as a librarian at Yanjing University, even as a temporary worker, was a testament to the favor bestowed by his father-in-law, and he was determined to make a commendable impression once he stepped through those doors. Although this contradicts his initial intention of leading a laid-back life, who could blame him for marrying the daughter of a professor from Yanjing University? He endured pain while simultaneously experiencing joy. With this thought in mind, Lin Chaoyang resolved to feign diligence and sincerely expressed his determination to Tao's father. Tao's father waved his hand, advising him not to feel pressured, whether in studies or life. One must take things step by step. You have just arrived in Beijing, so there is no need to rush. What matters is perseverance and consistency. You speak wisely. Tao's father nodded. Despite displaying warmth towards Lin Chaoyang's arrival, he secretly harbored dissatisfaction with this rural son-in-law his daughter had chosen. It was not that he despised poverty, but he feared that his daughter might be driven by fleeting gratitude to commit herself. He was also concerned that, in the future, his daughter and her rural husband would find no common ground in work and life, potentially leading to resentment. Having met Lin Chaoyang and observed his demeanor, Tao's father found him to be far from the disappointment he had anticipated. Instead, he was courteous and sensible, which brought genuine joy and comfort to Tao's father. Moreover, from his daughter's conversations about Lin Chaoyang, it was evident that she harbored deep affection for her rural husband, further reassuring him. Their relationship began with a heroic rescue and blossomed into mutual affection. Consequently, Tao's father found himself harboring greater expectations and raising his standards for Lin Chaoyang. Although he did not prioritize academic credentials or social status, he believed it would be a boon if his son-in-law were ambitious. After a brief conversation, the Tao siblings had nearly finished tidying their room. The room, facing south and approximately 10 square meters, had seen its two single beds merged into one double bed. The original desk and wardrobe remained untouched, though Tao Yuma's belongings had been moved to another room. At this hour, nighttime entertainment was scarce, and the Tao family retired early to bed. Just 2 days prior, Lin Chaoyang had been on a rural clay bed in northeast China. Now, he lay on an iron-frame bed in the apartment of Beijing's highest institution. Gazing into the darkness above, he marveled at the wonders of fate. At that moment, a delicate hand, seemingly boneless, rested on his shoulder, accompanied by a voice laced with concern. "Are you finding it a bit difficult to adjust to my home?" "Not at all. Your family has been quite kind to me." "Really? My mother is kind to you?" Tao Yushu suspected he was merely engaging in polite conversation. "Of course. Didn't she prepare an extravagant feast for me?" "That was because of my father." "It's all the same," Lin Chaoyang said, pulling her closer. "Rest assured, it won't be long before I change your mother's opinion of me." "You arrogant fool." Tao Yushu felt a rush of warmth approach her and immediately placed her hand against him, whispering, "We're in the house." "Just got back. Tone it down a bit." "We're a legitimate couple," Lin Chaoyang remarked, and with a swift motion, he attempted to pin her beneath him. However, the iron-framed bed beneath them emitted a mournful creak, piercing the darkness with an almost unbearable sound, likely audible through two walls. Lin Chaoyang appeared as if he had been ensnared by a spell, grumbling, "Did this bed grow up listening to the Swana?" Tao Yushu chuckled softly. "I wonder if you dare to say that again." Lin, intent on teaching her a lesson, found himself in a rather awkward predicament. Sighing, he decided to endure the moment. In his heart, he silently resolved that upon arriving in the capital, his first objective would be to acquire a new wooden bed. Yes, and it must come with a comfortable mattress. Chapter 11. The Library of Yanda on September 1st, 1978. The tranquil Yinyuan, having slumbered through the summer, buzzed with activity once more. This day marked the commencement of the academic year for the undergraduate class of 1978 at Yanda. And it was also the inaugural day of Lin Chaoyang's tenure as a librarian at the university. In the days leading up to the semester, he and Tao Yushu dedicated 4 days to completing the necessary paperwork for their residence and employment. Early that morning, after having breakfast, Lin Chaoyang set out for the library, while Tao Yushu made her way to Yanshida. In terms of modern delineations, Yanda is situated beyond the northwest 4th Ring Road of Beijing, while Yanshida lies closer to the urban center within the northwest 3rd Ring Road, with a distance of approximately 6 kilometers separating the two. The journey on foot was rather lengthy, and public transportation was not particularly convenient. Thus Tao Yushu opted to ride her bicycle. She possessed a Phoenix brand bicycle, for which her father contributed half the cost, much to the envy of her younger sister, Tao Yuma. As the sun rose on that early morning, a thin veil of mist lingered over the Yanda campus, a vibrant space comprised of the former Qing dynasty's 9 gardens, teeming with life on this summer morning. On her way to Yanshida, Tao Yushu offered Lin Chaoyang a lift for part of the journey, and he alighted at Wuxi Road, situated between the Wenxue and Shihua buildings and the library. Upon looking westward, he beheld the magnificent and imposing new library of Yanda. The library's origins trace back to the book repository established in 1902 at the Imperial University of Peking. By 1912, it had been renamed the Yanjing University Library, boasting a history of over 70 years. The new library, which Lin Chaoyang now gazed upon, had only recently been completed in 1975, centrally located within the university's grounds, encompassing a remarkable area of 24,813 square meters. Viewed from above, the library's layout resembles a grand character. It stands as the largest library in the country by area, equipped with the finest facilities, and is the sole large educational building constructed by Yanda during the 1970s. Even at just past 6 in the morning, a long queue had already formed at the main entrance of the library. Lin Chaoyang entered through the southern door, his steps light and brisk. The solemn black floor tiles greeted him, leading into a grand atrium that extended upwards to the ceiling, crowned with a steel dome and tempered glass. As morning light filtered through the dome, the interior was illuminated, revealing a spacious and radiant hall, affectionately referred to by the Yanda community as the Sunshine Hall. Continuing northward, he reached the front desk of the closed stack borrowing area, which would soon become his workplace. "Teacher Hu, I apologize for my tardiness." Lin Chaoyang greeted the middle-aged woman who was busily cleaning the table, a bright smile adorning his face. "Xiao Lin has arrived. You are not late. I simply came early," replied Hu Wenxiong amiably. The previous day, Lin Chaoyang had finalized his employment paperwork and was assigned by Deputy Director Guo Songyan to the closed stack borrowing area. The term closed stack stands in contrast to open stack. In modern times, individuals have grown accustomed to freely browsing through books in bookstores and libraries. However, during this period, domestic bookstores and libraries operated under a closed stack system. Readers had to request titles from outside the counters in stores and locate the call numbers of desired books in libraries before presenting them to librarians for registration and collection. Lin Chaoyang's responsibility at the Yanda Library was precisely this task. The new library of Yanjing University has its 1st, 2nd, and 6th floors designated for storing closed stack books. The circulation desk for closed stack borrowing, located on the ground floor, is responsible for registering the lending and return of books, staffed daily by 2 librarians. In addition, there are 3 other librarians stationed on the 1st, 2nd, and 6th floors, tasked with retrieving and shelving books according to the submitted request slips. The roles in the library and at the circulation desk rotate weekly, with Hu Wenxiong and Lin Chaoyang assigned for this week. Retrieving and shelving books in the library is not merely a physical endeavor. It also demands an intimate knowledge of the library's inventory. Lin Chaoyang, being new to the library, finds himself unable to perform such tasks and must initially remain at the front desk. Guided by the more experienced librarians who serve as his mentors, "I see students are already queuing at the entrance," exclaimed Lin Chaoyang, his voice tinged with awe. In his previous life, during his university years, he too relished spending time in libraries, though the conditions back then were far superior: air conditioning, Wi-Fi. Coffee he would present himself impeccably, a cup of Americano on the table, and a copy of W. Somerset Maugham's The Moon and Sixpence or Osamu Dai's no longer human in hand. The scent of literary sophistication wafting from him even from a distance. The image flashed in Lin Chaoyang's mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia that felt like a distant memory from a past life. He chuckled to himself. Wasn't it indeed a past life? It was only the first day of the semester. Hu Wenxiong remarked, her tone ambiguous, perhaps a blend of admiration and complaint. She then smiled at Lin Chaoyang, assuring him, "You'll get used to it." Lin Chaoyang nodded in agreement. The library opens at 6:30, and before the doors swing open, Hu Wenxiong provided Lin Chaoyang with a brief overview of their duties. At the circulation desk, their primary tasks involve receiving students' request slips, recording them, and then forwarding the slips to the librarians in the upstairs stacks, who retrieve the books and return them to the front desk for distribution to the students. The responsibilities at the front desk are not overly complex but can be tedious, a consideration given Lin Chaoyang's lack of work experience and limited educational background. As the clock struck 6:30, the library doors opened, and students surged in like a tide, causing the doorframe to tremble. The library director, Xie Daoyuan, standing inside the entrance, watched the influx of students with a pained expression, muttering, "Take it easy, be careful." With the library now open, a bustling day was about to commence. Within 10 minutes, Lin Chaoyang began his duties. As a tall, lean young man approached the desk with 8 request slips and 4 library cards laid out before him. Wow, Lin thought, impressed. Not only was the young man quick on his feet, but he also possessed keen eyesight. In this day and age, borrowing books requires not only knowledge of their titles, but also the ability to locate the corresponding request slips. Along the hallway of the Yanjing University library, standing tall are cabinets divided into numerous small compartments, each labeled according to subject, content, and language, reminiscent of a traditional Chinese medicine cabinet. Inside these compartments are cards detailing the information of each book, essentially serving as the identity cards for every title. Numerous small cabinets stood there, and for a first-time visitor to the library, merely gazing at the labels could induce bewilderment. Yet, the young man before me remarkably managed to gather the catalog cards within a mere 10 minutes, evidently assisting his dormitory comrades in procuring books. For blue plastic-covered library cards lay upon the table as Lin Chaoyang diligently registered them, following the instructions imparted by Hu Wenxiong, and subsequently recorded the book information. Completing the registration of 8 books took him 3 or 4 minutes, after which he returned the library cards to the young man. "Thank you, teacher." The young man not only possessed sharp eyesight and nimble hands, but also had a sweet tongue, truly deserving of his status as an elite student from Yanjing University. In just a few minutes, Lin Chaoyang found himself enamored with this job. The emotional value of a Yanjing University prodigy was indeed quite high. "Shaolin, your handwriting is commendable." Hu Wenxiong, noticing it was his first practical application, had specifically brought Lin Chaoyang's registration results to check for any errors or omissions, offering praise. "It's just a scrawl. I've never practiced," Lin Chaoyang humbly replied with a smile. "Your handwriting certainly does not appear to be that of an unpracticed individual." In truth, Lin Chaoyang had indeed practiced his calligraphy, albeit under the notorious Pang Zhonghua, but that was all in the past. Presently, he assumed the identity of a rural youth with only a middle school education, necessitating a degree of humility. As he spoke, another student approached with a catalog card to borrow a book. This time, Lin Chaoyang took on the registration task, while Hu Wenxiong, holding the recently received catalog cards, proceeded to the elevator at the back of the front desk, sending the cards upstairs via the lift. The morning slipped away in an instant, and as noon approached, Lin Chaoyang stretched lazily. "Chaoyang, you should head to the dining hall for lunch. I will take over for you later," Hu Wenxiong suggested. Lin Chaoyang wished for her to go first, but she resolutely waved her hand, and he walked out of the library alone. Chapter 12. What a fortunate blessing in the future, Yanda's dining halls will abound, ranging from the academically named Shui-Yi, Shui-Wu, Shui-Lu, Shui-Ba, and Shui-Shi to Yi-Yuan, Wu-Si, Fengwei, and further to Yin-Nan Yuan and Huahua Restaurant. Each dining hall possesses its unique charm, nourishing the appetites and palates of Yanda's students. However, during this era, Yanda boasted only 4 dining halls, among which the Grand Dining Hall was one. Situated merely 100 meters from the library, the Grand Dining Hall was established in 1952 following a significant reorganization of faculties at Peking University, which relocated to Yanyuan to meet practical needs. At that time, 2 student dining halls were constructed, a larger and a smaller one, with the larger being designated as the Grand Dining Hall. From its inception, the Grand Dining Hall lacked seating arrangements, thereby also serving as an auditorium. During large meetings, film screenings, and cultural performances, it was always filled to capacity. By the time Lin Chaoyang arrived at the grand dining hall, it had already been claimed by students. Each student carried a makeshift meal pouch crafted from towels and straps, containing their lunchboxes, which were hung from their backpacks. Long queues formed at every serving window. As Lin Chaoyang stepped inside for the first time, eager to survey the culinary offerings and their prices, he made a thorough circuit of each window. The dishes were categorized into several tiers. Common vegetarian dishes such as stir-fried shredded potatoes, cabbage, and radish were priced at 5 cents per portion. Dishes featuring eggs and tomatoes or pan-fried tofu cost 10 cents, while meat dishes, truly worthy of the name, such as fish-flavored shredded pork and kung pao chicken, fell into the 15-cent category, with twice-cooked pork, braised pork, and 4 happiness meatballs costing 20 cents, considered substantial fare in the Northeast. After his exploration, Lin Chaoyang noted the appealing presentation of the dishes, particularly the braised pork, which he observed being served to another student. Its glossy appearance and fragrant aroma wafted over even from several meters away. Given the conditions of the era, the offerings from Yanda's dining hall substantially surpassed those of over 95% of dining establishments across the nation, with the added benefit of affordability. A portion of braised pork cost merely 20 cents, appearing to contain at least 3 tails of meat. Such prices likely barely covered the cost of the meat itself. How fortunate the students of Yanda were. Resolutely, Lin Chaoyang positioned himself at the end of the queue for the braised pork. As he neared the serving counter, he noticed the student ahead hesitating between braised pork and pan-fried tofu. After a prolonged deliberation, he ultimately opted for the tofu. In the brief moment of turning, Lin Chaoyang caught a glimpse of the student's face, dark complexion, a small hairstyle, squinting eyes, and thin lips. He felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon first glance. With little time to ponder, it was Lin Chaoyang's turn to be served. He received a portion of rice and a serving of braised pork, both piled high in an aluminum lunchbox, exuding a celebratory aura, certainly more stable than the servings from future dining hall aunties. After receiving his meal, Lin Chaoyang sought a place to eat, only to discover that all the surrounding tables were occupied. After a brief search, he noticed an empty seat beside the hesitant student from earlier and approached. In the grand dining hall, where seating was non-existent, students had to consume their meals while standing. Lin Chaoyang observed that most of the students ate with remarkable speed, while a few, distinguished by their attire, savored their meals leisurely, suggesting they hailed from well-off families. However, what Lin Chaoyang admired most was the ability to read while dining. Were this in a later era, Lin Chaoyang would undoubtedly have muttered to himself, "What a pretentious show-off." But this was the campus of Yanjing University in the 1970s, a time devoid of such pretentiousness. This assertion might be somewhat absolute. As Lin Chaoyang's thoughts drifted back to the boastful Zhang Yaozhong he encountered on the train, lost in contemplation, he was suddenly startled by a pat on his shoulder. Nearly choking on a piece of braised meat, turning to look, a thought flashed through his mind. You truly cannot resist chatting. From a distance, he felt a sense of familiarity. Indeed, it was him. Zhang Yaozhong beamed with the joy of reunion, his tone exaggerated. Xiaozhong, what a coincidence. After exchanging greetings, Lin Chaoyang hastily finished his meal and said to Zhang Yaozhong, "I'll go wash my lunchbox first. Let us chat outside later." All right. After washing the bowl, Lin Chaoyang exited the dining hall, where he found Zhang Yaozhong conversing with the hesitant individual who had dished out food earlier. "Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is my classmate from the Chinese department, my junior Lu Jinyun, from Hunan, this year's top scorer in the provincial entrance examination." Zhang Yaozhong's introduction seemed familiar, as Lin Chaoyang had also met Lu Jinyun just a couple of days earlier during the freshman orientation. Lin Chaoyang then realized why the young man looked familiar. He introduced Lu Jinyun in turn. "Jinyun, this is brother Lin Chaoyang." After a brief handshake and pleasantries, Zhang Yaozhong inquired, "Brother Lin, what brings you to Yanjing University?" "Isn't your wife studying at Yanjing Normal University?" "I work here." Zhang Yaozhong's expression turned to one of astonishment. During their encounter on the train, Lin Chaoyang had been the one chatting and digging into Zhang Yaozhong's personal life, while Zhang Yaozhong knew nothing about him. He only recalled that Lin Chaoyang had accompanied his wife to Yanjing for her studies and mentioned that he was a minor teacher. "You work here?" "Yes, as a temporary librarian at the library." The temporary nature was inconsequential. What mattered were the words librarian at Yanjing University. The transformation from a minor teacher accompanying his wife to a librarian at Yanjing University left Zhang Yaozhong momentarily speechless. Brother Lin, I truly did not expect. Realizing his lapse, Zhang Yaozhong added, it's indeed fate to run into you at school. Indeed it is, Lin Chaoyang replied with a smile. Zhang Yaozhong then brightened, pleased that he now had an acquaintance in the library, which would make securing a seat much easier. Lin Chaoyang had not anticipated being labeled as a utility player on his first day of work. This young man certainly did not regard him as a stranger. Zhang Yaozhong, curious about how Lin Chaoyang transitioned from a minor teacher to a librarian at Yanjing University, asked, Brother Lin, how did you end up working in the library? Lin Chaoyang spoke candidly, my wife's family is connected to Yanjing University. I followed her back to the city and was assigned to work in the library as a staff member's spouse. As those words were spoken, a glimmer of envy mingled with astonishment flashed in Zhang Yaozhong's eyes, concealing a hint of jealousy towards Lin Chaoyang's seemingly effortless success with the fairer sex. After a moment of complex contemplation, he finally uttered, Brother Lin, you are indeed fortunate. Not only Zhang, but even Lu Jinyun, who had been quietly eavesdropping on their conversation, found the situation remarkable. A rural lad marrying an urban female intellectual not only brought him to the city, but also secured him a respectable position as a librarian at Yanjing University. The unassuming youth before them appeared to be extraordinarily lucky. Lin Chaoyang, however, had to return to dine with Hu Wenxiong and had no time to indulge in Zhang Yaozhong's admiration. He exchanged a few more words before taking his leave. As Zhang Yaozhong watched Lin Chaoyang's retreating figure, the striking visage of Tao Yushu flashed through his mind, and after a long pause, he sighed, Brother Lin, you are indeed fortunate. Indeed, Lu Jinyun concurred. Zhang Yaozhong cast a glance at Lu Jinyun, silently thinking that he could hardly fathom the true extent of Lin Chaoyang's good fortune. Chapter 13. The Penniless Tyrant. After lunch, a sense of drowsiness enveloped the afternoon shift. As the clock struck 2, the time for classes approached, and fewer students came to borrow books. Hu Wenxiong suggested that Lin Chaoyang ascend to the upper floors to mingle with a few other teachers and familiarize himself with the library's collection. Upon reaching the upper levels, Lin Chaoyang greeted his colleagues, who were all delighted to see him. In the library's closed stacks, each floor typically had a solitary guardian, and over time, the monotony was inevitable. Thus, when Lin Chaoyang engaged in conversation with Zheng Tongjiang on the first floor and 2 men on the second, they were reluctant to let him depart. Upon arriving on the 6th floor, Lin Chaoyang paused to catch his breath and could not help but remark, while Yanjing University generously installed a lift for the books, it seems they are stingy when it comes to providing an elevator for the staff. On the 6th floor, he encountered Du Rong, a young woman who wore a mask while tending to the stacks. Having graduated from the university's library science program the previous year, she had been assigned to the library. The connection between the library science department and the library was evident, as the head of the department often held the directorship of the library as well. Du Rong felt an immediate affinity for Lin Chaoyang. Both were youthful, and given her recent graduation and solitary post in the library, she eagerly engaged him in conversation. The air conditioning is utterly ineffective, and opening the windows only invites the heat, she lamented. The lift broke down last week and was only repaired the day before yesterday, and it has scarcely lasted 3 years. During the summer, it was bearable, but once classes resume, let us hope it remains functional. Otherwise, climbing the stairs dozens of times a day will leave me unable to lift my legs when I get home. Had Lin Chaoyang been a spirited young bachelor, the vibrant Du Rong's grievances might have ignited a sense of chivalry within him, prompting him to assist in alleviating her burdens. Alas, he was married, and his desire to adopt a laid-back attitude prevailed. Thus, as he listened to Du Rong's complaints, he merely smiled and offered occasional responses as a sign of respect. Du Rong spoke with unrestrained candor, evidently possessing a straightforward disposition. Such individuals thrive when they have an audience. They could manage everything themselves as long as someone was willing to listen. Amidst their casual conversation, Lin Chaoyang seized the opportunity to seek her insights on professional matters. Du Rong held him in high regard and answered all his inquiries with eagerness. Their discussion lasted nearly half an hour, proving to be immensely beneficial for Lin Chaoyang. Having spent almost an hour away, he realized he should return before Hu Wenxiong grew displeased. Descending from the 6th floor, Lin Chaoyang took on the responsibilities, allowing Hu Wenxiong a chance to stretch her legs. Although he wished to embrace a life of leisure, he understood the importance of cultivating relationships with colleagues, knowing that once he became more familiar, he could afford to relax. As the day neared its end, Lin Chaoyang inquired about the process of obtaining a library card. It is indeed the enthusiasm of youth that drives you to seek a library card on your very first day at work, Hu Wenxiong remarked with a smile, praising Lin Chaoyang before directing him to the front desk. Now considered a member of Yanjing University's faculty, acquiring a library card posed no challenge for him. He simply paid a deposit of 20 yuan and secured his card. During regular class hours, the closed stacks remained relatively quiet, providing an opportune moment for reading. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the workday concludes, yet the library remains open until 9 in the evening, allowing students to engage in reading and studying. Each day, a portion of the staff remains on duty. Lin Chaoyang has just arrived and is not yet scheduled for duty. Upon exiting the library, he unexpectedly encounters the director, Xie Daoyuan, who is also leaving for the day. Director. Lin Chaoyang greets Xie Daoyuan. The director nods, inquiring about his adaptation to the first day of work. Lin Chaoyang has only seen Xie Daoyuan once during the completion of his employment paperwork and is aware of the director's amicable relationship with his father, Tao. The library boasts a rich academic atmosphere, and the educators are particularly approachable, making it a splendid place. Xie Daoyuan's gaze drifts to the book tucked under Lin Chaoyang's arm. What he has just borrowed from the library, and a hint of admiration flickers in his eyes. It will become second nature. You young individuals possess boundless energy. Work should not hinder your studies. Indeed, Lin Chaoyang replies. As he returns home bathed in the glow of the setting sun, he finds his father, Tao, just returning from work. Noticing the book in Lin Chaoyang's possession, Tao asks, "Is that a borrowed book?" "Yes, I arranged it at the front desk of the closed stacks. While students are in class, I find some time to read," Lin Chaoyang explains. Tao nods slightly, reflecting that educational qualifications do not equate to value. A passion for learning holds greater significance. He considers that Lin Chaoyang might merely be putting on a facade. Yet he believes that no one is inherently inclined to love learning. Often, pretense marks the commencement of genuine education. Dinner is served at 6:30, and the three siblings of the Tao family return home in succession. At the dining table, their mother, Du Ruhui, suddenly speaks, "Yushu. Previously you attended school alone without contributing to the household expenses, but now that both of you are dining at home, you must contribute." Her statement draws the attention of everyone at the table toward Lin Chaoyang and his wife. Tao Yushu protests, "I am still a student. Why should I pay for meals? If I pay, then Yuma should pay as well." Tao Yuma immediately chimes in, "Sister, you receive a subsidy, but I do not." Her expression is one of displeasure as she voices her dissatisfaction with her sister's attempt to shift the blame. If Yuma goes to university and still eats at home, she will have to pay too, their mother retorts, leaving no room for Tao Yushu's arguments. A hint of pain flickers in her eyes as she states, "How much is this going to cost?" 15 yuan each per month, she answers. "That is far too expensive. We only eat 2 meals at home." "And that morning meal didn't tea even include an egg?" Tao Yushu responds indignantly. Their mother, exasperated, replies, "Do you think firewood, rice, oil, and salt are free? Does shopping and cooking not require effort? Am I merely a housemaid?" Ignoring her mother's words, Tao Yushu calculates 15 yuan translates to 50 cents a day, which amounts to 2 meals at 25 cents each. At school, I can have meat for both meals, while at home, we rarely see any meat. Her mental arithmetic is loud and clear, causing Tao's mother to glare at her, then eat at school. Observing the escalating tension between mother and daughter, Lin Chaoyang steps in as a peacemaker, softly suggesting to Tao Yushu, "Just pay it. Mother and sister work hard to prepare meals." Tao Yushu shoots him a glare, her expression mirroring that of her mother's. Lin Chaoyang ignored her and said to Tao's mother, "Mom, after dinner, I will give you this month's food expenses." Only then did Tao's mother nod in satisfaction. Under the table, Tao Yushu pinched Lin Chaoyang's thigh, causing him to grimace in pain while feigning indifference. After finishing the meal and returning to the room, Tao Yushu remained sulky, resembling a petulant little cat, pouting, "You are the one with money. You are so generous. I am only trying to maintain harmony in the family." Lin Chaoyang sat on the edge of the bed, holding Tao Yushu's hand, and advised, "We receive subsidies for meals at school, but there are none at home. Moreover, even disregarding the hard work of mom and sister-in-law, if we pay, the meals at home can be better, which would surely make your dining experience more enjoyable." Tao Yushu withdrew her hand, retorting, "You certainly know how to play the good guy." Her tone remained stiff, yet her attitude softened. "It's not that I want to be the good person. Life is difficult for me in this family as well. Your mother has never looked favorably upon me. If I were to take advantage of her kindness, wouldn't that just make my life even more unbearable?" Lin Chaoyang resorted to a strategy of self-pity, causing Tao Yushu to fidget. It's not as exaggerated as you say. After all, you have me. Just after she said this, a thought seemed to amuse her, and she laughed. Have we switched roles? Lin Chaoyang's smile bore a hint of indulgence. It matters not which role we play, as long as you are not upset. Hearing this, Tao Yushu's expression brightened considerably. Just as Lin Chaoyang was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Tao Yushu's large eyes twinkled mischievously. How much money do you still have? Lin Chaoyang's nerves tensed immediately. Not much. How much is not much? Seeing Lin Chaoyang stammer, Tao Yushu pressed him further, employing her charms as she nestled against him, rubbing her arms against his chest. Ultimately, Lin Chaoyang succumbed to her allure, handing over all $216.30 from his pocket. He mused that if this were the time of the anti-Japanese war, he would undoubtedly be considered a traitor. Didn't T-Mom give you 500 before you left? At the beginning of the year, she also gave you 200, and I gave you 100, she said, counting the money like a little miser. I bought so many things when I returned. Do you think it didn't cost anything? All of those expenses came from my money. However, he understood that the money he had given her was likely insufficient for the items she had brought back. After counting the money, Tao Yushu cheerfully placed it into her little treasure trove. Perhaps realizing that her current windfall was a bit ungracious, she consoled him. We are a couple. It doesn't matter whose money it is. Yes, your money is your money, and my money is also your money. Listening to Lin Chaoyang's complaints, she employed her feminine wiles, wrapping her arms around his neck and whimpering. Lin Chaoyang thought to himself that this girl must have been a seductress in her past life, causing chaos and ruin. Upon further reflection, however, he realized that would make him a tyrant. Chapter 14. For the harmony of the family, the money collected by Tao Yushu was entirely derived from Lin Chaoyang's earnings as a teacher in previous years. During his tenure at the team as a teacher, he earned 10 work points each day while teaching, and the same amount on days he did not instruct. In the past few years, a work point in Chaoyang Village was worth 5 cents, summing up to a meager monthly income of approximately 15 yuan. Additionally, the county's education bureau provided a subsidy of 10 yuan per quarter, translating to around 3 yuan and 30 cents per month, commonly referred to as the inexhaustible 3 yuan and 30 cents. Thus, Lin Chaoyang's monthly income over the past few years amounted to a little over 18 yuan. Before marriage, he had managed to save more than 300 yuan. However, just half a year into his marriage, his pockets were emptier than his face. Now, as a librarian at Yanjing University, his salary appeared to have increased to 47 yuan a month, a significant leap compared to his previous earnings. Yet, contemplating the future, he felt a profound sense of desolation, realizing that these funds would merely pass through his hands, leaving him with a bleak outlook. What, after all, has marriage truly bestowed upon a man? Observing his melancholic demeanor, although Tao Yushu was somewhat materialistic, she still possessed a flicker of conscience and left him with a remainder of 16 yuan and 30 cents. When Lin Chaoyang first met Tao's family, he was dressed in clothes she had purchased for him, although she found his shoes somewhat lacking. Now that she had some money, Tao Yushu resolved to buy him a pair of leather shoes. Initially, Lin Chaoyang felt a surge of happiness, but soon, a sense of unease crept in. After all, it was his money being spent. When would he ever be able to stand on his own? I'll buy you a watch when the new year comes. Tao Yushu's words dispelled the dissatisfaction in Lin Chaoyang's heart. He was not vain. It was simply that, unlike in later years, having a watch now was indeed convenient for telling time. A watch costing 100 or 200 yuan represented a luxury for the working class, requiring several months' wages. By the way, your father praised you earlier, saying you are ambitious, Tao Yushu remarked. It was nothing, just borrowed a book, Lin Chaoyang replied. Aware that she was merely flattering him, he reminded himself to remain vigilant and simultaneously pondered ways to generate income. With their little savings depleted and his salary vanishing, how would they manage without some form of revenue? For the affluent, lounging about could be considered leisure, but for those without means, it resembled merely waiting to perish. He chuckled in response to Tao Yushu's comments, and after a while, she retrieved her book and entered a state of focused study. Back in their hometown, Lin Chaoyang had assumed her late-night reading was merely for show, but upon returning, he realized that a significant portion of her leisure hours was devoted to her studies. To be honest, your serious study face is quite charming. Under the lamp, she resembled a classical beauty with her typical oval face. Though her nose bore a slight bump, it only added to her allure, bestowing her with a youthful essence. After more than half a year in the city, her complexion had become more radiant. akin to a freshly shelled egg, increasingly captivating with each glance. Lin Chaoyang watched Tao Yushu for a while, oblivious to her surroundings. Eventually, boredom set in, and he picked up the book he had borrowed today, Long Live Youth. Around 8:30, Tao's mother knocked on the door. Upon seeing Tao's mother, Lin Chaoyang was reminded of the matter of the meal expenses. Unfortunately, at that moment, he found himself lacking in funds and thus shifted his gaze towards Tao Yushu. Reluctantly, she counted out a stack of bills and handed them to her mother, stating that the daily meal fee was 50 cents, and with 29 days left in the month, they owed a total of 29 yuan. Here you go. Tao's mother, observing her demeanor, felt a twinge of displeasure and muttered, "Debt collector." After closing the door, Tao Yushu wore a look of melancholy. 1 yuan a day amounted to 365 yuan a year. Lin Chaoyang, smiling as he embraced her delicate shoulder, advised her to reconsider her perspective. You receive a monthly allowance of 22 yuan and 50 cents, while my salary is 47 yuan, totaling 69 yuan and 50 cents. After sending 30 yuan home each month, we still have nearly 40 yuan left. Tao Yushu, being a youth sent to the countryside, was entitled to the highest standard of financial aid after 5 years of service, which amounted to a monthly subsidy of 22 yuan and 50 cents. Don't we get free meals at school? Let us say we spend 50 cents a day, that's 15 yuan a month, leaving us with 25 yuan. What about purchasing study supplies, books, and other necessities like clothes and shoes? Lin Chaoyang's smile faltered as he realized the implication of her calculations. Earning 70 yuan a month, they were indeed living on the edge. Life in Yanjing was undeniably challenging. The spark of entrepreneurial ambition reignited within him. If his initial desire was merely for a petite bourgeois lifestyle, it had now transformed into a struggle for the existence of the proletariat. After pondering for a while, Lin Chaoyang found himself without any clear direction. The reasoning was straightforward. It was now September of 1977, and the winds of reform and opening were yet to blow strongly, making the pursuit of wealth a formidable task. Engaging in business was out of the question. He lacked both the time and energy, as well as the capital. Most critically, engaging in business now equated to speculation, a risk that was intolerable. Not even a titan like Ma Wading would fare better in such circumstances. When the path of the rentier class became unfeasible, the options narrowed down to either selling skills and knowledge or offering physical labor. As he contemplated his grand plans for income generation, his fingers rhythmically tapped on the desk, disturbing Tao Yushu, who was diligently studying. "Stop tapping," she said. Lin Chaoyang subdued his actions, while Tao Yushu set aside her history of Chinese literature and picked up a newspaper, the Shanghai Wenhui Bao. "Is this also for study?" he inquired. "It's an assignment. We need to write a literary critique of a novel," she replied, redirecting her focus to the newspaper. She had read the novel before, but this time she had to read it meticulously for her critique. Scar, by Liu Xinhua. In that moment, Lin Chaoyang felt a surge of inspiration. As the 1980s approached, the fervor for reform and opening up was palpable, and the literary scene was equally vibrant. A long queue formed at the entrance of the bookstore, where avid readers waited throughout the night to purchase their books. Beneath the streetlights of Tiananmen Square, a multitude of bibliophiles gathered. Couples, on their dates at the English corner, exchanged sweet nothings in faltering tongues. The recent decade had left China's cultural realm in disarray, a desolate scene where the spiritual lives of the populace felt as void as a black hole. Soon, however, the literary whirlwind that began in the late 70s would sweep across the entirety of China, whether they were officials, workers, students, or individuals of all ages. People became engrossed in the sumptuous feast of literary revival. This insatiable thirst for knowledge birthed the brilliance and splendor of the literature of the 80s. Lin Chaoyang recalled the boastful display of the magazine Yanjing Literature by Zhang Yaozhang on the train. If such a publication could feature works of that caliber, he, too, had once been a literary youth in his own right. After all, why should he not aspire to that? Moreover, couldn't he, at the very least, pay homage to it? Following the ensuing buzz, the treatment of intellectuals in the country underwent a stark reversal. In this era, being a cultured individual was indeed a privilege, with abundant rewards. Most importantly, Lin Chaoyang glanced at his wife, Tao Yushu, who was deeply engrossed in her reading. She appeared to be an industrious scholar. For the sake of familial harmony, he felt compelled to present himself as a cultured man. With this thought, an unprecedented determination illuminated his gaze. Indeed, all my endeavors are for the sake of familial tranquility. Chapter 15. Packaging oneself as a striver, having resolutely decided to write articles for financial gain. Lin Chaoyang did not hastily put pen to paper. This was not solely due to his uncertainty about what to write. He was also cautious about revealing his intentions. After all, his aim in writing was to create a small financial reserve, and working from home would be akin to declaring an insurrection. That night, Lin Chaoyang tossed and turned in bed, for he was the sort of person who found it impossible to sleep with a multitude of thoughts racing through his mind. He felt an urgent need to write, as if he might burst if he did not. Tao Yushu, disturbed by his restless movements, took a long time to fall asleep, assuming that his excitement stemmed from the first day at work, and did not think much of it. The following day, Lin Chaoyang busied himself from 6:30 to 8. And once the students were in class, his workload eased. He sat with his work manual, scribbling notes, while Hu Wenxiong, seated beside him, said nothing about his apparent idleness. After all, who in this day and age did not indulge in a little time wasting at work? As midday approached, while Lin Chaoyang was engrossed in his writing, he heard a series of knocks on the floor. Looking up, he saw an elderly gentleman, frail and appearing to be in his late 70s or early 80s, making his way to the front desk with the aid of a cane. At that moment, Hu Wenxiong was in the restroom, so Lin Chaoyang inquired, "Sir, may I assist you in locating a book?" The elderly gentleman pointed with his cane towards a nearby cabinet containing book request cards. "I am looking for a collection of aesthetic critique essays published by the Writers' Publishing House. Please find it for me." Lin Chaoyang silently criticized the man for his airs, but acknowledged the elder's age with a sense of respect. He rummaged through the cabinet for quite some time before finally retrieving the requested card. "Sir, let me register this for you." Just as he settled down to do so, the old man added, "Please also help me find a history of Western aesthetics published by the People's Literature Publishing House." Why didn't you mention that earlier? Lin Chaoyang thought to himself. If it weren't for the fear that the old man might accuse him of negligence, he would have expressed his frustration. Perhaps sensing Lin Chaoyang's discontent, the elderly gentleman remarked, "Young man, do not be so hasty. I had not finished speaking. Is it my fault that your legs move too quickly?" Lin Chaoyang silently mused, but decided to tolerate him once more, acknowledging the elder's age. Upon returning with another request card, the old man waved his hand dismissively. "No need. Upon reflection, I find that the writing is quite mediocre. I shall not pursue it further." Without waiting for Lin Chaoyang to respond, he turned on his heel and departed, leaving Lin Chaoyang bewildered. What just transpired? Was this old man toying with him? He glanced down at the request card, A History of Western Aesthetics, authored by Zhu Guangqian, a renowned contemporary aesthetician, literary theorist, educator, and translator, a representative figure in domestic aesthetic education. To call such writing mediocre was absurd. Lin Chaoyang spat contemptuously in the direction of the old man's retreating figure. After this brief interlude, he refocused his attention on his work manual. His manual was a mere small booklet, 3 inches square, containing only a few dozen pages, insufficient for extensive writing. After a full day, he had filled only half the pages. Once work concluded, he hurried to the southern gate of Yanjing University. Across the street lies the Chongqing restaurant, a cherished haunt for students of Yanjing University seeking to enhance their dining experience, often referred to as an off-campus canteen. Adjacent to the restaurant is a narrow alley known as Lao Hudong, which houses a savings bank, a stationery shop, and a general goods store. Lin Chaoyang had come to purchase some writing paper, for he had exhausted the ink in the fountain pen provided by the library after a day of writing. He could not afford to waste paper, lest he be perceived as someone who exploits the resources of socialism. After procuring the paper, he returned to the library, placing it neatly in his desk slot before heading home. After dinner, Lin Chaoyang inquired if Tao Yushu wished to watch a film. The university's main dining hall also served as a hall for movie screenings. With the absence of a double weekend, only Sundays were free, so every Saturday and Sunday evening, tickets were sold to the public for screenings, priced at 5 cents, though the films were predominantly classics. "I still have homework to complete tonight," Tao Yushu replied, shaking her head. "Then shall we go tomorrow?" he suggested. "I need to study tomorrow," she countered, having returned to Beijing for a week. Tao Yushu gradually revealed her fervor for learning. After being turned down twice, Lin Chaoyang felt a waning of enthusiasm. "Then I shall go to the library to study," he said. "Isn't it the same at home?" she retorted. "When you are here, I cannot concentrate." His sweet words rendered Tao Yushu bashful, casting him a playful glare before she gracefully exited. As Lin Chaoyang strolled from the eastern bank of Langrun Garden to the Yanjing University library, it was already 7:20 p.m. The library was still bustling with students, illuminated brightly. Beside the main staircase was a reception room where a seasoned caretaker named Master Xia was stationed, having visited the library for 2 days. Lin Chaoyang had become somewhat familiar with him. "Shaolin, what brings you here so late?" Master Xia asked. "I had nothing to do at home, so I came to read," Lin replied. Master Xia praised him, saying, "You young scholars are commendable. If only my son possessed even half your diligence and enthusiasm, he would surely gain admission to a university. Since you work at Yin University, your son's journey must also begin here," Lin remarked. Master Xia beamed at this sentiment. "May your words bring me good fortune." After indulging in a brief conversation with Master Xia, Lin Chaoyang proceeded to the front desk of the closed stacks area to continue the work he had left unfinished during the day. He was not so vain as to consider himself a time traveler who could effortlessly navigate the literary world of China. Rather, he employed a clever approach by drawing inspiration from successful works of later generations. The piece he was currently crafting was a testament to this method. However, since graduating from university, he had not written much for several years. Picking up the pen again, myriad thoughts flooded his mind, though they felt disorganized, a mingling of clarity and confusion. Even with successful works to draw from, his own writing remained unremarkable. Lin Chaoyang understood that such endeavors could not be rushed. They required patience and refinement. He began to revise and transcribe his earlier notes onto the writing paper, reworking his thoughts. After a prolonged period at the desk, his arms and shoulders began to ache. Lin Chaoyang stood to stretch and casually glanced at the clock within the library, realizing it was already 9 o'clock. He hastily gathered his papers and pens to return home. Upon arriving, he found Tao Yushu preparing to lie down for the night, and she did not inquire further about his evening. The following morning, after breakfast, Tao Yuma expressed her intention to go out with her classmates and requested to borrow her sister's bicycle. Tao Yushu, occupied with brushing her teeth and unable to respond, was met with Lin Chaoyang's remark, "Just let her take it. It's not your bike." Tao Yuma muttered in displeasure. "Oh, this girl, biting the hand that feeds her." Utterly oblivious to kindness, Lin Chaoyang was not inclined to be angered by such a young girl, but Tao Yushu was less forgiving. After rinsing her mouth, she firmly stated, "Not lending it. I'll return it. It's not like I want tea." Tao Yuma protested loudly. "It's my bike. I'll lend it if I wish. And if not, I want tea. Dad bought that bike. He bought it for me." The two sisters were at an impasse, and in a fit of frustration, Tao Yuma went to complain to their mother. Tao Yuma spoke disrespectfully to Lin Chaoyang, but Tao Yushu merely intended to teach her sister a lesson. When their mother intervened, Tao Yushu chose not to argue further. "You can borrow it, but you must show some respect." Humph. With their mother's support, Tao Yuma felt quite triumphant, though she refrained from being too audacious, as she would still need the bike in the future. Once she had ridden off, Lin Chaoyang embraced Tao Yushu's shoulders, appreciating her as his wife. Among the 3 Tao siblings, Tao Yushu resembled their father, being magnanimous and astute, which earned her much affection from him. In contrast, Tao Yuqing and Tao Yuma took after their mother, possessing a hint of bourgeois sentimentality. Tao Yuma, heavily influenced by their mother, had consistently displayed a rather unfriendly demeanor towards Lin Chaoyang. "This girl truly needs a lesson. She has been spoiled by my mother." "No worries. I want tea stooped to her level," Lin Chaoyang generously remarked before suggesting, "How about we go out today?" Tao Yushu hesitated at his suggestion. She had just declined Lin Chaoyang's proposal to watch a movie the previous evening, and it seemed rather inconsiderate to refuse again today. However, thinking of the multitude of books and materials still awaiting her attention, she found herself disinclined to venture out. Observing her expression, Lin Chaoyang understood her predicament. His wife's fervor for studying was not necessarily beneficial. He compassionately said, "All right, I understand. I will head to the library to read." "Going again? If you're near, I can read," she replied, feeling slightly more receptive than the night before. Lin Chaoyang quipped, "Am I not already at the library? I have nothing else to do. Idleness is unproductive. Besides, I'll be at the library working over the weekend. Surely my boss will commend me." Tao Yushu teased, "Look at your scheming ways. This is called striving for progress." To build his little savings, Lin Chaoyang temporarily cast aside his leisurely aspirations, presenting himself as a diligent individual. Upon stepping outside, he could not help but scorn himself. Who would have imagined that after such a difficult journey, he would become the very type of person he despised the most? Chapter 16. The Chinese Department of Level 77 on the 11th of next month, which coincides with the weekend. We shall enjoy a delightful excursion outdoors. Perhaps out of a sense of guilt, Tao Yushu added a final remark. Lin Chaoyang thought it acceptable. considering the weekend only afforded a single day, thus limiting their adventures. Upon arriving at the library, he found it still bustling with students, even on a Sunday. The fervor for learning among the students of Yanjing University was undiminished. Today, the closed-stack borrowing area was overseen by Lin Chaoyang, who, in a bid to facilitate student borrowings, ensured that various reading rooms and borrowing stations remained staffed on Sundays, albeit for only half the day, ceasing operations by noon. Noticing Lin Chaoyang's presence during his break, Lin Chaoyang expressed mild surprise, to which Lin replied, "I have nothing else to do at home. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free. I am content to remain idle." The number of students borrowing on Sunday was scant, as they were aware that library staff typically enjoyed their day of rest. With most borrowing concentrated on weekdays, the duties of the closed-stack borrowing area were not particularly complex. The most challenging aspect was locating books. Having familiarized himself with the library's collection over the past couple of days, Lin Chaoyang felt confident that, should someone arrive seeking a book, with a bit of patience and methodical searching, he could assist them effectively. When a colleague arrived to relieve him, Lin Chaoyang was quite pleased, as she had yet to tackle her laundry at home. "Shaolin, I appreciate your help. You are too kind. I happen to have a free day," he responded. Having garnered the goodwill of his colleague, Lin Chaoyang returned to his workstation to continue his creative endeavors. Following the exploratory experience of the previous day, his thoughts and ideas had crystallized, enabling him to write with greater fluency and confidence. The first weekend in Yanjing swiftly passed. Lin Chaoyang spent the entire day in the library and only remembered to return home when the students began to prepare for dinner. As he passed by the Weiming Lake, he noticed numerous students gathered by the water's edge. Some were quietly reading on benches, others jogging around the lake while reciting English vocabulary, and a small group of 3 to 5 recited poems unfamiliar to Lin Chaoyang. Weiming Lake, opposite the Langrun Lake, stands as a renowned attraction of Yanjing University, with the image of the tower and lake known far and wide among Chinese higher education institutions, especially during the summer months. The scenery was breathtaking, reflections dancing on the water, the tower casting shadows, the pavilion bathed in the glow of dusk, and the willows swaying gently in the breeze. Captivated by the beauty before him, Lin Chaoyang felt compelled to draw closer and appreciate it. My heart suddenly ached. Surely, it was the needle and thread of my mother, sewing buttons, piercing my very soul. At that moment, my heart transformed into a kite, tethered by the string held in my mother's hand. The pavilion, known as the Bell Pavilion, is situated on a small hillside along the western bank of Weiming Lake. At this moment, a gathering of campus poets engaged in reciting poetry, their voices carried by the evening breeze, resonant and full of passion. Lin Chaoyang immediately recognized the work being recited as it is 408 in Yanjing, penned by Guo Lushing. As an early representative of misty poetry, Guo Lushing, although not as iconic as Zhao Zhenkai or Gu Cheng in the 1980s, wielded substantial influence. The contemporary singer Wang Feng once released a song titled Light, with lyrics drawn from one of Guo Lushing's signature pieces, Believe in the Future. During the era of the up to the mountains and down to the countryside movement, his poetry inspired a generation and became a distinctive cultural symbol of that time. Resonating within the educated youth community through oral tradition, the verses were familiar, yet what truly resonated with Lin Chaoyang was the voice of its master. "I am weary of Guo Lushing's poetry. Could you recite a different piece?" he implored, slightly vexed. However, the girl took his request earnestly. As Lin Chaoyang descended the steps of the Bell Pavilion, he beheld a tall girl with 2 braided horns. Her delicate features radiant as she stood on the stone bench of the pavilion, chest out and head held high. Dark clouds arise as birds scatter. Blue slants whip through the shadowy woods, as if thrashing 1,000 canes, striking 1,000 elder hearts. "O heart, where is home? Where is your roof?" Her recitation was even more impassioned and mellifluous than that of Zhang Yaozhong, her eyes glimmering with fervent devotion. Upon concluding, 7 or 8 classmates in the pavilion erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Jinnying, whose poem is this? It is splendid," they inquired. The girl, with a hint of pride on her countenance, replied, "It is Zhao Zhenkai's I Walk into the Rain and Mist." Gasps of surprise echoed among the crowd. Guo Lushing was a prominent figure in the early phase of obscurantist poetry, while Zhao Zhenkai had recently risen to fame. However, prior to the debut of Today and the publication of his work in Poetry Journal in 1979, Zhao Zhenkai's name had circulated only among a small circle of poetry enthusiasts. After all, Obscurantist poetry had yet to sweep through Chinese campuses as it would in subsequent years. The poem recited by Cha Jianying was unfamiliar to all, suggesting it was a recent composition, leaving them curious about how Cha Jianying had come to know of it. Brother Lin, Zhang Yaozhong noticed Lin Chaoyang outside the pavilion, causing the group's conversation to pause as they turned their attention towards him. What a coincidence, Yaozhong. After greeting him, Zhang Yaozhong introduced Lin Chaoyang to several classmates. Cha Jianying, Wang Xiaoping, Chun Jianggong, Ge Xiaowang from the 1977 Chinese major, and Lu Jinyun and Yang Yingming from the 1978 journalism major, along with Sun Bingchuan. Chun Jianggong had already garnered some fame as an amateur author before entering Yanjing University. And after graduation, he continued to write prolifically, becoming one of the representative writers of the Chinese literary scene in the 1980s and 1990s. Lin Chaoyang was particularly impressed by his essay Casual Talks on Hot Pot, which tantalizingly described the delights of old Beijing's hot pot. He had begun his literary journey in the early 1970s and had since become a notable amateur author in the Yanjing literary circle. Wang Xiaoping was well known in the screenwriting arena, with notable works such as Gua Sha, Empresses in the Palace, and The Legend of Mi Yu. And she later became the wife of director Zhang Xiaolong. Cha Jianying would later gain renown for her essays, critiques, and interviews, with her most recognized work being Interviews of the 1980s. As for Lu Jinyun, his prowess as both novelist and screenwriter, particularly through collaborations with Feng Xiaojing, had earned him a level of fame surpassing that of his contemporaries. He was from the 1978 Chinese department and had eagerly sought to align himself with his senior peers from the very beginning of the semester. In the Chinese department, there are 5 individuals. Apart from Zhang Yaozhong, the other 4 have all heard of each other prior to Lin Chaoyang's arrival. As for the 2 individuals from the journalism program, he is unfamiliar with them, likely due to the nature of their specialization. It is said that Lin Chaoyang serves as a librarian at Yanjing University, and both Cha Jianying and Chun Jianggong treat him with considerable courtesy. Wang Xiaoping inquires, Brother Lin, do you also have a fondness for poetry? Lin Chaoyang admits that his knowledge of poetry is rather limited, yet he genuinely enjoys listening to their recitals, which are vibrant and brimming with passion. He refrains from expressing a clear preference. It is evident that these young individuals are fervent admirers of obscure poetry. Should he profess his fondness, he might find himself ensnared in a poetry society. Conversely, to declare disinterest would invite discomfort. In truth, he has read quite a bit of obscure poetry during his academic years and has grown fond of many works. Upon hearing his response, Chun Jianggong and Cha Jianying appeared quite pleased, enthusiastically reciting 2 more poems. The vitality of youth seems boundless, and although Lin Chaoyang possesses the visage of a young man, he feels a distinct disconnection from this group of fervent youths. Perhaps in 20 years, they too will become mercenary, self-serving, and reeking of the mundane sin of commercialism. Yet, at this moment, they remain infused with idealism and romanticism. The feeling of youth is truly delightful. Chapter 17. Recognizing the situation under normal circumstances. Lin Chaoyang would have made a grand entrance at this moment, reciting a couple of timeless classic poems to astonish the audience. Unfortunately, the young individuals present did not afford him this opportunity. They engaged him in casual conversation for a few moments before becoming completely engrossed in their fervor for poetry. Lin Chaoyang did not feel slighted. He could discern their genuine passion. However, he found little enthusiasm for the matter at hand, and instead, it was the conversation between Chun Jianggong and Zhang Yaozhong during Cha Jianying's poetry recitation that piqued his interest. Did Zhou Shifang really write to Mr. Mao Dun? Zhang Yaozhong inquired of Chun Jianggong. Indeed, the members of the Youth League Committee approved it, and he took the initiative to pen the letter. Mr. Mao Dun is our esteemed alumnus. He will surely consider this request, Chun Jianggong replied. Lin Chaoyang, intrigued, interjected with a question. Zhang Yaozhong, eager to share, elaborated on what he knew. In the 1950s, Yanjing University had a prestigious poetry society known as the May 4th Literary Society, whose early members included Wu Zuxiang, Xie Mian, Feng Zhi, and Xian Lekun. These individuals later became professors at Yanjing University and significant figures in the Chinese cultural scene. Due to various circumstances, the May 4th Literary Society had been inactive for many years. Following the reinstatement of the college entrance examination last year, several enterprising students from the class of 77, led by Zhou Shifang from the philosophy department and Chun Jianggong from the literature department, proposed the revival of the May 4th Literary Society to the cultural department of the Youth League Committee, which was met with approval. Concurrently, the Youth League and the Yanjing University Student Union began preparations for the society's publication and reached out to Mr. Mao Dun, hoping he would write a preface and inscribe the title for this new periodical. Upon hearing Zhang Yaozhong's account, Lin Chaoyang felt a sense of admiration, both for the organizational prowess of these students and for Yanjing University's nurturing of their ambitions. Amid the ongoing dialogue between Zhang Yaozhong and Qin Jiagong, Lin Chaoyang recalled the novel he was currently crafting. As the saying goes, prepare for a rainy day. Once the novel was completed, it would certainly need to be published. Since Zhang Yaozhong had previously published poetry in Yanjing literature, it would be an opportune moment to consult him. Yaozhong, is the review standard for Yanjing literature stringent? Do you know any editors there? Brother Lin, are you planning to submit something? Zhang Yaozhong asked with curiosity. Lin Chaoyang nodded, confirming his intentions. Zhang Yaozhong became intrigued and inquired further, what genre are you writing? Poetry, novel, or essay? A novel, Lin Chaoyang replied. A novel, he pondered. I have met with the poetry editors, but that doesn't pertain to your situation. As he spoke, his eyes darted, and he nudged Qin Jiagong forward, saying, you should consult Jiagong. He is an established author with Yanjing literature. Zhang Yaozhong conveyed Lin Chaoyang's intention to submit to Qin Jiagong, who responded with a hearty laugh. What do you mean by established author? I've merely submitted a few pieces to the publication. However, if you don't mind, Chaoyang, I would be delighted to read your work and offer some insights. Lin Chaoyang smiled and said, thank you, Jiagong. However, the novel is not yet complete, and I just happened to meet you today. How about this? Once I finish writing the novel, I will trouble you again. I would be more than happy. With a guiding hand for his submission, Lin Chaoyang expressed his gratitude once more to Qin Jiagong. After exchanging a few more words with everyone, noticing that it was getting late, he bid farewell and took his leave. As they watched his retreating figure, Cha Jinying asked Zhang Yaozhong, are you quite familiar with that gentleman? We met on the train. Brother Lin's father-in-law is Professor Tao from the history department. When Zhang Yaozhong introduced them earlier, he had only shared names and identities, omitting any extraneous details. Professor Tao, the name of Tao Jingfa was well known among them, regarded as one of the formidable professors in the history department, albeit not widely recognized outside. The realization that Lin Chaoyang was the son-in-law of Professor Tao left a lasting impression on the members of the Chinese department. When Lin Chaoyang returned home, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Tao Mu and Zhao Li were busily setting the table with dishes. Upon seeing him, Tao Mu's expression turned stern. On a Sunday off, you're out having fun. Have you completed your assignments? Have you reviewed your lessons? Tao Yimuo, who had returned just 2 minutes earlier, received a few rebukes from her mother, looking bewildered. If you wanted to scold me, you should have done it earlier. Why now, just when it's time to eat? Although feeling aggrieved, she was perceptive and quickly realized that her mother was directing her ire at someone else, unjustly bearing the brunt of her mother's reprimand. She redirected her frustration toward Lin Chaoyang, casting him a few more hostile glances. Tao Yushu, keenly aware of her mother's veiled criticisms, understood her subtle tactics well. However, she felt powerless to intervene and could only offer Lin Chaoyang a sympathetic glance. Lin Chaoyang was acutely aware of his mother-in-law's disapproval of him. Yet, he believed that rather than seeking to appease her, it was wiser to invest his energy in winning over his father-in-law, who held him in higher regard. A subtle workplace strategy. There is but one leader in any organization. One must discern the prevailing dynamics before aligning oneself. In a casual manner, he recounted his day's work, earning a nod of approval from Tao Fu. Since you are new at the unit, assisting your colleagues by taking on extra shifts will foster camaraderie. However, he added, raising his chopsticks to serve himself, be mindful of the boundaries. Do not allow others to take your generosity for granted. Indeed, you are right, Lin Chaoyang acknowledged. Now let us eat. As the family gathered for dinner, Tao Yushu cast Lin Chaoyang an appreciative glance. Over the course of 5 or 6 days, Lin Chaoyang gradually acclimated to his work at the Yanjing University library, growing increasingly familiar with his colleagues and navigating his duties with ease. The library was busy during the early morning, noon, and evening, times when students were not in class, resulting in a bustling influx of visitors to the library. Conversely, during class hours, the atmosphere became considerably quieter, allowing for moments of respite. It was during these quieter intervals that Lin Chaoyang seized the opportunity to complete his first short story. However, merely finishing the manuscript was not sufficient. It needed to be published to yield any financial reward. Once again, it is Sunday. Instead of heading off to assist his colleagues with their duties, Lin Chaoyang carries freshly completed manuscripts as he walks southward. Building 32, a rudimentary gray brick structure erected in 1958, stands adjacent to the charming villas of the professors in the Yanjing Garden. On the day they met at the bell tower, Chen Jiangong informed Lin Chaoyang of his dormitory's location, encouraging him to visit once he had finalized his manuscript. Today, being a Sunday, students are free from classes. The corridors are bustling with students carrying basins filled with clothing, presumably heading to the laundry room. Others are seen with toiletries in hand, making their way to the showers. A few have donned vibrant attire, forming clusters as they set off together, with the leader sporting a basketball at his waist. Ready to sweat it out on the court, among them is Qin Jiagong. Jiagong. Lin Chaoyang greets him with familiarity, to which Qin Jiagong responds warmly, Chaoyang. Aware that Lin Chaoyang has come to deliver his manuscript, he gestures to his companions, saying, "You all go ahead. I have a friend visiting. While I'm gone, play well and don't embarrass yourselves too much. Your absence is just what we need. We're sure to triumph over the economics department by 20 points." His boastful remarks earn him playful retorts from his peers, and soon they part ways with laughter. Qin Jiagong leads Lin Chaoyang into the dormitory and pours him a glass of water. "It seems you've completed your manuscript?" Chapter 18. Yanjing literature seated on either side of the desk, Lin Chaoyang placed his manuscript directly upon the table. "I have never submitted a manuscript before and am not well versed in this area. I would appreciate your assistance in reviewing it." Lin Chaoyang did not believe that time travel conferred omnipotence, just as he could not entirely replicate the literary works he had encountered. He could only piece together fragments of memory interspersed with his own creativity. Qin Jiangong chuckled, "I have merely submitted a few more manuscripts. This presents a learning opportunity for me as well." "The horse breeder?" he murmured softly, reading the title inscribed on the first page of the manuscript. Recently, Workers' Daily published an article about the couple Yin Jitong and Wang Bowling, who were university students in the 1950s. Qin Jiangong recalled, "I have a faint memory of them. They are the couple who relinquished their Brazilian expatriate status and inheritance to serve their homeland, correct?" Lin Chaoyang nodded, explaining that this novel was inspired by their story. Intrigued, Qin Jiangong remarked, "Then I must read it thoroughly. Please, have some water." He pushed the teapot across the table towards Lin Chaoyang and began to peruse the manuscript himself. While Qin Jiangong engrossed himself in the text, Lin Chaoyang, with nothing else to occupy his time, surveyed the dormitory. The male students of the Chinese department resided in Building 32, occupying 3 of its 4 floors, while the East and West language departments claimed the remaining levels. The male dormitory consisted of cramped 6-person rooms, furnished with bunk beds, a single desk, and 2 chairs, essentially all the possessions contained within. The simplicity of the dormitory left little to behold. Noticing Qin Jiangong's deep focus on the manuscript, Lin Chaoyang seized a book from the table, A Day in the Life of Ivan Denisovich, a quintessential work by the Soviet author Solzhenitsyn. The sounds echoing in the corridor did not disturb the 2 readers, as time gradually slipped by with the sun's shifting position. Lin Chaoyang's novel was derived from a work he had read in his later years, Spirit and Flesh. Many might not recognize that title. Yet the film The Horse Breeder is familiar to most. The movie is indeed an adaptation of Spirit and Flesh. Lin Chaoyang repurposed the title for his own work, naming it The Horse Breeder. In another timeline, this short story was published in the early 1980s and quickly garnered widespread acclaim from readers, catapulting the author Zhang Xianliang to prominence in the Chinese literary scene and solidifying his position in the annals of contemporary Chinese literature. The narrative, spanning over 17,000 words, is concise, and Qin Jiangong read with great seriousness, taking over an hour to finish. Lifting his gaze from the manuscript, he observed Lin Chaoyang, who was engrossed in his reading, his eyes brimming with admiration. He placed the manuscript back on the table, inadvertently startling Lin Chaoyang from his literary reverie. Lin Chaoyang looked up, filled with anticipation. "Have you finished?" Qin Jiangong nodded. "I have completed it. And what do you think?" "Excellent. Truly remarkable." Qin Jiangong succinctly expressed his admiration for this novel with just 3 words. Seemingly feeling that such brevity could not adequately convey the brilliance of the work, he added, "I cannot express its excellence." Lin Chaoyang, taken aback, humbly protested, "I am merely a novice in novel writing." Upon hearing his words, Qin Jiangong's face revealed a wry smile, mingled with a hint of envy. To write so well on one's first attempt. Such praise made Lin Chaoyang realize that further humility would be disingenuous. He merely smiled softly, neither prideful nor excessively modest. Yet, in Chun Jiangong's eyes, it reflected a profound confidence in his own abilities and the quality of his work. It was only fitting. After all, the son-in-law of a professor from the history department at Yanjing University could not be an ordinary individual. During their initial meeting days prior, Lin Chaoyang had not displayed his talents, simply because the moment for revelation had not yet arrived. Now, with his work unveiled, it was akin to a sword unsheathed, its sharpness unmistakable. Chun Jiangong, contemporaneous with the Republic, had only entered university at the age of 28, possessing a mature mindset. He pondered that if Lin Chaoyang indeed wrote this novel for the first time, then his future prospects were boundless. With this thought, he could hardly contain his excitement, declaring, "Let us go." "Where to?" Lin Chaoyang asked. "I shall take you to the editorial office of Yanjing Literature. Isn't it sufficient to submit a letter? This requires special attention." Chun Jiangong replied confidently, bolstered by the quality of the horseman. Lin Chaoyang reminded him, "Today is Sunday. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." Chun Jiangong admitted, though his enthusiasm remained undeterred. As the inaugural reader of The Horseman, he was eager to introduce the novel to the world. The editorial office occasionally had staff on Sundays. They would first try their luck and return if no one was present. Why not go on a weekday? This thought remained unvoiced, for Chun Jiangong meant well. In an age where communication methods were underdeveloped, people had grown accustomed to searching and waiting, and for Chun Jiangong, making an extra trip to the editorial office was no burden. He had Lin Chaoyang wait for a moment while he borrowed a Phoenix brand bicycle from the youth committee, tapping the back seat for Lin to hop on. The carefree posture inspired a sense of grandeur in Lin Chaoyang, who tucked the manuscript securely as he mounted the rear seat. Yanjing University lay beyond the northwestern 4th Ring Road, while the Yanjing Literature editorial office was located at No. 7 Zichang'an Street, in the cultural district of Beijing, a place that a century ago would have been firmly under imperial jurisdiction. The journey of over 10 kilometers took nearly an hour and a half by bicycle. Upon reaching Chang'an Street, near the intersection with Shidong, they arrived at a northern gate of Peking University, the very site of the editorial office. Upon entering the gate, they found themselves in a wide alley, with ancient brick walls lining the eastern side. Passing through a grand hall imbued with antiquity, they ventured further west and then north into another alley. Ahead stood a solitary building, its entrance adorned in a European style, while the interior bore a more traditional layout. Within, various associations convened. Yet the buzzing of activity had diminished. The cultural realm appeared somewhat dilapidated, a testament to the attrition of its personnel. In front of the association office within the building, nameplates were prominently displayed. With Chun Jiangong leading the way, the two swiftly located the editorial department of Yanjing Literature. Just as they were about to knock on the door, they heard someone nearby call out Chun Jiangong's name. Turning around, they were greeted by a tall young woman, her height exceeding 1.7 meters, a rarity in contemporary times. Despite her stature, she possessed a graceful and well-proportioned figure, her countenance both elegant and refined. "Denning," Chun Jiangong exclaimed, recognizing the young lady, and proceeded to introduce her to Lin Chaoyang. The young woman, named Zhang Denning, was a junior editor at Yanjing Literature and coincidentally, Chun Jiangong's editor. "Are you working today?" Chun Jiangong inquired after exchanging pleasantries. "You arrived at an opportune moment. We have a backlog of submissions, and several of us are currently burning the midnight oil," Zhang Denning replied as she ushered the two into the office. Inside, they observed several desks piled high with manuscripts, where two female editors, one older and one younger, were deeply engrossed in their work, seemingly oblivious to the sounds from the entrance, until Zhang Denning called out, "Old Zhou, Chun Jiangong has brought along a friend." Chapter 19. Superior to Scar, Zhang Denning's voice rang out from the pile of manuscripts, summoning a poised woman in her 50s. Chun Jiangong greeted her and reintroduced Lin Chaoyang. Teacher Zhou was the leader of the fiction group at Yanjing Literature and a member of the editorial board. He addressed Lin Chaoyang, but Zhou Yinru gestured dismissively, indicating that there was no need to mention it. Chun Jiangong praised Lin Chaoyang's manuscript, exclaiming it was an exceptional piece, and he hurriedly brought him over. Zhou Yinru was somewhat swayed by his words, yet the editorial department had its own regulations, since Chun Jiangong was responsible for Zhang Denning's authors, naturally. The authors he brought along also fell under Zhang Denning's purview, and the initial review of the manuscript would also pass through her hands. In the eyes of modern Chinese individuals, the librarian at Yanjing University held a somewhat unique significance. Before reviewing the manuscript, Zhang Denning discreetly scrutinized Lin Chaoyang. Although Lin was not one to rely on his appearance, an aura of self-assurance emanated from him. Once she had assessed him, she turned her focus to the manuscript, quickly becoming captivated by the words on the page. By the time she lifted her gaze again, it was nearly noon. The sunlight streaming through the office window illuminated the room, and as she looked at Lin Chaoyang, his image began to merge in her mind with the tall, handsome, and refined character Su Lingjun from the novel, radiating a brilliant glow. "Denning, how is the manuscript?" Qin Jianggong inquired. Zhang Denning momentarily lost her train of thought, returning to her senses while clutching the manuscript. "It's exceptionally well written, truly worthy of Yanjing University." "You flatter me," Lin Chaoyang humbly responded. Zhang Denning's praise elicited a sense of camaraderie in Qin Jianggong. "I wasn't mistaken, was I? This manuscript possesses great merit. I find this story far superior to the Peace Scar published in the Wenwei Bao." However, as Zhang Denning lavished praise on the manuscript, her tone grew hesitant towards the end. Just last summer, on August 11th, Wenwei Bao had published Liu Xinhua's novel Scar. Following its release, a reading frenzy ensued among the Shanghai audience, prompting the newspaper to print an additional 1.8 million copies in a short span, yet still failing to satisfy the overwhelming demand for readership. The influence of Scar rapidly expanded across the nation, igniting discussions not only among readers, but also within the literary and cultural spheres. Within less than a month, it became a sensation throughout the country. However, the public uproar surrounding Scar did not signify an untroubled success. The chilling effect it had on China persisted, with discussions about the piece proliferating in newspapers across the land. In the past few decades of China, discourse surrounding a literary work often intertwines with politics. Presently, we find ourselves at a pivotal juncture of reform and opening up. From last year to the first half of this year, fractures within the system have continued to widen, and society is brewing a powerful emotional potential, encompassing both dissatisfaction with the past and a fervent desire for future change. A storm is brewing, and the winds are rising. In such a societal environment, the emergence of Scars resonates with the widespread discontent of the populace, yet simultaneously faces suppression from conservative factions. The fervent discussions surrounding Scars within the literary community have not only included commendations, but also critiques. The thematic essence of The Horseman aligns closely with that of Scars, and should it garner a significant impact upon publication, it too will inevitably encounter a similar scenario. Moreover, in terms of ideological depth and artistic merit, Scars can be deemed rather lamentable. Many in the literary sphere find it perplexing and unpalatable that a university student's work could incite such fervor, which is precisely why Zhang Denning dares to assert that The Horseman surpasses Scars in quality. If The Horseman achieves success upon publication, it may indeed reignite a debate fueled by the momentum of Scars. Weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Denning, a young editor at Yanjing Literature, holds high regard for the quality of The Horseman, yet she hesitates to guarantee its publication. After all, in recent years, the likelihood of a work's publication often bears no direct correlation to its intrinsic quality. Qin Jianggong likely sensed Zhang Denning's unspoken apprehensions. He cast a glance at Zhou Yanru, and the two shared a moment of mutual understanding. "Old Zhou," Zhang Denning called out again, handing the manuscript of The Horseman to Zhou Yanru. The prefix old before the surname reflects a long-standing tradition from my days in Yan'an, and all in the editorial office referred to Zhou Yanru in this manner, a custom that would eventually fade from contemporary usage. "Please take a look at this manuscript. Fortuitously, the author is present, and I will provide my review comments later." Zhou Yanru recognized that for Zhang Denning to present the manuscript in front of Lin Chaoyang, the author, it either indicated the manuscript's exceptional quality or its dismal nature, burdened by personal ties that rendered refusal impossible. Although Qin Jianggong is indeed a seasoned author at Yanjing Literature, it is implausible that his reputation would compel Zhang Denning to accept something subpar. With her suspicions piqued, Zhou Yanru began to peruse the manuscript. The protagonist, Su Lingjun, is the abandoned son of a wealthy man, a nod to Victor Hugo's Les Miserables. The opening line captivated Zhou Yanru's attention, igniting her interest in the novel. A compelling narrative typically ensnares the reader from the outset, and The Horseman is no exception. Su Lingjun, born into affluence, was not afforded its benefits. His mother passed away in his youth, and he was forsaken by his wealthy father, enduring immense suffering due to his lineage. After enduring a series of misfortunes, he eventually married and settled into a life of stability and happiness in his 30s, only to have his estranged wealthy father reappear. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Su Lingjun relinquished the opportunity to live in America and inherit a vast fortune, choosing instead to remain in his homeland. In the story's conclusion, Su Lingjun returns to his home, where he spots Xiaoji waiting at the door. She dons a white apron, appearing like a radiant star amidst the soft, ethereal twilight. He beheld a flicker of fire, which was his daughter Qingqing, clad in red, rushing towards him. He returned to his home. Zhou Yinru, immersed in the tale woven by Lin Chaoyang, experienced a tumult of emotions, undulating and turbulent. Shaolin. Zhou Yinru paused momentarily. Is it acceptable for me to address you this way? Lin Chaoyang replied with a smile, of course, it's perfectly fine. This piece, The Horse Wrangler, is exceptionally well written. It possesses both literary finesse and profound thought, achieving a remarkable unity from its surface to its core. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang maintained a serene demeanor, while Chen Jingwo was filled with elation on his behalf. Zhou Yinru scrutinized Lin Chaoyang's expression, noticing his calmness beneath her praise, which elevated her assessment of this young author to a higher echelon. However, every work bears its merits as well as its flaws. For instance, the psychological portrayals of the characters in the novel are somewhat excessive. The inner thoughts of characters are inscrutable to the readers, being solely the author's imposition. Hence, such depictions carry a strong subjective emotion from the author, which can easily overshadow the reader's focus on the plot. Moreover, regarding the latter part's treatment of Su Lingjun and his father, I perceive a reconciliation between the two. However, I would advise against this narrative choice. Ultimately, Su's father abandoned Su Lingjun, and due to inheriting his father's lineage, Su Lingjun endured a life of suffering during his formative years. Though he may have matured in middle age and gained a broader perspective on many matters, he should also be a person of conviction. He may suppress his resentment and even reconcile with his grievances and his past, yet, a simplistic reconciliation with his father renders the character somewhat insipid. Having spent nearly 2 decades as an editor, Zhou Yinru had cultivated a discerning eye. Lin Chaoyang reflected deeply on the issues she raised, most of which were indeed pertinent. For certain matters where their opinions diverged, they would engage in discussion, and Zhou Yinru would often find herself in agreement with Lin Chaoyang's insights. After more than half an hour of discourse, they finally paused. Overall, it remains an exceptionally brilliant novel. If published, it is bound to incite significant attention. Zhou Yinru concluded her final evaluation of The Horse Wrangler. Chapter 20. Infidelity among sisters. Listening attentively, Lin Chaoyang was not an inexperienced youth who had never held a job. Thus he did not feel elated by Zhou Yinru's words. The novel had yet to be published. Until then, everything remained uncertain. Zhou Yinru was merely the head of the fiction department at Yanjing Literature, and above her was a chief editor responsible for the final review. The situation at Yanjing Literature was somewhat peculiar. The magazine's first editor was the esteemed Lao Shi, and since his passing in 1966, no new chief editor had been appointed. Instead, the responsibilities were carried out by the main leaders of the editorial group. Let us keep the manuscript here for now. The editorial committee will discuss it, and if accepted, I will inform you to make revisions, Zhou Yinru stated. Although Lin Chaoyang was eager for an early publication, he understood that such matters could not be rushed. Having submitted the manuscript, he knew he would have to wait. Upon exiting the editorial office, it was already noon. Lin Chaoyang switched places with Qin Jianggong, taking the bicycle. You must be hungry, Jianggong. Let us find a place. It's on me. That sounds good. Let us head back to school. The cafeteria is affordable. The cafeteria at Yanjing University received state subsidies, making it considerably cheaper than dining outside. And Qin Jianggong wished to save Lin Chaoyang some money. The return journey would take over an hour, and after nearly 3 hours of back and forth that morning, both were ravenous. Lin Chaoyang suggested they indulge at the Changzheng restaurant near Tiger Cave, but Qin Jianggong insisted otherwise. Let us just eat at the cafeteria. Once your novel is published, I'll treat you properly. Changzheng restaurant, located off-campus, was one of the most frequented spots for Yanjing University students to indulge. However, the prices were significantly higher than those at the school, with a single serving of stir-fried liver costing 50 cents, equivalent to 3 meat dishes at the cafeteria. The two hurriedly consumed a meal in the cafeteria, ordering 4 meat dishes, yet the total barely reached 2 yuan. By the time Lin Chaoyang returned home, it was nearly 3 in the afternoon. Tao Yushu was still engrossed in her studies, the scene mirroring that of his departure earlier in the day. Observing her studious aura, Lin Chaoyang felt momentarily disoriented. Had time come to a standstill? He stealthily opened the lunchbox he had brought back, and the aroma of the meat wafted through the air. instantly capturing Tao Yushu's attention. "Where did this come from?" she inquired, opening the window. "I saved some from the cafeteria lunch for you." Though the Tao family was considered respectable within the confines of Yin Garden, meat was a rarity at their meals, typically reserved for dinner. With a large family, they seldom had the luxury of indulging in meat. While Tao Yushu occasionally treated herself to meat dishes at school, she primarily consumed vegetables, saving her resources for books and daily necessities. Lin Chaoyang, unlike those of his generation who practiced frugality, indulged in meat at every meal. Today, as he feasted with Chun Jianggong, he suddenly recalled the diligent Tao Yushu at home, which stirred a sense of guilt within him. He decided to bring her back a portion of braised pork. The braised pork, still steaming as he opened the aluminum lunchbox, was enveloped in a glossy, reddish sauce, glistening enticingly and evoking a deep hunger at first glance. Tao Yushu picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, her round, bright eyes narrowing in happiness. Her cheeks were stuffed full of the succulent braised pork, resembling a little hamster that had pilfered a treat. Lin Chaoyang pushed the lunchbox in her direction, advising her to eat slowly. She picked up another piece and offered it to his lips, but he patted his stomach, admitting he was already full from the cafeteria. After consuming several chunks, she set down her chopsticks, realizing she couldn't indulge further. It would only make her drowsy. "If you feel sleepy, just take a nap," Lin Chaoyang remarked casually. However, Tao Yushu shook her head, stating she had not yet completed her review. While others had already submitted theirs, Lin Chaoyang stood and began to massage her shoulders, telling her not to put too much pressure on herself. Although academics were important, life held equal significance. "I know," Tao Yushu gently caressed his hand. I understand. Our generation has squandered and wasted too much time. This opportunity is hard-earned." Her hand tightened in his grip as she turned her profile toward him, whispering her gratitude. "What are you thanking me for as lawful spouses?" Lin Chaoyang teased, adding, "I just worry about you overexerting yourself," and he leaned closer, lowering his voice near her neck. "It has been a while since we—" His words trailed off, causing her skin to flush a delicate pink. "Talking about it leads nowhere," she protested. Lin Chaoyang sighed dramatically, lamenting that being a son-in-law was no easy task. A playful glimmer danced in her eyes, for she knew he was about to become mischievous again. "It's inconvenient at home. With your sisters still around," she stated, presenting the practical constraints. Lin Chaoyang, slightly flustered, scratched his head, suggesting, "What if we go to a hotel?" "Are you out of your mind?" Tao Yushu retorted, firmly rejecting the idea, then soothing her husband's restless spirit to prevent him from transforming into a wolf. She deftly diverted the conversation. "Hey, could you help me take a look at my review? How does it read?" Aware she was merely brushing him off, Lin Chaoyang nevertheless accepted the paper she handed him. The review of Scar articulated a starkly different style in the selection of themes and character creation compared to years of artistic works, thus inviting skepticism and critique, which is entirely reasonable. The enduring repercussions of the long-standing turmoil in the arts community continue to profoundly affect not only the Chinese literary scene, but society at large. Following the great leader's guidance in his speech at the Yanjing Forum on Literature and Art, which emphasized concentrating daily phenomena, typifying contradictions and struggles to create literary or artistic works that awaken and inspire the masses towards unity and struggle. The novel Scar adheres to this principle by presenting a commonplace story. After reading through Tao Yushu's commentary, Lin Chaoyang jested, "I feel like this isn't literary criticism. It reads more like a recommendation." Indeed, this novel poignantly captures the wounds inflicted upon the Chinese people by the relentless buzz of past years. In terms of its social significance and impact, this assertion holds true. However, as a student of Chinese literature, one ought to engage in a professional discourse. From my personal perspective, the caliber of this novel is rather modest. Its acclaim derives not from the literary work itself, but from the empathy it evokes within the hearts of the populace. Tao Yushu, intrigued by Lin Chaoyang's words, urged him to elaborate further. She has always perceived her husband as a person of hidden talents. During her years of service in the countryside, their interactions were initially sparse, but as they labored together, familiarity blossomed. A fortuitous act of heroism brought them closer together. Many assume that her gratitude is the sole reason for their union. Yet the truth is known only to her. Apart from the life-saving debt, a more profound reason for their bond lies in their shared interests and literary passions. In the austere environment of Shaoyangtan, having a kindred spirit like Lin Chaoyang illuminated her otherwise dreary life of rural service. He was not only her savior, but also a companion with whom she could engage in profound, soul-searching conversations. Encouraged by Tao Yushu, Lin Chaoyang pondered his words, contemplating how to impress his wife. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the door swung open. "Sister," Tao Yuma peeked in, calling out, only to be struck with astonishment as her gaze fell upon Tao Yushu. Chapter 21. Am I not sufficiently lethargic? The afternoon sun streamed through the glass window, casting its warm glow upon the girl seated at her desk, engrossed in her meal of meat. "Each month, we contribute to the household expenses, a sum that your brother-in-law graciously provides for my sustenance. With merely 1 yuan a day for the two of us, we scarcely manage to afford a few morsels of meat at home. Do save some for me." Despite Tao Yushu's incessant chatter beside her, it had no effect on the girl. The room resonated solely with the sounds of her teeth gnawing at the fibrous meat. After a considerable time, half of the bento box filled with braised pork was devoured by Tao Yuma, who let out a satisfied burp, the aroma of the meat lingering in the air. Tao Yushu quickly fetched water. "Rinse your mouth." Tao Yuma, feeling quite justified, accepted the water, took a sip, and then cupped her hands over her mouth and nose, exhaling to ensure no trace of the meal lingered before declaring, all right. It's just a few pieces of meat. Look at how startled you are." At the mere whiff of the meat, Tao Yushu opened the window. After Tao Yuma finished her meal and rinsed her mouth to mask any lingering scent, it was clear to all that these sisters could not possibly share the same mother. One could easily identify her as a habitual sneak. Tao Yushu, pained at the sight of the now empty bento box, regretted not having put it away earlier, having fallen victim to this girl's cunning. Once satiated, Tao Yuma elegantly wiped her mouth, exclaiming, the aroma of the meat from the grand dining hall. "Did you hear what I said?" Yes, I heard you." Tao Yuma waved her hand dismissively, departing with a flourish. After her exit, Tao Yushu felt a lingering frustration. Having been unjustly deprived of half a box of braised pork was indeed infuriating. However, what vexed her more was Tao Yuma's brazen demeanor. Clearly aware that she had the upper hand, Lin Chaoyang, observing from the sidelines, understood the situation well. Typically, Tao Yushu was outspoken and assertive at home, her reputation firmly established. If this incident were to become public, it would undeniably tarnish her image within the household. Not to mention, it would place her at a disadvantage in future verbal exchanges with her mother-in-law. Tao Yushu would certainly not allow her mother-in-law to wield such leverage, indirectly empowering her audacious sister-in-law. Though they may not be of the same family, they share a home. While Tao Yushu often exhibited a demeanor reminiscent of her father, she occasionally revealed traits inherited from her mother. Yet, these quirks did not elicit annoyance. Rather, they added a touch of charm to her character. "I must be more cautious of this girl," Tao Yushu concluded sagely, having learned her lesson. Lin Chaoyang readily agreed, suggesting they dine out in the future. Indeed, Tao Yushu nodded earnestly, expressing her full agreement. With the tumult surrounding the braised pork incident behind them, Tao Yushu resumed her usual poised demeanor, engaging in an extensive discussion with Lin Chaoyang regarding the literary critique she had penned for Wounds. After a lengthy conversation, Lin Chaoyang, momentarily distracted by the pages filled with text, suddenly remarked, "By the way, I've forgotten to inform my family that I'm safe after all these days." Tao Yushu shot him a glance, saying, "By the time you think of it, the food will have gone cold." Lin Chaoyang immediately realized that with Tao Yushu's meticulous nature, she must have already taken care of the aftermath. Indeed, Tao Yushu continued, "A few days ago, I wrote a letter to my parents and sent it off. I anticipate a reply should arrive in a few days." "What a good wife." Lin Chaoyang affectionately cupped Tao Yushu's face and planted a kiss on her cheek. How annoying. When dinner time approached, Tao Yushu, having only had half a portion of braised pork for lunch, found herself not hungry at all. Leaving Lin Chaoyang as the sole occupant at the dining table, Tao Yuma did sit at the table, but despite her efforts to appear engaged, it was evident that she was disinterested in the meal. With 2 fewer people to share the meat, her brother-in-law's chopsticks flew about, but after a few bites, he was reprimanded by Tao's mother. "At your age, you should be more mindful of your wife and children." "Mom, I've been overworking my brain lately. I really need to replenish myself." The brother-in-law's remarks were always so unexpected. What good will replenishing your brain do? Lin Chaoyang was quite certain that Tao Yushu's sharp tongue was inherited from her mother. "Do you think writing a script is such an easy task?" the brother-in-law mumbled, though he dared not speak too loudly. In this household, anyone who crossed him was as if they had kicked a cotton ball. Next year marks the 30th anniversary of the founding of the nation. In Chinese tradition, reaching a decade in age is considered a significant birthday. And this applies to the nation as well. During such times, various artistic institutions and organizations, such as film studios and theater troupes, traditionally produce a plethora of commemorative works. The brother-in-law works at the Central Academy of Drama, and during such occasions, they also join in the festivities. However, the Central Academy is more modest than film studios, which can mobilize hundreds of thousands for a film. It mainly relies on the efforts of faculty and students with minimal symbolic funding. Recently, the brother-in-law has been engaged in writing a play to commemorate the 30th anniversary of the nation, without any remuneration, and must report to the school. If selected, it would be a pro bono endeavor. If it were Lin Chaoyang, he would never dream of undertaking such a self-sacrificing mission. Yet, his brother-in-law, Lin Chaoyang, glanced beside him. Although they had not spent much time together, he understood well that his brother-in-law, now past 30, possessed not only the heart of a youth but also the soul of an artistic spirit. Sometimes, Lin Chaoyang found himself curious about what experiences his brother-in-law had endured during that tumultuous decade, feeling that his struggles were of a different nature than those of others. He resolved to have a thorough conversation when the opportunity arose. After dinner, Lin Chaoyang took Tao Yushu for a stroll outside, though she was reluctant to move. "You've been cooped up at home all day. Studying is important, but it shouldn't come at the expense of exercise." Langrun Garden, a relic from the Qing dynasty, features waters from the western mountains flowing through Guajiatun into Langrun Lake, where an island adorned with pavilions and towers resides, offering a picturesque scene of lake and mountains in late summer. As the couple walked around Langrun Lake, they encountered an elderly gentleman. Tao Yushu greeted him and introduced the elder beside him to Lin Chaoyang. "This is Professor Jean Kishuan from the Department of Eastern Languages. Uncle Jean, this is my husband, Lin Chaoyang." Professor Jean offered a slight nod, a smile gracing his face as he acknowledged, "I have heard of you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tao Yushu bid farewell to Lin Chaoyang and remarked, "Professor Jean Kishuan is well versed in a multitude of languages, including Sanskrit, Pali, Hindi, English, French, and German. He came from a humble background, having graduated from elementary school with no books to read. Through sheer determination and diligent self-study at our Yanjing University library, he ultimately achieved remarkable success, mastering both Eastern and Western knowledge." At first, Lin Chaoyang paid little heed to the conversation, but as the words unfolded, he began to sense an underlying dissonance. Jean Kishuan held only an elementary school diploma, whereas he himself possessed a junior high school certificate. Both were employed at the same Yanjing University library, and Lin's starting point was even more advantageous than Jin's. Was his wife nurturing unrealistic aspirations for him to rise like a dragon? Confusion swirled within Lin Chaoyang. He had been in Beijing for several days now. Had he not portrayed himself as sufficiently unambitious? What misunderstanding could have led her to harbor such impractical expectations for him? Chapter 22. Brief, simple, and swift projects on sleepless nights. Lin Chaoyang found himself introspecting, pondering what actions of his could have led to such a profound misunderstanding with his wife. After much contemplation, he could only attribute the cause to his unwavering dedication to work, often stepping in for colleagues, which his wife must have interpreted as a relentless pursuit of advancement. Alas, his true intention was merely to become familiar with his co-workers to enjoy a bit of leisure. Moreover, his frequent visits to the library were solely for the purpose of building a small financial reserve. Life is challenging for men. It is even more arduous for those without a financial cushion, especially for those who find themselves residing with their father-in-law. Sigh. He could neither shake off the burden nor lay his troubles to rest. It was indeed difficult to be a slacker in the days following the submission of his manuscript. Free from the constraints of creation, Lin Chaoyang delightedly indulged in leisure. By the third week of his tenure at the library, his post had finally transitioned from the front desk of the closed-stack borrowing area to the 6th floor's book repository. As he ascended the stairs that morning, Du Rong kindly handed him a gauze mask, advising him to wear it as it would be useful. The weather had turned slightly cooler, and Zheng Tongjiang from the borrowing area had begun to show signs of a reddened nose, sneezing incessantly. The library's ventilation was rather poor, and due to the overwhelming volume of books on the 6th floor, a persistent odor of dust lingered in the book repository, coupled with the scarcity of sunlight. It was all too easy to fall victim to allergic rhinitis, a common occupational ailment. Initially, neither of them paid much heed, but once they began to feel discomfort, it was already too late. Now resigned to their fate, They could hardly muster the energy to wear masks despite the unpleasant odor of the repository. As Tu Mansheng remarked, since we've already contracted rhinitis, what is the point of wearing a mask? While this statement held a semblance of logic, it was pertinent only to those embittered by the bleakness of middle age. Lin Chaoyang, in the prime of his youth, could not afford to succumb to such despair. He donned the mask and proceeded upstairs. In addition to retrieving and shelving books and maintaining borrowing records, the most unpredictable element of the sixth-floor repository was the elevator, which often chose to malfunction. The borrowing area required the elevator for both lending and returning books. Should it break down, one would be left to climb the stairs, each ascent accompanied by an unsettling silence. Fortunately, today the elevator was functioning perfectly, making Lin Chaoyang's work quite effortless. Seated at his workstation, he occasionally heard the elevator chime, retrieved the request slips for books, or shelved them, marking each entry in the ledger hanging by the elevator. The ledger was densely filled with notations of the books borrowed from the sixth-floor repository each day. By lunchtime, Lin Chaoyang counted that 32 books had already been lent out. Assuming he retrieved 5 to 6 books each time, he would have made about 6 trips, each taking roughly 6 to 7 minutes, totaling just over half an hour. The remainder of his time was spent idly. When left undisturbed, he would casually peruse a book from the shelves to pass the time. At lunchtime, while contemplating the crumpled bills in his pocket, Lin Chaoyang hesitated before opting for the $1.50 Kung Pao chicken instead of the $2 stir-fried meat. Chewing on the chicken, he felt a twinge of anxiety. It had been several days since he submitted his manuscript, and there had been no word from the editorial department of Yanjing Literature. His funds were dwindling. This inefficiency was simply intolerable. Lin Chaoyang possesses a fair degree of confidence in the quality of the Wrangler. Everyone who has seen it has expressed their approval, leaving no reason for it to be delayed. Undoubtedly, the inefficiency lies within the editorial department. However, while he may lament the situation, Lin Chaoyang understands that in this day and age, for an author to have a piece published in a journal, 3 months is not an insubstantial wait, and 6 months is not excessively long. He initially believed that reaching out to acquaintances might expedite the process. Yet it appears he overestimated the work efficiency of those who came of age in the 1970s. With his stash of funds dwindling, he feels compelled to explore a second front. He cannot afford to place all his hopes upon a single endeavor. Moreover, he has decided to adopt a fresh approach by submitting his work to a more distant magazine, due to the incessant buzz surrounding it. The evolution of domestic literary journals has been stagnated for a considerable duration, with many esteemed publications having ceased circulation since the 1960s, and to this day, they remain dormant. Excluding a few regional literary federations or associations that publish their own journals, Lin Chaoyang's options for submissions are rather limited at this juncture. After much contemplation, he has set his sights on Shanghai Literature, a publication that was founded in 1953 under the esteemed editorship of the Venerable Beijing, originally titled Literary Monthly. After ceasing publication in the 1960s, it resumed in 1977. Intriguingly, Shanghai Literature had briefly been renamed Harvest in 1964. In 1957, Beijing and Jin established Harvest, with Beijing serving as editor-in-chief, but political factors led to its suspension in 1960. Thus, Shanghai Literature became affectionately known in literary circles as Little Harvest. Currently, as Harvest has yet to resume, having a piece published in Little Harvest would be quite favorable. Furthermore, the connotation is auspicious. Little Harvest aligns perfectly with Lin Chaoyang's aspiration to build a modest financial reserve. His only notable trait is his grounded nature. Otherwise, how could he have journeyed from the black soil of northeast China to the vast city of Yanjing? With a new intention brewing in his mind, Lin Chaoyang took action. In an era devoid of computers and the internet, writing novels was not only an artistic pursuit, but also a physically demanding task. For the average person, handwriting an 800-word essay would leave their shoulders aching for quite some time. Yet, in his creative state, Lin Chaoyang penned at least 3,000 words each day, resulting in a sore back and fingers calloused from the effort. Within the 6 floors of the library, he found himself alone, allowing him to write without any reservations. It only took a day for him to fall in love with the place. This position as a librarian seemed tailor-made for him. Lin Chaoyang's new work remained a short story. After all, given its brevity, if the writing flowed smoothly, he could submit it within a week or so. Should he encounter an editor with discerning taste, it might even see publication within a month. Such a succinct and prompt project was perfectly suited for Lin Chaoyang. who found himself financially constrained. One day, while he was engrossed in his writing, the sound of the elevator arriving caught his attention, and he initially thought someone had come to visit. Upon reaching the elevator, he discovered a small note. Chun Jianggong from the Chinese department, class of 77. Request your presence after work at Zhongding for a discussion. Lin Chaoyang recognized this to be the handwriting of Du Rong. If Chun Jianggong sought him out, could it be that there was news from Yanjing literature? After finishing work, Lin Chaoyang strolled joyfully to the western bank of Weiming Lake. Having just concluded the afternoon class, numerous students were leisurely strolling by the lakeside, engrossed in their books. As he made his way towards the bell tower, he was drawn by the fervent sounds of a spirited debate. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a group of boys fervently discussing international affairs. Vietnam, a mere speck on the map, harbors insidious ambitions, frequently encroaching upon our borders, causing immense suffering to our border inhabitants. We must teach them a lesson. One boy exclaimed indignantly. The affairs of the nation rest in both military might and spiritual reverence. Our country has only just emerged from a period of stagnation, and what we urgently require now is reform. To speak lightly of warfare is akin to pulling one's foot from a mire only to have it ensnared in another. Another countered wisely. We must prioritize diplomatic measures, leveraging the United Nations to exert pressure, returning to the negotiating table to resolve our issues. How naive, interjected another. Barbarians are swayed by might rather than virtue. Moreover, the United Nations is dominated by Western powers, who would revel in any discord Vietnam stirs against us. As the discussion buzzed on, the pressing need for talent in the nation became apparent, with students from prestigious institutions like Yanjing University destined to play pivotal roles across various sectors. This sentiment resonated not only among the students but also echoed the consensus of the university, the government, and society at large. Thus, many students from Yanjing University inevitably bore the weighty expectation of participating actively in politics, viewing it as an inherent responsibility. Chaoyang. Just as Lin Chaoyang was lost in thought, a distant call broke through, prompting him to hasten towards the bell tower. Chapter 23. The advisor at Weiming Lake. To Lin Chaoyang's surprise, in addition to Chun Jianggong, there was an unfamiliar face in the pavilion. Come, Chaoyang. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zhou Shifang from the philosophy department, class of 77. And this is Lin Chaoyang, the librarian at Yanjing University, who writes remarkably well. Chun Jianggong enthusiastically introduced the two, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, he elucidated the reason for today's meeting. The day after tomorrow, on September 23rd, marks the grand re-establishment of the May 4th Literary Society, which had been dormant for over a decade. This event is set to be a significant occasion, drawing numerous illustrious figures from the cultural sphere. Among the attendees from Yanjing University are Deputy Secretary Ma Shijiang, Vice President Ji Xianlin, and Professors Zhu Guangqian and Wang Yao. Representatives from the literary community include poetry critic Xie Mian, poet Zhang Jimin, and Zhou Yanru, the head of the fiction group at Yanjing Literature. Additionally, for journalists from the People's Daily and China Youth Daily are set to cover the event. As Chun Jianggong elaborated on the preparations for the event, his enthusiasm was palpable, and his face radiated excitement. As one of the participants in the revival of the May 4th Literary Society, he felt not only anticipation but also a sense of pride. After the society's re-establishment, both he and Zhou Shifang would serve as vice presidents. However, his expression turned slightly wistful as he lamented the absence of Mr. Mao Dun, who, due to pressing matters, could not attend. After listening to Chun Jianggong for quite some time, Lin Chaoyang was still unclear about the purpose of his visit. Finally, it was Zhou Shifang who could no longer hold back and prompted, Jianggong, let us get to the point. Oh, right. My apologies, Chaoyang, I got carried away. Chun Jianggong quickly said before addressing the matter at hand. Following the re-establishment of the May 4th Literary Society, our first significant task is to launch our own society publication. We hope you can join us as an advisor. An advisor? Lin Chaoyang was taken aback. He was merely a librarian. While the Society's publication may not be a widely recognized journal, it hardly seemed appropriate for him to assume such a role. Moreover, since it was a society publication, it should primarily involve students participating in the literary society. What business did a school employee have meddling in this? Lin Chaoyang delicately voiced his concerns. But Chun Jianggong merely chuckled. Come now, Chaoyang, there's no need for modesty. I've read your piece, The Horse Wrangler. I consider myself somewhat knowledgeable about novel writing. Yet I pale in comparison to you. With the revival of the Literary Society and the launch of Weiming Lake, several esteemed seniors are willing to serve as advisors. However, these elders have their own commitments and are often busy, making it cumbersome to constantly trouble them. Thus, after discussing with others, I thought it would be a relief to have you help us out. Rest assured, being an advisor entails little work. We will only seek your guidance occasionally when we are uncertain or have significant works that require your insights. Chen Jiangong's words prompted Lin Chaoyang to silently reflect. It seems inappropriate to trouble those venerable gentlemen, yet you feel it is perfectly acceptable to impose on me? The Unnamed Lake serves as the literary journal for the May 4th Literary Society. Being a society publication, it is understood that the role of an advisor comes without any monetary compensation, essentially rendering it a labor of love, a notion that Lin Chaoyang could not abide by. Moreover, should he assume the role of an advisor, his name would inevitably appear in the publication. His father-in-law is affiliated with the school, and given the influence of Yanjing University, it is certain that Unnamed Lake will circulate among various universities in Beijing, increasing the likelihood that Tao Yushu might come across it. The mere thought of Lin Chaoyang's name, a humble librarian, gracing the advisor section of Unnamed Lake would surely expose his secret as a novelist upon even the slightest inquiry. Realizing this, Lin Chaoyang felt a surge of alarm. He had been careless. He quickly pulled Chen Jiangong aside and asked, "To whom have you mentioned my writing?" Confused, Chen Jiangong replied, "Just to the few of us involved in the preparations." Lin Chaoyang's expression turned serious as he cautioned, "This matter must not be disclosed." Chen Jiangong, on the verge of inquiring about the reason, refrained, recognizing that at nearly 30, he possessed enough discernment to understand Lin Chaoyang's reticence suggested deeper reasoning. Accepting the unspoken boundaries, he replied, "All right, I will inform them to keep it quiet." Lin Chaoyang nodded in acknowledgement. "Chaoyang, so you do not wish to take on this advisory role?" Chen Jiangong queried. If Lin Chaoyang was intent on keeping his writing a secret, it followed that he would be reluctant to serve as an advisor for Unnamed Lake. Lin Chaoyang offered an apologetic smile. "Jiangong, I truly regret to decline the advisory position for your publication. However, I am more than willing to assist in any capacity you may require." Chen Jiangong comprehended that Lin Chaoyang sought to maintain his anonymity in the journal. A thought struck him. Why not adopt a pen name? "We assure you, your identity will remain confidential." Lin Chaoyang hesitated. Chen Jiangong had previously rendered him assistance, and to rebuff him now felt rather inconsiderate. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "Very well." Chen Jiangong and Zhou Shifeng erupted with joy at his acceptance, eager to introduce him to the other founding members of the May 4th Literary Society. "There's no need for that," Lin Chaoyang interjected. "I shall refrain from participating in your society's activities, nor do I require introductions to so many people. In the future, if you have any manuscripts, Jiangong, just leave me a note at the library." "All right, it's like we're clandestine operatives now." Chen Jiangong and Zhou Shifeng exchanged knowing glances, pleased that Lin Chaoyang was willing to assist, even if it meant remaining in the shadows. "Agreed, that shall be our arrangement." As they parted ways, Lin Chaoyang reiterated, "Regarding my writing, please remind everyone to keep it under wraps." Rest assured, after a delay at work, he returned home just before 6:30, only to find that Tao Yushu had yet to arrive, while Tao's mother was busily setting the table. "Hey," Tao Yuma called out to Lin Chaoyang. When he turned to her, she spoke stiffly, "There is a letter for you." Lin Chaoyang maintained his composure as he took the letter from the table. The younger sister-in-law has never initiated a conversation with him at home. The previous half-portion of braised pork seemed to have made a slight difference. A soft palate can indeed sway a discerning individual. After dinner, Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu sat together to peruse the letters from home. The content was quite ordinary, filled with the concerns of Lin Hun and his wife regarding the couple's work and life. Lin Chaoyang took up the pen to compose a reply, which he sent back to his hometown the following day. Another day passed, and just as he started work in the morning, Lin Chaoyang was summoned to the conference room. Today marked the establishment of the May 4th Literary Society, and a gathering was to be held in the library's conference room, where a few robust young men were invited to assist in setting up the venue. Chapter 24, The Unremarkable Lin Chaoyang at 9 o'clock in the morning. The reinstatement ceremony of the May 4th Literary Society at Yanjing University was officially held in the Yen2 conference room. A banner hung from the southern window, proclaiming the event. As the leaders and guests took their seats, Lin Chaoyang unexpectedly spotted a familiar face within the gathering. Wasn't that the old fellow who had playfully mocked him in the library? Lin Chaoyang observed as the elderly man, leaning on a cane, made his way to his seat, and noticed the nameplate before him, Zhu Guangqian. A curse involuntarily slipped from his lips. "You old comrade, not only do you take jabs at me, but you don't spare yourself either, inflicting wounds in the battle against 800 foes while injuring 1,000 of your own?" The writing in a history of Western aesthetics was mediocre at best. Zhu Guangqian. Lin Chaoyang's surprise did not disrupt the proceedings of the ceremony. The guests settled into their places. The modest Yin 2 conference room was filled with luminaries from the Chinese cultural realm, including several pivotal figures. Among them were Ma Shijiang, the deputy secretary of the university's party committee, Vice President Ji Xianlin, Professor Wang Yao from the Chinese department, Mr. Lu Sun's close friend, Chuan Dao, poet and critic Xie Mian, poet Zhang Jimin, writer Lu Xinwu, the head of the novel group at Yanjing Literature, Zhou Yinru, and the very Zhu Guangqian who had jested at Lin Chaoyang's expense, Chun Jianggong and Zhou Shifeng, who had been tirelessly working for the May 4th Literary Society, were not listed among the attendees and had to stand opposite the leaders and guests as mere spectators. Following the establishment of the society, the two were only vice presidents. Today, the only confirmed president seated among the esteemed guests was Zhang Yuhua, the head of the university's cultural department of the Youth League. The ceremony commenced with the presentation of Mr. Mao Dun's letter of response to Yin Da and his inscription for the Weiming Lake magazine, which elicited enthusiastic applause from the audience. Subsequently, Ma Shijiang announced the leadership team of the May 4th Literary Society, followed by congratulatory speeches from several distinguished guests present at the event. Lin Chaoyang noticed reporters from the People's Daily and China Youth Daily busily taking notes, and he surmised that the news of the society's reinstatement would surely grace the pages of these esteemed newspapers the following day. Truly, it was a prestigious institution. He couldn't help but marvel that even the revival of a student organization could make it to such prominent publications. In less than an hour, the reinstatement ceremony of the May 4th Literary Society concluded, and afterwards, the society organized a group photo outside the library with the attendees. While everyone was occupied restoring the venue, Lin Chaoyang ventured outside. There was a lawn known as the Triangle, where the guests gathered for photographs. As Lin Chaoyang approached, the group photo had just wrapped up, and he hurried to Zhou Yinru's side. "Teacher Zhou, call me Old Zhou instead," Zhou Yinru replied amiably. "Old Zhou," Lin Chaoyang acquiesced. "Do you have a moment?" Understanding Lin's intentions, Zhou Yinru nodded and walked with him toward Weiming Lake. Ji Xianlin observed Lin Chaoyang's retreating figure and inquired of Zhu Guangqian. "Isn't that the son-in-law of the Tao family?" Recently, a hot topic had emerged among the professors at Yinda. The daughter of Tao Jingfa from the history department not only married a rural son-in-law but also brought him to the city, securing him a position at the library of Yanjing University. Naturally, few individuals of shallow perception would regard Lin Chaoyang's peasant background with disdain, as the intrigue lies in the unconventional nature of this event. In these times, families with urban residency often have educated youth, either from their own lineage or acquaintances, and numerous such individuals have formed unions with locals. As the tide of returning to the city surged, those educated youth who had married locals faced a dilemma. Everyone yearned to return, yet what would become of their partners? After much contemplation, there were essentially three choices: remain in the countryside, spend a lifetime there, abandon their families and return alone, or bring their rural families along to the city. Human nature proves fragile in the face of such harsh decisions, and the majority of educated youth opted for the second choice, leading to countless scandals over the past 2 years due to the return to urban life. The tale of Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu is remarkable, not only for Tao Yushu's exceptional talents and beauty in marrying a humble rural lad, but also for her unwavering efforts to facilitate his transition to city life. Such a woman surely deserves accolades for her loyalty and affection. This piqued the curiosity of the professors at Yanjing University regarding Lin Chaoyang, the son-in-law of the Tao family. Many of them had encountered Tao Yushu, and they pondered what kind of young man could inspire such a remarkable woman to willingly marry down and strive to bring him to the city. Zhu Guang displayed a mischievous grin, affirming that Lin Chaoyang, indeed, appeared quite ordinary, just as the rumors suggested. If Lin Chaoyang were to hear this, he would surely retort, "With such taste, you have surely hindered the aesthetic education of China." After distancing themselves from the crowd, Zhou Yinru took the initiative to speak, inquiring whether he wished to discuss the manuscript. Indeed, previously, Chun Jianggong had accompanied Lin Chaoyang to the editorial office of Yanjing Literature to submit his work. Zhang Denning, the first-round editor, and Zhou Yinru, the group leader of the novel section, both praised the manuscript, affirming its quality. Logically, It should have been reviewed by the responsible parties. And after confirming there were no directional issues, a few modifications would suffice for publication. However, half a month had passed without any updates. Zhou Yinru had mentioned that they would notify Lin Chaoyang for revisions after the editorial board had reviewed it. Your manuscript has a very solid foundation. I intend to see it published. However, there are personnel changes happening in the editorial department, which may delay things. Lin Chaoyang, having endured years of societal trials, was acutely aware that mere personnel changes would not impede his manuscript. You cannot mislead me. Lin Chaoyang's straightforwardness did not irk Zhou Yinru. Instead, it brought a smile to her face. I didn't see it before, but you are quite shrewd. The atmosphere of their conversation was light and enjoyable. Observing his adeptness in handling matters, Zhou Yinru chose to be forthright. Indeed, there will be a change in the person in charge. Your manuscript was discussed by the editorial board, and the main leadership has some reservations about its content. You must understand, with impending departures, they are most wary of any potential missteps. Lin Chaoyang lamented, this leader is rather unreasonable. Zhou Yinru chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Was she not frustrated as well? Yet, work must continue. What if the new leader adopts a conservative approach too? Comrade Chaoyang, do you not understand why the publication needed a change in its chief editor? Zhou Yinru's retort prompted a nod from Lin Chaoyang. She then reassured him, rest assured, your manuscript will certainly be utilized. If it comes to the worst and it cannot be published, I will personally recommend another journal for you. With Zhou Yinru's assurance, Lin Chaoyang felt it futile to persist further. Moreover, a delayed publication might not be entirely disadvantageous. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang displayed a contemplative expression, soon grasping the implication behind Zhou Yinru's words. Currently, the discussions surrounding SCAR are fervently resonating nationwide. While commendations abound, critiques are equally prevalent. Yet, it is evident that this state of affairs will not endure for long. SCAR echoes the sentiments of society at large, and its triumph in the arena of public opinion is inevitable. Lin Chaoyang recognized that SCAR would ultimately be exalted to the status of a seminal work in the realm of SCAR literature, much like Lu Xinwu's homeroom teacher. Once this wave of opposing opinions subsides, the publication of similarly themed work, The Wrangler, should receive a considerably warmer reception. Lin Chaoyang mused that, in this light, he ought to express gratitude to SCAR, the pioneering piece. At that moment, Zhou Yinru inquired, do you have any new works recently? Lin Chaoyang immediately became alert. They hadn't even published his old manuscripts, and now she sought new ones? Not to mention, he hadn't even completed the draft in hand. Even if he did, he had no intention of submitting it to Yanjing Literature. The more manuscripts accumulated at Yanjing Literature, the greater his sunk cost became. None, he replied. Zhou Yinru's expression turned slightly regretful. Your skills are commendable, and at such a young age, you ought to write diligently. Do not squander such a fine talent and youth. I will write more when I have the time, he assured her, without needing Zhou Yinru's reminder. The meager amount of cash he carried instilled a sense of urgency within him. His little treasury was running low. Chapter 25. The Pigeon Spirit. Having concluded matters concerning the manuscript, Lin Chaoyang made his way back to the library. As he passed through the triangular area, he was intercepted by the exuberant Chen Jianggong and Zhou Shifang, among others. Chaoyang, come take a picture, they urged. The leaders and guests had just finished their group photo. Some had departed while others were engaged in conversations with acquaintances. The young members responsible for organizing the May 4th Literary Society were brimming with excitement, eager to take pictures. Upon seeing Lin Chaoyang approach, they insisted he join them. However, Lin Chaoyang noticed the librarian, Xie Daoyuan, approaching and swiftly extricated himself from Chen Jianggong's grasp. I'm not familiar with you, don't touch me, he retorted. Librarian. Xie Daoyuan nodded. Shall I assist you in taking a photo? No. Lin Chaoyang quickly waved his hands. Being caught slacking off by the librarian was one thing. Asking him to help with a photo was quite another. You carry on. I'll head back to the library. Without a backward glance, Lin Chaoyang hastily retreated. After taking a photo with Lu Xinwu, Chen Jianggong expressed his regret. Chaoyang is far too low-key. I wanted to introduce him to you. He continued. His piece, The Horse Wrangler, fully embodies the ideological core you presented in The Homeroom Teacher, profoundly critiquing the detrimental effects of the incessant buzz on our nation. It is exceptionally well written. Lu Xinwu glanced at Lin Chaoyang's retreating figure. Why is he running so swiftly? He works at the library, and with the librarian here. It's understandable he would hurry. Amused, Lu Xinwu chuckled. Next time, I must seize the opportunity to meet him. By the way, when will his work be published? I'm not sure. You'll have to ask Comrade Zhou. Just then, Zhou Yanru had returned to the crowd. Lu Xinwu approached her to inquire about when Lin Chaoyang's The Horse Wrangler would be published, which immediately raised her suspicion. It must be noted that Lu Xinwu was not only a writer, but also one of the editors for the newly launched magazine, October. She had heard that October was currently in need of submissions, particularly short stories. The editorial committee had unanimously approved publication, primarily due to an excess of accumulated manuscripts. So they would have to wait a bit longer. Chen Jianggong extolled Lin Chaoyang and The Horse Wrangler to the skies, while Lu Xinwu merely expressed curiosity, completely oblivious to Zhou Yanru's inner turmoil. After casually responding to Lu Xinwu, Zhou Yanru's sense of urgency remained unabated. The literary landscape in the country was gradually loosening up, with literary publications continually resuming operations. Every competent and promising author was a precious resource for these magazines, and she could not allow Lin Chaoyang to be poached by another publication. The Horse Wrangler must be published without delay. Yet considering the current personnel situation at Yanjing Literature and Art, she felt a wave of anxiety. Sometimes such matters were beyond her control. That evening, Tao Yushu returned from Yanjing University in high spirits. When Lin Chaoyang inquired, he learned that her literary critique Onskar had received commendation from her professor, who also planned to recommend it to the recently revived literary newspaper. Oh my wife is on her way to becoming a literary critic, Lin Chaoyang exclaimed with exaggerated admiration. Tao Yushu felt a mix of joy and slight embarrassment. Don't say that. Literary newspaper may not even accept it. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of excitement as she added, "It's all thanks to your suggestions." On the afternoon of the day, when Tao Yuma extorted the braised pork, Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu engaged in a lengthy discussion regarding the article, during which he offered numerous suggestions, thus contributing to its development. So, are we to say that the credit for this accomplishment is shared equally between us? When the manuscript fee arrives, you ought to share half with me. Upon hearing his words, Tao Yushu regained her composure, pondering why they should delineate their contributions so distinctly. After all, what is mine is essentially yours. Furthermore, I still need to save up to buy you a watch. I was merely jesting. Lin Chaoyang, merely testing the waters, realized that Tao Yushu was not easily swayed and thus softened his tone. This girl is quite difficult to deceive. As the 29th arrived, a Friday, it marked the onset of the National Day holiday, which extended through Sunday and into the following Monday. While at work, Lin Chaoyang contemplated potential outings during the upcoming break, for he had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of Yanjing in over a month. During dinner, Tao Yuma glanced at the meager dishes on the table and could not help but voice her discontent. It is already the National Day holiday. Could we not have prepared more dishes? There is hardly any richness in our meal. With a household of 9, consisting of 7 adults and 2 children, the dining table displayed only 4 dishes, with just a solitary plate of twice-cooked pork offering a semblance of meat, and even that was insufficient to go around. Complaints aside, dinner had to be consumed, and Tao Yuma's grievances were not unfounded. Mother is truly becoming increasingly unreasonable. After dinner, upon returning to their room, even Tao Yushu joined in the lament over the lackluster meal. Lin Chaoyang, intrigued, inquired, with father's high salary and mother's pension, coupled with our monthly contributions towards groceries, how is it that the family's meals are so inadequate by month's end? Tao's father, a level 3 professor, earned a monthly salary of 229 yuan, placing him firmly among the high-income brackets at a time when the average monthly income for urban residents was less than 70 yuan. It's merely a matter of insufficient funds, Tao Yushu replied casually. Her assertion of lacking money was not entirely accurate. The Tao family had considerable savings. However, in this era, it was customary to save, with money entering the bank account, but seldom exiting. Tao's father retained 29 yuan for personal use each month, contributing 200 yuan toward household expenses, while half of Tao's mother's pension was directly deposited into the bank, leaving only the remaining funds for family use. Yuma and Shiwen are still in school, and Zaiwi still requires formula. It costs a fortune to keep the younger ones clothed each year. The crux of the matter, however, lies with my brother. When speaking of her brother-in-law, Tao Yushu did not mince words. His income is insufficient, yet he constantly solicits money from mother. Is that so? It must be said that her brother-in-law indeed exhibits traits reminiscent of a dependent adult. Lin Chaoyang recalled their first encounter, where Tao Yushu had inquired about his financial status. He had assumed she asked because her brother-in-law, like himself, contributed his earnings to the family. It turns out she was merely commenting on his extravagant spending habits. Lin Chaoyang, intrigued, asked, "Does he not contribute to the household expenses for his wife?" "Oh, he does. Providing 30 yuan each month, but he requests it back before the month is out. Can he even retain any of his earnings?" Lin Chaoyang was astonished. "You know how my sister-in-law is, and my brother can weave quite the tale. With a few sweet words, he manages to extract money from her." As Tao Yushu recounted this, her tone was imbued with frustration over her sister-in-law Zhao Li's lack of discernment. Lin Chaoyang suddenly felt a twinge of envy towards his brother-in-law. How wonderful it would be if Yushu could be as agreeable as his sister-in-law. Why must he toil daily, laboring to build a small fortune when he could have already embraced a life of leisure? He resolved to seek his brother-in-law's counsel at the earliest opportunity. "What are you contemplating?" Tao Yushu observed his expression, seemingly sensing his turmoil. "Nothing," Lin Chaoyang replied, feeling a pang of guilt. He swiftly shifted the conversation. "Isn't mother concerned about him?" "Concerned? More like indulgent. Do you think his spoiled demeanor is unearned?" Tao Yushu grew increasingly agitated, lamenting their mother's preference for sons over daughters. All right. It's not as if it's costing you anything. I recall when I first arrived in Beijing, your brother even bought a fish to welcome me." Lin Chaoyang soothed. "Ah, he loves to flaunt his generosity when away from home." Tao Yushu retorted, regaining her composure before adding, "I usually dislike discussing such matters. Yet you insisted on prying. Fine, it's my fault. Let us change the subject to our upcoming trip during the National Day holiday," Lin Chaoyang proposed. At this suggestion, Tao Yushu's expression turned troubled. Lin Chaoyang sensed an ominous premonition. "You're not planning to attend classes during the holiday, are you?" "Not classes. I need to revise that article for the Literary Gazette. The editor requested some changes, and the holiday is the perfect time to do it." Lin Chaoyang's frustration boiled over, feeling utterly wronged. Yet again, he had been stood up. Chapter 26. Taking the manuscript away, Lin Chaoyang nostalgically reminisced about the time when Tao Yushu returned to her hometown. He had initially believed that it marked the beginning of their blissful life together. However, he now understood that it was merely a stratagem employed by Tao Yushu to entice him to Yanjing. Alas, what could he do with such a fiercely competitive wife? In the early days of his career, Lin Chaoyang was also a prince of overcompetition, but as he matured and gained insight into the workplace, he became disheartened and yearned for a more leisurely existence. Yet, when comparing himself to Tao Yushu, the disparity was stark. He was oblivious to her true nature during her school days. All he knew was that upon returning home, she would either eat or immerse herself in books. Even her bathroom breaks rarely exceeded 5 minutes, and she could spend an entire day at home without a care. As night fell, Lin Chaoyang sorrowfully recalled the KPIs his father had set for him before he arrived in Yanjing. The limitations of his father-in-law's living conditions were an objective factor, while Tao Yushu's fervent dedication to her studies and her relentless ambition were subjective reasons. "Father, do not blame me for my lack of ambition. It is simply that your daughter-in-law is far too driven. As for the matter of grandchildren, let us put that on hold for now." When Tao Yushu canceled their plans during the 11th holiday, Lin Chaoyang was compelled to channel all his energy into his writing, proactively offering to take on duties at the library. Tao Yushu's self-driven competition inadvertently forced Lin Chaoyang into a state of passive competition. Yet, his colleagues at the library showed no signs of resentment. Rather, they praised him for his ambition. Lin Chaoyang smiled at their compliments. But his heart ached. "My diligence stems solely from having such an exceptional wife." Nevertheless, their intense work ethic bore fruit. On the day following the 11th holiday, Lin Chaoyang completed his second short story, which he promptly polished and sent off to Shanghai. Afterward, he visited the school's finance department, and after a month of employment, he finally received his first paycheck from the library, 47 yuan. This was double what he earned as a minor teacher in his previous job. Living off his wife was indeed delightful. Yet, the thought that this money would soon slip through his fingers cast a shadow over his spirits. Fortunately, Tao Yushu was considerate enough to set aside 10 yuan for him each month, allowing him to afford lunch and still save 4 yuan. Zhou Yanru, the head of the Yanjing Literary Group, knocked on the door of a residence within the courtyard of the Yanjing Cultural Bureau. The room was a small studio, appearing quite chaotic with an array of luggage, suggesting that the occupants had just moved in. The owner, a kind-looking gentleman nearing 60, greeted her. Zhou Yanru addressed him. "Comrade Li Qingchuan, I apologize for disturbing you so soon after your return to Yanjing." "Do not mention it. Please have some water," Li Qingchuan offered, pouring her a glass. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhou Yanru stated her purpose. She had come regarding Lin Chaoyang's manuscript, The Wrangler, due to personnel changes. The publication of The Wrangler had been postponed at the editorial meeting. The quality of The Wrangler is beyond doubt. Zhou Yanru can confidently assert that once this novel is published, it will undoubtedly create a significant stir. While it may not achieve nationwide acclaim, it is certainly a work that could propel the author, Lin Chaoyang, to fame. Despite its undeniable excellence, it remains suppressed. Some may adopt a cavalier attitude, indifferent to the chaos that may ensue, yet she fears that such a remarkable piece and its author could be alienated. On that day, outside the library at Yanjing University, Lu Xinwu's inquiries instilled in her a sense of urgency. In the past year, numerous literary publications have resumed or launched. Yet due to the detrimental effects of the past decade, the domestic literary scene finds itself in a precarious state, lacking fresh talent. Many magazines are in desperate need of quality submissions, and while there are plenty of valuable works and authors, they remain elusive. After returning from Yanjing University, Zhou Yanru attempted to engage with the magazine's responsible parties once more, but to no avail. In a moment of desperation, she resolved to adopt a different approach. Li Chaoyang, who was once the chief editor at People's Literature, had been assigned to Harbin in recent years but was now returning to Beijing to take over as the head of Yanjing Literature. With the old leadership transitioning, she thought it prudent to reach out to the new one. Although this might be considered somewhat unconventional, Zhou Yanru believed it to be in the best interest of the publication. Initially, it may not have been appropriate to disturb him so soon after his return, but she had learned that he would not report to the editorial office until the end of the month. Quality submissions were scarce, and impactful works were even rarer. Yanjing Literature was in dire need of such contributions to revitalize its presence. If she waited until he arrived at the office, the manuscript might be queued for months, possibly until January or February. Moreover, if they held on to the submission without publishing it, the author would likely express dissatisfaction. With this manuscript in their possession, there were fewer repercussions from the author. However, what about future submissions? Would authors still be willing to send their works to them? Zhou Yanru elaborated extensively on the situation, detailing her communications and thoughts. After a moment of silence, Li Chaoyang responded, "Comrade Yanru, your considerations are indeed valid." With his affirmation, Zhou Yanru felt a wave of relief. Following their discussion, Li Chaoyang took a look at the Wrangler. He was a heavy smoker, and soon the room was filled with swirling smoke. Zhou Yanru was accustomed to this. The editorial office was home to many such smokers. This is truly excellent. An outstanding manuscript, and even more remarkable is the author. You say this is his debut work? His talent is extraordinary. If we suppress such a promising piece, we risk driving this potential author to other publications. He flicked the ash from his cigarette onto the floor and extinguished it with his foot. Publish it. The organization has instructed me to report to the editorial office by the 23rd, so let it be included in the 11th issue. Li Chaoyang made a decisive declaration. Zhou Yanru was overjoyed. This is wonderful. With your approval, it will be much easier to work with the author. I will contact him immediately and make the necessary revisions. Li Chaoyang added, contact him privately about this matter. I understand, she replied. The former leader had yet to depart, yet the subordinates conspired with the new leader. An act that would be deemed quite inappropriate in any organization. Having received permission from Li Chaoyang, Zhou Yanru felt as though she had been bestowed with a powerful mandate. The following day, which was a weekend, she made her way to Yanjing University to find Chen Jiangong. On the day the May 4th Literary Society was reinstated. During her last conversation with Lin Chaoyang, he had mentioned that Zhou Yanru should refrain from discussing his novel writing outside the editorial department. Should any matters arise, she was to leave a note for him at the university library or seek out Chen Jiangong. Uncertain if Lin Chaoyang would be at work on Sunday, she decided to seek out Chen Jiangong first. Chaoyang was particularly diligent and had indeed come to the office on Sunday. Chen Jiangong escorted Zhou Yanru to the library, where they asked the front desk staff to deliver a note to Lin Chaoyang, who was stationed upstairs. Before long, he descended, and upon seeing the two waiting at the front desk, Lin Chaoyang swiftly lowered his voice and urged them to step outside. He then turned to the front desk attendant, saying, Du Rong, please assist me by going up to the rooftop for a moment. Once outside the library, Zhou Yanru took out her manuscript, indicating the sections that required revisions and adjustments, which totaled 16, none of which posed significant issues. I will briefly outline the changes for you. Please revise and return the manuscript to me by the 25th, so we can aim for publication in the 11th issue. Yanjing Literature is a monthly publication, released on the 10th of each month, meaning the 11th issue would be published on November 10th, given that there was only a month until then. And accounting for the time needed for finalization, proofreading, typesetting, printing, and mailing, Lin Chaoyang would realistically have only about 2 weeks to make the necessary modifications. After detailing the required changes, Zhou Yanru intended to take her leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Chaoyang grasped her arm, insisting, "You need to take the manuscript with you." What? Chapter 27. Talent shines brightly. Zhou Yanru calculated meticulously. Lin Chaoyang had a fortnight to revise the Wrangler. While time might seem a tad constrained for a novice author, she believed that Lin's innate talent would see him through. What manuscript? You haven't made any revisions. Soon, very soon, Lin Chaoyang replied nonchalantly, disregarding her reaction. He retrieved a fountain pen from his pocket and settled onto a bench in the triangular area, promptly commencing his vigorous writing. Zhou Yanru was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected behavior, and Qin Jiangong also appeared somewhat perplexed. They both realized Lin Chaoyang was in the midst of revising. Yet what could it mean for him to detain Zhou Yanru? How quickly could soon possibly be? Was he implying that she would leave today with the revised manuscript? With such queries swirling in her mind, Zhou Yanru and Qin Jiangong stood by the bench, wary of disrupting Lin Chaoyang's flow of thought. They refrained from speaking, directing their attention solely towards the manuscript he was diligently amending. Swish, one line revised. Swish swish, another paragraph completed. Swish swish swish, this page is done. Zhou Yanru had always regarded Lin Chaoyang as a remarkably talented writer, yet today his performance reshaped her perception. Was it truly possible for someone to revise so swiftly? His pen glided effortlessly across the page, as if the words flowed like a stream. The submissions to Beijing literary arts were plentiful, yet most manuscripts bore some flaws, making revisions a commonplace occurrence. Zhou Yanru engaged daily with authors from both local and distant origins, all seeking to refine their work. These authors exhibited varying degrees of efficiency, yet they shared a common flaw, an excruciatingly slow pace in their revisions. Deleting even a few words seemed akin to extracting their very souls. Certain elements were deemed untouchable. While they meticulously dissected minutiae, it was as if they were determined to engrave the phrase "this is a timeless masterpiece" upon their foreheads. What was most alarming was the tendency of some authors to become utterly disheartened during the revision process, their confidence shattered, leaving them utterly bewildered. A manuscript of 18,000 words could take seasoned authors 3 to 5 days, or even a week, to revise, while novices often required hands-on guidance, prolonging the process to weeks or even months. Zhou Yanru had granted Lin Chaoyang a fortnight, and without her guidance. This was indeed a testament to her faith in his abilities. Yet, she had not anticipated that she had underestimated him. This speed Zhou Yanru watched as Lin Chaoyang completed yet another page, unable to resist glancing at her watch. It had only been 20 minutes, and he had already revised 3 pages, altering 4 sections and modifying the word count by over 400 words. While 400 words in 20 minutes might not seem substantial, the reality was that this was not mere rote memorization. It required profound contemplation and thoughtful revisions. Setting aside the quality of the work, the sheer speed of his progress would leave most authors feeling inadequate. Qin Jiangong had already begun examining the manuscript after Lin Chaoyang finished the first page, scrutinizing each section marked in red with meticulous care. "What do you think?" Zhou Yanru inquired softly. "The revisions are excellent, both swift and effective." Zhou Yanru, somewhat skeptically, took the manuscript from Qin Jiangong's hands, examining it with greater scrutiny than he did, nearly pressing her eyes into the letter. It was Sunday, and the Yanyuan was alive with vibrant figures and the exuberant shouts of youth. Yet, in the small space around the triangular bench, the only sound punctuating the silence was the soft scratching of Lin Chaoyang's pen. Zhou Yanru gently placed the letter back on the bench, pressing it down with the cap of her pen, and gestured for Qin Jiangong to follow her to a spot not far from Lin Chaoyang, ensuring they would not disturb him. After a prolonged silence, Qin Jiangong inquired, "Teacher Zhou, wouldn't this be considered quick-witted on Chaoyang's part?" Zhou Yanru did not respond directly, instead gazing at Lin Chaoyang's silhouette and suddenly reminiscing about an unrelated topic. Back when Yanjing literature had just been launched, the staff was limited, and the pool of available manuscripts was scant. It was indeed a time of dire straits. As the submission deadline approached, it felt akin to a poor family preparing for the new year, devoid of any substantial offerings. In moments of desperation, the editorial board would often exclaim, "If we truly lack decent material, old Zhao, why don't you write something?" Old Zhao never shied away. He would respond, "After all, it's a fee for the work, so the good fortune should not flow to outsiders." Each time, he would indulge in a bit of liquor, savor a bowl of wontons, sketch a few symbols on paper, and intertwine some lines, then, with a steady hand, produce a masterpiece in one breath. While Zhou Yinru spoke, Chen Jiangong remained silent, listening with keen interest. He was somewhat familiar with Yanjing literature and knew that the old Zhao Zhou Yinru referred to was none other than the novelist and founder of the Shanyao dance school, Zhao Shuli. He had also been an editor for Yanjing literature and took charge after the passing of Lao Shi. It was under such circumstances that Dengji was hastily produced. As Zhou Yinru recounted this, she looked towards Lin Chaoyang, who was diligently scribbling beside the bench. Those endowed with extraordinary talent often produce verses effortlessly. Apart from the likes of Chao Ji, who could compose poetry in 7 steps, few authors, like old Zhao, could craft a remarkable work over a cup of wine. Chaoyang. She paused momentarily. It was difficult for her to assess Lin Chaoyang's capabilities. She hesitated to claim that his talent could rival that of Zhao Shuli, but she could at least affirm that he possessed such potential. After all, he was merely a 20-year-old youth with limited literary experience. Though Zhou Yinru did not finish her thought, Chen Jiangong perceived her admiration and appreciation for Lin Chaoyang. As a novelist himself, he fully understood her sentiments. In his own creative process, he could agonize over a single phrase for hours, rewriting an article repeatedly, and after days of effort, he might only produce a mere 1,000 or 1,800 words, finding dissatisfaction from every angle. Comparing his own circumstances to Lin Chaoyang's, he recognized the stark disparity. Often, the flashes of innate talent reveal an insurmountable gap. Furthermore, revising a manuscript is not akin to writing one. Writing is a flowing process of thought, akin to a vast ocean unleashed. In contrast, revising resembles the rigid structure of classical essays, requiring one to showcase their talent within established constraints while also breaking free from entrenched thinking. In the eyes of the writer, the manuscript of the Wrangler was already quite remarkable. However, Zhou Yinru still found numerous flaws. The most astonishing aspect was that Lin Chaoyang made revisions with such effortless grace, displaying no signs of hesitation. Chen Zhangwo, both admiring and somewhat embarrassed, recalled that he had previously considered offering Lin Chaoyang some guidance. An hour swiftly passed, and Lin Chaoyang rose, shaking off his nearly numb feet, capped his fountain pen, and tucked it back into his pocket, organizing the manuscript. "Old Zhou, take a look and see if the revisions are satisfactory," he urged. Zhou Yinru quietly reviewed the changes and found them to be excellent. "That will suffice," Lin Chaoyang remarked as he dashed out, stating that further communication could wait for another time. Holding the manuscript, Zhou Yinru turned to Chen Zhangwo and inquired, "Why is he in such a hurry?" "You may not know," he replied, "but Chaoyang is exceptionally driven." Chapter 28. A glimmer of hope to Lin Chaoyang. The task of revising a manuscript bore a striking resemblance to the late-night endeavors of his future self, laboring over PowerPoint presentations and written proposals. With the myriad of expectations from superiors and clients, one must possess a repertoire of contingency plans and the ability to adapt swiftly. Otherwise, one risks being overwhelmed by their demands. When he first visited the editorial department of Yanjing Literature, Zhou Yinru had discussed minor issues regarding the horsemen with him. He had stored those insights in his mind, and over the past few days had been crafting his thoughts in preparation. As fate would have it, today those preparations proved invaluable. Little did he know that the simple act of revising a manuscript would inspire Zhou Yinru and Chen Jiangong to conjure such elaborate interpretations. Had he been aware, it would have undoubtedly thrilled him. Finally, he had made a remarkable impression. 2 days later, while Lin Chaoyang was idly browsing through books in the library, a note was passed up to him from downstairs, indicating that someone was seeking his presence. Upon descending, he was pleasantly surprised to find Tao Yushu waiting for him. "Yushu, do you not have class this afternoon?" Lin Chaoyang inquired, astonished. It was uncommon for university schedules to be fully packed every day, and even when Tao Yushu had no classes, she typically found a quiet spot to study, rarely returning home early. In response to Lin Chaoyang's question, Tao Yushu enveloped him in an enthusiastic embrace. "Chaoyang, my review has been published," she exclaimed, her face radiant with joy. "Such swift publication? Come, let us procure a copy of literary report to see it," Tao Yushu urged, retrieving a small booklet from her bag with a hint of pride. "Look." Lin Chaoyang accepted the booklet gleefully. It was a 16mo publication, its left side adorned with an inkwash painting, while the right featured the traditional characters for literary report, with the date and issue number inscribed below. This edition, freshly released today, marked the revival of literary report, which had resumed circulation in July and was currently a monthly publication. As Lin Chaoyang perused the literary report, he spotted a familiar name in the table of contents on the authenticity of literary creation Tao Yushu. Impressive to have published an article in your freshman year. Young Tao, your future is boundless. Do not disdain me, your humble partner. Lin Chaoyang jested heartily. Stop saying such nonsense. Tao Yushu chided playfully, then mysteriously urged, turn the page. Believing she wished to show him her article in print, Lin Chaoyang was taken aback when a piece of paper slipped from between the pages. Picking it up, he discovered it to be a payment slip for her manuscript fee. Tao Yushu's article, though succinct, nearing 2,000 words, had earned her 10 yuan, as the editorial department compensated 5 yuan per 1,000 words. With this slip, she could collect her payment from the postal savings office. Before Lin Chaoyang could respond, Tao Yushu declared, tonight, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Lin Chaoyang clapped in approval and asked, will your family not be concerned? I'll add extra dishes for them tomorrow. Tao Yushu replied with flair. How generous. Shall I inform your family that you will not be returning for dinner tonight? Lin Chaoyang reminded her. Yes, you go ahead to work. I will return home for a moment. Tao Yushu invited Lin Chaoyang to a grand feast, but they actually dined at the Yanjing restaurant just outside the school's south gate. Conveniently, there was a savings bank nearby where they withdrew some cash before their meal. They ordered a dish of stir-fried liver, believing it would nourish their blood. While placing the order, Tao Yushu specifically instructed, all right, let's add some tender pork tenderloin, shall we? Of course, Lin Chaoyang replied. The couple selected 3 dishes in total, with the pork tenderloin being the most expensive at 82 cents. Their entire meal cost a lavish $2.32. Compared to the school cafeteria, the Yanjing restaurant was somewhat pricey, yet it remained quite economical by restaurant standards, particularly as the flavors were delightful. The couple savored their meal with great delight, feeling utterly content. Having dined to their fill, they took a leisurely stroll through the yin garden. The evening ambience in the garden was the liveliest of the day. Autumn in Yanjing is notoriously brief. It can still be warm in mid-September, yet by November, winter has set in. The recent days could be deemed the best climatic period of the year in Yanjing. Tao Yushu clung to Lin Chaoyang's arm, softly murmuring calculations. They had spent $2.32 on dinner, and tomorrow she needed to buy some vegetables to enhance their meals. With $10 in manuscript fees, more than half had already vanished, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Money seems to slip away far too easily. You should write more next time. If you submit 100,000 words, wouldn't that be more economical? Tao Yushu chuckled. If I wrote 100,000 words, I would indeed be quite remarkable, a critic of sorts. I believe in you. Although they jested, Tao Yushu felt her husband's unwavering trust, prompting her to embrace his arm more tightly and lean on his shoulder, enveloped in a warm atmosphere. The following day, Tao Yushu purchased half a roasted duck, a fish, and 2 pounds of pork, leaving her with just $2 from her manuscript fee. Upon hearing that Tao Yushu's article was published in the Literary Art Journal, both her parents were overjoyed. However, Tao's mother cast a disapproving glance at Lin Chaoyang. The more accomplished their daughter became, the less she seemed to favor Lin Chaoyang. Yushu's university education has truly paid off. She is nearly matching my former brilliance, remarked her brother-in-law, eliciting eye rolls from Tao Yushu and her sister. At this moment, Tao's mother added, Shaolin, with Yushu's diligent studies. You must not become complacent. Lin's father referred to Lin Chaoyang as Chaoyang, while Lin's mother called him Shaolin, a clear distinction of affection. Lin Chaoyang internally translated Tao's mother's underlying message. My daughter is exceptional. Do not hinder her progress. Mom, Chaoyang works exceptionally hard, even taking shifts at the library during evenings and weekends. Uncle Xie even praised him to Dad. Tao Yushu interjected before Lin Chaoyang could respond. Why the eagerness for such a communal meal? Such a narrow mindset. Hearing Tao's mother's harsh words, Tao's father interjected. All right, let us not dwell on it. Let us eat. That evening, the Tao family's dinner was particularly sumptuous, featuring 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, and the family enjoyed their meal heartily. Once they returned to their room, Tao Yushu reassured Lin Chaoyang, don't take my mother's words to heart. She is just like that. Her comments may be harsh, but there is truth in them. Don't you see this as a positive sign? What do you mean? At the very least, Mom has expectations of me. Doesn't that indicate she is slowly accepting me? Found herself at a loss for words, suspecting that her mother was currently unleashing a torrent of criticism upon her husband. Yet he would still conjure words of defense. However, upon reflecting that his actions were solely intended to alleviate her own distress and to preserve the bond between mother and daughter, her heart swelled with emotion, and she could not help but surrender herself into Lin Chaoyang's embrace. Just as the couple was enveloped in warmth, the door to the room was abruptly thrust open. Oh dear! The young woman instinctively covered her eyes in embarrassment. The two quickly separated at the sound, and, casting a reproachful glance towards the entrance, remarked, "Do you not know that one should knock before entering a room?" "Understood. I shall be more mindful next time," replied. Aware of her transgression and needing something from her sister, her demeanor surprisingly amiable. "What is it?" inquired. "Sister, do you have that issue of Literary Gazette? I would like to borrow it for a moment." "Remember to return it," reminded her as she lent the small booklet to her sister. "You can have it for a couple of days." Once had departed, began to hum a cheerful tune as she opened the book, her spirits soaring. She clapped her hands and sang, "I ride my horse over the hillside." While Lin Chaoyang delighted in his wife's happiness, he too harbored hopes in his heart. The manuscript he sent to Shanghai Literature should have reached the editorial office by now, he mused. Surely it would pass the review? Additionally, he had completed the revisions for Yanjing Literature, and Zhou Yinru mentioned it would be published in November. He wondered when the payment for the manuscript would be issued. Reflecting on these matters, he felt a sense of anticipation for the days to come. Chapter 29. Is writing a novel really so difficult? On the third weekend of October, after returning from class on Saturday, Tao Yushu unexpectedly announced her plans to go out the following day. Lin Chaoyang was overjoyed, thinking that his wife had finally decided to indulge in some leisure. However, he was soon informed that she intended to rise early to queue for a batch of foreign literary classics arriving at the Wangfujing bookstore. The notion of queuing for books may seem absurd in contemporary times, but during the late 1970s to the mid-1980s, it was perfectly commonplace. The torment of 10 years without books is unimaginable to those in later generations. After 1976, the long-suppressed spiritual pursuits of the populace were suddenly unleashed, making bookstores essential destinations for many seeking recreation in that era. Particularly in the initial years following the reform and opening up, domestic printing resources were severely constrained, leading to limited print runs from various publishers, thereby intensifying the fervor for reading. Consequently, whenever a bookstore received a new shipment, long lines would form outside from early morning, sometimes extending for miles, and it was not uncommon to wait for hours only to find the books sold out. That morning, Lin Chaoyang was roused from his slumber by Tao Yushu, who insisted he accompany her to purchase books. By 7 a.m., they arrived at the Wangfujing bookstore, only to find the queue already stretching nearly a mile. Tao Yushu gazed anxiously at the throng ahead, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have bothered with breakfast." The couple had risen at 5:30, had their meal, and after a quick wash, rode their bicycles to the store, only to discover they were far from the most zealous in their pursuit. As long as there is one disruptor, others cannot find peace. This exemplifies the detrimental effects of excessive competition. "No matter how important it is to buy books, we can't skip meals," Lin Chaoyang reassured her. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, they stood in line until 8 a.m. When the bookstore finally opened, the crowd surged forward in a frenzy. By the time it was their turn, the new books had already sold out. "How can one pair of eyes take in so many books?" Tao Yushu observed enviously as others exited the store with stacks of books in their arms, her gaze almost piercing through to them in frustration. "Dear, it's not the end of the world. We're all part of the same community," Lin Chaoyang said, genuinely concerned that she might confront someone over the situation. "Hu Jie from the library. Her husband works at Xinhua bookstore. I can ask her to help you get a few copies." Tao Yushu relinquished her fixation and regained her composure, reasoning that it was not worth jeopardizing relationships over a few books. "We can always borrow them from the library," she concluded. However, that notion was somewhat hollow, for popular titles at the library were often perpetually checked out, and the foreign literary classic series was notably among them. Having failed to procure the books, the couple opted not to return home, but instead headed to the cinema. This October, an elder was visiting Japan, and several major cities in the country were hosting the inaugural Japanese Film Week, showcasing films such as The Chase, Nostalgia, and The Fox's Story. Following this, the Shanghai Dubbing Factory introduced The Chase. In the ensuing days, The Chase had just begun a large-scale release in domestic theaters, immediately sparking a sensation. On ordinary days, Lin Chaoyang would accompany Tao Yushu to watch movies, but she always seemed disinterested. It was not that she lacked enthusiasm for films, rather. The grand dining hall showcased only old classics that she had seen countless times. The Chase, a Japanese film, was making its debut in the country, and naturally, Tao Yushu was eager to see it. For the domestic audience of the 1970s, the arrival of the Chase was akin to a visual feast. The towering skyscrapers and modern facilities depicted in the film, the suspenseful nature of the escape narrative, and the characters' tumultuous journeys between law and humanity. Every element of the Chase captivated the audience of that era. As the credits rolled and the female viewers exited, they either discussed the tall, handsome, and rugged Du Qiu or the innocent and charming heiress, Mayumi, or they marveled at the skyscrapers and car phones featured in the movie. Tao Yushu remarked, "In just 30 years post-war, Japan has achieved such progress from a mere group of islands." Observing the patriotic expression on her face, Lin Chaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" Tao Yushu inquired with a serious demeanor. "Nothing much," Lin Chaoyang replied, becoming solemn. "Japan's development is primarily due to their fortunate circumstances." As the brisk autumn of October slipped by, Lin Chaoyang finally received the long-awaited payment for his writing. The Horseman totaled nearly 17,000 words, and the editorial department of Yanjing Literature offered him a payment of 5 yuan per 1,000 words, amounting to a total of 85 yuan, nearly equivalent to Lin Chaoyang's 2-month salary. His little treasury was thriving. The payment slip was delivered by Qin Jianggong, who was quickly becoming the liaison between Lin Chaoyang and Yanjing Literature. "Come on, Jianggong, let me treat you to a meal." With the payment in hand, Lin Chaoyang was eager to celebrate, especially after having sought Qin Jianggong's assistance numerous times recently. However, Qin Jianggong was too preoccupied with food to notice. "Forget about the meal. First, help me review this manuscript." Lin Chaoyang nearly forgot his commitment to serve as a consultant for Weiming Lake. He took the manuscript from Qin Jianggong and examined it thoroughly. "This was written by one of your classmates?" "Yes, Lu Jinying from the class of 78, Qin Jianggong replied. "There are quite a few issues." Jinying and Zhaoping had voiced similar concerns, feeling that there were too many problems to warrant revisions, suggesting it might be best to return it outright. "I thought, since my junior has just embarked on this path, it would be rather unkind to be so harsh." "Do you think it can be revised?" Lin Chaoyang stroked his chin, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Major revisions were indeed necessary. He retrieved a fountain pen from his pocket, uncapped it, and before he began, he inquired of Qin Jianggong, "You can write, right?" "Absolutely." Lin Chaoyang's willingness to assist with the manuscript review was a welcome development, given the prior experience of revising manuscripts. Qin Jianggong now held a deep trust in Lin Chaoyang. He watched as Lin Chaoyang's pen danced across the already filled pages, marking and annotating continuously. Within minutes, the manuscript bore a multitude of meticulous revision requests. This process was repeated until all the issues were clearly delineated. He returned the manuscript to Qin Jianggong, advising him to make revisions based on his notes. Qin Jianggong marveled, "Xiaoyang, if you were an editor, you would undoubtedly be a renowned one. My skills are simply insufficient." After exchanging a few words, Lin Xiaoyang returned to the library, while Qin Jianggong once again gazed at the densely packed text on the manuscript, reflecting on the innate sensitivity some individuals possess towards words. Building 32. Room 334 at Yanjing University serves as both the venue for the May 4th Literary Society's activities and the editorial office of the Weiming Lake magazine. The May 4th Literary Society has been established for over a month, comprising 4 groups: critique, prose, drama and folk art, and poetry. The initial cohort of members includes more than 90 students, primarily from the Chinese department of the 77th and 78th cohorts, alongside a number of literary youths from other departments. As the vice president of the Literary Society, Qin Jianggong oversees the prose group while also serving as an editor for Weiming Lake. Alongside him, the 77th cohort's Cha Jinying and Wang Zhaoping are also editors, with Zhou Shifang, another vice president, acting as the chief editor. Upon his return, he found the two discussing Lin Chaoyang. Earlier that morning, Zhang Dinning had come to find Qin Jianggong, assuming he had new works to announce. However, he remained reticent when questioned. Once the crowd dispersed, he confided to a classmate who was already aware of Lin Chaoyang's novel writing that Zhang Dinning had come to deliver a payment slip for Lin Chaoyang. It turns out Lin Chaoyang possesses some talent. He has even managed to publish a novel in Yanjing Literature, remarked Cha Jinying. Both she and Wang Xiaoping hailed from distinguished families in Beijing, and having been admitted to Yanjing University's Chinese department, they were active participants in the department's affairs, which inadvertently lent a sense of superiority to their conversations, though it was not intended to be unkind. Don't you think he carries a certain arrogance? Wang Xiaoping inquired. Arrogance? I have not perceived it. He seems quite amiable, countered Cha Jianying. I find him rather proud. Do you recall our first meeting at Zhongting? Indeed. It was introduced by Yao Zhong. Wang Xiaoping reminisced. From my observations, he has likely read the poems we study. Yet when I asked him if he enjoys poetry, he replied that he prefers our recitations. Reflect on that statement. Cha Jianying furrowed her brow in contemplation. Now that you mention it, there does seem to be a point. At that moment, Chun Jianggong chuckled, saying, You ladies are quite perceptive, even remembering such subtle details. Cha Jianying teased, so observant. I think she is smitten. No wonder she approached Lin Chaoyang the very first day they met. Wang Xiaoping sprang up in a fluster to cover her mouth, exclaiming, Stop talking nonsense. Chun Jianggong quickly intervened, placing the manuscript on the table. Enough of this frivolity. Let us attend to serious matters. He pointed at the manuscript. Both of you claimed Lu Jinyun's piece one night in the melon field was beyond salvage. When I mentioned it to Zhao Yang while delivering the payment slip, he agreed to review it. Cha Jianying picked up the manuscript, startled by the densely packed handwriting, noting that the annotations nearly outnumbered the main text. Wang Xiaoping leaned in. Did he really make all these comments? What remarkable patience! Cha Jianying cast her gaze at her, suppressing the urge to tease her, and inquired of Chun Jianggong. Is it truly necessary to have Lu Jinyun rewrite this? It seems almost akin to starting afresh. Of course it is. How could it not be? Chun Jianggong, having spent several years penning novels, was acutely aware of the intricacies involved. If one does not point out the issues, the writer may remain oblivious to their own shortcomings indefinitely. Writing 10 drafts is far less beneficial than revising just once. How many possess an innate talent for writing? The finest authors emerge through revision. Before Cha Jianying could respond, Wang Xiaoping interjected, having focused intently on the annotations on the manuscript during their conversation. Brother Lin's review skills are quite impressive. You noticed that? Cha Jianying could not resist a playful remark. Look at this section. Wang Xiaoping earnestly pointed to the manuscript. In truth, Lin Chaoyang's editorial feedback on Lu Jinyun's piece could have been provided by any professional editor, and many seasoned editors might have identified even more issues than he did. Yet, to the inexperienced eyes of Cha Jianying and Wang Xiaoping, this seemed remarkably proficient. Once the two had thoroughly examined the manuscript, Chun Jianggong prepared to deliver it to Lu Jinyun. Just as he was about to exit, he encountered a classmate. Yangzhua. Jianggong, heading out? Yes, I'm delivering a manuscript. And you? Yangzhua, bespectacled and slightly plump, smiled. I'll also deliver a manuscript. Wonderful. I must take a good look at the work of this great talent. Please wait for me. Chun Jianggong turned to Wang Xiaoping and called out, Xiaoping, could you review Liang's manuscript first? I shall return shortly. Certainly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chun Jianggong found Lu Jinyun and returned the manuscript. Gazing at the dense annotations covering the pages, Lu Jinyun felt overwhelmed. Is writing a novel truly this challenging? Chapter 30. The Horse Wrangler. As November commenced, the temperatures in Yanjing plummeted day by day. Many individuals on campus had already donned their winter attire, and the heating in the Yanda library had yet to warm up, rendering the experience within its walls somewhat torturous. Upon arriving that morning, Lin Chaoyang first visited the Chinese journal reading room, where he borrowed the newly arrived issue of Yanjing Literature. One of the greatest advantages of working at Yanda is the accessibility of a vast array of reading materials, allowing individuals to peruse most of what is currently available at no cost. This week, it was Lin Chaoyang's turn to man the front desk, where he initially managed a throng of students eager to borrow books. Seizing a moment of solitude, he began to peruse the borrowed issue of Yanjing Literature, The Horse Wrangler, by Su Lingju. Since Lin Chaoyang could not use his real name for publication, he opted for a pen name, lazily choosing the name of the novel's protagonist. Observing the handwritten words that had been transcribed onto paper now transformed into print, Lin Chaoyang experienced a peculiar sensation, perhaps a sense of accomplishment, albeit a modest one, as he recognized he was merely standing on the shoulders of giants. What could he do? The path he tread was paved entirely by giants. With the manuscript fee in hand and the novel published, Lin Chaoyang reveled in the magazine, his spirits soaring. At noon, he made his way to the dining hall, resolutely positioning himself at the back of the queue for braised pork. Hey, Jinyun, he called out, spotting a familiar face while waiting in line. Lu Jinyun appeared listless and dejected. Upon hearing Lin Chaoyang's greeting, he turned slowly, dazed, and managed a half-hearted response. "What's wrong?" Lin Chaoyang inquired. "Oh, I was revising a manuscript last night, and didn't sleep well." Lu Jinyun yawned, though the truth was far graver. He hadn't slept at all. The previous day, he had received the manuscript returned by Chen Jiangong, which struck a profound blow to his tender spirit. Akin to the first time he had encountered the Count of Monte Cristo. Someone like me, am I worthy of writing a novel? The annotations and critiques on the manuscript echoed incessantly in his mind. After a struggle to regain his composure, he gritted his teeth and resolved to revise the manuscript. This endeavor consumed an entire night without sleep, accompanied by the consumption of 2 packs of cigarettes. When the others in the dormitory awoke that morning, they voiced their grievances, lamenting the smoky atmosphere Lu Jinyun had created. Lu Jinyun retorted, "I haven't even charged you for my secondhand smoke." After a sleepless night spent revising and a morning filled with classes, it was no wonder Lin Chaoyang encountered such a weary-looking Lu Jinyun. Unbeknownst to Lu Jinyun, it was Lin Chaoyang who had revised the manuscript. However, Lin Chaoyang was acutely aware that the manuscript he had altered belonged to Lu Jinyun. A twinge of guilt washed over him as he considered the toll it had taken on the young man. He promptly pulled Lu Jinyun from the line for the tofu and directed him into the queue for braised pork. Lu Jinyun struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "I have no money. Allow me to treat you." Lin Chaoyang insisted. Lu Jinyun, perplexed by Lin Chaoyang's enthusiasm, ultimately surrendered to the irresistible aroma of the braised pork, abandoning his resistance. With a mouthful of succulent, marbled braised pork, Lu Jinyun gleamed with delight. "Brother Lin, once my short story is published in the magazine, I shall certainly treat you to a feast. Do not call me brother. I am but a year younger than you." Lin Chaoyang was born in 1959, while Lu Jinyun was born in 1958. Lu Jinyun expressed mild surprise, muttering, "You certainly do not look younger." Lin Chaoyang retorted, "Even this meat would not be offered to you." Joking aside, the invitation had been extended. Could he possibly wrest the meat from Lu Jinyun's mouth? At worst, he could always indulge again on another occasion. Upon returning from the communal dining hall, Lin Chaoyang noticed that the magazine Yanjing Literature was missing from the table. His neighbor, Hu Wenxiong, remarked, "Little Lin, I have the magazine here. It's for you." Lin Chaoyang declined to take the magazine she offered, stating, "I have already perused it. You may keep it and simply return it to the periodicals office when you're finished." "Very well, thank you," he replied, exiting the dining hall. Despite the biting cold wind numbing his face, Lu Jinyun found himself struggling to keep his eyes open. After a sleepless night and a lengthy morning of classes, compounded by a hearty lunch, it was no wonder he felt drowsy. He hurried back to dormitory 32, intending to catch a brief nap, and collapsed onto his bed. When he awakened, he glanced out the window to find darkness enveloping the outside world. A jolt of panic surged through Lu Jinyun. He had missed his afternoon class. The dormitory leader, also from the Chinese department, noticed he was awake and immediately asked, "Jinyun, why didn't you attend class? Teacher Xia was inquiring about your absence." Lu Jinyun's face paled. "What did you tell them?" "What could we say? You returned from lunch and went straight to sleep. We merely reported the truth." Hearing this, Lu Jinyun's expression turned frantic as he muttered, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." Seeing his distress, the others in the dormitory erupted into laughter, and Lu Jinyun quickly realized he had been the subject of their jest. Nevertheless, he remained anxious about missing the class, persistently questioning the dormitory leader. "Do not worry. We told them you were unwell." Dormitory resident Lu, who had been reading a magazine, could not hold back the truth and revealed the reality to Lu Jinyun, who then breathed a sigh of relief. This commotion had roused him from his groggy state, and he recalled the manuscript he had been tirelessly revising through the night, which still awaited completion. "Jinyun, why not start afresh instead of continuing to revise?" Lu suggested. Yet Lu Jinyun was reluctant to abandon his efforts. "I shall give it another try." Seeing he could not sway him, Lu tossed the magazine into his hands. "Do not just bury yourself in writing. Take a moment to observe how others compose their works. Look at this issue of Yanjing Literature. The stories are remarkably well-crafted, rivaling Lu Xinhua's Scar." Lu Jinyun felt a wave of disdain at Lu's comparison. Scar had been published months prior, gaining immense popularity and igniting a significant public discourse, even inspiring the rallying cry of Scar literature. In his view, Scar was at best marginally superior to his own work and hardly merited its prominent reputation in the literary scene. Despite his thoughts, he could not dismiss Lu's good intentions outright. He began to peruse the article Lulu had handed him, The Horseman by Su Lingjun. He was a son abandoned by the wealthy. From the very first sentence, Lu Jinyun's attention was captivated by the novel. Meanwhile, the Yanjing University library had already closed for the day. Unlike her usual routine of packing up a few minutes early, Hu Wenxiong remained unusually seated, her mind entirely engrossed in the magazine before her, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Sister Hu, it's time to leave. Lin Chaoyang called out twice before she snapped back to reality. Though she responded with a distracted ah, her gaze lingered on the magazine. Noticing that everyone else had already departed, she finally remembered that she needed to return home to prepare dinner. Reluctantly, she tucked the magazine into her bag, resolving to read it later that evening when time permitted. Chapter 31. In the campus of Yanjing Normal University, the morning classes had just concluded. Tao Yushu, accompanied by her classmates, exited the classroom and headed towards the cafeteria. What were you watching during class? Did you even sneak into Teacher Han's lecture? Tao Yushu inquired of her female classmate, Wu Yingfang. This morning's lesson featured Han Jiaoqi, who taught records of the Grand Historian, a subject immensely popular among the students of the Chinese department at Yanjing Normal University. Wu Yingfang revealed a magazine nestled between her textbooks, her tone tinged with mystery. The newly published novel, The Horse Wrangler, Yet Another Scar. The title Yanjing Literature was prominently displayed on the magazine's cover. Tao Yushu asked, The Horse Wrangler? Yes, I believe it surpasses Scar, Wu Yingfang responded, her eyes glimmering with a hint of longing. If only I could meet the character Su Lingjun from the novel, tall, handsome, and cultured. The author's pen name is Su Lingjun. Do you think he might have based the character on himself? Tao Yushu, who had not read the novel, teased, You're swooning again. What's swooning? You'll understand once you read it. Now, let us hurry to lunch. Yanjing Literature is a well-established literary journal in the country, renowned for having had illustrious editors such as Lao Shi and Zhao Shuli, which contributed to its national fame. In recent years, the domestic literary scene has experienced a resurgence. However, overcoming the long-standing ideological and artistic constraints, which are akin to cold dogmas, is no easy feat furthermore, due to the conservative styles of the two recent editors. The revival of Yanjing Literature has not yielded many impactful works. From the perspective of the seasoned editor Zhou Yanru, Lin Chaoyang The Horse Wrangler bears a striking resemblance to The Homeroom Teacher, published earlier in the year in the People's Daily, and Scar, which appeared mid-year in the Wenwei Daily. Each bears a poignant indictment of the past era, unveiling the scars it inflicted upon society, and articulating the tragedies of that time with precision. However, The Horse Wrangler distinguishes itself by transcending mere condemnation. Its introspection and warmth evoke a deeper emotional resonance, elevating its thematic significance above the other two works. Particularly in the portrayal of the father figure, it possesses profound symbolism, and the depiction of the father-son relationship demonstrates remarkable wisdom. While resonating with the reader's inner sentiments, it also achieves a sense of rationality and restraint, successfully crafting the image of Su Lingjun as an intellectual who, despite enduring immense suffering, remains unyielding in his ideals. With these various elements converging, Zhou Yanru earnestly believed that even if The Horse Wrangler could not wield the formidable influence of Scar, it should nonetheless be a notable contender, sufficient to establish Lin Chaoyang's prominence in the literary world. Clearly, her thoughts were quite astute. On the day of the 11th issue of Yanjing Literature's publication, she began to overhear discussions regarding The Horse Wrangler within the Yanjing City Writers Association building. A day later, individuals had already begun visiting the editorial office to inquire about the author and the creative background of The Horse Wrangler. Despite the absence of reader feedback, Zhou Yanru, drawing from her extensive professional experience, effortlessly surmised that the Wrangler was poised for success. A week later, upon returning to work, she received tidings from Li Qingchuan, the newly appointed head of the publication. The distribution center had called to report that the 11th issue of Yanjing Literature and Art was selling at an astonishing pace, with dwindling stock necessitating a reprint. A reprint? Just 1 week had passed. Zhou Yanru's tone reflected her surprise. The sales of Yanjing Literature and Art had remained remarkably stable over the past 2 years, with few instances of reprints. Was it due to the Wrangler? Li Qingchuan's face lit up with joy as he nodded. The Wrangler was a work they both held in high regard, and they had even conspired privately before he officially assumed his role. It appeared that this piece had indeed lived up to their fervent expectations. Let us initiate a reprint of 50,000 copies, Li Qingchuan exclaimed, his elation palpable. He had only reported to the editorial office on the 23rd of the previous month, and before he had even settled into his duties, he was already celebrating a promising start. Zhou Yinru contemplated suggesting a more conservative approach, emphasizing that even if the Wrangler stirred just a fraction of the public discourse generated by Scar, the sales for this issue of Yanjing literature and art could potentially double, as previous sales had consistently hovered between 200,000 to 300,000 copies. However, reprints were not a one-time affair. Should the sales continue to flourish, further prints could be arranged. Thus she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Old Zhou, just as they were conversing, Zhang Denning, wearing a beaming expression, called out to Zhou Yinru, waving a newspaper in his hand. "Look at this." "What is it?" Zhou Yinru inquired, taking the newspaper, which was today's Yanjing Daily. Zhang Denning pointed to a particular section. "Look, Suffering is a Mirror, by Hu Depei." Such swift commentary? And pinned by Hu Depei? Zhou Yinru felt a rush of surprise and delight. Hu Depei was a seasoned editor at the People's Literature Publishing House, and currently served as the deputy editor of New Literary Historical Materials. In addition, he was a literary critic whose work artistic discussions on Li Zicheng held significant influence in the literary community's study of Li Zicheng. It seemed the Wrangler was indeed on the brink of becoming a phenomenon, Zhang Denning remarked joyfully. Yet, it was still too early to declare such triumph. Although Zhou Yinru harbored the same sentiment internally, she maintained a cautious demeanor in her words. "And what of this?" Zhang Denning continued, retrieving several letters from the table. "These are reader letters?" Zhou Yinru asked, and Zhang Denning nodded, having just received them that morning, in the span of a week. With the publication preparing for a reprint, critical articles being published, and reader feedback beginning to trickle in, all signs indicated that the Wrangler was indeed cultivating a burgeoning impact. Zhou Yinru casually opened one letter, which was from a factory worker named Zhu Hong in Yanjing City, who had once been a sent-down youth and returned to Yanjing in 1976 after 7 years in the countryside. The suffering endured by Su Lingjun encapsulates the collective experiences of our generation: labor re-education and harsh environments amid political turmoil, all of which the protagonist Su Lingjun has faced. It is precisely these tribulations that have gradually nurtured a profound love for the land beneath his feet. He continues to possess a heart that cherishes life, a virtue deserving of our admiration and praise. Upon reading Scars, I am often moved to tears, for that work articulates my discontent and resentment towards the bygone years. Yet, when I delve into The Horse Wrangler, I not only empathize with its themes, but also perceive the resilience of humanity that emerges amidst adversity. Within its pages, I find not only a denunciation of the past, but also a reflection, warmth, and beauty. I believe the success of The Horse Wrangler lies in this very essence. Experiencing the spiritual strength garnered by the writer from this novel, Zhou Yinru remarked to Zhang Denning, "The Horse Wrangler has triumphed." Chapter 32. Azu contemplates withdrawal. Shortly after its publication in Yanjing Literature, The Horseman garnered immense affection from readers and simultaneously attracted the attention of several literary figures. Earlier in the year, People's Literature featured The Homeroom Teacher. In mid-year, Wenwei Daily published Scar, coincidentally just before the year's end when Yanjing Literature released The Horseman. Numerous seasoned literary critics and enthusiasts keenly observed what appeared to be a whirlwind sweeping through the Chinese literary scene. Following the release of Scar, the term Scar literature became widely recognized, effectively encapsulating the essence and purpose of this literary genre. The emergence of The Horseman resonated harmoniously with the critical spirit embodied in The Homeroom Teacher and Scar, while simultaneously elevating the themes of introspection and human nature. It not only echoed the public's negative sentiments toward societal issues, but also subtly enhanced the exploration of social significance inherent in Scar literature. With the reprint of the 11th issue of Yanjing Literature in 1978 achieving remarkable sales, an increasing number of readers encountered The Horseman, thereby amplifying the novel's influence. One evening, a week after The Horseman was published, Lin Chaoyang, after dinner, was startled to find Tao Yushu engrossed in reading the novel. What was the matter? Lin Chaoyang accidentally stubbed his toe against the bedpost, wincing in pain. Tao Yushu, concerned, inquired about his well-being. "It's nothing," he replied, rubbing his foot and casually asking her, "What poems are featured in this issue of Yanjing Literature?" "Those poems are old news. This issue has a real gem," Tao Yushu replied, her excitement palpable as she displayed the magazine to Lin Chaoyang. "Look at this piece, The Horseman. It fully inherits the style of Scar and surpasses it," she enthusiastically declared. "I intend to write a review discussing this novel. This time, I'll write more and treat you to dinner at Lao Mo with the manuscript fee. Lin Chaoyang forced a smile in response. You might be dreaming, Tao Yushu teased, adding, whether it gets published is still uncertain. Despite her words, she felt a glimmer of confidence within. A few days later, Zhang Dinning visited the library. How did you find me? Lin Chaoyang asked. The editorial department wants to invite you to write a piece about your creative process, and also inquired if you have any new manuscripts. I'm too busy to write. Lin Chaoyang replied, knowing this was merely an excuse. Recently, he had received 85 yuan for The Horseman, which diminished his creative drive for the time being. He had also submitted a manuscript to Shanghai Literature, but had yet to receive any feedback. Currently, the most pressing concern was the unexpected popularity of The Horseman. Every day in the library, he overheard students discussing the novel, and the number of commentaries in newspapers and magazines was steadily rising. If this continued, he genuinely feared exposure. Earning manuscript fees is easy, but one must have the means to enjoy them. As Zhu thought about withdrawing, Zhang Dinning found his demeanor perplexing, remarking, no one has pressured you to write novels before, have they? Before the novel was published, there was a relentless urge for submissions. Now that the novel has gained popularity, there seems to be no time to write. Zhang Dinning, having spent several years as an editor, understands the common excuses authors make to evade submission. The reasons are often few. Either a larger magazine has approached them and they prioritize submissions there, or they find the remuneration unsatisfactory. Has any publication reached out to you? No. Is it then that the payment is too low? Lin Chaoyang hesitated, and Zhang Dinning thought to himself, it is indeed the case. I can offer you an additional $1. The remuneration standard for The Horseman is 5 yuan per 1,000 characters. An increase of 1 yuan would make it 6. Lin Chaoyang hesitated, contemplating whether risking so much for a mere $1 was worthwhile. Zhang Dinning, perceiving his indecision, remarked, I have limited authority. Please do not make it difficult for me. If it truly does not work, I can discuss it with the person in charge. How could it be difficult for you? The main issue is that I genuinely do not have the time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dinning sighed in resignation. Yes, I understand. You are busy with work, squeezing writing into your hectic schedule. How about this? You first write me a piece on your creative process, and I will strive to secure you a rate of 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. Well, Lin Chaoyang wavered. Fine. I will write you a piece on my creative process. Can you submit it within a week? So soon? It's for the next issue. The Horseman is currently riding a wave of popularity. By the way, I forgot to mention, this issue has already sold 500,000 copies. Lin Chaoyang had no concept of the sales figures for Yanjing Literature. Was that a lot? Zhang Dinning looked at him incredulously. It has doubled. Lin Chaoyang suddenly felt a twinge of hesitation. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid the limelight for now and wait until the current wave of public opinion and influence has passed. After all, when can one not earn money? Can you give me a definitive answer? Zhang Dinning pressed on, having just spoken to someone else. Lin Chaoyang gritted his teeth and finally replied, Fine, come by next Tuesday to collect the manuscript. With a clear response secured, Zhang Dinning breathed a sigh of relief. Today's visit was not in vain. The two exchanged a few more words before Zhang Dinning took his leave. Upon turning, librarian Xie Daoyuan stood not far behind Lin Chaoyang, perhaps having overheard the conversation with Zhang Dinning. Librarian. Lin Chaoyang greeted him, feeling somewhat guilty. However, Xie Daoyuan's attention was not on Lin Chaoyang, but rather fixated on the icicles hanging from the library's exterior. Chaoyang, that cluster of icicles is a bit too close to the entrance. Please go inside and ask someone to fetch tools to remove them. Lin Chaoyang followed his gaze, recalling that just days prior, Beijing had experienced its first snowfall of the season. As the snow melted during the day, it dripped from the eaves. And as the temperature dropped in the evening, icicles began to form. Certainly, librarian. Lin Chaoyang promptly returned to the library to gather assistance. Meanwhile, Zhang Dinning returned to the Yanjing Literature editorial office, where he sought out Zhou Yanru to relay Lin Chaoyang's request. This Lin Chaoyang, having just achieved success with his novel, is already attempting to raise his price. If the novel were not successful, we would not agree to a price increase. Zhou Yanru sighed in resignation, acknowledging the truth of the matter. The editorial department is not a charitable institution. The determination of remuneration directly correlates with the author's reputation, skill, and the quality of their work. Given the success of The Wrangler, it would not be unreasonable to grant Lin Chaoyang a raise in his fees. Yet, in this era, discussing monetary matters is often considered shameful, particularly when it is a young author who initiates such a request. This sentiment left Zhou Yanru, an experienced editor, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It is surprising how much importance the youth place on financial matters. Despite her reservations, Zhou Yanru approached Li Chaoyang, the person in charge, to discuss the issue of remuneration. Ultimately, Li Chaoyang proposed that the standard rate for creative discussions would be 7 yuan per 1,000 words, the same rate he would apply to his own novels. Having recently joined Yanjing Literature less than a month prior, Li Chaoyang exhibited a boldness that distinguished him from his predecessors. It seems that the development of Yanjing Literature is poised to accelerate. Chapter 33. The emergence of Su Lingjun. The discourse on creation is not an esoteric matter. Akin to the media interviews with entrepreneurial luminaries of future generations, success renders all statements valid. After dedicating 3 days to pen 4,000 words, I engaged in a discussion with Zhang Denning upon her arrival, thereby finalizing the narrative on the creative process. Naturally, my pseudonym, Su Lingjun, was employed for this purpose. Consequently, Lin Chaoyang received a modest remuneration of 28 yuan for his contribution. That evening, Tao Yushu sought her sister's assistance in borrowing a magazine, specifically the latest issue of Yanjing Literature. She inquired about Tao Yushu's opinion on The Horseman. According to her, The Horseman had recently gained considerable popularity at Yanda-affiliated high school, with students eagerly circulating it and offering high praise. Many young female students even regarded the character Su Lingjun as their ideal partner. Tao Yushu scoffed at the fanciful musings of these young girls. Yet when Tao Yushu asked for her perspective on The Horseman, she candidly expressed her thoughts, revealing her ongoing work on a critique of the novel. To appreciate The Horseman, one must discern its underlying themes. The revelation of the detrimental effects of societal buzz on the populace is merely the most superficial layer of its intent. For instance, the father-son relationship bears profound symbolic significance. Su Lingjun's father abandoned him and his mother for the sake of freedom and love. Now, in his twilight years, he seeks to reunite with his son. How much of this is genuine familial affection? How much is remorse? And how much is a selfish desire for an heir? Furthermore, regarding the dilemma of departure versus stay, Su Lingjun has endured considerable hardship domestically. The arrival of his father at such a juncture appears as a beacon of hope, with the promise of a prosperous life across the ocean beckoning him, illuminating the potential for a brighter future. The author does not overtly articulate the stark contrast between these two environments, yet through the portrayal of the father and Miss Song, readers can glean the disparity. This profound contrast renders Su Lingjun's decision to remain all the more precious, simultaneously highlighting the protagonist's charismatic persona. In this exchange, Tao Yushu indulged her inclination to impart knowledge, while Tao Yushu gained conversational material for her interactions with classmates, and the sisters enjoyed a spirited dialogue. Even in their leisure, the sisters discussed the fervor surrounding The Horseman, underscoring its widespread appeal. On December 10th, the latest edition of Yanjing Literature was published, featuring Lin Chaoyang's discourse on The Horseman titled On Character Development. The magazine was met with enthusiastic acclaim from readers upon its release. Over the past month, The Horseman had sparked significant resonance among the readership. Once a trend is established, it becomes a formidable force. This was evident in the sales of the previous issue of Yanjing Literature, which, despite the passage of a month, continued to sell briskly. One article about The Horseman not only boosted the magazine's sales, but also enhanced its influence. This issue, featuring discussions on The Horseman, aptly addressed the reader's interests. Shortly thereafter, literary news was published. A commentary entitled With Su Lingjun was published, highly praising the novel The Wrangler and its author Su Lingjun. A remarkable figure has emerged in the Chinese literary scene. Through The Wrangler, he not only inherits and advances the tradition of scar literature but also transcends thematic constraints, contributing a rich and vibrant character in the form of protagonist Su Lingjun to the literary landscape of China. Although I have not had the fortune to meet the author, I feel as though I can perceive the fervent passion of his heart. His heart beats in unison with the humble yet benevolent elders, and with the land that has nurtured him, just as the protagonist of the novel embodies. Over a month has passed since the publication of The Wrangler, garnering numerous admirers and followers. During this period, various newspapers and magazines have published critiques of the novel, yet this particular commentary stands out. Firstly, the author of the piece, Yin Gang, is not only a writer but has also held editorial positions at literary newspaper and People's Literature, earning considerable renown in the realm of literary critique. Previously, Tao Yushu had published a critique of Scar in literary newspaper, but the impact of such writings varies significantly depending on the individual behind them. Yanjing's stature in the literary community far surpasses that of Tao Yushu, who remains an inconspicuous figure still in academia. Moreover, the publication literary newspaper is undoubtedly the most prominent and influential journal in the artistic domain of our country. The inclusion of with Su Lingjun within its pages signifies the acknowledgement and affirmation of the novel by the mainstream literary community, particularly by official organizations. At the time of Scar's initial publication, there had been notable contentions surrounding the novel. However, since the release of The Wrangler, both the literary world and the general populace have gradually accepted the rise of Scar literature. Even the previously skeptical conservatives have had to acquiesce to this reality. This shift has consequently allowed The Wrangler to attain reader admiration more swiftly than Scar, rapidly establishing itself at the forefront of public discourse. It appears that everything has unfolded seamlessly. Yanjing's with Su Lingjun undoubtedly adds a fresh spark to the fervor surrounding The Wrangler this winter, intensifying the flames of this literary feast. Just as The Wrangler ignited the first blaze of fervor in the domestic literary scene this winter, another stir is brewing within the cultural milieu of Yanjing. In late December, a group composed of poets and university students appeared before the gates of Yanda. They brought along publications, brushes, and paste, first visiting the Democracy Wall in Xidan, followed by a large wooden board east of Tiananmen, the entrance of Wangfujing stores, and the offices of People's Literature Publishing House and Poetry Magazine. Wherever they went, they left behind a publication entitled Today. Upon their arrival at Yanjing University, the security personnel, having received prior notice, refrained from confronting them directly, waiting until the group had posted their materials before daring to remove them. Yet, even as the security staff dismantled the publications on the spot, the wave of enthusiasm ignited by these young individuals and their publication among the student body could not be obscured. In just a few days, the inaugural issue of Today achieved an impressive sales figure of 500 copies. This grassroots publication, organized by local poets and university students, swiftly swept through the campuses of Yanjing, with subsequent generations recognizing it as the dawn of a new poetic movement. Whether it was the fervor ignited by the horsemen within the literary realm or the tempest stirred by Today among the academic circles of Yanjing, Lin Chaoyang remained unaffected. He adhered to his daily routine of going to work, returning home, and occasionally harboring concerns about the potential exposure of his identity. At this juncture, he finally received a response regarding the manuscript he had submitted to Shanghai Literature and Arts. Chapter 34. Seeing is Believing. Submitting to Shanghai Literature occurred in early October. And now, over 2 months have passed. Even accounting for the time taken for mailing, this efficiency is quite concerning. Lin Chaoyang previously thought that Yanjing literature was slow, but it now appears that the editors there are quite diligent. Fortunately, while the editorial efficiency of Shanghai Literature leaves much to be desired, their discerning eye remains intact. The piece he submitted has been accepted, and the editorial office even mentioned in their letter that the payment would be sent out in a few days. The upcoming publication of his second novel brings joy back to Lin Chaoyang's heart. As December draws to a close, an unusual atmosphere seems to be brewing within Yanjing City. Early on the morning of December 24th, upon arriving at work, Lin Chaoyang noticed Hu Wenxiong intently reading a newspaper at her desk, her expression serious. Ordinarily, at this hour, she should be busy cleaning the tables. While Lin Chaoyang was wiping down his own desk, a newspaper was slapped onto it, and looking up, he saw Hu Wenxiong gazing at him with palpable excitement. "What's the matter, Sister Hu? Wonderful news. Truly monumental news." Hu Wenxiong's face lit up, showcasing the newspaper to Lin Chaoyang. "Look, an important speech from the elder statesman has been published in the People's Daily. The storm has passed." Lin Chaoyang took the newspaper, which featured the recently concluded third plenary session communique along with the elder statesman's significant address. He remarked, "Everyone has been discussing this for days. It's finally come to fruition." Hu Wenxiong nodded vigorously, biting her lip, her eyes glistening. "It's happened. It's finally happened." Her emotional outburst was characteristic of the day, as Lin Chaoyang sensed that on the morning of December 24th, 1978, an intense wave of emotion swept through the entire university. At dinner, even his father-in-law unusually poured himself a glass of wine. After a decade of struggle, China, this once ailing giant, had finally shaken off the mud and began to stride toward a brighter spring. Had Lin Chaoyang seen the People's Daily 4 months ago, he would have been elated to the point of jumping for joy. However, things have changed. The lofty ambitions of yesteryear have been dulled by the reality of life. With New Year's approaching, his priority now is to devise a plan to please his wife. While Christmas is not widely celebrated, New Year's still warrants recognition. With earnings from the Wrangler and a creative discussion totaling 103 yuan, his little treasury has become more ample. He intends to purchase a gift for Tao Yushu. This small fund not only covers his daily expenses, but also plays a crucial role in harmonizing the family atmosphere. However, a dilemma arises. Lin Chaoyang's salary has been turned over to the household, and each month, Tao Yushu allocates him a mere 10 yuan for pocket money, which must also cover his daily lunch at school. From September until now, he has received his salary 3 times. And considering the 16 yuan that Tao Yushu left him when she took control of his treasury, along with deductions for his school lunches, the value of this gift must not exceed 25 yuan. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to explain its origins. After some contemplation, Lin Chaoyang sought out Hu Wenxiong that midday. Sister Hu, I recall you mentioned that your brother-in-law works at the Xinhua bookstore, correct? Yes. What is up? Looking to purchase some books? Without waiting for Lin Chaoyang to speak, Hu Wenxiong inquired. Lin Chaoyang replied, is it possible to acquire the foreign literature classic series? Ideally. I would like to obtain a complete set. Ah, that book is rather elusive, Hu Wenxiong mused, hesitant to make any guarantees. The foreign literature classic series had been in the planning stages long before The Buzzing Commotion, relaunched in 1978, co-published by the People's Literature Publishing House and the Shanghai Translation Publishing House. The works included are all renowned masterpieces of world literature, and upon release, they were met with immense enthusiasm from readers. Due to the uniformly beige grid cover, the readers affectionately dubbed them the Grid Edition. If you only need 1 or 2 copies, it wouldn't be too difficult. However, for more, Lin Chaoyang inquired. It doesn't have to be new. Could you ask your brother-in-law to find out if anyone is willing to sell their copies after reading? I can offer an extra 20 cents for each book. The foreign literature classics series is currently highly sought after, and although Hu Wenxiong's husband works at the Xinhua bookstore, she could not guarantee the acquisition of a complete set. However, if Lin Chaoyang was willing to offer more money, the situation could be easily resolved. After all, what bookstore does not experience some losses? An extra meal for colleagues could settle the matter nicely. Lin Chaoyang's pragmatic approach did not put Hu Wenxiong in a difficult position, and she readily agreed, saying, all right, leave this to me. On the afternoon following Christmas, Lin Chaoyang encountered Qin Jianggong and Wang Zhaoping at the cafeteria. After exchanging greetings, he overheard them discussing the recent uproar surrounding the launch of the inaugural issue of Today at Yanjing University, which had been the talk of the campus for several days. Wang Zhaoping, a fervent poetry enthusiast, spoke of Today with admiration and reverence. Your piece, The Horse Wrangler, is truly gaining traction, Qin Jianggong remarked softly to Lin Chaoyang. It must be riding the wave of Scar, but the novel itself is quite commendable. Do not be modest. At least those of us in the Chinese department have praised it highly. As they engaged in casual conversation, Wang Zhaoping joined in boisterously, prompting Lin Chaoyang to helplessly say, Zhaoping, could you lower your voice? It was then that Wang Zhaoping recalled Lin Chaoyang's prior request, offering an apologetic smile. Given their unabashed discussion in his presence, Lin Chaoyang felt a twinge of anxiety. He suspected that Su Lingjuan's alter ego would not remain concealed for long. After finishing their meal, Qin Jianggong pulled out 2 movie tickets and handed them to Lin Chaoyang. Since the establishment of the May 4th Literary Society, they frequently organized activities, and viewing internal films was one of the perks for members. It was said to be a private screening at the Chinese Film Archive in Xiaxishan. Lin Chaoyang graciously accepted the tickets. Viewing the opportunity to watch internal films as a form of compensation for his advisory role at Weiming Lake, which he undertook without remuneration. Upon returning home that evening, Lin Chaoyang retrieved the movie tickets, and Tao Yushu expressed great interest. At Yanjing University, the department occasionally organizes screenings of internal reference films, and the students invariably flock to these events, cherishing such opportunities. Where did you procure these tickets? Tao Yushu inquired about the origin of the movie tickets. Typically, I would reserve seats for a few students from the May 4th Literary Society, so I am quite familiar with them. They gifted them to me. Lin Chaoyang's idle chatter flowed effortlessly, reminiscent of his wife's demeanor. Well, you do have quite the network, Tao Yushu teased. Upon hearing that the two planned to watch an internal reference film at Xiaxishan, Tao Yuma, the younger sister-in-law, gazed enviously, her eyes shimmering with longing as she hesitated to voice her thoughts. The couple was fully aware of the girl's subtle intentions, yet they shared a unified mindset. The little one should not always benefit at their expense. The following afternoon, the couple headed to Xiaxishan for the film screening. As this event was organized by the May 4th Literary Society, many attendees were members of the society, including familiar faces such as Chun Jiangong, Wang Xiaoping, Cha Jinying, and Lu Jinyun. Previously, many only knew Lin Chaoyang as the esteemed son-in-law of Professor Tao from the history department, but they had never laid eyes on Professor Tao's daughter. However, they had heard from Zhang Yaozheng that Lin Chaoyang's wife was exceptionally beautiful. Upon seeing her today, everyone was struck with admiration. Seeing is believing. Tao Yushu's appearance was radiant and striking, embodying the quintessential image of beauty in Chinese culture. With her tall stature, she stood out prominently in the crowd. Is that really Professor Tao's daughter? She is stunning, possessing an extraordinary aura. Wang Xiaoping and several female classmates discussed her beauty. While she was indeed remarkable among the women of Yanda, standing next to Tao Yushu made them feel somewhat inadequate. Nearby, several male students whispered among themselves, their sentiments coalescing into a single thought. This Chaoyang fellow is quite something. The film screened today was the Franco-Italian production Notre Dame de Paris. As students of the Chinese department, the name Victor Hugo and the film itself resonated profoundly with them, infusing the viewing experience with a sense of sacred pilgrimage. Although the film was produced in 1956, it still stands as a masterpiece even more than 2 decades later. Once the screening concluded, the audience remained enthralled, with even Tao Yushu expressing a desire to revisit Hugo's novel. 2 days later, on the final morning of the New Year's holiday, Hu Wenxiong placed a bag on the desk as she began her work. Chaoyang, take a look. Lin Chaoyang's face lit up with joy as he opened the bag to reveal a stack of notebooks. Titles included The Puppet, Poetry Collection, Rose Garden, Contemporary Heroes, Hunter S. Notes, Anna Karenina, and Crusader Knights. Upon counting, Lin Chaoyang discovered there were 16 books, some of which were published in the 1950s and 60s. In remarkably good condition, around an 8 or 9 out of 10. This discovery filled him with delight. It was indeed rare to find such well-preserved items from a tumultuous era. Lin Chaoyang expressed his gratitude to Hu Wenxiong and handed her the previously agreed-upon payment. The total expenditure on these books amounted to 26.5 yuan, slightly exceeding the budget, yet not a significant concern. As evening descended, Lin Chaoyang strolled through the Yin Yuan, carrying a bag filled with books. Recently, the campus had seen an influx of trench coats akin to those worn by Du Qiu. While the hats of Jin Yumei had also begun to gain popularity, the cultural phenomenon sparked by the pursuit was materializing and continuously expanding. However, Lin Chaoyang paid little heed to these trends. His thoughts were solely occupied with the astonished and delighted expression that Tao Yushu would wear upon seeing these books, which brought an involuntary smile of happiness to his face. Chapter 35. The wife declares she has slimmed down when Lin Chaoyang returned home with a book. Tao Yushu had not yet arrived. He first concealed the book in the wardrobe, intending to surprise her. During dinner that evening, Tao Yumo suddenly addressed their father, saying, "Dad, I noticed that in other households, they watch television every evening. Shouldn't we consider purchasing a television for our home?" The Langrun Lake apartment complex housed numerous professors from Yanjing University, comprising a high-income demographic for that era, and many possessed televisions. Given the Tao family's circumstances, acquiring a television would not pose a challenge. However, their father was modest and had never contemplated such a purchase. No one else spoke up, but the eldest brother, Tao Yuching, was the first to raise his hand in agreement. "Yumo's proposal is excellent. Mother, there are so many programs on television, it's much more convenient than reading newspapers. We could watch plays and films." Yet, Tao's mother responded, "A television costs several hundred yuan, and we would still need to pay for electricity." Tao Yushu often remarked that her mother was a capitalist daughter. Yet, by the standards of that era, Tao's mother was indeed frugal. Of course, this was significantly influenced by their previous experiences. "Mother, CCTV broadcasts Peking opera every week," Tao Yumo interjected. While Tao's mother did not dismiss her son's comments, she preferred the authentic stage performances of Peking opera. "Dad, there are also mathematics and English lectures on television that would aid my studies." Tao Yumo continued to advocate for the purchase. Sister-in-law Zhao Li remained as silent as ever, while Lin Chaoyang and his wife exchanged glances, both choosing to remain silent. Tao Yushu was wholly engrossed in her studies and held no interest in television, and Lin Chaoyang, having been exposed to the explosion of entertainment in later years, found it hard to appreciate television programs from that time. After a moment of contemplation, Tao's mother suggested, "How about we take a vote? The 2 younger ones won't count. Let those in favor of buying a television raise their hands." Upon hearing this, Tao Yushu and Tao Yumo were the first to raise their hands, subsequently glancing toward the others. Sister-in-law Zhao Li raised her hand under her husband's gaze, thus tallying 3 votes in favor of the television. However, the remaining 4, Tao's father, Tao's mother, Lin Chaoyang, and Tao Yushu, had not raised their hands, resulting in a total of 4 votes against. Tao Yushu reminded his mother, Yet, she ignored him, her gaze fixated on Tao Yushu. Lin Chaoyang glanced at Tao Yushu, who displayed no reaction, leaving him puzzled about the unspoken agreement between the mother and daughter. Are we not raising our hands? He whispered. Raising hands means spending money. Are you willing to pay? Lin Chaoyang then realized that there was indeed a monetary implication to raising a hand. He felt that contributing a small amount was inconsequential, as he had none. But it seemed that Tao Yushu was unwilling. Noticing that the remaining 4 had not moved, an anxious expression crossed Tao Yumo's face. Sister, she called out. But the endearment fell flat. Tao Yushu was resolute in her decision not to contribute. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it, she simply understood that her sister, still in school, wouldn't need to pay, and her eldest brother, Tao Yushu, could never save enough money to contribute either, regardless of the amount. She felt that if she were to pay, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Blood is thicker than water. One must be clear about accounts. She is permitted to spend on the family, yet not with such indiscriminate funds. Tao Yushu is acutely aware of her mother's subtle intentions. As the remaining 4 remained still, both Tao Yushu and Tao Yumo appeared anxious and helpless. Observing that Tao Yushu had not reacted, their mother glanced at their father, intending to raise her hand. At that moment, their father interjected, I will cast a vote. Let the television be purchased with my salary. With his decisive proclamation, Tao Yushu and his sister beamed with joy, engaging in a lively discussion about which brand of television to buy, while Tao Yushu remained silent. Once they returned indoors, Lin Chaoyang remarked, it is only right for us to contribute a bit towards the television. However, Tao Yushu countered, one matter should not be conflated with another. The decision to buy a television is orchestrated by my elder brother and Yumo. Neither of them is contributing financially, yet mother wishes for me to pay, which, to be frank, implies that she believes I am taking advantage of the family. Are we not indeed benefiting from the family? Is my elder brother not benefiting even more? Lin Chaoyang found it difficult to counter Tao Yushu's reasoning. Everyone possesses their own vulnerabilities. She presents herself with grace in front of outsiders, exuding high emotional intelligence, yet seeks equal treatment from her mother, akin to that of her elder brother, a sentiment Lin Chaoyang comprehends. Whenever the topic of her mother's favoritism towards her brother-in-law arises, Tao Yushu becomes somewhat aggrieved. Fortunately, her sense of reason prevails, and she refrains from urging Lin Chaoyang further, coming to terms with her thoughts. From now on, I shall also contribute to the rent. As the words escaped her lips, she felt a twinge of regret. She and Lin Chaoyang could hardly save any money each month. And with the added burden of rent, they would soon find themselves among the spendthrifts. Living at home was initially intended to be a means of saving. Yet expenses seemed to multiply. Perhaps I should apply for a dormitory at school, Lin Chaoyang suggested. His intention was not to covertly encourage Tao Yushu to move out. Rather, he believed that residing at her parents' home was not ideal due to the multitude of household members and the ensuing complications. Moreover, his mother-in-law had never been fond of him, so a little distance might cultivate a more favorable perception. In those times, the real estate sector was virtually non-existent in the country, and the majority of residential properties were state-owned. Even for families who once owned homes, after many years, the properties had not expanded, while the population had grown, resulting in increasingly strained living conditions. It's not as easy as you think. Have you inquired at all? Yanjing University is currently facing a shortage of student dormitories, and even some associate professors and lecturers are crammed into single accommodations. You haven't even been confirmed in your position yet, and there are so many ahead of you in line. Even if you apply, who knows when you might be accommodated? Lin Chaoyang acknowledged the validity of Tao Yushu's points, having discussed such matters with colleagues in casual conversation. Then let's apply regardless. Moving out would still mean living in a single room, sharing a bathroom and kitchen with others. It's better to stay at home for now, Tao Yushu ultimately concluded. She made a fair point. Moving out would indeed carry its own inconveniences. Let us not dwell on these unpleasant thoughts. Noticing Tao Yushu's low spirits, Lin Chaoyang proactively shifted the topic. He opened the wardrobe and handed her a bag filled with classic literature. Take a look at this. Tao Yushu received the bag, her expression transforming into one of unexpected delight. Where did you find such treasures? The colleague I mentioned earlier has family ties to Xinhua bookstore. Lin Chaoyang offered little explanation. Tao Yushu revealed a collection of books, and upon discovering several volumes published as early as the 1950s, her joy intensified. These books are exceedingly rare now. How much did you spend? The regular price. With the new year approaching, consider this a gift for you. Tao Yushu fondly caressed the books, unable to part with them. Their room housed a small bookshelf, specifically designated for her collection, where she carefully arranged these newfound treasures. They admired the books for quite some time, growing increasingly fond of them, until she selected a volume of Sadi's poetry, The Rose Garden. With a look of sheer contentment, she declared, "I shall read this for the next few days. I dare say, the majority of our classmates have never encountered this book." There was a hint of pride in her expression as she spoke. Students in the Chinese department often compare their reading accomplishments, and this batch of novels that Lin Chaoyang procured for her would allow her to stand out, even if just a little, among her peers. Receiving Lin Chaoyang's gift filled Tao Yushu with delight. After cuddling in his embrace for a moment, she looked up at him again. She contributed only 10 yuan a month to his living expenses, which barely covered her lunch, yet the total price of these books exceeded 20 yuan. The thought of Lin Chaoyang saving a meal each day to afford these books deeply moved her. She gently touched Lin Chaoyang's cheek, her gaze tender. "You've lost weight." Lin Chaoyang also felt his own face, noticing a layer of flesh, pleasantly firm. "Have I lost weight? If my wife says I've slimmed down, then I must have." Chapter 36. A flower alone does not signal spring. After the emotional moment, Tao Yushu opened her canvas bag used for school. "I originally planned to give this to you during the new year," she remarked, pulling out a blue box from her bag. The front bore a trademark composed of Chinese characters from Shanghai, accompanied by its pinyin below. A watch. Indeed. Tao Yushu opened the box to reveal a gleaming silver watch within. This was a Shanghai brand 7120 timepiece, featuring a stainless steel band and an organic glass dial. In this era, wearing such a watch was undoubtedly a symbol of status. "Try it on," she said, fastening the watch onto Lin Chaoyang's wrist. They exchanged glances, delight radiating from their faces. "It fits perfectly. How much did it cost?" With the band included, it totaled 160 yuan, almost equivalent to 4 months of Lin Chaoyang's salary. "That's quite expensive," he lamented, feeling a pang of regret, having struggled for 3 months, and still not having enough in his savings to purchase a watch. This wretched life. Tao Yushu raised his arm to examine the watch again and casually remarked, "I had originally intended to present it during the new year. Besides, it's convenient for you to have a watch while working outside. In this time, possessing a watch was not merely about the convenience of telling time, it also subtly elevated the status of a worker. To draw a modern analogy, it was akin to acquiring an iPhone 13 years ago. The couple exchanged gifts, enveloped in their affection for one another, as inseparable as glue. Were it not for the dilapidated bed in their home, Lin Chaoyang would have already taken decisive action. Yet, he felt a twinge of guilt regarding their finances. "How much savings do we have now?" Lin Chaoyang inquired of Tao Yushu. "Including what mother gave, we have 685 yuan. "Is there really that much?" Lin Chaoyang asked, surprised, knowing that his wife had spent 160 on the watch. "Your salary, my allowance, and Dad gave me 20 yuan last month." Lin Chaoyang shot a bemused glance at his wife. "You constantly mention how your mother favors your brother, yet you never mention how your father leans towards you." Upon reflection, he felt a pang of sympathy for his sister-in-law, who appeared to receive no affection from her parents despite her boisterous presence at home. Contemplating that their combined savings nearly amounted to 700 yuan, Lin Chaoyang's guilt dissipated. After all, he had contributed as well. As December drew to a close, the weekend allowed for a day of rest, with the added holiday of New Year's Day providing 2 days off. Under the urging of Tao's mother, the family undertook a thorough cleaning, preparing for the upcoming Spring Festival of 1979, ensuring that they would have less work to do during the celebrations. After the New Year's holiday, the campus at Yanjing University took on a more desolate atmosphere. Various colleges and departments were busy preparing for final examinations, with the lively presence of students markedly diminished compared to usual. During this time of year, the study rooms of Yanjing University Library become exceedingly crowded, while the circulation desk experiences a notable decrease in activity. Students, engrossed in their preparations for the final examinations, devote their energies entirely to their studies, leaving little time for borrowing books. On this particular day, Lin Chaoyang finally received the payment statement from Shanghai Literary Arts. The piece he submitted was a short story, significantly longer than his previous work, The Horse Wrangler. totaling a substantial 28,000 words. Shanghai Literary Arts offers a remuneration standard of 6 yuan per 1,000 characters, which is considerably more generous than Yanjing Literary Arts, resulting in a payout of 168 yuan, a sum surpassing what he earned from 2 submissions to Yanjing Literary Arts. Indeed, a greater word count proves to be more lucrative. However, there remains a tinge of regret. For this submission, he utilized yet another pseudonym, continuing the trend of naming his pen name after the protagonist of his novel. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. What writer lacks multiple aliases? Had he opted to use the name Su Lingjun, the payment per 1,000 characters might have increased even further. One must not be overly greedy, Lin Chaoyang reminded himself. During a quiet afternoon at work, Lin Chaoyang found solace in reading Hao Rant's Golden Avenue. In his youth, as an aspiring intellectual, he had sought to elevate his prestige by immersing himself in foreign classics, while dismissing many esteemed domestic works. Now, having matured and found the time, he yearned to delve into these significant pieces. Hao Rant's works exemplify the classic principles of outstanding creation, to highlight the positive characters among all, to emphasize heroic figures among the positive ones, and to focus on the principal hero among the heroes. In the 1950s and 60s, Golden Avenue brought him to prominence, however. Following the reform and opening up period, this style of writing quickly became outdated. This shift is not merely a matter of literary evolution, but is also heavily influenced by political factors. Excluding the political context, Lin Chaoyang firmly believes that works like Golden Avenue deserve recognition and should endure through time. While some argue that literature should not be monotonously celebratory, it does not necessitate the grim depictions of the sewers either. A single flower blooming does not herald spring. It is the collective blossoming of many that fills the garden with spring. As Lin Chaoyang immersed himself in his reading, a familiar face approached the desk where the books were borrowed. Since Lu Jinyun discovered that Lin Chaoyang was younger than him by a year, this news spread rapidly. Among the cohort of the 77-level Chinese department, no one addressed him as brother anymore, as even the youngest students were now of comparable age. The most senior among their peers, Yi Junyuan, was already 32, affectionately referred to as Old Yi by classmates. Lin Chaoyang caught a whiff of a floral fragrance in the air, emanating from Zhang Yaozhong, a scent he had never encountered before. He scrutinized Zhang Yaozhong closely, wondering if the young man had entered into a romantic relationship. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Zhang Yaozhong asked, feeling uneasy under Lin Chaoyang's gaze. "Oh, it's nothing. What brings you here?" Zhang Yaozhong beckoned to a classmate behind him, explaining, "I came specifically to seek your advice on a few creative matters." Lin Chaoyang immediately glanced to the side, noticing that Hu Wenxiong was engrossed in her reading and likely had not heard. He exchanged a discreet look with Zhang Yaozhong, signaling him to refrain from speaking foolishly, and then greeted Hu Wenxiong as they moved to a corner of the sunlit hall. Accompanying Zhang Yaozhong to find Lin Chaoyang was their classmate Liang Zhuo, a round-faced youth with small eyes and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Exuding an air of refinement and possessing a somewhat festive demeanor, Lin Chaoyang recognized him without needing an introduction from Zhang Yaozhong. Liang Zhuo had not previously known of Lin Chaoyang, but he had learned of him during a recent trip to the cinema at Xiaxishan. Just yesterday, he had fortuitously discovered from Zhang Yaozhong that Lin Chaoyang was, in fact, the author of the recently popular work, The Wrangler. In a state of astonishment, the first thought that crossed his mind was to boldly approach Lin Chaoyang for guidance, dragging Zhang Yaozhong along with him. Chapter 37. Effortlessly mastering. It has been nearly 2 months since The Wrangler was published in Yanjing Literature and Art, and it has received widespread acclaim among readers, garnering numerous praises from critics. Over the past month, a multitude of commentators have voiced their opinions regarding this novel, further amplifying the discussions and influence it has incited. The prospect of engaging in close dialogue with the author of such an impactful work left Liang Zhuo trembling with excitement. When Lin Chaoyang exchanged a few words with him, Liang Zhuo spoke rapidly and tremulously, resembling a malfunctioning tape recorder. He couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yaozhong and remarked, "What is wrong with this guy? Don't mind him, that's just how he is. He trembles when he gets excited, but his words flow endlessly," Zhang Yaozhong replied. Indeed, as Zhang Yaozhong described, while Liang Zhuo was both agitated and shaking, his thoughts remained remarkably lucid, subtly hinting at the essence of a future comedic master. As Liang Zhuo and Lin Chaoyang delved into discussions about novel writing techniques and creative approaches, Lin Chaoyang felt an urge to retort, "Go ask your mother." This was not an insult, for it is well known in later years that Liang Zhuo is a renowned comedic screenwriter, credited with classic sitcoms such as I Love My Family and Madame Ma the Idol. His initial rise to fame occurred on the Spring Festival Gala stage. In 1986, Jiang Kuan gained instant popularity with his comedic skit Imagining from the Tiger's Mouth, for which Liang Zhuo was the writer. Their collaboration on the Spring Festival stage came about when Jiang Kuan, facing a creative drought, sought help from the eminent female writer Chen Rong, who happened to be Liang Zhuo's mother. Upon visiting Chen Rong's home, Jiang Kuan discovered Liang Zhuo's newly penned novel Escaping from the Tiger's Mouth and was immediately captivated, persuading Liang Zhuo to adapt it into a skit of the same name, leading to their successful partnership and the skit's phenomenal success. Having a mother who is a writer made Liang Zhuo's reliance on others for creative assistance somewhat superfluous. However, Lin Chaoyang could surmise Liang Zhuo's sentiments. Youth often carries an inexplicable pride, believing that relying on one's parents diminishes one's own merit. After nearly an hour of exchange, Liang Zhuo was finally satisfied. Zhang Yaozhong engaged Lin Chaoyang in further conversation, noticing the watch on Lin's wrist. He expressed surprise, asking when Lin had acquired such a timepiece, especially one from their local brand. Lin Chaoyang lowered his hand and discreetly adjusted his sleeve to cover the watch, projecting an air of modesty. Just as Zhang Yaozhong was about to commend him for his understated style, Lin Chaoyang replied, "My sister-in-law bought it for me." Well, that answers my question. Several days later, as the examination period at Yanjing University drew to a close, both teachers and students prepared for the upcoming winter break. Recently, Tao's mother had been trying to secure a ticket for a television set. The family had previously agreed to purchase one, but in this day and age, many items are not readily available for those with money. Even meals required ration tickets. How much more so for a sophisticated industrial product like a television? Unfortunately, these coveted items were in short supply and not easily found. Ultimately, it was Liang Zhuo's uncle who managed to procure a television ticket from a colleague at their school. And remarkably, without any monetary exchange, simply treating the person to a meal. On the evening when the television ticket was retrieved, the brother-in-law displayed an air of self-satisfaction at the dining table. After all, it is not every day that one can acquire a television ticket without spending a dime. If it were to be sold externally, it would easily command a considerable sum. Ultimately, it seemed that something struck a chord with sister-in-law Zhao Li, who, despite her usual lack of presence at home, rarely spoke up. Have you forgotten how many meals you've treated your classmates at school? It is often said that one should not provoke an honest person to their limits, for one might find themselves bereft of an opportunity to apologize. Clearly, this evening, the brother-in-law had pushed sister-in-law Zhao Li, the honest one, to her breaking point. At this moment, he appeared somewhat flustered, stammering, "Why do you have to bring that up? It's just the way of social exchanges among friends." His feeble defense was interrupted by Father Tao, who spoke in a grave tone. "When you receive a television ticket, you ought to express your gratitude. Your child is already quite grown. It's time you take responsibility for your own affairs rather than relying on others to clean up after you." Father Tao's words carried a double meaning, rendering the brother-in-law speechless. Yet it was Mother Tao whose expression darkened the most at the table. Sister-in-law Zhao Li and the brother-in-law were a married couple, and their unity was not one of dependency. The implication of Father Tao's words was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Lin Chaoyang observed his wife's demeanor, noting the furrowed brow and the corners of her mouth twitching, which spoke volumes about her current mood. Once they returned to their room, Tao Yushu could no longer contain his laughter, vividly embodying the essence of schadenfreude. "Look how delighted you are. Are you that pleased to see your brother being scolded?" Tao Yushu chuckled. "The key factor is not my brother, but my mother. My father is someone who values face. He would never openly criticize my mother. But today, since my sister-in-law lost her temper, my father had to take a stance, didn't he?" In truth, even without Tao Yushu stating it, Lin Chaoyang understood well. Despite sister-in-law Zhao Li's usual silence within the Tao household, she often bore the brunt of her husband Tao Yuching's frustrations. Yet, her standing in the Tao family far surpassed that of Lin Chaoyang, the son-in-law. The brother-in-law had been sent to Yunnan in the past, and had it not been for marrying sister-in-law Zhao Li, he might never have returned to Yanjing. Furthermore, sister-in-law Zhao Li had willingly sacrificed her job in Yunnan to follow her husband to Yanjing, despite her family in Yunnan being quite well off. Viewed from a contemporary perspective, one might consider her somewhat infatuated. Seizing an opportunity when Tao Yushu was preoccupied, Lin Chaoyang approached the brother-in-law and handed him 50 yuan. "What is this for?" It's for the television ticket. This ticket is your goodwill. How you repay it is your concern. The television will be for everyone to enjoy. So it's only fair that Tao Yushu and I contribute a little. As the head of the family, Father Tao should cover the majority of the costs. And with Tao Yuma still in school, the brother-in-law's contribution of a television ticket justified their financial input. Brother-in-law, well done, exclaimed Tao Yuching, giving Lin Chaoyang a thumbs up. Don't mention this to Yushu. The brother-in-law understood the unspoken agreement. Every man has his own stash of private funds. And using such money for this purpose only reinforced the brother-in-law's impression of Lin Chaoyang as a capable ally. Just as Lin Chaoyang returned to his room, preparing to retire for the night, a knock resonated at the door. The knocker was Tao Yuma. What is it? Tao Yushu inquired. I'm looking for my brother-in-law. Looking for your brother-in-law? Tao Yushu cast a glance at Lin Chaoyang and inquired. When did you two become so close? Lin Chaoyang replied with a knowing look. How would I know? The sudden shift in attitude from his sister-in-law caught Lin Chaoyang off guard. However, he recognized her tendency to be soft-spoken when seeking favors. What is it? He asked. Tao Yuma hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as her previous demeanor towards Lin Chaoyang had not been particularly amiable. She glanced at her sister, Tao Yushu, and after a moment of indecision, finally voiced her request. Brother-in-law, are you quite familiar with the members of the May 4th Literary Society? Moderately. I know a few students who frequent the library, he replied. There's a poetry seminar hosted by the May 4th Literary Society at the invitation of Poetry Magazine the day after tomorrow. Could you possibly speak to them on my behalf and allow me to attend? Lin Chaoyang recalled that a few days prior, Zhang Yaozhong and Liang Zhou had mentioned the seminar to him. However, given that it was a seminar, it seemed implausible for a high school student to gain entry. Moreover, considering her previous disrespectful remarks, why should he feel obligated to assist her now? With a warm smile filled with sincerity, he responded, Alas, I cannot be of much help. Brother-in-law Tao Yuma realized that Lin Chaoyang's outright rejection stemmed from her earlier attitude. Tao Yuma's feigned vulnerability drew a warning from her sister, Tao Yushu. Yuma, step outside for a moment. Reluctantly, Tao Yuma shot Lin Chaoyang a glance before exiting the room. Can you assist with that poetry seminar? Tao Yushu inquired. It's hard to say. I don't know the specifics. I only know it's organized by Poetry Magazine in collaboration with the May 4th Literary Society, and many students are expected to attend, Lin Chaoyang replied honestly. After pondering for a moment, Tao Yushu remarked, This girl is soft when it comes to asking for favors. If you help her this time, her attitude towards you will surely improve significantly. Her attitude is of little concern, if you think it feasible. I will inquire on her behalf. Lin Chaoyang's willingness pleased Tao Yushu, though she cautioned, Do not agree too readily. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, she added, I'll step out and give her a gentle reprimand to prevent her from becoming too familiar in the future. In both professional and personal realms, it is commonplace for others to seek your assistance. However, one must be cautious not to acquiesce too readily. Otherwise, while they may express gratitude, they may secretly consider you a pushover. When able to assist, it is wise to present challenges. When unable, one should exhibit a willingness to help to the best of their ability. Naturally, this is contingent upon your desire to help the individual. Lin Chaoyang gave Tao Yushu a thumbs up, thoroughly impressed. She wore a look of pride, which quickly morphed into seriousness as she prepared to leave. Now that you need something, you think of your brother-in-law? Why was your attitude different before? Do you assume that just opening his mouth will grant you entry to the seminar? From now on, be more respectful, do you understand? A seminar is not something a high school student can just attend. Let your brother-in-law inquire first, but do not harbor any expectations. After indulging in a delightful conversation, Tao Yushu returned to her room, her expression light and cheerful as she exchanged a hand gesture with Lin Chaoyang. The young girl effortlessly held her own. Chapter 38. The symposium is just flattery. Before retiring for the night, Tao Yushu perused the latest issue of the literary journal. She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as her review of The Wrangler had not made the cut. Coincidentally, this issue featured Yin Gang's article with Su Lingjun, prompting her to scrutinize where her own writing fell short. Enough reading, it's time for bed, Lin Zhang suggested. I'll just take another look, Tao Yushu replied, turning Yin Gang's article over several times and then cross-referencing it with her own in an effort to identify and amend her deficiencies. You still haven't been published. Perhaps it's best not to revise further. Lin Chaoyang's remark elicited an irate glare from Tao Yushu. Fine, I'll go to bed first. You carry on, she retorted. Sighing, Lin Chaoyang lamented to himself. How did I end up with such an industrious wife? The following morning, as Lin Chaoyang finished brushing his teeth, he encountered the sleepily blinking Tao Yushu. "Good morning, brother-in-law." Tao Yushu greeted sweetly. "Good morning, Yushu." Lin Chaoyang responded. Tao Yushu, the elder brother-in-law, stretched lazily and observed with mild surprise. "Since when did this girl become so close with my brother-in-law?" During breakfast, Tao Yushu slurped his rice porridge and said to Tao's mother, "Mom, the tickets are in hand. Shall we go by the television this afternoon?" Hearing this, Tao Yushu's eyes sparkled. "Yes, Mom. With the new year approaching, televisions are in high demand. We shouldn't wait until they run out." "All right, I'll head to Shidong today. I'll accompany you. I have no classes this afternoon," Tao Yushu eagerly offered. On their way to Shidong, Tao Yushu remarked to his mother, "Mom, Chaoyang gave me 50 yuan last night." Tao's mother raised her eyebrows in surprise. "What did he give you money for?" "It's for the television tickets. I arranged for the tickets, and he said he and Yushu would contribute as well. Such a good guy. Why not just buy a television outright?" "Mom," Tao Yushu exclaimed in exasperation, "though Chaoyang hails from a rural background, he is a good person. They are married now. Please don't act like the villain." Tao's mother shot him a glare, prompting him to fall silent, muttering, "What can be done if you disapprove? They are already wed." Disregarding his complaints, Tao's mother quickened her pace to distance herself. Whether or not Tao Yushu had classes, he was not deterred from joining the excitement of purchasing a television. Lin Chaoyang felt a twinge of envy. While he professed a desire to be a slacker, reality offered no such luxury. In stark contrast, his brother-in-law, who had the support of parents and a wife, truly embodied the essence of leisure, rarely engaging in work with any enthusiasm, as dining out was a trivial sacrifice. Fortunately, Lin Chaoyang's job at the library afforded him moments of tranquility, particularly during the winter and summer breaks. The library at Yanjing University remained open as usual during these periods, operating Monday through Saturday, yet the workload was considerably lighter than during the academic year, given the reduced number of students borrowing books and studying. As various departments began their holidays, the campus of Yanjing University visibly grew quieter. Lin Chaoyang arrived early at the library to clock in, requesting Hu Wenxiang to keep an eye on things for a bit while he headed to the Chinese department to inquire about the poetry symposium. Upon learning that Lin Chaoyang was inquiring on behalf of his sister-in-law, Chen Jianggong smiled and said, "She must be interested in Zhao Zhenkai, right? Is he attending your symposium?" Indeed. With the rising popularity of today in the academic circles of Yanjing University, the name of the poet Zhao Zhenkai has swiftly resonated across various colleges in Beijing, transforming him into an idol for numerous students. Chen Jianggong pondered aloud, stating that several editors from Poetry Journal and a few members from the university's youth league were attending the symposium, while the rest were members of their literary society's poetry group. "Your sister-in-law can join if she wishes. I can arrange a seat for her. But it must be made clear beforehand that she will be an observer, unable to speak, merely there to listen attentively." "No problem," Lin Chaoyang replied, patting Chen Jianggong on the shoulder. "Thank you, Jianggong. It's a trivial matter. No need for such formality," Chen Jianggong responded before inquiring, "Have there been any notable works released recently?" "I haven't quite decided yet," Lin Chaoyang replied. Although The Horse Wrangler is a short piece, it has sparked considerable discussion within reader circles and the literary community over the past 2 months since its publication. Chen Jianggong mused that with such an outstanding debut, Lin Chaoyang would undoubtedly approach his subsequent works with great caution. "You certainly need to contemplate this carefully. After all, your first piece is so astonishing. By the way, I haven't congratulated you yet." "Congratulations for what?" Chen Jianggong asked in surprise. Noticing Lin Chaoyang's bewildered expression, he continued, "A couple of days ago, Ding Ling published a review in Wenhui Bao, specifically praising You're the Horse Wrangler." Ding Ling is a renowned writer in China, though her fame has not matched that of figures like Xiao Hong or Bing Xian in later years. However, her standing and influence in the 20th century Chinese literary scene are indisputable, with later evaluations labeling her as the most influential female writer in the history of the Chinese Revolution, indicative of her significant stature. At this moment, Ding Ling had just returned to the limelight, her reputation not yet fully restored. Chen Jianggong covertly informed Lin Chaoyang, "You may not be aware, but Ding Ling has only just returned to Beijing and hasn't made any public appearances yet. Her first published work upon her return is a commentary on your piece. You're quite impressive." A patriotic ode marks Ding Ling's first public work after years of silence. In her article, she conducts a thorough and insightful analysis of the protagonist Su Lingjuan's tumultuous experiences and artistic representation, intertwining her own life experiences, rendering her observations both profound and dialectical. When discussing adversity and suffering, Ding Ling eloquently states in her article, adversity and suffering, over 10 or 20 years, can lead one to see through the material world, losing ideals and one's inherent grace and character, even life itself. Yet, it can also forge the revolutionary spirit, instilling fearlessness in the face of danger, a noble spirit that reaches the heavens, filled with hope for the future and passion for the people. Su Lingjun belongs to the latter. After meeting with Chen Jiangong, Lin Chaoyang specifically sought out the issue of Winawei that he had mentioned. Enjoying the privilege of working at the Yanjing University library, which grants access to the most comprehensive and up-to-date publications in the country. Upon reading the entire commentary, titled A Patriotic Ode, it becomes evident that rather than merely extolling the Wrangler, Ding Ling employs the character Su Lingjun to subtly reflect her own virtues and integrity. By choosing to craft a commentary on the Wrangler as her first public expression in the literary realm after a prolonged absence, Ding Ling demonstrates remarkable ingenuity in her approach. This, however, does not detract from the substantial benefits that the Wrangler subsequently reaps. It is a case of achieving dual objectives. Truly, experience is invaluable. After Lin Chaoyang perused the article, he returned the newspaper to the publication room. Over the past 2 months, the literary community has increasingly commented on the Wrangler. And at this rate, it is certain that the discussions will persist for at least half a year. Maintaining a calm demeanor is advisable. By afternoon, Zhang Denning from Yanjing Literature sought out Lin Chaoyang at the library. Have you read the recent issue of Wenwei Daily? She inquired eagerly. I just finished it, Lin replied. Zhang's expression conveyed palpable excitement as she remarked, this marks Ding Ling's first public statement after many years away from the literary scene. Your novel is destined to be inscribed in the annals of contemporary Chinese literature. However, Lin's reaction was not as fervent as she anticipated. Instead, he appeared rather composed. Are you not excited? She pressed. It's all right. I'm pleased to receive praise, but without any remuneration, there's no need for excessive enthusiasm. Remuneration. Remuneration, it's all you think about. Zhang Denning exclaimed, exasperated by his lack of ambition. She then asked earnestly, our editorial team is considering hosting a symposium for the Wrangler. Comrade Qingchuan asked me to consult with you first. A symposium? Is my presence required? Of course. Then I decline. Lin decisively rejected. Zhang's expression was one of confusion. Why not? There is no reason. I simply do not wish to attend. I advise you against such gatherings. Writers should let their works speak for themselves. Symposiums and discussions are merely platforms for mutual flattery, utterly pointless. Lin Chaoyang's refusal was not born from a haughty disposition, but rather from an inherent aversion to any form of meeting. Reminiscent of the light-hearted atmosphere of the May 4th Literary Society's establishment, the thought of attending a symposium, where numerous individuals would expound upon a single novel with endless chatter, filled him with resistance. Zhang's face darkened. What do you mean by mutual flattery? Your mindset is truly, never mind, I want to dwell on this. Just think it over. With that, Lin ceased his vocal objections. Zhang then inquired, have you had any new thoughts or ideas recently? Not quite yet. Lin replied, knowing he could not admit to a lack of inspiration. He understood that deferring work requires a certain finesse. When a superior inquires, it signifies an ongoing engagement, which is the hallmark of a diligent worker. I hold a very high opinion of you. As do the colleagues in the editorial department. The Wrangler has secured your place in the literary world, so your next work must be crafted with care. Do not squander this promising opportunity. Indeed, the next piece will require meticulous refinement. Lin Chaoyang made no promises to Zhang Denning. As a diligent worker, he understood that making commitments too hastily often resulted in personal disadvantage. After bidding farewell to Zhang Denning, he resumed his fishing until it was time to clock out. This evening, the Lin household was particularly lively. In the morning, Mother Tao had set out and returned in the afternoon with a television. His brother-in-law, Tao Yushu, clumsily fiddled with the antenna for over an hour, and by the time Lin Chaoyang returned, he had yet to achieve any success. Brother, let me take over, Lin Chaoyang offered, stepping in to assist his brother-in-law. You truly are a young master. Tao Yuma, who had been anxiously observing from the side, scoffed at her elder brother. Tao Yuching's face flushed with indignation. The iron wire was difficult to twist, and extending his arm out the window felt exceedingly awkward. Barely 2 minutes after he voiced his frustration, Lin Chaoyang's voice called from the window. Yuma, keep an eye on the television. I am adjusting the antenna. Let me know when it's good, and I'll secure it. Okay, she replied, her gaze affixed to the television screen, which displayed nothing but static. Got it. Got it. Lin Chaoyang had hardly turned the antenna a few times before he heard Yuma's excited shout. Brother-in-law, it's working. He hurriedly secured the antenna and then jumped down from the windowsill. Yuma, unable to tear her eyes away from the screen, took a moment to taunt her elder brother. Tao Yushu. Look, brother-in-law managed it in just 2 minutes, while you took half an hour and still couldn't get it right. She then turned her gaze toward Lin Chaoyang, a somewhat flattering smile gracing her face. Brother-in-law, you're truly impressive. Lin Chaoyang thought to himself, this little girl changes her tune as quickly as she flips a book. If my brother had laid the groundwork, I wouldn't have been so quick. His modesty salvaged some of his brother-in-law's dignity. Did you hear that? It was all my preparation, he chimed in. Tao Yushu wrinkled her nose at her brother, choosing not to engage further, appearing rather endearing. Is the antenna set up? Finally, we can get back to some real work. Mother Tao, who had been preparing dinner, came over upon seeing the television functioning, addressing her son. It was brother-in-law who set it up, Tao Yushu interjected, preempting her brother from claiming credit. Mother Tao glanced at Lin Chaoyang, nodding in approval. All right then, let us eat. The television was situated in the parents' room, and at that moment, CCTV Channel 1 was broadcasting an educational short film titled Fundamentals of Semiconductor Circuits. Tao Yushu was utterly engrossed, barely blinking during dinner. Not only she, but the rest of the Tao family was similarly captivated, especially the two little ones, Tao Shiwen and Tao Shuwu, whose wide eyes seemed ready to leap into the screen. During this era, television stations were few, and the variety of programs was limited. Even a simple educational show was met with great enthusiasm from the viewers. After dinner, it was rare for Tao Yushu to divert her gaze from the television, quietly trailing behind Lin Chaoyang. Brother-in-law, about that matter tomorrow morning, go to Building 32 and look for Chun Jianggong from the Chinese department. He will arrange for you to go in. Remember, don't speak, just listen. Upon hearing this, Tao Yushu was filled with exuberant joy, expressing her gratitude fervently. Thank you. Brother-in-law, thank you. We are family. There's no need for such formality, he replied. Indeed, you speak wisely, brother-in-law. Lin Chaoyang, observing his sister-in-law's reaction, felt a profound satisfaction, recognizing that their united front had gained yet another commendable ally. Chapter 39. I am truly not a person. On the following evening, after dinner, Tao Yushu eagerly entered the room of Lin Chaoyang and his wife, her countenance radiant, her spirit exuberant, as she recounted her experience at the poetry symposium that day. The students from Yanjing University were particularly audacious in voicing their opinions. A prevailing sentiment among them was that contemporary poetry suffers from a lack of genuine emotion, shying away from social issues and failing to articulate the heartfelt sentiments of the common people. The most profound question they deliberated upon was, what is the future of poetry? They offered high praise for Ai Qing's On the Crest of the Waves and by Hua's Sunshine. No one can monopolize. However, Lin Chaoyang found himself somewhat disinterested in his sister-in-law's enthusiastic discourse. While he enjoyed reading poetry, he was not fond of such frenzied activities reminiscent of a stimulant. In contrast, Tao Yushu listened intently, perceiving the valuable insights Tao Yushu brought back. Believing they could certainly inspire a commentary on the current state of the domestic poetry scene and its potential future. Once Tao Yushu departed, the couple began discussing the upcoming Lunar New Year, which would fall on January 28th, leaving them with less than 20 days to prepare. This year marked their first wedding anniversary, and conventionally, they should return to their hometown. However, Tao Yushu had just returned in August, making the timing rather close. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true concern lay in the expenses and time involved. The round trip would consume 4 to 5 days. Although Tao Yushu had time off for winter break, Lin Chaoyang still had work commitments, and he might end up spending more time traveling than actually at home. I believe it would be wiser to send the money directly to my parents rather than squander it on travel, she suggested. If we were to take a hard sleeper back, the round-trip fare alone would amount to 100 yuan, and with additional expenses for gifts. A visit would certainly cost at least 200 yuan. Tao Yushu's proposal startled Lin Chaoyang. Sending money home? Well, when I left, my mother gave me 500 yuan. And you must comprehend the significance of that amount for them. She continued, I was thinking we could send that money back, attributing it to your salary, as a gesture of filial piety towards them. Lin Chaoyang responded, sending 500 yuan home? Wouldn't that leave us financially strained? His reluctance stemmed not from a lack of desire to support his parents, but rather from a concern for Tao Yushu's feelings, fearing she might be offering merely polite suggestions. I'm not suggesting we send it all at once. Perhaps you could send 100 yuan each year, she countered. He pondered for a moment. Think it over carefully. If we start sending money, it cannot cease. Once the 500 yuan from your parents is exhausted, we will have to rely on our own funds. Do you truly believe I am so reluctant to spend my own money? Tao Yushu shot him a glance. Our parents are aging and reside in the countryside. Now that you are not there to show them filial respect, sending them some money is only right, is it not? Lin Chaoyang had never broached the subject of caring for his rural parents, so he did not perceive Tao Yushu's words as mere politeness. Her earnestness left him feeling both grateful and ashamed. Fortunately, I have married a woman of intellect, grace, and virtue. Yet, I feel a sense of shame for having only contemplated the future, dreaming of the day when I could bring my elderly parents to Yanjing to enjoy a life of comfort, without giving due consideration to their present needs. What Tao Yushu compensates for is precisely my shortcomings. Holding Tao Yushu close, I realize that marrying you is indeed the greatest blessing of my life. I feel the same. Tao Yushu gazed up at him, her face adorned with a playful expression. In the warmth of their affection, Lin Chaoyang's conscience stirred once more. How could I be so fortunate to have such a wonderful wife, while still preoccupied with selfish ambitions? I am truly not a good person. Wife. Tao Yushu nestled in his embrace, her face radiating happiness. Actually, there is something I've been keeping from you. Lin Chaoyang bit his lip. What is it? He gently placed his hands on her shoulders, their eyes locking in a meaningful gaze. Yet Tao Yushu appeared somewhat bewildered. The more innocent she looked, the heavier Lin Chaoyang's guilt became. To acknowledge one's mistakes and strive for improvement is the truest virtue. Throughout my life, I have avoided grave errors. Yet I have committed countless minor missteps. What harm is there in admitting a fault? Comforting myself with these thoughts, Lin Chaoyang finally spoke. During this time, I have been attempting to engage in creative writing. Upon hearing this, Tao Yushu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? I always sensed you had a talent for literature. Have you written anything? Let me take a look and offer my thoughts. At that moment, Lin Chaoyang hesitated. Tao Yushu assumed he felt his work was immature and was too shy to share it, an emotion every novice experiences. Don't worry, everyone has a first time. Besides, if you don't trust anyone else, surely you trust me? I am a university student majoring in Chinese literature and have published critiques in Literary Arts Journal. Allow me to provide you with a professional perspective. It will surely be more beneficial than struggling alone. Tao Yushu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she regarded Lin Chaoyang, her expression reflecting a desire to guide others. Lin Chaoyang wrestled internally, and at the very last moment before losing his moral compass, he made a decision. He approached the bookshelf and retrieved the November 1978 issue of Yanjing Literature, which Tao Yushu had been reading a few days prior. What are you doing? She asked, receiving the magazine from him with a puzzled expression. Lin Chaoyang opened the magazine, flipping to the section featuring the horse breeder. This, he said, his gaze more serious than ever, is what I wrote. Tao Yushu glanced at the title on the magazine, then back at her husband, feeling as though she had misheard. You wrote The Horse Breeder? Lin Chaoyang nodded emphatically. Indeed. For some reason, a laugh escaped Tao Yushu. You must be joking. I know you have ideas about literature, but... Looking at Lin Chaoyang's earnest expression, the words she intended to speak faltered on her lips, and she couldn't help but ask again, is it truly your work? Absolutely authentic. Tao Yushu scrutinized Lin Chaoyang's expression, her countenance gradually turning grave. She ceased speaking and instead settled herself at the edge of the bed, bowing her head in earnest contemplation of her well-worn copy of The Horse Wrangler. Lin Chaoyang, bewildered by her actions, wondered what they meant. If she intended to reprimand him. He wished for her to be direct. What was the purpose of her reading silently? After a couple of anxious minutes, a realization dawned upon him. He recalled the tense negotiations in the professional realm where, at pivotal moments, both parties stood poised, sharply opposing each other, yet remained silent, waiting for one to break the ice. Silence served to instill psychological pressure upon the other. Yes, indeed, that was it. I must remain composed. My actions are all in pursuit of familial harmony. As over 20 minutes slipped by, Lin Chaoyang concocted 100 scenarios of humble apologies in his mind. Finally, Tao Yushu shifted her gaze from the magazine to him. Upon feeling her eyes upon him, Lin Chaoyang instinctively straightened his posture, adopting an expression of righteous seriousness. Why are you so tense? Am I tense? Not at all. Tao Yushu's expression grew impatient as she raised the magazine and inquired. Well then, what is the matter? This is a long story. Then make it brief. Sensing the perilous undertone, Lin Chaoyang resolved to dispense with elaborate flattery. As a rural lad marrying a university student and becoming the son-in-law of a professor, I felt compelled to strive for progress. It was evident that my job would not yield immediate results, and as I had some aspirations in literary creation, I decided to write a novel and submit it to Yanjing Literature. Unexpectedly, they accepted it. Listening to Lin Chaoyang's words, Tao Yushu's gaze softened. She prided herself on being empathetic, fully aware that her husband would undoubtedly face significant psychological pressure upon moving to Yanjing. Yet, she realized she might have underestimated the burden this situation imposed upon him. Despite his succinct recounting, she could envision the internal struggles he had endured during this time. The thought of him being tormented by this matter, unable to find peace, while feigning strength and even carrying the burden of effort alone, stirred a wave of compassion within her. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? With Tao Yushu's demeanor and words becoming gentler, Lin Chaoyang breathed a sigh of relief. He had passed half of the hurdle. Pride, you see. What if my writing was subpar and the publication returned it? How embarrassing that would be. Tao Yushu chuckled. Are you really worried about losing face? Such arrogance. That is not arrogance. It is confidence. Just as he began to lower his guard, believing that all would soon be well, Tao Yushu suddenly posed a piercing question. Then why didn't you tell me when the novel was published? A sharp pang of anxiety struck him. That question was indeed astute. Chapter 40. Only I know you are a gem this matter. I suppose I must take some blame. In truth, I intended to surprise you. What surprise? Tao Yushu inquired. Lin Chaoyang placed his hand upon the iron-framed bed beneath them, producing a faint creak. This bed is quite unsatisfactory. I plan to acquire a better one and purchase a spring mattress. Alas, I have yet to secure a ticket. Tao Yushu found a mixture of amusement and tenderness in her husband's words, recalling that he had indeed mentioned this matter in the early days of their cohabitation. Yet, she had not anticipated that he had truly kept it in mind. It's merely a bed. Does it warrant such extensive consideration? Dining and resting are the two paramount concerns in life. One must not be negligent. These directly influence our happiness, Lin Chaoyang asserted with conviction. Tao Yushu jested. You truly are my father's son-in-law. Your perspectives align remarkably in this regard. Indeed, Master Taishan serves as my exemplar, he replied. When you call me overweight, I find myself out of breath. Tao Yushu extended her hand. What about the payment? A great weight lifted from Lin Chaoyang's heart. He had successfully navigated that conversation. He retrieved some cash from his inner pocket and handed it to Tao Yushu. Is this sufficient? Aren't you concerned I might discover it? If you discover it, so be it. I had no intention of hiding it from you, Lin Chaoyang retorted with confidence. Tao Yushu began to count the money, her expression shifting as she realized something was amiss. Lin Chaoyang felt a pang of anxiety. What could be wrong? How is it that the Wrangler is only 17,000 words, yet yields over $100? The remuneration system for manuscripts in China has completely collapsed. Last year, the National Press and Publication Administration issued a notice regarding the trial implementation of a new system for manuscript payments and subsidies. The notice stipulated the adoption of a low payment standard, compensating based on the quality and length of the work. Original manuscripts would receive 2 to 7 yuan per thousand words, while translations would garner 1 to 5 yuan per thousand. Thus, the prevailing remuneration for submissions over the past 2 years has generally been 3 to 5 yuan per thousand words, with 6 to 7 yuan being the standard for established authors. Tao Yushu, being an author herself, was well aware of the current payment standards. Lin Chaoyang exhaled in relief, while internally he scoffed. So you spent all that time checking the word count. Do you not recall that I also published a creative discussion in Yanjing Literature? The editorial department even increased my payment. The Wrangler earned 5 yuan per thousand words, while the discussion garnered 7, totaling 113 yuan. Now it makes sense, Tao Yushu exclaimed joyfully, preparing to tuck the stack of cash into her pocket. After a moment's thought, she extracted a larger bill. This is yours, and this is mine, Lin Chaoyang replied. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret over the money he had concealed for only a few days. But witnessing Tao Yushu's eager demeanor inexplicably lifted his spirits. With the funds secured, Tao Yushu turned her gaze to Lin Chaoyang, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Pray tell, how did you craft such a remarkable novel? I had never heard you mention that you had written a novel before. To achieve such recognition in your debut work published in Yanjing Literature is truly remarkable. Now that you've brought it up, I find myself wide awake. The attitude of Tao Yushu instilled a sense of vigor in Lin Chaoyang. After all, it is often said that a woman's admiration serves as the finest tonic for a man. Initially, I contemplated writing, yet I found myself lacking direction. It wasn't until I came across an article in the Workers' Daily that chronicled a pair of university student spouses from Ningxia who resolutely turned down a substantial inheritance from overseas relatives to remain and establish their roots in a remote area of the country. This piece ignited a spark within me. Given my somewhat leisurely hours at the library, I began gathering materials, and after some contemplation, the foundation for the Wrangler began to take shape. From the very inception of the idea to write the Wrangler, Lin Chaoyang had already pondered his phrasing. He anticipated that readers, family, and editors would inevitably inquire about the origins of his creation, which he regarded as prudent foresight. So, were you able to write it down seamlessly? Did you encounter any difficulties? This was what piqued Tao Yushu's curiosity. It wasn't that she looked down upon her husband's junior high education. Rather, she understood that literary creation is not merely a matter of being able to write or having a good grasp of the language. Every novice inevitably faces various challenges in the initial stages. Indeed, at first, the writing did not flow smoothly. It was quite halting. I believe the key lies in patience. Once you endure through it, everything will fall into place. Lin Chaoyang's response was straightforward, yet Tao Yushu, being a literature major and currently engaged in literary criticism, was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Her husband possessed no prior experience in creative writing, and for him to complete a lengthy and splendid novel within such a short span surely reflected a measure of innate talent. She couldn't help but reminisce about their early acquaintance. At that time, while she was stationed at Shaoyangtan, Lin Chaoyang was fair-skinned and quite refined. Their occasional labor together allowed them to become acquainted, yet little could be discerned from their interactions. It was only later, when he saved her and lost considerable blood, that she tended to him with unwavering devotion, feeling profoundly grateful for his life-saving act. Gradually, through their interactions, she discovered that Lin Chaoyang was remarkably insightful, particularly in the realm of literature, endowed with keen perception and discernment. Many assumed that her affection for Lin Chaoyang stemmed solely from her gratitude for his heroism, which was indeed one factor, yet not the predominant one. She was not so naive. Only she understood that she and Lin Chaoyang shared a deep intellectual affinity. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed since their marriage. Tao Yushu was acutely aware of the skepticism surrounding their union, even from her own mother. Yet she remained steadfast. Reflecting on the past year, her eyes grew misty with emotion. Suddenly, Tao Yushu buried her head in Lin Chaoyang's embrace. At first, he believed that her inability to contain her admiration prompted such an affectionate gesture, but upon feeling the warmth and dampness against his chest, he sensed something amiss. Lin Chaoyang gently cradled the delicate face before him, only to find Tao Yushu weeping sorrowfully, like a flower drenched in rain, evoking an irresistible pang of sympathy within him. Her tears stirred a sense of unease in him, leaving him perplexed about the cause of her distress. "What is the matter? Why are you crying?" The crystalline droplets lingered in her eyes, yet did not fall. Tao Yushu gazed at Lin Chaoyang, sobbing silently, which only heightened his anxiety. "Speak to me. Were you bullied at school? Or did someone upset you at home?" With tender compassion, Lin Chaoyang wiped her tears away. It was then that she sniffled and spoke. "They do not understand. Only I know you are a treasure." In that instant, his previous worry transformed into a gentle warmth. Her tears were shed for this reason. Memories of the past year flashed through Lin Chaoyang's mind, realizing that since she had resolutely chosen him, she must have borne immense pressure. "Silly girl, there is no need to cry over this." He gently wiped away her tears once more, asserting, "Your husband is not merely a treasure, he is a gold mine." Tao Yushu's tears turned to laughter, her smile bright and radiant. "You narcissist." After her laughter subsided, Lin Chaoyang, with an expression of remorse, uttered, "I am sorry." Tao Yushu assumed his apology was for her grievances. "We are husband and wife. Why apologize? By the way, what inspired you to create the character Xiuji? You failed to notice? I based it on what you wrote." Sweet talk. "And what about Qingqing? Why is she a daughter? Do you not like daughters? I thought you preferred daughters." "I like both sons and daughters." "Then let us create one." "Are you out of your mind?" Recently, discussions regarding the plot and characters have been fervent, and today's chapter serves as a brief narrative clarification. From the reader's perspective, I can comprehend the sentiments of some, particularly those who avidly pursue updates, as their reading experience is immediate and their feedback likewise. However, from an author's viewpoint, my considerations diverge from those of certain readers. The male protagonist's nuances, character traits, and mannerisms were conceived when I commenced writing. when I placed him within the context of a lengthy narrative. He adhered to an underlying logical framework. Character development is a continuous process, evolving throughout the story. In my previous work, Lin Chaoyang, who was a university student before his time travel, began as an impetuous youth, able to command the attention of classmates twice his age, daringly engaging in speculation and selling autographed books. As the narrative progressed, with the passage of time and elevation in reputation, Lin Chaoyang transformed into the esteemed teacher Lin, embodying a dignified presence while still retaining certain traits, such as his audacity. Similarly, Lin Chaoyang embodies this complexity. He possesses the lethargy of a laborer, the selfishness of a middle-aged man, and an inherent sense of contradiction stemming from his life experiences prior to his journey through time. Some may consider Lin Chaoyang to be selfish, particularly in comparison to the female protagonist. However, what I seek to convey is perhaps a contest for dominance. Tao Yushu possesses her own aspirations, as does Lin Chaoyang. The caution inherent to middle-aged individuals, coupled with the astuteness of working-class people, constrains his ability to address this matter with candor. More often than not, he wishes to navigate familial relationships in his own manner, such as inviting family members to a movie or discreetly providing his brother-in-law with funds for a television ticket. In crafting the protagonists of this narrative, the female lead was conceived with considerable strength from the outset. In contrast, the conception and treatment of the male lead may appear somewhat feeble. Yet this very aspect allows for greater potential in his character's development as the plot unfolds. In light of certain feedback, I contemplated adding further details to swiftly elucidate this segment of the story. However, given the constraints of the book's initial release period, which entail promotional and publication timelines, such adjustments prove challenging. Now that the storyline has progressed to this juncture, I hope that readers find it satisfactory. Some readers have likened my work to the Dragon King's son-in-law, to which I must say that this title indeed has its own audience. Nevertheless, I assure you that my writing does not adhere to that particular path. In my portrayal, neither the mother-in-law nor the sister-in-law are depicted as villains. Rather, they, like us, are simply situated in varying perspectives. Longtime readers may notice that I seldom depict any character as outright malevolent in a bid to evoke hatred. This is partly due to my own limitations as a writer and also because I personally dislike extreme emotional fluctuations in life, which is reflected in my characters as well. However, no matter how well I conceptualize, if I cannot translate those thoughts into writing, it is all in vain. Each individual possesses their own limits. Perhaps my current limitations reside here, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Since the publication of this book, its success has surpassed expectations. I am troubled by how to enhance my writing to honor the affection shown by so many readers, while also striving to progress further along my literary journey. Some have accused me of arrogance, yet I believe that no matter how inflated my ego may become, I shall never reach a point where I do not require my readers. Every single reader is invaluable to an author, for it is your support that has cultivated the paid ecosystem of online literature. Readers engage with books for leisure and entertainment, and I sincerely hope that you find joy and satisfaction in the positive emotions my novel imparts. Wishing everyone a delightful day filled with happiness. Chapter 41. Consider acquiring a new bed. Lin Chaoyang was plagued by a nightmarish vision, wherein his hidden trove concealed within the soles of his shoes was discovered by Tao Yushu, who promptly confiscated it, leaving him destitute once more. He found himself unable to afford even the meager 5-cent dish of stir-fried potato shreds at the cafeteria, his hunger gnawing at him as he was reduced to a state of abject poverty. By sheer chance, he noticed someone discarding a piece of pot-stewed tofu onto the floor, only to realize it was Lu Xingyun. Yet, driven by desperation, Lin Chaoyang paid no heed to such matters. He lunged at the tofu like a ravenous dog, stuffing it into his mouth. However, the tofu only became stickier and more cloying with each bite, ultimately leaving his mouth in a sticky mess. He struggled to scrape it off, until he jolted awake. After experiencing a profound harmony of life and soul the previous night, Lin Chaoyang had succumbed to a deep slumber, and upon awakening, he was struck by a sudden panic. He was late for work. Then, he recalled that today was, in fact, the weekend. Tao Yushu was soundly asleep, her soft, pale arms draped over half of his face, which explained the peculiar dream. Lin Chaoyang gently shifted her hand aside, noting her lack of response. Clearly exhausted from the previous night, as he dressed, he deliberately stepped on his shoe heel, reassured that he still had some money left. What a relief. Last night, he had voluntarily confessed his misdeeds, influenced both by the gossip of his indiscreet Chinese department peers and a newfound sense of conscience. Yet, He was a man prone to err. From a young age, he had corrected his mistakes only to commit them anew, avoiding grave errors, yet faltering with minor ones. Now that a portion of his hidden stash had been seized, he could not afford to falter again. A man must have a little reserve, after all. Upon exiting his room, he encountered Tao Yushu, who had just finished her meal and was returning to her quarters. The moment she saw Lin Chaoyang, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly averted her gaze to close the door. Continuing on, he crossed paths with his brother-in-law, who was brushing his teeth, their eyes locking with a profound understanding that seemed to resonate solely between men. After completing his morning ablutions and heading to the dining area, he was met with the icy gaze of his mother-in-law. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Lin Chaoyang sat down to eat. Barely daring to perch half his backside on the chair, his mind wandering back to the fervent passion shared between him and his wife the previous night. How impulsive he had been. His father-in-law, however, maintained his usual demeanor, but as he rose from the table, he casually remarked, "Chaoyang, perhaps it is time to consider acquiring a new bed. If funds are short, I can contribute." Lin Chaoyang hastily set down his chopsticks, exclaiming, "Father, I shall purchase a bed today. I have the means." His father-in-law nodded in acknowledgement, saying no more. Such desires are but a natural part of human existence. Upon returning to his room after breakfast, Lin Chaoyang found Tao Yushu cocooned within the blankets, seemingly still in slumber. Yet, he keenly observed her tiny movements beneath the covers. Approaching the bedside, he pulled the comforter away from her head. "Awaken. It's time for breakfast. Mother is about to clear the dishes." The enchanting visage that had once radiated delight now bore a hint of sultriness as she playfully chided, "This is all your fault. Father and mother surely heard us last night. Let them hear. What is there to fear between a lawful couple?" Lin Chaoyang replied boldly, unabashed by her reproach. As he spoke, he reached for Tao Yushu's arm, only to be met with her sharp bite on his wrist. Tao Yushu's pearly white teeth were both pristine and orderly. In her moment of embarrassment and anger, she did not realize the force with which she bit down. Lin Chaoyang grimaced yet made no attempt to withdraw. "What are you doing?" Tao Yushu, still clenching her teeth, asked Lin Chaoyang in a muffled voice. "It hurts. Would you please release me?" Only then did she relent. And Lin Chaoyang rubbed his wrist, now marked by 2 clear imprints of her teeth. "You little rascal. Humph. Let us see if you dare to do that again." Having avenged herself, Tao Yushu tidied her clothes and hair, preparing to exit the room. Lin Chaoyang interjected, "Dad wants us to go buy a bed. Hurry up and get ready." At that moment, Tao Yushu hesitated, turning back to glare at him with a fierce look. After returning from their meal, Tao Yushu wore a sullen expression, and Lin Chaoyang assumed she was still brooding over the noise disturbance from the previous night. "Mom swindled me out of $2. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang immediately understood the situation. With Tao Yushu on winter break, she had to eat lunch at home every day, and naturally, she needed to collect extra for meal expenses. "Be careful with what you say. If Mom hears you, she'll know you snitched." "Great, being the good guy is tough." Just as the couple was sharing a light-hearted banter, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, they found Tao Yushu's father standing there. "Dad, what is the matter?" Without a word, he handed over 2 bills and turned to leave. "What is this?" Lin Chaoyang leaned in to see that one was a ticket for a wooden bed and the other for a bed frame. "Is Dad a fortune teller or something?" Lin Chaoyang marveled. "Do you really think my dad is a soothsayer?" Tao Yushu retorted, slightly annoyed. Lin Chaoyang's remark was, of course, in jest. The wooden bed ticket was undoubtedly something her father had procured, conveniently arriving today. "Dad has been arranging this since summer vacation," Tao Yushu added. In that moment, Lin Chaoyang felt the deep affection that her father harbored for the couple, a poignant illustration of unspoken paternal love. The only slight disappointment was that the wooden bed was somewhat lacking. A spring mattress ticket would have been ideal. With the tickets in hand and having just acquired funds from Lin Chaoyang's small treasury, exchanging for a bed and mattress was a trivial matter. That very afternoon, Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu hired a cart to transport the bed frame and mattress back home. Just days prior, the Tao family had purchased a television. And now they were replacing the bed. The house was certainly imbued with a sense of joyous renewal, drawing the curiosity of the neighboring families. That evening, the dinner at the Tao household was prepared by sister-in-law Zhao Li. Tao's parents were headed to the Workers' Club to watch the play In Silence, having departed at 5 o'clock. In Silence was a play created and arranged by the amateur drama troupe of the Workers' Cultural Palace in Shanghai, and upon its premiere this year, it had taken the city by storm, making tickets hard to come by, truly embodying its title, Thunder Heard in Silence. In November, invited by the Ministry of Culture and the All China Federation of Trade Unions, Playwright Zhong Fuxian and director Su Lizhi led the In Silence troupe to perform in Beijing. The performance of In Silence in Shanghai has been meticulously replicated, and its premiere in Yanjing has met with resounding success, garnering extensive media coverage and high praise. The People's Daily even featured a special commentary article on its front page entitled The People's Aspirations, The People's Strength, a review of the play In Silence, asserting that the arrival of the In Silence troupe in the capital to perform for the citizens is a triumph of the people's power. The premiere was a sensational affair, with In Silence emerging as a cultural phenomenon in Yanjing this winter, second only to the film The Chase and the magazine Today. Yesterday, my brother-in-law procured 2 tickets for In Silence from a friend and graciously gifted them to Mother Tao, leading to an outing for the elderly couple today. This gesture from my brother-in-law stirred a sense of uncanny familiarity within Lin Chaoyang, which he could not immediately place until he noticed the copy of Dream of the Red Chamber on the shelf. If this were in Dream of the Red Chamber, my brother-in-law would undoubtedly be akin to Lian Eryi, inept in many respects, yet adept in navigating social situations and endearing himself to others. Chapter 42. The True Value of Exclusive Films During Dinner. Tao Yuma's demeanor appeared rather unpleasing, likely due to her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Tao, having neglected to take her to the theater, thus causing her to sulk. Lin Chaoyang could empathize with his sister-in-law's sentiments. As the only remaining single individual in the household besides the 2 young ones, her status at home might even be inferior to his own, especially since he enjoyed the unwavering support of Tao Yushu. However, what of his sister-in-law? She was devoid of a loving father, an indifferent mother, a sister perpetually flaunting her affections, and an elder brother who was solely preoccupied with his own pleasures. Who could be more unfortunate than her? Later that evening, Tao Yushu was once again scrutinizing her little treasure chest. She had purchased a brown canvas bed and a beechwood bed frame for a total of 56 yuan, an amount exceeding Lin Chaoyang's monthly salary. Just the night before, she had received over 90 yuan, but now more than half had vanished, causing the financially minded Tao to feel as though her heart were bleeding. "Stop checking and come experience our grand bed," Lin Chaoyang urged, pulling Tao Yushu onto the bed, excitement bubbling within him. After enduring 4 months on those rickety iron frame beds, Lin Chaoyang had risked it all the previous night, only to have Tao Yushu surrender halfway through. Now, with the new spacious bed, he could finally enjoy himself. As the new year approached, the winds in Yanjing that night were particularly fierce, causing the bed to sway. Lin Chaoyang leaned against the headboard and inquired, "Are you not planning to tell your parents about my writing?" Tao Yushu, glistening with fragrant sweat, exhaled softly. "No rush." Lin Chaoyang found this puzzling. Given her temperament, he assumed that if her story were published in a magazine, she would proudly flaunt it before her mother. "We have too many expenses. If Mom finds out you can earn royalties, she will surely concoct all sorts of ways to extract daily necessities from us." Lin Chaoyang had not anticipated that Tao Yushu harbored such cunning thoughts. Indeed, the 2 of them were engaged in a battle of wits. What can one expect from her favoritism? Tao Yushu adjusted her position in his embrace and continued, "Moreover, you've only published a short piece. It's not yet secure. Making a grand announcement would be overly deliberate. It would be better to wait and aim for a book release next year. At that time, I would prefer them to hear it from someone else and come to verify with me." At which point I would casually affirm, "Indeed." Lin Chaoyang could not help but laugh at the vivid scene his wife had painted. Truly, she was born in the wrong era. Had she been writing online novels 30 years hence, she would have surely amassed a fortune. "What do you think of my idea?" Tao Yushu teased. "Your aspirations exceed even mine," Lin Chaoyang replied. "It is precisely because one possesses ambition that one's heart expands. If you were truly a burden to uplift, I might have to exhaust myself to prove that I did not marry unwisely." Lin Chaoyang, upon hearing her words, felt a moment of clarity. Indeed, it was this inner confidence that rendered him disinterested in explanations and unhurried to prove anything. Reflecting on his own thoughts since arriving in Yanjing 6 months prior, he realized he had been operating under the same principle. "Moreover, my mother holds the belief that first impressions are paramount. If I were to tell her about your remarkable abilities, she might perceive it as an act of defiance." Lin Chaoyang contemplated this. While jesting is one thing, the statement made by Tao Yushu was indeed profound. Once a person harbors prejudice, their perspective becomes inherently skewed. Given your undeniable talent in literary creation, it would be a waste to neglect the meticulous planning of your future trajectory, especially since your debut novel has garnered such significant attention. However, as The Horse Wrangler is merely a short story, no matter how favorable the public response, It cannot be transformed into a published work, ultimately limiting its influence. I believe your creative focus should shift towards mid-length and long novels moving forward. Lin Chaoyang recalled that it was indeed Tao Yushu who had initially surrendered. Yet in a matter of moments, she became increasingly animated, radiating an entirely different brilliance. The moment serious matters were broached, she seemed rejuvenated. Could this be the aura of an academic overachiever? After 4 months of restraint, the joy of expression had finally emerged, and upon returning to work the next day, Lin Chaoyang felt invigorated, as is typical of youth. As the winter break commenced, not only did Yanjing University grow quiet, but the library did as well. This week, Lin Chaoyang stationed himself in the first-floor book repository, where he genuinely experienced the joy of working there after a leisurely morning. His desk was nearly gleaming from lack of use. When he ventured to the dining hall at noon and glanced at the food offerings, having consumed quite a bit of meat lately, he decided to opt for something lighter. Just as he was about to serve himself, he spotted Lu Jinyun entering the cafeteria with a lunchbox. "Jinyun, aren't you going home?" Lin Chaoyang greeted him. "No, I'll return home before the new year," Lu replied. After they served their meals, the two engaged in conversation, during which Lin learned why Lu remained on campus during the break. It turned out that prior to the holiday, a group of students from remote areas in the Chinese department had expressed their reluctance to return home and requested opportunities for work-study arrangements. The department, responding to their needs, assigned them tasks involving manuscript copying and script reviewing. In an age devoid of computers and with few adept at using typewriters, the urgency of submissions to publishers or magazines necessitated assistance in manuscript transcription. Anyone who has engaged in literary work knows that writing may appear effortless, yet it is. In fact, a laborious task. Spending hours on assignments often results in sore hands and aching shoulders, let alone the arduous task of copying manuscripts. In contrast, script reviewing is considerably less strenuous. However, with every task comes its own advantages and disadvantages. While manuscript transcription is arduous and exhausting, it offers cash compensation. Script reviewing is far easier, yet rewards students with movie tickets instead. Lu Jinyun, being resourceful, felt a financial pinch, yet not to a dire extent, thus decisively chose the script reviewing position. The scripts assigned to these students were obtained from the Ministry of Culture, requiring them to provide feedback as part of the initial selection process. For each script reviewed, students received 2 internal movie tickets. During this era, the foreign films introduced domestically were predominantly from socialist brother countries, while the internal tickets from the ministry often featured new and classic films from capitalist nations, which were highly sought after by the public. On the first day, whoever attends a private screening of a film can boast about it for quite some time at work the following day. Listening to Lu Jinyun recite the titles of various movies, Lin Chaoyang inquired, "Do you have those? I have just read a script and possess 2 tickets for Rashomon, though my classmates have access to them as well. Please procure a few more movie tickets for me." Some of the films Lu mentioned were familiar to Lin, while others were not, yet that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that Tao Yushu and the Tao family had never seen them. Pleased by his request, Lu Jinyun felt elated. Why did these students choose to remain at school during the winter break instead of returning home? Was it not for the sake of earning money? Once the tickets reached them, they would undoubtedly watch the films, but some would also be sold, for one must balance both spiritual and material wealth. After laboring throughout the winter break, wouldn't it be delightful to earn enough to cover the cost of a train ticket home? Very well. I will gather the tickets and meet you at the library. After concluding their discussion, Lu Jinyun delivered 8 movie tickets to the library that afternoon. Among them were 4 tickets for the Japanese film Rashomon, 2 for the Soviet film The Verdict, and 2 for the French film Napoleon, all to be screened at the China Film Archive in Shaoxitian. Lin Chaoyang handed Lu Jinyun 2 yuan in change, but he quickly waved his hand. That is far too much. Currently, a movie ticket costs merely 8 cents at the cinema, and a ticket in a large dining hall is even cheaper, especially if one brings their own stool, priced at just 5 cents. Lin Chaoyang insisted on giving him 2 yuan and 50 cents, equating to 25 cents per ticket. The price for a private screening is distinct from the general ticket price, is it not? Without further ado, Lin pressed the money into Lu's hand. Upon exiting the library, Lu Jinyun glanced down at the money he clutched. Private screening tickets are indeed quite valuable. Chapter 43. Friends everywhere. Upon returning home in the evening, Lin Chaoyang discovered that Tao's father was engaged in a game of Go with someone he recognized. He almost exclaimed, "Old dang," out loud. As the game concluded, just in time for dinner, Tao's father introduced Lin Chaoyang to the elder. Guangqian, this is Yushu's husband, Lin Chaoyang, who works at the library. Greetings, Professor Zhu. Lin Chaoyang respectfully called out. Zhu Guangqian, with a beaming smile, had a face lined with wrinkles, reminiscent of an old fox. I happened to meet you at the library the other day. Truly a stroke of fate. Calling me professor feels overly formal. Just refer to me as uncle. Hello. Uncle Zhu. Lin Chaoyang repeated. The elder nodded in satisfaction, his appearance rather unremarkable, which seemed somewhat mismatched with Yushu's charm. Old Deng, with a sharp tongue, quipped about Zhu's average looks, but acknowledged his discerning taste in marrying Yushu, a fine specimen for aesthetic studies. Now that sounds like a compliment. Yet, Lin Chaoyang felt a dissonance in Old Deng's words, recognizing the playful jab wrapped in flattery. Internally, he called Old Deng out, yet maintained a compliant demeanor. For the esteemed figure before him was indeed a pioneer in Chinese aesthetic education, a title that could eclipse over 99 of cultural figures in China. It dawned upon Lin Chaoyang why the elder had chosen to spend his leisure time at the library. It appeared he shared a deep camaraderie with Tao's father. Due to Zhu Guangqian's presence, the evening meal at the Tao household was particularly lavish, and before dining, Tao Yuma's eyes gleamed with delight at the sumptuous spread. Let's have a drink, Zhu Guangqian urged as he settled down, but Tao's father interjected, I made a promise to your family before you arrived. They aren't here after all, Zhu Guangqian retorted. Do you think they wouldn't notice if I had a drink? Tao's father continued. Just brew a pot of tea before I leave. I won't drink much. Zhu Guangqian insisted. It was evident that the elder was quite accustomed to this routine, his methods polished from experience. Unable to resist, Tao's father retrieved 2 small cups, each containing 3 coins worth of liquor. Yushu, in a few years, you must keep a closer watch on your father to prevent him from sneaking drinks. Zhu Guangqian confided in Tao Yushu, who smiled and replied, Uncle Zhu, my dad's drinking habit is nowhere near as severe as yours. This girl, it seemed, had lost some of her childhood charm. After dinner, Zhu Guangqian indeed drank a pot of tea, and before departing, he held his hand before his mouth, exhaling to ascertain there was no scent of alcohol before stepping outside. Lin Chaoyang recalled the previous incident involving braised pork and wondered if Tao Yushu and her sister had learned such habits from him since childhood. The old adage rings true, proximity to virtue fosters virtue. Zhu Guangqian resided in Yan'an Garden, which was a fair distance from Langrun Garden, prompting Tao's father to ask his brother-in-law to escort him home. Later that night, Lin Chaoyang presented the movie tickets he had purchased from Lu Jinyun to Tao Yushu. Where did these come from? She inquired. Lin Chaoyang recounted how Lu Jinyun and the other students from the Chinese department were working hard to afford their studies, emphasizing that these were internal screenings that would surely interest their parents. Is this the beginning of flattery? Inspired by her brother-in-law, Tao Yushu pondered the notion of flattery, deeming it merely an embellishment of one's leisure pursuits and an enhancement of cultural refinement. Her awareness, she mused, still possessed room for growth. With a playful wrinkle of her nose, she joyfully accepted the movie tickets. Inviting family members to a film may seem somewhat frivolous in future generations, yet in this era, the entertainment options for the common populace were exceedingly scarce, with cinema standing as the predominant form of amusement. As the year 1979 approached, the Chinese film industry achieved a staggering record of 29.3 billion moviegoers, an unprecedented feat in cinematic history, marking a vibrant chapter in the annals of global film. Given China's population of 975 million in '79, each individual, on average, attended the cinema 30 times that year, representing a true zenith for the Chinese film market. Lin Chaoyang's acquisition of several movie tickets for his family was indeed a commendable contribution to their recreational activities. After Tao Yushu distributed the tickets to her family, Lin Chaoyang distinctly sensed a shift in the household's atmosphere, which became markedly more cheerful. Notably, his younger sister-in-law, Tao Yuma, a spirited girl of 17 or 18, was particularly delighted by the prospect of watching a film. She discreetly approached Tao Yushu, inquiring if she might procure an additional ticket to invite a classmate. Tao Yushu's immediate response was, "Is it a boy or a girl?" "Sister, what are you implying?" Tao Yuma retorted, her cheeks aflame with modesty, "Of course. It's a female classmate. Why the defensiveness?" "I was merely inquiring." "Who is defensive?" After a heartfelt plea, Tao Yuma successfully acquired 2 tickets from her sister. Once she departed, Lin Chaoyang remarked with pride, "Now this household is brimming with friends." Tao Yushu quipped, "My mother is worth 10 of them. Your mother's resilience is commendable. But she lacks allies. She stands alone." Cultivating numerous friendships while minimizing adversaries is the essence of triumph. Nonsense. Be careful not to speak recklessly. Days later, as the festive season approached, Lin Chaoyang received a parcel from his parents in their northeastern hometown, filled with mountain goods, at least 10 pounds of dried provisions, sufficient to sustain the Tao family for 6 months. Accompanying the package was a letter wherein his parents echoed Tao Yushu's sentiments, suggesting that since her return in mid-August had been so recent, there was no need for them to travel back for the new year, thus saving them on travel expenses. The mountain goods were a gift for their in-laws to enhance the New Year's feast, with an invitation to write back about their preferred dishes, as the Northeast was abundant in such natural treasures. That evening, Tao Yushu unveiled the substantial collection of mountain goods to her family. Given the modest living conditions and material standards of the time, even in Yanjing, the sight of a large bag of northeastern forest products was utterly captivating to the Tao family. This stash must be worth at least 60 or 70 yuan, remarked her brother-in-law. While northeastern mountain goods may seem rustic, they were indeed far from inexpensive, particularly in an era devoid of artificial farming. Moreover, since all the goods are air-dried and sun-dried, the actual quantity far exceeds what one might perceive. The siblings, Tao Yushu and Tao Yuma, gazed at the mountain produce with glimmering eyes. This substantial bundle not only contained a variety of fungi such as black fungus, lion's mane mushrooms, and hazel mushrooms, but also 2 air-dried mountain chickens. The thought of transforming these into a delectable dish was tantalizing. Tao Yushu conveyed the elder's wishes from the Lin family to Tao's father, his expression brimming with pride. How could we accept such generosity from our in-laws? Tao's father remarked to Lin Chaoyang. Father, we are all family. Your words are overly formal. Both Tao's father and Lin Chaoyang, along with the Tao family, understood that the gifts sent by the couple, Lin Akun and his wife, were not merely a token of appreciation for their in-laws, but also an expression of gratitude for the care and acceptance bestowed upon their son. Typically, sending gifts might seem too deliberate, but with the new year approaching, this gesture felt particularly thoughtful and considerate. Please extend our family's gratitude to your parents when you respond, Tao's father said, his expression contemplative. Since we won't be returning home this year, let us celebrate the new year together at home. You two have been married for almost a year now, yet we have yet to hold a wedding, and the two families have not even met. This is simply unacceptable. Let's find a time next year to visit Northeast China. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang was slightly taken aback, while Tao Yushu's face lit up with joy. However, Tao's mother's expression darkened immediately. Yet, despite her discontent, Tao's father remained the head of the household, and she would not openly oppose him. Lin Chaoyang discreetly observed Tao's mother's reaction, understanding that in the workplace, one should not fear offending others, but rather, the key is to align with the right individuals. Even if his mother-in-law viewed him unfavorably, they still had to journey to Northeast China, did they not? Chapter 44. Autumn Chrysanthemum files a lawsuit from the perspective of conventional Chinese society. The marriage between Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu was fraught with incongruity from the outset. This disparity was evident in both their personal attributes and familial backgrounds. Furthermore, the peculiarities of the era facilitated their union, allowing them to bypass all customary formalities. Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu were indifferent to such matters. They had not even taken a wedding photograph. Yet, a year into their marriage, the two families had yet to meet, which was undoubtedly unreasonable. This situation arose partly due to geographical distance and transportation issues, but more significantly, it stemmed from the cautious nature of both families. From the standpoint of Lin's parents, the prospect of their son marrying a university-educated daughter-in-law from a prestigious family raised concerns. An impulsive request for a meeting could lead to disappointment if declined, and might even provoke resentment, with the possibility of being perceived as seeking familial ties. Conversely, Tao's parents had little understanding of Lin Chaoyang and his family prior to their daughter's insistence on his visit to Beijing. Until they were assured that Lin Chaoyang was a worthy partner for their daughter, they were reluctant to hastily accept the engagement. This evening, spurred by a generous gift from Lin's family, Lin's father took the initiative to propose a meeting between the two families next year, signifying that Lin Chaoyang's conduct over the past few months had earned his approval, and he now regarded Lin as a son-in-law. In the presence of her family, Tao Yushu maintained a degree of composure, but once she returned to her room, she immediately nestled into Lin Chaoyang's embrace. The gift from her parents was indeed timely. What mattered to Tao Yushu was not the gift itself, but the recognition and blessing of their marriage by both families. Despite her usual banter with her mother, no child is devoid of the desire for parental approval regarding their union. Before Lin Chaoyang could respond, she added, "That package of mountain goods is substantial. It must have cost a fortune. Just before we left, Mother gave me 500 yuan. They certainly indulged us. You also intend to send 100 yuan to my parents, right? It's only proper to reciprocate. That is different. This money originally belongs to my parents. Even if we use our own funds later, it is our duty to honor them," he replied. "However, this mountain produce is a gift for our family, so we must find a way for my parents to contribute as well." Lin Chaoyang could not help but chuckle at her audacity. "Aren't you afraid of incurring your mother's wrath? You just said it's about reciprocity." Tao Yushu shrugged off his concern. "But how do you know my parents won't prepare something?" After contemplating, she conceded, "True, even if my mother hesitates to reciprocate, my father would surely think of it. Be careful not to speak ill of your mother-in-law behind her back. I might just report you. Do not misinterpret my words. My mother is not rude. She simply has not yet accepted you. You should not take offense. It's merely a matter of her adjusting her views." Lin Chaoyang gently grasped her hand, expressing his gratitude for her blessing of such a wonderful daughter to be his wife. He felt thankful beyond measure. Moreover, despite his mother's occasional disapproval, she had never allowed him to go hungry. Tao Yushu's heart swelled with sweetness, akin to honey, as she heard him continue. Though her culinary skills may leave something to be desired, unable to restrain herself, she playfully hit Lin Chaoyang, cautioning, "Be careful not to let Mom hear. If she finds out, it will be your fault for spilling the beans." As anticipated by Lin Chaoyang and his wife, the following morning, Tao's father began preparing the gifts to send to their in-laws, dragging the reluctant Tao mother along for shopping. By the time Lin Chaoyang returned from work, everything had been meticulously packed. "Chaoyang, make sure to send these off tomorrow morning. We likely won't make it in time for the new year," Tao's father instructed. His tone tinged with regret, as receiving gifts before the holiday would have been particularly delightful. Early the next morning, Lin Chaoyang dispatched the parcels before heading to the library for his shift. During the winter break, the library opened at 8 o'clock, allowing him a more relaxed schedule. With fewer patrons, the library felt quite serene, though there were still occasional demanding tasks. For instance, a fresh batch of new books had just arrived, only 10,000 volumes. While this number was not excessive given the library's numerous staff, the challenge lay in the fixed nature of the bookshelves. With the influx of new titles, some older books would need to be replaced, a process known as turning the shelves, which ranked just below elevator malfunctions in terms of laboriousness. If there were empty spaces on the shelves, it was manageable. However, when the shelves were fully stocked, not only did old books need to be moved to accommodate the new, but they also had to be organized and cataloged, which was quite troublesome. Lin Chaoyang, being a vigorous member of the library team, willingly took on this responsibility. Of course, if he refused, the director would not allow it. Each side of a bookshelf contained over 2,000 volumes, and today, they needed to turn at least 4 to 5 sides. After turning just one shelf, Lin Chaoyang found himself on the verge of exhaustion and suggested to his partner, "Durong, let us take a break." Durong, panting, replied, "How can a big man like you lack stamina compared to me?" Unfazed by the teasing from his female colleague, Lin Chaoyang felt no embarrassment. After all, the task was not merely a test of strength, but of patience and endurance, qualities where women often excelled. Durong jested, "No wonder you managed to win over Professor Tao's daughter. Your way with words is truly remarkable." Much of the day was spent on this laborious task, and by afternoon, Lin Chaoyang slumped in his seat, unwilling to move, while Durong still had the energy to visit the periodicals room for magazines. Most publications were released every 5th or 10th day, and given that today was January 20th, a new batch should have arrived. This reminded Lin Chaoyang of Shanghai Literature, which also published on the 20th of each month. He wondered if his short story would finally be featured in this issue, as it had been nearly 4 months since he submitted it. With these thoughts in mind, he trudged toward the periodicals room. However, upon inquiry, he found that the latest copies of Shanghai Literature had already been borrowed, and all by library staff. Lin Chaoyang couldn't help but internally grumble about those inconsiderate colleagues. Upon returning home after work, he discovered that Tao Yushu had also brought back a copy of Shanghai Literary Arts. "Is there any remarkable piece in this issue?" Lin Chaoyang inquired. Tao Yushu, her eyes fixed on the magazine, replied, "I just bought it and haven't had the chance to peruse it yet. Let me take a look." Lin Chaoyang said, reaching for it. Tao Yushu evaded him, stating, "I shall read it first and then lend it to you." As she spoke, her hands paused, fortuitously flipping to the opening of a story. The title read, "Xiaoju Sues the Government," by Wang Qilai. A pseudonym. Once again, a pseudonym. Xiao Jusu's The Government was the very story Lin Chaoyang had pinned under a pseudonym for Shanghai Literary Arts, earning him a remuneration of 168 yuan. Unfortunately, his spending had been rather indiscriminate lately, leaving him with merely 100 yuan from that sum. He had only confessed about the horse wrangler previously, without mentioning Xiao Jusu's The Government. As the adage goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Every author possesses a few pseudonyms. It was prudent to amass a little nest egg, especially since he harbored grand ambitions, to save enough to acquire a spacious new home. The recent acquisition of a new bed had merely been a short-term improvement. Having achieved that, he now aspired to a loftier goal. Regrettably, the current housing market was sluggish, making it no simple task to find a satisfactory property. Though he often spoke of lying flat, he understood that one must first create certain conditions to earn the right to do so. This was not solely for himself, but also for Tao Yushu, and more importantly, for the harmony of their family. Owning a home would surely bring joy to Yushu in due time, wouldn't it? The thought of her surprise filled Lin Chaoyang with a sense of anticipation. Chapter 45. This is considered cheating. This novel is indeed well-crafted. Xiao Jusu's is relatively lengthy for a short story, exceeding 28,000 words, and it took Tao Yushu over 2 hours to finish reading. Lin Chaoyang remained silent, not wishing to prematurely reveal the matter of the pseudonym. If he did, not only would the surprise be lost, but he could also find himself in a precarious situation. Marries was a first-time offense, which could be forgiven, but Xiao Jusu's was a blatant attempt at profit. You should read it tomorrow, and we can discuss it. The more one fears something, the more it manifests, just before going to sleep. Tao Yushu assigned Lin Chaoyang a task that kept him tossing and turning. Why was it so challenging to prepare a surprise for his wife? The following day dawned, marking both the weekend and the little year. Each family member's face radiated with a hint of joy, a festive atmosphere permeating the apartment building and the Yanjing neighborhood. For the Chinese, the little year signifies the commencement of the New Year celebrations. Although the festive song mentions, "Child, child, don't be greedy." After the 8th day of the 12th month, the new year begins. No one could afford to start their New Year preparations as early as the 8th day. On the 23rd, they prepare candied gourds. On the 24th, it's cleaning day, and on the 25th, they make tofu. From this day forward, the atmosphere of the new year officially takes on a grand air. It is also from this day that the busy citizens of the nation will engage in their preparations for the upcoming year with a spirit entirely different from their everyday lives. In the afternoon, Tao's mother busied herself with making dumplings, and the entire family joined in the effort. After more than an hour, they had managed to prepare over 300 dumplings, enough for the family to enjoy 2 or 3 meals. I believe dumplings should contain more meat. Usually, Mom is too stingy with it. Today's dumplings are plentiful with meat, and they taste divine, Tao Yushu exclaimed, puffing up his cheeks. It's not just about the meat. The mushrooms from the Chaoyang family are exceptional, making the filling exceptionally flavorful, added his brother-in-law. The siblings transformed into culinary critics, savoring the dumplings while also critiquing them. Once they were well fed, as evening approached, Lin Chaoyang was ready to throw himself onto the bed like a lazy fish. When he heard Tao Yushu ask, "Did you read that novel from yesterday?" "Which one?" Lin Chaoyang feigned ignorance. "This one," Tao Yushu replied, flipping through the magazine on the table, causing Lin Chaoyang to feel a headache coming on. "I'll take a look first." There was no escaping it. Lin Chaoyang could only feign admiration for his own work. Meanwhile, Tao Yushu busied herself revising her commentary on Marries, which she had previously submitted to Literary Daily but had not been published. Upon learning that her husband was the author of Marries, she felt a surge of determination to ensure her commentary was revised and published. Half the evening slipped away as Tao Yushu finished her edits and returned to inquire about Lin Chaoyang's thoughts. "How is it? What do you think?" As she posed her question, Lin Chaoyang was suddenly reminded of his middle school language teacher calling on him to answer questions. "Well, the novel is indeed quite remarkable." "Elaborate, please." Lin Chaoyang continued with a resolute demeanor. The novel opens with the captain engaging in violence, using Xiao Ju's quest for justice, her relentless pursuit of accountability through 6 visits to the authorities, as a narrative thread. This repetitive structure, though seemingly straightforward, demands a high level of artistic skill. Mishandling it could easily lead to a monotonous account. Most people in later generations, even if they have not seen Xiao Ju de Guanxi, have likely heard of this film, which stands as one of the early masterpieces of the renowned director Zhang Yimou. The film is adapted from the short story Wanjia Susong, by the author Chen Yuanbin, undergoing certain modifications while retaining the core essence and thematic depth of the original narrative. The plot of Qiuju de Guanxi is not overly complex. Qiuju's husband, Wang Qinglai, finds himself in a dispute with the village chief, Wang Shantang, concerning their contracted land, which leads to an altercation where the chief, in a fit of rage, inflicts serious harm upon Wang Qinglai. At this juncture, Qiuju is 6 months pregnant and seeks justice for her husband. She approaches the village chief to reason with him, but he refuses to admit fault, claiming his actions were not personal. Qiuju then takes her grievances to the township government, where, after mediation, the chief agrees to compensate her family for their economic losses but declines to apologize, even tossing the compensation money on the ground for her to pick up. Feeling humiliated, Qiuju refuses to collect the money and embarks on yet another journey to seek redress, visiting the county police station and the city, ultimately filing a lawsuit in the People's Court, yet she remains unsatisfied with the outcomes. On New Year's Eve, as Qiuju faces complications during childbirth, the village chief and the villagers brave the harsh weather to transport her to the hospital. Grateful for the chief's assistance, Qiuju's family decides to forego pursuing further responsibility from him. However, at that very moment, the city court issues a ruling, leading to the chief's detention for assault. Lin Chaoyang's article Qiuju de Guanxi, published in Shanghai Literature and Arts, skillfully merges the strengths of both the novel and the film. Unlike the film, which is set in the rural Shanxi of the late 1980s, he relocates the backdrop to the rural northeast. Interestingly, the original story of Wanjia Susong is not set in Shanxi, but rather in the southern countryside. Lin's adaptation feels entirely harmonious and is particularly fitting given his own background as an author. I believe the novel excels in 2 key aspects: character development and the resolution of the narrative. There are no unequivocal heroes or villains. While the village chief's actions are undeniably wrong, they are motivated by a sense of duty to the community. Qiuju's pursuit of justice, though driven by a desire for respect and acknowledgement, is perceived by the chief and the government as somewhat obstinate. Ultimately, the chief's assistance during her childbirth alleviates her anger, yet it is ironically at this moment that the law intervenes to impose punishment on him. This reflects the ironic and lagging nature of legal procedures and systems, adding layers of meaning and profundity to the story's conclusion. Every word of this narrative is penned by Lin Chaoyang, and he possesses a unique authority to speak on the matter. After discussing for over 10 minutes, Tao Yushu listened intently, his expression serious yet occasionally revealing a hint of admiration, which brought Lin a moment of pride. Your speech is truly remarkable. Having listened to it just once, you are able to analyze so profoundly. It is no wonder you can craft novels, Tao Yushu praised Lin Chaoyang, albeit with a hint of melancholy. I, however, lack such talent. Who says that? Your critiques are exceedingly well written. We as a couple, one penning novels and the other composing critiques, form an unparalleled duo, Tao Yushu exclaimed. Yet, my review of The Wrangler remains unpublished. Perhaps you, the original author, could offer me some guidance? My dear wife, that would be akin to cheating. How could it be considered cheating when it pertains to the legitimate affairs of a married couple? I would gladly accept your assistance, but I have a small request. Lin Chaoyang leaned forward. Under the dim light, their figures entwined, while the cold wind relentlessly battered against the window, echoing with a sorrowful lament. Chapter 46. The last day of 1978. As the winter break commenced, a significant number of students from Yanjing University returned home. However, there remained a considerable portion, such as Lu Jinyun and his peers, who stayed behind either to engage in work-study programs or simply to save money. The presence of these students, combined with the faculty, had previously lent the library a modicum of vibrancy. Yet, after the minor celebrations of the Little New Year, the library became exceedingly desolate, aptly described as a place where not a soul could be found. This desolation led to a sense of idleness among the staff, with even those stationed in the book stacks finding time to wander downstairs. During lunchtime, some even took to studying the 54th document. In contrast to their middle-aged colleagues, the younger staff members harbored a more artistic inclination. Led by Du Rong, a group of youthful librarians would gather to read poetry and literature whenever time permitted. In such moments, Lin Chaoyang would often encourage everyone to join the festivities, while he remained at the front desk attending to the sporadic visitors. On the morning of the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Du Rong and her colleagues sought permission from director Xie Daoyuan to hold a New Year's poetry gathering in the Sunlight Hall, drawing a lively crowd to the library. Hu Wenxiong and Lin Chaoyang sat at the front desk of the closed stack borrowing area. She inquired, "Chaoyang, why do you not participate? Poetry requires a romantic sentiment and idealism. And I am a pragmatist by nature. We are quite alike in that regard. Poetry eludes us both. I've noticed you often indulge in writing and drawing. Are you not crafting poetry?" Lin Chaoyang indeed penned novels, frequently collaborating with Hu Wenxiong, who was respectful of boundaries and never pried into personal matters. It was only due to their growing familiarity and the boredom of the day that she posed this question. "I write novels," he replied. "I see you mingling quite well with those literature students. I presumed you were composing poetry," she remarked. "Writing novels is commendable, but one must also submit their work. Even if faced with rejections, it is a valuable opportunity to engage with editors and discern areas for improvement." Unbeknownst to Hu Wenxiong, Lin Chaoyang's novels had already been published. Her comments stemmed from genuine goodwill. As their conversation flowed, she noted, "You simply arrived at an inopportune time. Had you joined us 2 or 3 years earlier, you would not have been labeled as temporary." Lin Chaoyang had previously heard similar sentiments from colleagues. A few years back, the qualifications for library staff at Yanjing University only required a middle school education, primarily due to the scarcity of university graduates at the time. He smiled and replied, "It's of no concern. There will be opportunities in the future." Lin Chaoyang was acutely aware that as the year 1979 approached, the repercussions of a decade of educational stagnation were dire, with an exceedingly low college admission rate leaving countless eligible youths without access to higher education. The state began advocating for capable institutions to establish evening colleges, correspondence schools, and other forms of adult education, colloquially known as the 5 grades, to elevate the knowledge levels of the youth. He was resolute in his decision not to waste 4 years of his life merely to attend college, especially since he had no desire for a lofty position or an ostentatious sum. Attending night classes can indeed be quite beneficial, allowing one to effortlessly obtain a diploma, which ultimately facilitates access to the library. Moreover, it is not imperative for him to enter the library. His primary aim is to secure stable employment to assure his wife and father-in-law. Given our talents, should we really be concerned about this? As the two conversed, 2 students arrived to return books. One was Lu Jinyun from the 1978 Chinese department, accompanied by a female classmate. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chaoyang discovered that the female student was Zhang Manling, also from the 1978 Chinese department, both of whom had chosen to remain at school during the winter break to engage in work-study. "Are you heading home for the winter break?" Lin Chaoyang inquired. "Yes. I'm going back today, taking the 6 o'clock train." "Have you purchased your ticket?" "Yes, I have." After returning the books and glancing at the time, Lin Chaoyang noted that it was nearly noon. "Since the cafeteria has been closed these days, let me treat you to a meal as a send-off." Upon arriving at the Chongjing restaurant outside the campus, however, Lu Jinyun and Zhang Manling insisted on splitting the bill. The Chongjing restaurant is a popular dining spot for students, where it is customary to share costs, especially during these financially tight times. Lin Chaoyang, unable to sway them, reluctantly agreed. During the meal, Zhang Manling's gaze frequently wandered towards Lin Chaoyang, leaving him perplexed. He chuckled and asked, "Manling, why do you keep looking at me?" "Nothing. Nothing at all," she stammered, caught in her secretive observation. Lu Jinyun interjected, "She's merely curious." "Curious about what?" "Curious about the author of The Wrangler." With both Lu Jinyun and Zhang Manling aware of his identity, it seemed the word had spread throughout the Chinese department, leading Lin Chaoyang to conclude that his decision to confide in Tao Yushu was indeed wise. "Has it circulated throughout your department?" Lu Jinyun shook his head. "It shouldn't have. Only our literary society members know much about it. Yao Zhong specifically came back to inform us that you preferred to keep this matter private, urging us to maintain confidentiality. Otherwise, many would have sought to engage with you further." Lin Chaoyang felt an urge to confront Zhang Yaozhong and question him about his version of discretion. As the eve of the Lunar New Year arrived, the sporadic sounds of firecrackers awakened everyone early in the morning. The festive atmosphere was palpable, with mischievous children spending lavishly on firecrackers, small whips, and sparklers that disturbed the peace. After a hearty breakfast, the family began preparations for the New Year's Eve dinner. While Tao's father had an equally important task, writing couplets, Tao Yuma volunteered to assist with the ink grinding, and Tao's father instructed, "Once it's ready, mix in a little water to warm it for your mother." The ink for writing couplets must be well prepared to ensure the characters possess a luminous quality. With a flourish, he penned, 3 sheep bring auspiciousness, 100 birds herald the spring light. Satisfied with his masterpiece, Tao's father admired his calligraphy. "Father, your handwriting is powerful and fluid. Truly a testament to your skill," Lin Chaoyang remarked, approaching with flour-dusted hands, momentarily abandoning the task of making dumplings to offer flattery. Hearing this, Tao Yushu cast a look of disdain at her father, commenting, "Dad, your characters exhibit a balanced, lean strength, reminiscent of the Wei tablets. The strokes are crisp and graceful, imbued with a robust energy. I dare say you have captured the essence of Lu Gongquan's style. Ah, how careless of me. My sister-in-law certainly excels in flattering far beyond my abilities." Lin Chaoyang returned to the realm of dumpling making, a discipline in which he is not particularly adept. As noon approached, Tao Shiwen returned home, tearfully cradling his hand, which bore traces of soot. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that he had been competing with others to see who could hold a lit firecracker for the longest duration. The firecrackers they played with included not only the small ones meant for children, but also individual ones detached from longer firecrackers. The children, once ignited, would not release them, eager to see who could endure the longest before discarding them. Children of future generations would certainly not engage in such reckless behavior, but the current youth are indeed audacious. In their quest to showcase their bravado among peers, they exhibit an admirable fearlessness in the face of potential injuries. Fortunately, these individual firecrackers lacked significant power. A brief sting was all that resulted. After enduring the blast, Tao Shiwen returned home in tears, his grandstanding ambitions dashed, and he was simply relieved not to be mocked. Around 6 in the evening, the Tao family finally sat down to a sumptuous New Year's Eve dinner. Dishes included 4 happiness meatballs, stewed wild chicken with hazelnuts, oil-braised shrimp, braised pork, bean paste, spring rolls, and cabbage with tofu. Tao's father raised his glass, proclaiming that the year 1979 was upon them. Last year, Yuqing had been reassigned to Yanjing. This year, Yushu had been accepted into university and started a family, and next year, it would be Yuma's turn to take the college entrance exam. Changes abound within their small family, as well as in the larger society. With the 3rd plenary session of the 11th Central Committee recently concluded, the nation stood on the brink of rejuvenation. At this moment, his expression grew fervent as he recited, "The dark clouds have suddenly dispersed, and the morning sun radiates its clear light. The future is indeed just around the corner. Let us all raise our glasses." Inspired by Tao's father's fervor, everyone felt a surge of excitement and raised their glasses in unison. After the New Year's Eve feast, it was already 7:30. Tao Yushu eagerly set about turning on the television. In the days leading up to the new year, CCTV had announced a spring festival gala for this evening. In the annals of history, the earliest impression of a spring festival television gala for many was the 1983 CCTV Spring Festival Gala. However, such galas had been held annually since 1956, with only a hiatus during tumultuous times, due to the limited availability of televisions and underdeveloped communication networks in earlier years. The joy of such events was experienced by only a few. This year's gala was titled the New Spring Art Gala, and its programming and style bore a faint resemblance to the 1983 Spring Festival Gala. Midway through the gala, the strains of music from the ballet Swan Lake filled the room, while the performers on stage donned tight-fitting costumes to perform a Spanish bullfighting dance. "Oh, why aren't the performers wearing proper costumes?" Tao Yushu exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Li quickly covered her son's eyes, and even Tao's father furrowed his brow. Lin Chaoyang scrutinized the actors on the screen and remarked, "They are indeed wearing ballet costumes. The black and white television makes it difficult to discern their attire." Upon hearing Lin's observation, the family took a closer look and realized he was correct. The director must have overlooked this detail. He ought to prepare a self-critique. Teased the brother-in-law, Tao Yushu. "The fragrance of fine wine fills the air, and the melodies soar. My dear friend, let us raise a glass together, as we toast." The renowned vocalist Li Guangxi serenades us with the toast song, marking the conclusion of the year 1978. Chapter 47. The pen on the first day of the Lunar New Year. Early in the morning, Tao Yushu led his younger siblings, Tao Shiwen and Tao Shuwu, to greet people and offer New Year wishes, successfully collecting a wave of lucky money, while Lin Chaoyang also contributed a bit. The Tao and Du families had few relatives in Yanjing, with only the mother-in-law, Du Ruhui, having a cousin in the city. In recent years, the Tao family had dispersed to various locations, and Tao Yushu was residing at this cousin's home. Due to this past connection, the Tao family held immense gratitude towards their cousin's family, and on the second day of the new year, Tao's father specifically brought the entire family to pay their respects. The cousin, Du Wolin, had served in the military for many years, thus remaining largely unaffected by the surrounding turmoil. His family resided in a military compound at the foot of Shijingshan. Du Wolin had 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters, 3 of whom were already married, while the youngest son, Du Feng, remained single and currently served as a performer in the artistic troupe of the Yanjing military region. It was a rare occasion for the 2 families to gather, and they certainly enjoyed a meal together. During lunch, Du Feng lounged on the sofa, leisurely engrossed in a copy of Shanghai literature. Tao Yushu entered the kitchen to assist, but was promptly shooed away by his mother for his clumsiness. Reluctantly, he settled onto a nearby sofa, picking up a copy of October from the coffee table to read. "Sister, since you're studying in the Chinese department, when will you publish a novel?" After a while, Du Feng inquired of Tao Yushu. Hearing this, Tao Yushu rolled his eyes. "What you said is absolutely correct. You are indeed lacking in knowledge. Do you think the Chinese department merely cultivates writers?" Unfazed by Tao Yushu's disparagement, Du Feng retorted, "What else could it be? The full name of the Chinese department is the Department of Chinese Language and Literature. Literature is just one of the directions we explore. We also study foreign and domestic literature, ancient Chinese language, classical literature, and applied linguistics. The Chinese department is a place for cultivating scholars, not writers. Even in the information-rich 21st century, we still need experts like Zhang Xiefeng to guide admissions. It's no wonder I asked such a question in the 1970s. "Oh, I see," Tao Yushu replied, sensing a hint of regret in Du Feng's tone. "What is this? Are you thinking of applying to university?" "No. I was just asking out of curiosity. You know my abilities. What university could I possibly get into?" Tao Yushu teased, "Your abilities are quite impressive. I see you reading both October and Shanghai literature. Are you bored in the military? Hey, what do you think about me writing something and submitting it?" Tao Yushu gave him a sidelong glance, her expression slightly nuanced. "Since when did you develop such a passion for literature?" Du Feng suddenly appeared shy. "Am I not allowed to pursue self-improvement?" Tao Yushu slyly probed. "Are you trying to impress a girl?" Caught off guard, Du Feng's face displayed a mix of surprise and embarrassment as he diverted the topic. "That's none of your concern. Just give me some guidance." Tao Yushu did not respond to his remark. Instead, she picked up the Shanghai literature that he had been reading, turning to the section on autumn chrysanthemums in court, and asked, "Have you read this novel? What do you think?" "I have. It's well written. Can you elaborate? What makes it so good?" Du Feng struggled with constipation for a while before managing to utter 5 words. "Qiuju writes beautifully." Tao Yushu shook her head in resignation and remarked, "I see that you are destined to have no connection with the literary profession in this lifetime. Perhaps you should stick to playing your small horn. Do not look down on me. It was merely my previous disinterest in such matters," Du Feng retorted defiantly. However, he was currently in need of assistance and pleaded, "Sister, please help me and offer some advice." "I cannot be of help," Tao Yushu replied, eager to escape his entanglement. Just then, Lin Chaoyang approached, and she conveniently pushed him towards Lin, saying, "Ask your brother-in-law. He is quite adept at this." Half a year earlier, the Du family had learned that Tao Yushu had married a rural husband and even brought him to the city. Whenever the topic arose, the family would express their regrets for their sister. Today, they finally met Lin Chaoyang in person. After merely 2 or 3 hours of interaction, the Du family had a favorable impression of him. At the very least, he demonstrated great decorum and understanding in social situations, far removed from the image of a rustic countryman they had imagined. "Brother-in-law, do you know how to write?" Du Feng's tone was laced with skepticism. Lin Chaoyang smiled at him and replied, "A little, a little." Tao Yushu had pushed him forward as a shield, and Lin did not wish to decline. Du Feng pulled him aside and murmured, "Brother-in-law, it's, for a girl." His little brother-in-law was, after all, a second-generation military offspring. Such behavior could only evoke Lin Chaoyang's reflections on the innocence of the 1970s. "Writing a love letter, are we?" Lin Chaoyang succinctly summarized, prompting Du Feng to nod eagerly. "Have you written it? Let me see." Du Feng led into a room on the 2nd floor, where he retrieved a stack of crumpled and battered stationery from a drawer, somewhat shy as he handed it to Lin Chaoyang. "Comrade Xiao Xiao, greetings. Teaches us that we come from all corners of the earth to unite for a common revolutionary goal. All members of the revolutionary team must care for, love, and assist one another. After more than a year of interaction, I have developed strong feelings for you. I admire your spirit of wholeheartedly serving the people and your passion for the arts." Lin Chaoyang remained silent for a long moment after reading. Can this be called a love letter? Du Feng, is the young lady you are pursuing a female educator? Du Feng shook his head. No. She is a dancer from our cultural troupe's song and dance team. She dances exceptionally well. Have you seen the Prairie Female Militia, brother-in-law? Upon mentioning his crush, Du Feng's spirits lifted, and Lin Chaoyang quickly interrupted. No need to elaborate so much. Just tell me what kind of person she is and what her hobbies are. Well, Du Feng pondered. She loves to talk and laugh, enjoys snacks, and likes reading. Does she read October or Shanghai literature? Lin Chaoyang had noticed the magazines beside Du Feng earlier. Yes, she really enjoys literature. That could be a bit challenging, Lin Chaoyang contemplated. Does she write herself? Submit anything? It seems she does not. That is somewhat better. Lin Chaoyang glanced down at his brother-in-law's love letter, only to hear Du Feng say, brother-in-law, could you please help me revise this? Revise? Altering this piece is akin to carving flowers on excrement. This should be discarded. You ought to compose a new one. Compose a new one? Du Feng's face contorted with reluctance. I worked so hard on this. You write love letters to woo a girl. Not for the sake of collecting them. Lin Chaoyang couldn't help but interject. Du Feng pondered this and replied, brother-in-law, how should I write it then? Bring me a pen. Chapter 48. A discovery. Where is your brother-in-law? In the kitchen, the sisters-in-law and the daughter-in-law had been busily preparing for nearly 2 hours. As mealtime approached, Tao's mother noticed Lin Chaoyang's absence and inquired about him with Tao Yushu. He seems to have gone upstairs with Du Feng. Du Feng was a year older than Tao Yushu, who referred to him affectionately as little brother. As the family gathered to celebrate the new year, Tao's mother felt particularly uneasy about Lin Chaoyang, fearing he might embarrass himself. Frowning, she instructed Tao Yushu, call him down and tell him it's time for dinner. All right. Reluctantly, Tao Yushu ascended the stairs, muttering to herself that he could have called himself rather than making her do it. Having spent her childhood living in her cousin's home, Tao Yushu felt at ease as she approached Du Feng's room and knocked before entering. Brother-in-law. The sudden intrusion startled Lin Chaoyang, who remained composed, while Du Feng, engrossed in the words on the page, was taken aback and hastily concealed the letter behind his back, his face betraying his panic. What are you doing? Nothing. It was evident to anyone that something was amiss with Du Feng's demeanor. With a quick shift in thought, Tao Yushu maintained her composure and said, dinner is almost ready. Mother sent me to fetch you both. Understood. You may leave for now, Du Feng replied. I'll head downstairs first, Lin Chaoyang remarked before following Tao Yushu down. Once the two had departed, Du Feng retrieved the letter, glancing once more at the enchanting words that radiated a vibrant romantic atmosphere. He carefully folded the letter and placed it in the drawer of his bedside table, a guarantee of his future happiness. Approximately 20 minutes later, the two families were gathered for dinner downstairs, the atmosphere filled with warmth and harmony. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Tao Yushu sneaking into the room, heading straight for the bedside drawer. Upon opening it, her suspicions were confirmed. A smirk of triumph appeared on her lips. As she unfolded the letter, she was greeted by its fresh and exquisite prose. I have inhaled your essence. You are the humid air of Jiangnan, the fragrant breath of the rainy season. Like the tender green buds of the ancient trees at the courtyard entrance, and the bright blue and pristine white of the clear sky after a storm. I dream of us witnessing the peach blossoms of March, their vibrant blooms carpeting the mountains. We would sit beneath a small bridge made of 2 stone slabs, the stream gurgling softly beneath us. You enjoy dangling your feet in the cool water while I recite poetry for you. Listen, the air is heavy and damp. A summer afternoon, and the rain is coming. Your hands are raised above my head, and raindrops cascade down my lashes. Your brow shattering between us as we hold our breath. The lotus flowers in the pond nod repeatedly. Do you see them? The droplets on the lotus leaves rush to share the news of love, which swells into a torrent in the rain. Totally captivated by the words on the page, Tao Yushu's lashes fluttered gently, her eyes sparkling, cheeks flushed, and her heart racing. Holding the letter, her hand fell limply to her side as she remained enraptured by the enchanting imagery the words evoked, unable to contain herself. What youth is devoid of passion? And what maiden lacks dreams of love? Tap, tap, tap. The sudden sound of footsteps ascending the stairs jolted the young girl from her reverie. In a flurry, she hastily returned the letter to its place and was about to open the door when she was caught red-handed by Du Feng. Ah, you. Engaging in clandestine activities again, he exclaimed. What clandestine activities? I merely dropped my hairpin and came to look for it. Tao Yushu fabricated a quick excuse. Fabricate away. Go on. Pray tell. What else have you been up to? Dufeng glared at her menacingly. Nothing much, she replied. His gaze shifted behind her. Have you rummaged through my drawer? Realizing she could not evade the question, Tao Yushu puffed her chest defiantly. Yes, I did. What of it? You. Dufeng sighed in exasperation. Having grown up together, the siblings had fought since childhood. He found himself at a loss when faced with her unreasonable antics, knowing that if it escalated to their parents, he would be the one to suffer. Moreover, he wished to keep his romantic letter-writing endeavors from becoming a family spectacle. It's the new year. I shall not stoop to your level. When you leave, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, I shall make you regret it. Tao Yushu paid no heed to his threats and countered with curiosity. Who wrote it for you? Dufeng was now certain she had indeed seen the letter. Who else could it be? I wrote it myself. Tao Yushu nearly rolled her eyes to the heavens. What do you think of your own skills? Don't flatter yourself. It was indeed I who wrote it. Seeing his stubborn denial, she chuckled lightly. Even if you don't admit it, I already know. In truth, she was uncertain but hoped to provoke Dufeng. He pushed her towards the door. Go, go, don't cause trouble here. The siblings descended the stairs, where the gathering below continued in full swing. With many family members present, they had divided into two tables, one for the men and another for the women and children, creating a lively atmosphere. Their cousin, Lin, was pouring drinks for Tao's father, while Lin Chaoyang sat quietly nearby, aware that such matters were beyond his purview as a younger generation. From the moment she descended the staircase, Tao Yushu's gaze lingered on Lin Chaoyang. Filled with intrigue and curiosity, she settled beside her sister, Tao Yushu, and inquired, Sister, what made you fall for my brother-in-law? Tao Yushu paused slightly, taken aback by the question. Why do you ask? Out of curiosity, of course. The women at their table engaged in casual chatter, while the children played merrily, enveloped in the warmth of familial bliss. As the sisters conversed unnoticed, Tao Yushu glanced at Lin Chaoyang, who remained quietly seated. Because I know he is a treasure. Tao Yushu perceived a sense of pride on her sister's face, akin to someone sober amidst a drunken revelry. And the words she had just read echoed in her mind. She dared not confirm whether those words truly belonged to her brother-in-law. Tentatively, she asked, Sister, you were attracted to my brother-in-law's talents, weren't you? Tao Yushu seemed slightly surprised. How did you deduce that? Although she did not directly answer the question, Tao Yushu could see the affirmative response reflected in her sister's expression. It's nothing much. I occasionally overhear your conversations and feel that my brother-in-law possesses considerable depth. Tao Yushu nonchalantly responded to her sister, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Lin Chaoyang in the distance. She couldn't help but recall the first time she encountered her brother-in-law, an unremarkable face, his stature somewhat elevated by a Zhongshan suit, yet his cloth shoes appeared rather rustic. How could such a beautiful sister choose a man so awkwardly plain and unappealing? This question lingered in Tao Yushu's mind for quite some time. Even when her attitude towards Lin Chaoyang improved later on, it stemmed more from a sense of obligation than genuine affection. Now, she seemed to have finally unearthed a revelation. Sister, has my brother-in-law ever written you a love letter? A love letter? Tao Yushu sensed something unusual about her sister's inquiry. Why do you ask that? Oh, it's nothing much. Just now, as I was heading upstairs, I saw the young man writing a love letter to a girl. Tao Yushu, with no qualms, casually revealed Dufeng's secret. Chapter 49. A favorable wind on the way home. Tao Yushu inquired of Lin Chaoyang. What were you doing upstairs? Nothing much. He replied. Yuma has already told me. Tao Yushu merely mentioned that she had seen Dufeng's love letter, prompting Tao Yushu to recall that Dufeng had summoned Lin Chaoyang upstairs earlier, leading her to formulate a reasonable conjecture. His love letter was rather dull. I helped him refine it. Tao Yushu's inquiry was merely a test, yet she was surprised to discover that it was indeed Lin Chaoyang who had penned it. And how did you compose it? She asked again, a hint of acidity lacing her voice. Just wrote it haphazardly, but you know, my talent cannot be concealed. A casual scribble left my brother-in-law in awe. Lin Chaoyang sensed the jealousy in Tao Yushu's tone and attempted to deflect with humor. Humph. Tao Yushu scoffed lightly. You have never written a love letter for me. Then I shall write you one, right this moment. Just as Lin Chaoyang intended to compose a verse. Tao Yushu interrupted him. All right, I was just teasing. Instead of wasting energy on love letters, why not contemplate your next work? A bitter expression crossed Lin Chaoyang's face. Dear wife, the new year has only just passed. The Lantern Festival is still yet to come. What does your writing have to do with the new year? After finally having a few days off, do you not have any thoughts? Tao Yushu blinked her large eyes at Lin Chaoyang, employing her charms. Everyone claims he has become the favorite son-in-law of Professor Tao, yet they remain unaware of the scholarly aspirations of his wife, who not only excels herself but also pressures him to strive for excellence. With a resigned sigh, Lin Chaoyang gazed skyward. Perhaps there are some ideas brewing. Time swiftly passed, and soon the Lantern Festival arrived. During these days, Tao Yushu would frequently urge Lin Chaoyang to begin writing his new piece. While his responses typically involve claims of still being in the gestation phase, he had long since confided in his wife about his struggles with novel writing, no longer fearing exposure. Yet what followed was her high standards and stringent demands. Accustomed to rigorous expectations, she imposed her own standards upon him. Lin Chaoyang could already envision a future where, should they have children, the pressures would be immense. Today, Tao Yushu submitted the countless revisions of her critique on the horse wrangler to Yanjing literature. If literary newspaper is not suitable, she would simply seek another publication. She was unyielding in her pursuit. Upon returning, Tao Yushu discussed new works with Lin Chaoyang. He yearned for a leisurely existence. Yet he had not reached the point of dismissing wealth entirely. He dreamed of spacious living quarters, the luxury of hot showers, a bright, expansive living room, and a personal study. However, those who have toiled know that if a superior assigns you a task and you complete it in a day, they will expect future work to adhere to that standard, always higher, never lower. With Tao Yushu's driven personality, if Lin Chaoyang were to finish a novel in a week, he feared his subsequent days would be far from tranquil. Well, I do have some ideas now. I shall begin writing tonight. Yet he knew delaying was not an option. He must write when the time called for it. As a writer, inspiration is as elusive as a woman's emotions, unpredictable and beyond one's control. Thus, writing at a leisurely pace is entirely justifiable. Ever since I learned that Lin Chaoyang also dabbles in writing, our writing desk, once exclusively occupied by Tao Yushu, has transformed into a shared space where the couple sits face to face. During a moment of idleness, Lin Chaoyang noticed Tao Yushu absorbed in her reading, a smile unwittingly gracing her face. He inquired, "What are you reading that brings you such joy?" "Finish your writing first. I'll show you once you're done," she replied. Lin Chaoyang tossed his pen aside, declaring he was finished. "Let me see." Tao Yushu cast a playful glare at him, then handed him the magazine featuring a review of the horsemen in Gansu literature. Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang received the magazine with indifference. After all, the horsemen had been published for over 3 months, and the reviews had escalated from Hu Depei's initial commentary to those of Yan Gang and Ding Ling, each gaining greater prominence. He had grown somewhat numb to the accolades. Moreover, he was acutely aware that the literary community's fervor for the horsemen had transcended the novel itself. It had ridden the wave of Scar literature. Following the widespread acceptance of the head teacher in Scar, the horsemen emerged perfectly positioned to capture the public's attention and affection. Compared to its predecessors, The Horseman was undoubtedly more accessible to the majority of readers. At its core, the narrative was strikingly archetypal. Who is Su Lingjun? The son of a wealthy merchant, tall and handsome, cultured and refined. Despite being abandoned and sent for re-education, he was perpetually surrounded by good-hearted individuals. There were those eager to find him a bride, and others facilitating his role as a primary school teacher. Years later, even the affluent father who had forsaken him sought reconciliation. Such a narrative, set 30 years hence, could only be penned by an online novelist. The story's inherent simplicity, coupled with its lofty ideals, destined The Horseman to surpass its two forerunners. Lin Chaoyang casually perused the commentary in Gansu literature, while the previously cheerful Tao Yushu suddenly sank into melancholy. You see, your first novel has garnered such a monumental response. What will become of your subsequent works? She lamented. Let us not even mention Lu Xinhua from Scar. His novel indeed exemplifies how circumstances can create heroes. Lu Xinhua is no slouch either. But I've read his recent stories published in October, Beijing Literature, and China Youth Daily, and while they are commendable, they have yet to evoke the same impact as the head teacher. Feeling a sense of trepidation for Lin Chaoyang, Tao Yushu's demeanor contrasted with his steady resolve, as he advised. You ought to consider this differently. The popularity of Scar literature resonates with the voices of the masses. In my view, it is rather unusual for any literary genre to receive such intense attention and acclaim in a short span. Focusing solely on a singular genre or confining one's creative output to a brief period can easily lead to a loss of rational judgment. Let us broaden our perspective. Considering a span of 5, 10, or even 20 years, perhaps by that time, these works will still hold a significant place in the annals of Chinese literature. Yet the number of those who pay attention may dwindle. When quality works emerge, they generate a certain resonance. Without them, they fade into obscurity. This is the nature of existence. While literary creation fundamentally speaks through the works themselves, it is not exclusively reliant on them. Factors such as the zeitgeist and social environment invariably exert influence. Take Kafka or Stendhal, for instance. Can one truly claim their works lack merit? Human capacity is sometimes limited. And we are merely at the nascent stage. Why burden ourselves with unnecessary angst? As the conversation flowed, Lin Chaoyang exuded an air of calm assurance, while Tao Yushu found himself unwittingly enraptured by the compelling atmosphere. Chapter 50. Old man, your chess skills are mediocre. The winter vacation, spanning 40 to 50 days, feels both lengthy in retrospect and fleeting in experience. Just after the Lantern Festival, half of the holiday has already passed, and the citizens of Yanjing have yet to fully awaken from the festive spirit of the new year. Upon arriving at the library early in the morning, Lin Chaoyang found himself approached by Zhang Dinning. With a cheerful demeanor, Lin extended New Year greetings before inquiring, "What brings you here so early?" "I'm on my way to work." A couple of days ago, the editor from Xinhua Monthly contacted Old Show, expressing interest in reprinting your piece, The Horseman. Founded in November 1949, Xinhua Monthly is published by the newly established People's Publishing House. Earlier this year, in response to reader demand, it was divided into a literature edition and a digest edition, the latter now known as Xinhua Digest. Zhang Dinning, having grown accustomed to the name, often still referred to it as Xinhua Monthly. "Reprinting? That's splendid news. Does that mean I'll receive a fee?" Lin inquired eagerly. Zhang shook his head disapprovingly. "You certainly don't exhibit the demeanor of a true writer." Lin Chaoyang chuckled lightly. "What should a writer be like? Should they regard money with disdain? Live on mere scraps?" "You do have a point," Zhang Dinning conceded, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. "The pay is 3 yuan per 1,000 characters. If you agree, it will be included in their next issue." 3 yuan per 1,000 characters? Lin pondered, his expression contemplative. That's not insignificant, especially for a reprint. "Indeed," Zhang Dinning encouraged. "Very well," Lin nodded, "I accept. Do keep me in mind for such opportunities in the future. Don't get too carried away with dreaming of easy profits. Do you expect to survive on just one story for the rest of your life? If you wish to earn more, you ought to write more. Have you any new works recently?" Lin Chaoyang was not overly concerned with accumulating fees. Rather, he desired to earn money effortlessly, ideally without labor. "I have been contemplating some ideas and have begun writing. Once you finish, I'd be glad to review it." "I never claimed it would be for you. Who else would you share it with? Who has been seeking you out?" Zhang Dinning remarked, her expression one of guarded suspicion, akin to a protective kitten. "Your words imply I've sold my soul to Yanjing literature. What if People's Literature approaches me for a commission? What is wrong with People's Literature? Is Yanjing literature inferior to them?" Zhang Dinning retorted, her bravado masking her insecurity. "The folks over at People's Literature are quite traditional. Trust me, Yanjing literature is the best fit for you," Zhang Dinning insisted, concerned that if People's Literature truly did reach out, Lin Chaoyang would swiftly defect, and she would be left at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Lin Chaoyang was immune to her persuasion, leaving Zhang Dinning to depart with a sense of regret. After her departure, Lin Chaoyang returned to the library, only to be struck by an unusual atmosphere permeating the space. His colleagues wore serious expressions, gathered in a cluster around the newspaper room. "Hu Jie, what is going on?" Lin asked, noticing that the normally cheerful Hu Wenxiong now bore a grave countenance and a solemn tone. "This morning's People's Daily reports that we have encountered military confrontation with the southern border. In the past 2 years, tensions at our nation's southern border had escalated, and last year's incident involving flower arrangements had stirred domestic outrage. Earlier, the elder visited the United States and engaged in discussions with the American leader regarding this matter. At present, with China and the United States having recently established diplomatic relations and enjoying a honeymoon period, the alliance against the Soviet Union has become an inevitable trend, as the nation to the south is backed by the Soviets. Simultaneously, this self-defensive counterattack can also be perceived as a display of strength towards the United States, a newfound ally with ulterior motives, especially considering that the United States had only recently retreated from Vietnam. Following the emergence of this explosive news in the morning, the library at Yanjing University was enveloped in a restless atmosphere throughout the morning, with colleagues engaged in hushed conversations. Many were discussing the potential developments and implications of the conflict, while a greater number felt a sense of satisfaction, believing it was high time to teach that ungrateful neighboring country a lesson. 2 days later, on the weekend, my inexpensive brother-in-law Du Feng appeared early at the Tao residence. "What brings you here?" I inquired. "Why shouldn't I come?" Du Feng exchanged playful banter with Tao Yuma, and Tao's mother asked if he had eaten. He replied, "Aunt, I've already eaten. No need to worry about me. I'm here to see my brother-in-law." Tao's mother displayed a hint of surprise and confusion, asking Tao Yuma what Du Feng wanted with her brother-in-law. Tao Yuma's expression was peculiar. She was uncertain. Tao's mother furrowed her brow, unable to comprehend how these two could have come together after merely sharing a meal during the new year. Brother-in-law. At that moment, Tao Yushu was in the bathroom doing laundry, while Lin Chaoyang was tidying up the room. After a brief exchange, Du Feng leaned in and quietly asked, "Brother-in-law, could I trouble you once more?" On the second day of the new year, time had been limited, so Lin Chaoyang had helped Du Feng refine 2 love letters. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed Du Feng had established some rapport with a young lady, and 2 letters were no longer sufficient. "You can't always rely on me. You ought to read more poetry and novels. Otherwise, if the conversation deepens, it may expose your lack of depth," Lin Chaoyang advised as he casually penned 3 additional love letters for Du Feng, not forgetting to emphasize the importance of self-improvement. "I know. I've been trying to catch up lately, but alas, I lack the literary prowess of you, brother-in-law. If you don't pursue a career as a poet or writer, it would be such a waste," Du Feng exclaimed. "Enough with the flattery. Just focus on winning over your girlfriend," Lin Chaoyang replied. Once Tao Yushu entered the room, Du Feng prepared to leave. As Lin Chaoyang escorted him out, Du Feng pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. "Imported from Cuba. Try it. It's far superior to that Algerian brand." The cigarette box was adorned with a blue background, prominently featuring the name, Ardian. "Where did you acquire this?" Lin Chaoyang inquired. "I exchanged it with a friend," Du Feng responded briefly, but Lin Chaoyang understood that, for someone from a military family like Du Feng, it posed no issue. "Once you've finished, I'll bring you more next time," Du Feng promised. As Lin Chaoyang watched Du Feng ride away on his bicycle amidst the cold wind, he noted that his inexpensive brother-in-law seemed more discerning than his sister-in-law. Upon returning home, Lin Chaoyang presented the cigarette to Tao's father, saying, "Du Feng brought this for you." Tao's father chuckled. "That lad has never given me anything before." In a tacit understanding, Father Tao accepted the cigarettes gifted by Lin Chaoyang, albeit splitting them in half, as they were a present from his son-in-law. Observing his brother-in-law's longing gaze, Lin Chaoyang generously offered him 2 additional boxes. Truly, the brother-in-law is a person of discernment. Lin Chaoyang's modest remuneration left the 2 men in the household in high spirits, yet it incited the displeasure of his mother-in-law, who was compelled not only to endure second-hand smoke, but also to clean up the cigarette butts. Just past 9 o'clock, Zhu Guanqian, using his cane, came to invite Father Tao for a game of chess. "Here, have a smoke." The old man took the cigarette and exclaimed, "Oh, imported cigarettes. A gift from my son-in-law." Father Tao replied modestly. Zhu Guanqian remarked, "The flavor is rather mediocre." As they were halfway through their game, a knock at the door interrupted them. A few students who had returned to school early came to wish Father Tao a happy new year. Without any pretense, Father Tao busily entertained the students and urged Mother Tao to prepare extra dishes for lunch. With no one to play against, Zhu Guanqian stayed, seizing the opportunity to engage Lin Chaoyang, who was replenishing his tea. "Young Lin, care for a game?" "You may call me Chaoyang," he replied. The old man chuckled. Come, let us play a game together." "I do not know how to play Go," Lin Chaoyang admitted, though he was quite skilled at it, holding the rank of a 5-dan player. However, he refrained from revealing this due to prior teasing from the old man at the library. "I'll teach you." "I am too dull to learn," Zhu Guanqian said, sensing a hidden grudge. After all, he was a venerable elder. Lin Chaoyang merely wished to assert himself slightly, ensuring the old man did not perceive him as a pushover. "If you don't know Go, shall we play Gamoku instead? Go requires too much concentration, and I simply wish to relax on this weekend," he suggested to Zhu Guanqian. "Such childish games lack any interest," the old man retorted disdainfully. "You certainly cannot best me at Gamoku." "Very well, let us play Go." Upon finishing his sentence, Zhu Guanqian's demeanor turned serious. "In my 30 years at Yinyuan, I have never encountered an opponent, a mere game of Gamoku," he scoffed, setting up the board. Come. Alas, I miscalculated my move. One mistake leads to another." As Tao Yushu entered, he saw Zhu Guanqian and Lin Chaoyang seated opposite each other, deeply engrossed in thought, their expressions troubled. "Uncle Zhu, it's time for dinner." Before Lin Chaoyang could respond, he watched as Zhu Guanqian swept his hand across the board, scattering Lin Chaoyang's 4 pieces like grains of sand. The old man stood, his face devoid of any remorse, replaced instead by a sense of relief. Oh dear, has mealtime arrived so soon? Old man, your chess etiquette leaves much to be desired. Chapter 51. My father-in-law is a professor after the rain. The weather in Yanjing gradually warmed with each passing day. Lin Chaoyang had finally begun to pen his new work, albeit at a rather leisurely pace. Each day, he managed to write a mere 1,000 or 2,000 characters, often discarding his efforts to start anew. As evening fell, he would retreat to the window, light a cigarette, and indulge in deep contemplation, manifesting a demeanor of meticulousness and dedication towards his new creation. Tao Yushu felt a profound sense of satisfaction observing her husband's earnestness, particularly when she caught sight of Lin Chaoyang's silhouette by the window, which would invariably evoke images of Mr. Lu Sun in her mind. Though it was a slight pity that Lin Chaoyang lacked the distinct mustache of the literary giant. After several consecutive days of performances, even Lin Chaoyang felt as though he were succumbing to his own repetitiveness. The rapid consumption of cigarettes had become a concern, and he found himself pondering when his brother-in-law might next visit. With the school term approaching in just a few days, many students returned to campus early, and the once desolate Yinyuan, which had been quiet throughout the winter break, began to regain its vibrancy. That afternoon, Lin Chaoyang received a payment statement from the editorial department of Xinhua Digest, informing him that his piece The Horseman would be featured in the upcoming issue, for which the editorial team would compensate him with 51 yuan for the reprint. That evening, he handed the payment statement to Tao Yushu, whose face lit up in delight, pleasantly surprised to receive yet another payment for The Horseman. Including the discussions surrounding his creation, this novella, which spanned just over 10,000 characters, had already garnered Lin Chaoyang a total of 164 yuan. Writing truly is lucrative, Tao Yushu exclaimed earnestly. That is, of course, if it gets published, she added. Grasping his hand, her eyes shimmering with trust, she declared, I believe in you. Lin Chaoyang was well aware that she was once again weaving her enchanting words around him. How about I treat you to a Western dinner tonight? He suggested. A flicker of excitement crossed Tao Yushu's face, but after a moment's hesitation, she replied, never mind. It would be a waste, and besides, if we eat out tonight, Mother won't reimburse us. Lin Chaoyang couldn't help but tease her by gently pinching her nose. You are far too money-minded. Do you really need to count every cent? It's just 50 cents. On the second day of the second lunar month, known as the Dragon raising its head, Yanjing University officially commenced the new academic year. As spring blossomed, the campus buzzed with life, filled with students greeting one another, their youthful vigor permeating every corner of Yinyuan. On this day, the library also resumed its operations, and in the afternoon, Lin Chaoyang was summoned by the director, Xie Daoyuan. Director, you called for me? Yes, Xie Daoyuan replied, removing his reading glasses. To be brief, the library plans to establish an automation research group headed by Deputy Director Liang. I would like to transfer you there and hear your thoughts. Transfer me to the automation research group? Lin Chaoyang responded with surprise. He had recently overheard colleagues discussing this initiative, which aimed to modernize the library's management through computerization. The library had partnered with the university's Computer Research Institute to establish a research laboratory for library automation and information retrieval, pioneering automation within the nation's library sector. This team would undoubtedly become one of the earliest specialized library automation groups in the country. Deputy Director Liang Shizhuang, who heads the Automation Research Group, is the second daughter of the esteemed Mr. Liang Qichao. Lin Chaoyang, after a moment of contemplation, discerned that there must be a personal connection involved due to his father-in-law's influence. Director, I am grateful for your kindness. However, given my educational background, I fear my presence might provoke some controversy, he remarked. Xie Daoyuan maintained a composed demeanor, asserting that in any endeavor, there will always be detractors. Lin Chaoyang understood that Xie Daoyuan's words implied that he would shield him from any backlash, yet the more he insisted, the more Lin Chaoyang hesitated to accept the offer. It was not a matter of lacking appreciation, but rather a desire to avoid tarnishing Xie Daoyuan's reputation because of his own shortcomings. Having made his decision, Lin Chaoyang earnestly stated, Director, I appreciate your generous offer. However, I believe I may not be well suited for such clerical work. My position at the lending desk is quite satisfactory. Upon hearing Lin Chaoyang's response, a flicker of surprise crossed Xie Daoyuan's face. You truly wish to decline? This is a remarkable opportunity for a permanent position. I am grateful for your consideration, Lin Chaoyang reiterated. Xie Daoyuan nodded, acknowledging the decision. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence as Lin Chaoyang contemplated a few polite remarks to take his leave when Xie Daoyuan inquired. I have heard that you have a penchant for literary creation? Caught off guard by the directness of his superior, Lin Chaoyang found himself in an uncomfortable position. He nodded with difficulty. Yes, I write some novels. What have you been reading lately? Xie Daoyuan probed. Lin Chaoyang answered candidly. I have read How Ran's Golden Avenue and Sunny Day, as well as Shun Tsungwen's Border Town, Snowy Clear, and Notes from My Journey in Hunan. Xie Daoyuan furrowed his brow, questioning. Are you only reading works from within the country? The inquiry weighed heavily on Lin Chaoyang, reminiscent of being called upon by a teacher in elementary school to recite a lesson. I have read quite a bit of foreign literature in the past, but I feel I am too unfamiliar with modern domestic works and wish to learn more. You needn't delve into modern literature. The narrative style of vernacular novels is derived from the West. What insights can you glean from those imported second-rate works? For Chinese literature, one should explore Tang legends and Mingqing novels, while for foreign literature, one might consider French, Russian, or British works. American literature should be avoided for you. Given your level of foreign language proficiency, it is essential to study the language. Always strive to read original texts, Xie Daoyuan advised. After a moment's reflection, he added, you might want to attend some courses in the Chinese department when you have the time, such as Wu Zuxiang's Essentials of Ancient Chinese Novel History and Chu Yuda's Folklore. Absorb these lessons thoroughly before venturing into other areas. For the first time during his tenure at Yanjing, Lin Chaoyang received guidance from a senior regarding the accumulation of knowledge, which deeply moved him. Thank you, Director. I will diligently take note of your advice and study earnestly. Indeed, Xie Daoyuan affirmed. What I have shared with you, listening, learning, and discerning, requires a critical mindset to extract the essence. Throughout this exchange, Lin Chaoyang refrained from questioning Xie Daoyuan about how he could possibly attend courses in the Chinese department while also fulfilling his daytime work obligations. Just as a company leader would not inform every related department when assigning a task, the authority has already been granted. There is no need for further intervention. The mere thought that in the future he could not only idle away his time at the library, but also attend lectures in the Chinese department filled Lin Chaoyang with joy. University entrance exams? What need was there for that? Being an auditor seemed far more enticing. He had no desire for a diploma. Whenever he felt inclined to learn, he could simply immerse himself in the teachings of esteemed scholars. When he wished to disengage from academia, he could focus on his work, indulge in leisure, and pen a few novels. Such a life was nothing short of divine. Simultaneously, Lin Chaoyang understood that the significance Xie Daoyuan placed upon him was undoubtedly due to his father-in-law's influence. Just a few months prior, he had not fully grasped this reality. It was only now that he recognized the advantage of having a professor as a father-in-law. What a delightful privilege it was. Chapter 52, A Self-Sufficient Production and Sales System. After work that day, Lin Chaoyang did not return home, but instead visited the dormitory of the Chinese department, specifically room 334. Chaoyang, what brings you here? Chun Jiangong exclaimed with surprise upon seeing him after a summer apart. I came to discuss a matter with you, Lin Chaoyang replied, observing the several students from the Chinese department busily engaged in various tasks. It looks like everyone is here. The unnamed lake is about to be published. By the way, since you're here, should we use a pseudonym for you as an advisor, or let's go with Su Lingjun, having already confided in Tao Yushu. He felt free to adopt this alias openly. Are we not keeping it confidential anymore? Qin Jiangong inquired. Lin Chaoyang squinted at him. Do you really think I would keep it a secret? You should know the answer. Sensing the implication, Qin Jiangong asked. So, what do you need from me? Could you provide me with a copy of your department's class schedule? Why? Are you planning to audit classes? No longer working? Does being employed preclude one from auditing classes? Qin Jiangong pointed at him. You would be skipping work. Ba. Do you comprehend the concept of diligent study? I am merely utilizing my spare time. Just kidding. Hold on, Qin Jiangong responded, turning to tear off a piece of paper. He copied the class schedule and handed it to Lin Chaoyang. Here is this semester's schedule. Lin Chaoyang accepted the schedule and intended to leave, but Qin Jiangong stopped him, saying, Don't go just yet. Now that you're here, review our drafts. You agreed to be an advisor, not to treat me like an editor. Advisors must conduct the final review. Lin Chaoyang was pulled into 2 hours of unpaid labor before he finally managed to leave. Upon arriving home, Tao Yushu asked, Why are you back so late? Lin Chaoyang recounted his earlier conversation with Xie Daoyuan, explaining that he had gone to the Chinese department to obtain the class schedule. Tao Yushu, Delighted to hear that Lin Chaoyang had time to audit classes, expressed a hint of regret. Do you truly not want to join the automation research group? With my qualifications? And having just entered the library, wouldn't that put the director in a difficult position? Even if he doesn't mind, I would feel uneasy about it. You always consider others, she remarked, rising from her seat. Lin Chaoyang inquired, where are you going? I'm off to speak to my father. You owe Xiebo this favor, which he should have remembered. Now, you have saved him a personal obligation. Lin Chaoyang, unable to stop Tao Yushu, watched her eagerly head off to find her father, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. When Tao Yushu returned to the room, she asked, how will you manage your schedule for attending classes? As for the director, there is no need to mention it. I'll discuss with everyone later. During holidays, I'll assist them with some classes and occasionally bring them supplies. Lin Chaoyang had previously considered auditing classes at Yanjing University, but was hindered by his daytime job coinciding with the student's class schedule. Now, however, he could attend classes openly without any reservations. The professors at Yanjing University represented the last cohort of true masters in China, and in a few years, they would gradually withdraw from teaching, making this a rare opportunity. At that time, it would undoubtedly trouble my colleagues. Fortunately, he had previously left a favorable impression on everyone, often helping to cover shifts for his peers. A small gesture of goodwill should suffice. Tao Yushu nodded, saying, well, let me give you 5 yuan. No need. I have enough money, he replied. Another day passed, and the Chinese department attended a major lecture on the history of Chinese literature by Professor Wu Zuxiang. Early in the morning, Lin Chaoyang greeted Hu Wenxiang before heading to the large lecture hall in the North Chemistry building. The classroom was already filled to capacity, as this class was attended by students from all 3 majors in the Chinese department, including both the 1977 and 1978 cohorts, who entered university together and attended the same classes. The atmosphere in the classroom was lively upon his arrival. As Lin Chaoyang entered, he spotted Chen Jianggong waving at him. You actually came. Chen's neighbor made space for Lin, allowing him to sit beside Chen. Many in the Chinese department were familiar with Lin Chaoyang. Several participants in the May 4th Literary Society even knew he was the author of the novel The Horse Herder. Lin had previously instructed Chen Jianggong to keep this a secret, and although his identity circulated widely within the society, they had indeed kept it under wraps. The sight of him sparked surprise and lively discussions among his peers. You university students are passionate about learning. We librarians are no less so, Lin joked with Chen Jianggong, as they exchanged pleasantries. An elder entered the classroom and took to the podium just before class commenced. Professor Wu Zuxiang, now in his 70s, was slender, with bright eyes and sparse brows, dressed in a light gray Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of dignity. The moment he walked in, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell silent, instilling a sense of reverence. Professor Wu taught with remarkable ease, eschewing a syllabus and avoiding rote recitation. He effortlessly wove anecdotes from both ancient and contemporary literary circles into his discourse. Notably, he often digressed, inevitably returning to dream of the Red Chamber. On this occasion, he began extolling the exquisite portrayal of love between Bao and Dai by Chao Shuichen. According to Chen Jianggong's whispered remarks, such digressions were considered one of the professor's greatest shortcomings. However, this did not diminish the students' engagement in the lecture. Wu Zuxiang's profound insights into Dream of the Red Chamber were invaluable, making the opportunity to hear him speak a highly coveted experience for the students. Throughout the morning lecture, laughter occasionally erupted from the classroom. As class concluded, students filed out while Professor Wu remained seated, sipping water. The elderly professor, having taught for an entire morning, needed a moment to recuperate. As Lin Chaoyang exited with the crowd, he greeted Professor Wu with a good day, Professor. Wu nodded and smiled, asking, you came to listen to my lecture as well? Everyone says you teach exceptionally well. Our librarian specifically instructed me to attend your class. Professor Wu lived in the same apartment building on the eastern shore of Langrun Lake as the Tao family, making them neighbors. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin joined the throng leaving the classroom. Once outside, Chen Jianggong, with an envious expression, inquired, are you quite familiar with the professor? Not really. We simply share the same building, Lin replied. Being the son-in-law of a professor is indeed preferable. Chen Jianggong suddenly exclaimed. Lin Chaoyang teased. Shall I introduce you to a neighbor? You haven't even visited them, yet you wish to introduce me to a neighbor? After exchanging playful banter, Lin Chaoyang prepared to return to the library. Having slipped away for the entire morning, he needed to hurry back. However, Chen Jianggong firmly grasped his arm, imploring him not to leave. What is it? Lin inquired. Chun led him to room 334 of Building 32, where the makeshift office of the Weiming Lake editorial team was cluttered with neatly packed publications. I need your assistance. What do you mean? Buy a few copies of the publication. Me? Really? Lin Chaoyang gazed into Chun Jinggong's eyes. I serve as your unpaid advisor. And now you want me to handle sales too? Am I to be seen as a fool? How can that be considered foolish? You are supporting our student endeavors. As a faculty member of the institution, isn't this your duty? Chun Jiangong stubbornly held on to Lin Chaoyang, refusing to let him depart, given Chin's previous assistance to him. Lin ultimately relented and purchased 5 freshly printed copies of Weiming Lake. Chapter 53, more captivating than Jane Eyre. When the Literary Society was reinstated, it caused quite a stir. Not only stirring waves within the campus of Yanda, but also making headlines in prestigious media outlets such as the Guangming Daily and the China Youth Daily. The Weiming Lake serves as the publication for the May 4th Literary Society, which had been in the works since its revival, even enlisting Mr. Mao Dun to pen the inaugural words. By the standards of student publications, it certainly held significant prestige. However, at its core, it remained merely a student journal. Chun Jiangong and his team printed 2,000 copies, using a 16 open format, and since it was not an open publication, its circulation was limited to the campus. Moreover, due to the constraints of scale, the printing costs were not negligible, with the pricing set at 20 cents merely to break even. 5 copies of Weiming Lake amounted to 1 yuan, and Chun Jianggong's goodwill with Lin Chaoyang surely exceeded that modest sum. It was fortuitous that he would later require assistance from several colleagues at the library, intending to distribute a copy to each, thereby winning their favor. In later times, if one were to offer a colleague a favor only to receive a student publication in return, it would likely be seen as a grave offense. It would be better to have received nothing at all. However, times were different now. The vast majority of culturally inclined citizens were eager to read books and newspapers. And one should not underestimate Weiming Lake. Although it was merely a student publication, the works featured within were penned by no ordinary individuals. On his way back, Lin Chaoyang casually perused the pages and came across Lu Jinyun's A Night in the Melon Field, which was the story he had revised, as well as Shi Tiexing's The Corner Without Sun, alongside works from Qin Jiagong, Huang Beijia, and other authors who had begun to gain recognition in the literary world. It was said that this was the endeavor of the students from the May 4th Literary Society, and several colleagues who had received copies of the magazine expressed considerable interest, delving into the contents and discovering that the quality of the published pieces was indeed commendable. These students truly possess remarkable talent, Hu Wenxiong remarked. Du Rong added, I heard from several teachers at the school that the classes of 77 and 78 are difficult to manage, largely because many of them have been working for years and their knowledge and skills in certain areas may surpass those of their instructors. Hu Wenxiong nodded in agreement. I have heard about that. Just recently, the Spanish department's Professor Chiu was said to have been brought to tears due to the lack of students attending her class. Apparently because they found her lectures unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory seems a stretch. Professor Chiu is only in her 30s. These students have perhaps become too accustomed to the high standards set by the professors at the university. Lin Chaoyang wholeheartedly concurred with the dialogue between Hu Wenxiong and Du Rong. The students of Yanda during these years were undeniably fortunate, with nearly half of their instructors being professors, including many of the nation's leading scholars in various research fields, such as Zhu Guangqian and Wu Zuxiang, who were prominent figures in nearly every department. Future students would not enjoy such good fortune. On that day, the Chinese department had classes for only half a day, and after the conclusion of the lessons, students gathered to discuss a particular matter. Rumor had it that the school was preparing to arrange for international students to have companions living with them. As the term suggests, this entailed living together, naturally referring to same-sex arrangements. On one hand, it serves to enhance the language capabilities of international students, while on the other, it also implies a degree of supervision over them. In this day and age, aside from the locals of Yanjing, few students possess standard Mandarin proficiency. Thus, local students naturally become the most suitable companions for accommodation. Among the 1977 cohort of the Chinese department, there are several natives of Yanjing, including Cha Jianying, Wang Zhaoping, Gong Yu, and Li Chun. None of them exhibit enthusiasm regarding this arrangement, as associating with foreigners is considered a significant affair. Although sharing a dormitory with international students might afford the luxury of a double room, the prevailing sentiment is one of avoidance of trouble, with many hoping to evade being chosen for the arrangement. As discussions unfolded, The topic among the female students in the dormitory shifted to the unfamiliar faces appearing in the classroom that day. Hey, Xiaoping. Who was that young student sitting next to Qin Jianggong? I haven't seen him before, inquired Gong Yu, the eldest among the literature majors in the 1977 cohort, who was a day student and seldom participated in the May 4th Literary Society activities, thus unfamiliar with Lin Chaoyang. Before Wang Xiaoping could respond, Cha Jinying interjected. You don't know him? Gong Yu looked perplexed at the question, replying, should I know him? Didn't you see him when we went to watch a movie at Xiaxishan? Which time? I missed it on 2 occasions. He's the author of The Horseman. The Horseman? Gong Yu initially did not grasp the reference, but after a few seconds, she asked, are you talking about the novel The Horseman? Indeed. At this moment, Wang Xiaoping addressed Cha Jinying, saying, Jinying, isn't Lin Chaoyang against everyone sharing this information? What does it matter? His pen name has already been published on Weiming Lake. Didn't you notice how openly Jianggong discussed it? Gong Yu asked. Is it still a secret that he is the author of The Horseman? It's nothing. That's all in the past, Cha Jinying replied. Oh, now I finally understand, Gong Yu exclaimed. You should have informed me sooner. You all are just forming little cliques. What do you mean by little cliques? It's you who have distanced yourself from the masses. Cha Jinying retorted. Hey, let us not dwell on that. Tell me about Su Ling. No, Lin Chaoyang. Tell me about him. The renowned poet Sichuan once remarked that in the Yanda campus of the 1980s, 9 out of 10 students were poets, while the remaining 1 wrote novels. Nearly every student was a literary youth. The Horseman had been published in Yanjing literature for nearly 4 months, riding the wave of the popularity of scar literature, creating a significant stir among readers. As a reader, who wouldn't be curious about this author Su Lingjun? Gong Yu never anticipated that the author of The Horseman was indeed from Yanda. If you want to discuss his character, there's much to say. Where should I begin? Cha Jinying's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her curiosity piqued. Did you know he is the son-in-law of Professor Tao from the history department? Gong Yu shook her head. So he is the favored son-in-law of a professor? The novelty lies not in his connection to a professor, but rather in his humble rural origins. Professor Tao's daughter met him while she was sent to the countryside to work, and they fell in love. After the professor's daughter was admitted to university, rather than parting ways, the couple tied the knot, and Lin Chaoyang was brought into the city by his wife. Jia Jinying spoke of Lin Chaoyang's journey with a radiant glow, her excitement palpable. One might mistakenly believe she was the protagonist herself. Gong Yu's expression grew increasingly astonished as she listened, yet she understood Jia Jinying's enthusiasm deeply. It is no wonder that little Jia is so taken aback. The love story between Lin Chaoyang and the professor's daughter is steeped in the essence of a classic medieval romance, culminating in a splendidly happy ending. In her fervor, Jia Jinying's cheeks flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, Sister Gong, can you comprehend? The 7 fairies married Dong Yang, and instead of being a mere cowherd, Dong Yang is the literary star descended to earth. As Jia Jinying became more animated, she grasped Gong Yu's hand, reminiscent of a modern-day fangirl entranced by a melodrama. Gong Yu nodded emphatically. How could she not understand? She understood all too well. This was even more enthralling than the plot of Jane Eyre. Chapter 54. A letter after spending an entire afternoon mingling with classmates in the school dormitory and absorbing the captivating love stories of Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu. Gong Yu only remembered to head home just before dinner. With the weekend approaching, she made sure to borrow a few magazines from the dormitory before leaving. On her way home, visions of Cha Jinying's exuberant and animated recounting occasionally flashed through Gong Yu's mind, interspersed with fleeting images of Lin Chaoyang's face. It was truly astonishing to discover that he was actually Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun was indeed a person from Yanjing University. Regrettably, his appearance was rather ordinary. Gong Yu couldn't help but think how much better it would be if he resembled Su Lingjun. Upon returning home, she found dinner was already prepared. She quickly had a few bites before retreating to her room. Instead of perusing the magazines she had scavenged from the girls' dormitory, she picked up a magazine she had purchased earlier. It was the November 1978 issue of Yanjing Literature, featuring the novel The Horseman. She intended to reread the story thoroughly today, knowing that the author was someone living in her vicinity. Gong Yu felt an inexplicable urge to associate Lin Chaoyang's face with the tall and handsome protagonist, Su Lingjun, as she revisited the narrative. Sis, what are you reading? Her younger sister Gong Yun, who was currently a senior at Yanjing University affiliated high school, exclaimed as she entered the room and noticed her sister was engrossed in a book. What are you reading? Let me see. Before Gong Yun could reach her, Gong Yu quickly covered the magazine with her hand. Nothing much. Look at you, acting all guilty. You must be reading something. Gong Yun leaned closer, playfully urging, come on. Let me have a look. Initially, Gong Yu felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, but now she realized it and decided to show the magazine openly. I'm just looking at a magazine. Gong Yun glanced at the cover. Haven't you read this issue before? The one with the horseman. I have, but I wanted to read it again. Gong Yu's eyes fell on the coarse paper, where the name Su Lingjun stood out among the myriad of words, igniting a desire within her to share this revelation. Gong Yun, I have something to tell you. On Wednesday, Lin Chaoyang did not attend class, but was on duty at the library's 6th floor when Du Rong came bearing news that a letter awaited him downstairs. Upon retrieving the letter, Lin Chaoyang found himself momentarily stunned by the name and address of the sender, the editorial office of the literary magazine Harvest, located at 675 Jilu Road, Shanghai. To his astonishment, it was a letter from Harvest. He opened the envelope to find it was written by Li Xiaolin, the current editor, and daughter of the renowned writer Beijing. Li Xiaolin had previously worked as an editor at the Zhejiang Literature Editorial Office, and after the tumultuous period, she returned to Shanghai to join the Shanghai Literature Editorial Office, where Beijing served as the chief editor. At the end of last year, as Beijing prepared for the revival of Harvest, Li Xiaolin was transferred to assist at its editorial office. Just before she left Shanghai Literature, Lin Chaoyang's Autumn Chrysanthemum Sues had been submitted to the editorial office. At that time, Li Xiaolin was responsible for the second review of the manuscript and was profoundly impressed by this novel. Over the past 2 years, the domestic literary scene has seen a burgeoning interest in scar literature and reflective literature, with an increasing number of publications targeting submissions that contain such elements. Some journals, in an effort to cater to readers, have even overlooked the intrinsic quality of manuscripts, merely to capitalize on the popularity of these themes. However, the style of Qiu de Guanxi is entirely distinct from the current trends in scar literature and reflective literature. Realism serves as its foundation, and the narrative of Qiu filing lawsuits against various institutions is imbued with the essence of late Qing dynasty satire. During the review process, Li Xiaolin had a premonition. This work might not achieve widespread fame, yet it would undoubtedly become one of the most solid cornerstones of Chinese literature. Published in the first issue of Shanghai Literature in 1979, Qiu de Guanxi did not elicit an immediate and overwhelming response from readers, unlike Banju Ren, Shanghin, or Mumarin. Nearly a month post-publication, the editorial department of Shanghai Literature began receiving feedback from readers regarding this novel. Although it did not spark a massive reaction, the evaluations contained within the readers' letters were exceptionally high. The style of Qiu de Guanxi is both unpretentious and incisive. It commences with a case of intentional injury and follows the storyline of a peasant woman suing the authorities, while the narrative is straightforward. The conflicts are crafted with remarkable naturalness, showcasing the inherent opposition between the populace and the government through an intricately tangled lawsuit. Moreover, Qiuju's numerous confrontations with government officials do not fall into cliches, resulting in a unique structural approach that achieves a stirring effect, revealing the true social landscape of contemporary rural China. As time has passed, Qiu de Guanxi has been in circulation for over a month and, regarding its social impact, it pales in comparison to the recently popular scar literature. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this novel has garnered the recognition of hundreds of thousands of readers of Shanghai literature, and this acknowledgement continues to expand. Furthermore, Li Xiaolin noticed a fascinating phenomenon while conversing with her former colleagues at Shanghai Literature. According to the readers' letters regarding Qiu de Guanxi, the phrase seeking an explanation, frequently uttered by Qiu, has resonated deeply within the readership, with every correspondent mentioning it in their letters. Given time, if the phrase seeking an explanation continues to circulate, the vitality of Qiu de Guanxi may well surpass that of the contemporaneous scar literature that currently appears exceptionally popular. In her solicitation letter, Li Xiaolin extolled Lin Chaoyang and Qiu de Guanxi before elucidating the purpose of her correspondence. Xiuhua was set to resume publication in January 1979 as a literary bi-monthly, having just released its second issue and in need of submissions. Thus, Li Xiaolin's intention in writing to Lin Chaoyang was to commission a manuscript. Having received a generous compliment in a letter, Lin Chaoyang felt quite pleased, especially since Li Xiaolin, representing the esteemed journal Harvest, had invited him to submit a manuscript. After all, it is one of the most prestigious literary publications in China. However, while emotional gratification is significant, The matter of manuscript remuneration warrants careful consideration. Lin Chaoyang had not mentioned the compensation standards in her correspondence. It is prudent to address such matters candidly and upfront. Just as Lin Chaoyang was about to take up his pen to respond to Lin Chaoyang regarding this issue, the sound of the elevator arriving at his floor interrupted him, and a note fluttered down from above. Chapter 55, Are you willing to offer a high price? As they descended the stairs, Du Rong inquired of Lin Chaoyang, What does Lu Xinwu want from you? On the day of the re-establishment conference of the May 4th Literary Society, Lu Xinwu was one of the distinguished guests. Du Rong and her colleagues from the library had encountered him and recognized him as one of the most prominent young authors in the country over the past year. Earlier, Lu Xinwu had approached the front desk of the closed-stack borrowing area, requesting to see Lin Chaoyang, prompting Du Rong to leave a note for him upstairs. Lin Chaoyang shook his head, expressing his lack of knowledge regarding Lu Xinwu's intentions. He truly had no idea why Lu Xinwu sought him out, as they had never interacted before, save for a brief encounter at the May 4th Literary Society's founding conference. However, he harbored some conjectures in his mind. He asked Du Rong to assist him by going upstairs for a while. With two people at the front desk, it sufficed to leave two manching alone. Teacher Lu. Lin Chaoyang, accustomed to addressing cultured individuals as teacher, greeted him. Lu Xinwu seemed somewhat taken aback by the title, replying, You may call me Xinwu or Old Lu. Then I shall call you Old Lu, more intimate that way. Lu Xinwu nodded, and the two engaged in pleasantries as they walked to the triangular area. Lu Xinwu remarked, I am here primarily representing October to request a manuscript from you. Do you have any drafts available at the moment? As Lin Chaoyang had surmised, Lu Xinwu indeed came to solicit a manuscript. He had a novel in progress. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinwu's face brightened with a smile, but before he could speak, Lin Chaoyang continued, However, Yanjing Literature's Zhang Denning has been persistently urging me for submissions, and today I received a request from Harvest. Lin Chaoyang's words caused Lu Xinwu some distress. Yanjing Literature was the publication that debuted Lin Chaoyang's maiden work, and there were personal connections involved. Harvest, under the esteemed Beijing, had recently resumed its publication with great fanfare, with both these journals vying for Lin Chaoyang's manuscripts. It would prove challenging for Lu Xinwu to secure the new work. Securing a manuscript request required a personal visit to convey sincerity. Literary disputes often transpired subtly. Having served as an editor for several years, Lu Xinwu possessed considerable experience in manuscript solicitation and understood the importance of being decisive when the moment called for it. Given the prominence of Harvest and Beijing's reputation, he planned to leverage the insincerity of the manuscript request to diminish Lin Chaoyang's favorable impression of them. Lin Chaoyang smiled without responding, inwardly assigning Lu Xinwu a discreet label. Your piece, The Horse Wrangler, has been published for nearly 4 months now, hasn't it? Yes. It was featured in last November's issue. Lu Xinwu expressed, It was splendidly written. I feel its influence has been growing over these months. I've seen 2 or 3 commentary articles in literary news alone. Lin Chaoyang humbly deflected the praise, only to hear Lu Xinwu inquire again. Would you mind sharing the theme and content of your upcoming novel? Is it in the realm of scar literature? Not quite. It could be categorized as rural literature. Rural literature? What is it about? It revolves around a pair of shoes. Upon hearing the mention of shoes, Lu Xinwu's mind immediately conjured the image of a stitched flower shoe, but he quickly dismissed that thought. Could you elaborate further? Lin Chaoyang possesses a commendable sense of service. While Lu Xinwu, representing October, has come to solicit contributions, in the context of 30 years hence, this could be likened to a proactive potential client seeking engagement. Isn't it only natural to introduce the product information to the client? As they traversed the triangular area towards the banks of Weiming Lake, Lin Chaoyang narrated his tale. The early March landscape by Weiming Lake had yet to shed its winter garb, presenting a somewhat desolate appearance. However, the youthful and vibrant figures along the lakeshore infused the place with vitality. As Lu Xinwu listened to Lin Chaoyang recount his story for over 20 minutes, his eyes welled with emotion several times, culminating in a moment of heartfelt sentiment. How wonderful! He cleared his throat, reflecting on Lin's new novel, which reminded him of The Horse Herder. There exists an intrinsic connection between these two works: warmth. Lu Xinwu pondered and distilled it into a single word. Lin Chaoyang nodded slightly. Lu Xinwu's dual role as editor and writer endowed him with an exceptionally keen observational acumen. The term was indeed apartment. Lu Xinwu chuckled and inquired, Do you enjoy warm stories? Not particularly, Lin replied. I appreciate all genres of narratives. However, I believe literature can provide individuals with considerable strength. In my view, it is perhaps more vital to inspire courage in facing life's tribulations than merely to expose darkness or satirize reality. Listening to Lin Chaoyang, Lu Xinwu found himself reassessing this young man beside him with newfound seriousness. Their initial meeting had occurred at the founding conference of the May 4th Literary Society, where Chun Jianggong intended to introduce him, but Lin was eager to return to the library. At that time, he had perceived him as a somewhat naive and impulsive youth. Yet, today's conversation unveiled a distinctive quality within Lin. Lu Xinwu reflected that, at Lin Chaoyang's age, his understanding of literature paled in comparison to Lin's depth. Of course, literature is a vast subject, and each person harbors their unique interpretations. The ability to articulate one's thoughts through writing and produce a work as remarkable as The Horse Herder is not a feat achievable by just anyone. It embodies Wang Yangming's principle of the unity of knowledge and action. With this thought, Lu Xinwu felt a sudden sense of disinterest. He recognized Lin Chaoyang as an individual of strong convictions, one whose decisions would not easily waver. If Lin had firmly resolved to submit his next novel to Yanjing Literature or Harvest, it would be futile for him to embellish his words. And perhaps it would be more straightforward to confront the matter directly. With this notion in mind, Lu Xinwu opted to be candid. Chaoyang, you have indeed decided to submit this novel to Yanjing Literature, haven't you? Lin Chaoyang replied, not at all. Lu Xinwu was somewhat taken aback. Then are you considering Harvest? Lin shook his head once more. Neither? With two negative responses, Lu Xinwu felt a bit bewildered, but then a glimmer of hope sparked within him. What if? You considered us? I did not imply that, Lin Chaoyang stated quite directly, leaving Lu Xinwu even more perplexed. Then to whom are you planning to submit? He asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinwu's eyes lit up. It appeared that Lin Chaoyang's relationship with Beijing literature and art was not as favorable as he had previously imagined. He had been unnecessarily concerned. Just as he was preparing to actively pursue the matter, Lin Chaoyang spoke again. Beijing literature and art previously informed me that their remuneration standard is 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. Today, I received a letter from Harvest, and I intend to inquire about their offer. You. His gaze turned towards Lu Xinwu, filled with sincerity. Old Lu, would you be willing to offer a higher price? Chapter 56. The clumsy giant twists his ankle at this moment. The silence was deafening. Lu Xinwu gazed at the young man before him, remaining silent for a considerable time, struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet failing to grasp the essence of the matter. Finally, he managed to utter, what do you consider a high price? Lin Chaoyang smiled amiably, adopting a demeanor akin to that of a client service representative. It is indeed a privilege for a distinguished magazine like October to seek my contributions. I could not wish for more. However, as you can see, I currently possess only one manuscript and can only cater to a single publication. Lu Xinwu interrupted his convoluted explanation, inquiring, are you suggesting that it should exceed the 7 yuan per 1,000 words offered by Yanjing Literature? Lin Chaoyang, maintaining his composure, replied with a smile. It would certainly be ideal if your magazine could surpass that standard. Should I submit my manuscript to you? I would have an explanation ready when the editors of Yanjing Literature inquire about it. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinwu fell into deep contemplation. The year before last, the National Press and Publication Administration issued a notice regarding the implementation of a remuneration system for literary and artistic creations, signaling the end of the era of unpaid contributions. The notice stipulated a low remuneration system, compensating authors based on the quality and word count of their works. For original manuscripts, the payment ranged from 2 to 7 yuan per 1,000 words, while translations garnered between 1 to 5 yuan per 1,000 words. Lin Chaoyang's offer of 7 yuan per 1,000 words from Yanjing Literature was already at the maximum according to national standards, yet he still sought to negotiate for more. As Lu Xinwu wrestled with his initial disbelief and astonishment, a thought began to take shape in his mind. Could it be that he was attempting to dissuade me through this tactic? The more he pondered, the more he found the reasoning compelling. Indeed, Yanjing Literature was the very publication that had launched Lin Chaoyang's debut work and was willing to offer him the highest remuneration. How could he possibly let down such trust? Surely, he must have felt averse to outrightly declining my request, thus resorting to such an awkward justification. Considering Lin Chaoyang's perspective, Lu Xinwu felt a tinge of regret, recognizing that the novel he was currently crafting would undoubtedly not be submitted to October. What a pity. Just listening to Lin Chaoyang recount his story had brought tears to Lu Xinwu's eyes on several occasions. Had it been transcribed, it would surely be heart-wrenching. Although excessive sentimentality in literary works is not necessarily commendable, Lu Xinwu considered himself discerning enough to believe that Lin Chaoyang's piece would undoubtedly shine. What a loss. Chaoyang, I truly did not anticipate that Yanjing literature would hold you in such high regard. The standard of 7 yuan per 1,000 words is indeed exceptional in today's market. I fear that our editorial department could scarcely offer more. Lu Xinwu's tone was gentle, yet Lin Chaoyang could not help but feel a sense of disappointment. Just a little more. Even a slight increase would suffice. I've already entrusted you with this novel. What a lack of sincerity. Lin Chaoyang silently lamented. Previously, when Zhang Denning had approached him for contributions, he had declined, wary of encountering such a predicament. At long last, a client has arrived. Yet he finds their quotation to be rather exorbitant. Given that the remuneration is identical across the board, it is only natural for him to prioritize Yanjing literature, especially since he has developed a certain camaraderie with Zhang Denning. However, considering that Yanjing literature has previously featured the horsemen and discussions on creation, there exists a sense of obligation. Should they truly require a manuscript, he could always compose a novel for them later. It would be unwise to forsake a major client merely out of sentimentality, as that would betray the principles of a diligent worker. Although he currently writes at a leisurely pace, it is merely a tactic to manage the expectations that Tao Yushu has for him, lest he find himself overwhelmed in the future. Should he accelerate his writing, he might risk wearing down his pen to a fine point, causing the paper to tear under the pressure. Noticing Lin Chaoyang's silence, Lu Xinwu presumed he had correctly interpreted Lin's thoughts. It is indeed peculiar that he had approached without prior communication. It is an honor to exchange ideas with a senior such as yourself. This is a learning experience for me as well. Lu Xinwu expressed his enthusiasm for Lin's current work, stating, although this opportunity has passed, please remember us at October when you have a manuscript in the future. Lu Xinwu left the door open for soliciting Lin Chaoyang's next piece, yet he refrained from making any commitments. The nature of manuscript solicitation is akin to that of a contract. Until the final moment, circumstances may shift, and he did not wish to cultivate an impression of unpredictability. Thus, he offered no affirmative response to any editorial solicitations. After bidding farewell to Lu Xinwu, Lin Chaoyang returned upstairs to compose a reply to Li Xiaolin at harvest. Through Lu Xinwu's demeanor, Lin discerned that the current standards for remuneration within the editorial department were rather fixed. It would be more prudent to submit his current novel to Yanjing literature, while continuing discussions with Harvest for the future. 2 days later, Lin Chaoyang enlisted a colleague's assistance to attend a class in the Chinese department. As he made his way, he spotted a hunched figure dashing past the east side of the library. At this hour, students were bustling to their classes, making this figure quite conspicuous. Lin squinted, finding the silhouette somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, recognized it was none other than old Zhu. The elderly gentleman, of modest height, and now even more bent with age, waddled along, prompting Lin to worry he might stumble. Uncle Zhu, what brings you to jog at this hour? Lin inquired as he approached. Seeing Lin Chaoyang, Zhu Guangxian slowed his pace, remarking, I jog here daily. You simply haven't noticed due to your work schedule. Lin Chaoyang pondered this revelation, sensing a hint of mockery in the old man's words, as if to suggest he was merely a 9-to-5 worker. Old Zhu's sharp tongue often led Lin to construct elaborate interpretations of his remarks. Do take care not to twist your ankle, Lin cautioned. Only a foolish giant would do such a thing, he retorted, playfully addressing the elderly man, who stood under 160 centimeters. With age, his stoop had rendered him even shorter. In comparison, Lin, standing at 179 centimeters, could not help but identify with the image of the foolish giant, a role he unwittingly embodied. Let it be, let it be. There is no need to bicker with the old gentleman. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chaoyang proceeded to his class, which today was dedicated to Chu Yuta's course on folk literature. The name Chu Yuta may be unfamiliar to many, yet her husband, Jin Kaiqing, is certainly known to a wider audience, a towering figure in the realm of Chinese aesthetics. Alongside Zhu Guangxian, before marrying Jin Kaiqing, Chu Yuta was renowned as the most beautiful woman at Yanjing University. The elderly figure before Lin no longer possessed the youthful charm of her past, and the unfortunate experiences she had endured over the years had taken a toll on her health, lending her speech a pronounced nasal quality. The course on folk literature that Chu Yuta conducted encompassed a vast array of subjects: myths, epics, folk legends, folk tales, ballads, narrative poetry, folk dramas, storytelling, proverbs, riddles, and traditional performing arts, All of these fall within the scope of folk literature. Any creator with a modicum of artistic awareness understands that these elements serve as exceptional nourishment for creative endeavors, which is why Lin Chaoyang listened with heightened attentiveness. Chapter 57. The outlaw's successor this evening, Lin Chaoyang, in stark contrast to his previous demeanor, sat at his desk, pen in hand, writing fervently and without pause. When he retired to bed, Tao Yushu inquired, "I noticed you've written quite a bit tonight." "Indeed, inspiration flows abundantly," he replied. "Abundant, my foot." He had merely been procrastinating until Lu Xinwu's visit earlier that day had sparked a certain motivation within him, prompting him to accelerate his progress as he felt he was finally making headway. Such is the nature of creativity. The beginning often demands profound contemplation. Once ideas are organized, the flow becomes effortless. Although Tao Yushu typically exerted pressure on Lin Chaoyang, she also remained attuned to his creative state, frequently engaging him in conversation. On this Sunday, her younger brother, Du Feng, made another appearance after a hiatus of over 2 weeks. Lin Chaoyang assumed he was once again seeking assistance in crafting a romantic letter, and they exchanged warm greetings. "How's it going with your girlfriend?" Lin Chaoyang asked. Du Feng smiled but remained silent. "Shall I prepare a few more love letters for you?" "No need." Du Feng waved his hand dismissively. Lin Chaoyang thought this meant he had successfully won her affection, but Du Feng then revealed, "Brother-in-law, I'm heading to Yunnan soon." "Yunnan sounds wonderful, with its year-round." Lin Chaoyang's words trailed off as he realized the implication, turning to his brother-in-law. "Going to Yunnan?" Feigning nonchalance, Du Feng nodded. "The front line is currently embroiled in conflict. We, the artistic soldiers, cannot remain idle." "When do you leave?" Lin Chaoyang inquired. "The day after tomorrow." "That is quite soon. My father has dispatched me," Du Feng replied with a bitter smile, disclosing the truth. "What do you mean?" "The captain discovered my romantic involvement." Lin Chaoyang questioned, "But you're not a student. What's the issue with dating?" "She is only 16. "Goodness, you little outlaw," Lin Chaoyang exclaimed, astonished at the realization that he nearly became an accomplice in Du Feng's affairs. After regaining his composure, he asked, "So what is this about Yunnan?" "Just a matter of romance," Du Feng responded. "My father disapproves of my interest in someone from the art troupe." "You see, some individuals in our military deliberately seek out female performers from the troupe as potential daughters-in-law." Lin Chaoyang nodded in understanding. He recalled a television series from a later era titled Happiness is Like Flowers, which depicted similar narratives. Clearly, Du Feng's father disapproved of the conduct of certain comrades within the ranks. "My father insists that while frontline soldiers are fighting valiantly, I am merely preoccupied with matters of the heart, and in a fit of anger, he intends to send me to the front lines." "Your father is quite resolute. Anyone can boast about patriotism, but how many truly have the courage to step forward when blood is shed? This is precisely why the predecessors deserve our admiration and respect." Du Feng sighed, reflecting on his life, a journey shaped amidst trials and tribulations. "I have never seen him shed a tear. Sometimes I question whether his heart is made of iron." He continued, "However, we are merely going to offer support, not as perilous as you might envision. The true danger lies with the soldiers." Du Feng's tone shifted, gradually becoming somber, as if he were comforting himself more than Lin Chaoyang. Lin Chaoyang found himself at a loss for words. He simply placed a reassuring hand on Du Feng's shoulder and earnestly said, "When you return, I shall treat you to a drink." Du Feng nodded gravely and pulled a cigarette from his pocket. "What are you doing?" "Thank you, O matchmaker." He winked at Lin Chaoyang. "I mentioned writing a self-reflection, but I never said we were no longer together." Lin Chaoyang chuckled. "The love of youth burns like an unexpected flame, fiercely consuming, and the more one attempts to obstruct it, the more one inadvertently fuels the fire. Sometimes, by allowing it to burn freely, the fervor may eventually extinguish, leading to a natural cessation of their relationship." After their conversation, Du Feng exited the room and conveyed the news to Tao's parents. Though they expressed concern for Du Feng, they remained relatively composed. However, Tao Yuma, the young girl, could not hold back her tears. Despite their usual bickering, she had grown up alongside him. "It's nothing to worry about. I'm merely going for a performance. It's not as perilous as you imagine." After bidding farewell to everyone, Du Feng declined Tao's mother's invitation to dinner, mounted his bicycle, and waved his hand in a feigned show of nonchalance as he departed. That day, the atmosphere in the Tao household was notably somber. The following morning, Lin Chaoyang planned to sneak into a class when he passed by the east side of the library and spotted Zhu Guangqin in a hurry. It seemed the old man was undeterred by the weather. To his surprise, a curly-haired young man with blonde locks accompanied him. The young man, standing over 6 feet tall, contrasted amusingly with the diminutive Zhu. Yanjing University has always welcomed international students. Though Lin Chaoyang rarely encountered them in the library, they were a familiar sight around campus. During class, Lin Chaoyang overheard students from the Chinese department debating whether to attend a performance by the Boston Symphony Orchestra at the Workers' Gymnasium. In recent years, Sino-American diplomatic relations have entered a golden phase, following a recent visit by the elder statesman to the United States. Both nations are poised for comprehensive exchanges in the political, economic, and cultural sectors, and the Boston Symphony Orchestra is touring China against this backdrop. The orchestra arrived in Shanghai on March 15th, where they performed 2 concerts before heading to Beijing, a fact that had already been reported in the newspapers days prior. Cultural exchanges have been sparse in recent years. And as one of the world's top 10 symphony orchestras, the Boston Symphony Orchestra's visit has sparked considerable interest among the public, fueled by media coverage. Can you get tickets? Lin Chaoyang inquired of Liang Zhua, who had been animatedly discussing the topic moments earlier. You have to fight for them. It's hard to say, he replied. The need to scramble for tickets to see a symphony orchestra is a remnant of years when the spiritual lives of the populace were sorely lacking. Lin Chaoyang wished to invite Tao Yushu to the concert, as the couple seldom had opportunities for outings together, but if tickets were scarce, he thought it best to abandon the idea. After attending class, Lin Chaoyang, disregarding the prospect of a meal, hurried back to the library. As he approached the front desk, he noticed Hu Wenxiong engaged in a rather animated conversation with a foreigner, the very curly-haired young man he had seen earlier that morning. The library at Yanjing University is home to numerous highly educated individuals, among whom are those proficient in English. Hu Wenxiong's command of English is commendable, yet it is marred by a certain reticence in speaking. The young man's proficiency in Mandarin is also lacking, with somewhat inaccurate pronunciation. As they each spoke in their respective tongues, Hu Wenxiong, perspiring with anxiety, struggled to comprehend and was on the verge of seeking assistance. After listening intently for a while, Lin Chaoyang managed to discern the meaning and remarked, "Sister Hu, it seems he is looking for Jean Ping Mei. Jean Ping Mei, let's go for it." The foreigner's fragmented Chinese had significantly improved, and he expressed his eagerness to high-five Lin Chaoyang, a gesture unmistakably American in nature. Lin Chaoyang's English skills were merely at a basic level, yet he had ample opportunities to practice in later years, making his communication passable. After a few halting exchanges, it became evident that he was indeed an international student from America, named Matthew Mao. He even bestowed upon himself an English name, Mao Tianzi, and encouraged, "You may call me a Mao." A Mao? Lin Chaoyang shook his hand, finding the name rather fitting, especially when paired with Mao Tianzi's distinctive hairstyle, which was quite evocative. Chapter 58. Cultivating an Internationalist Warrior. Mao is a cheerful young American who was originally attending university in the United States. One day, he accidentally stumbled upon a book titled Red Star Over China in the school library. This book, also known as The Westward Journey, is a work of factual literature by American journalist Edgar Snow, first published in London in 1937. It authentically recounts Edgar Snow's experiences and observations during a 4-month stay in the northwest base areas of China in 1936, providing a genuine account of the conditions of the party and the army. Upon its publication, it elicited a tremendous response in the Western world. This book shattered the Western media blockade, allowing many in the West to witness a group of individuals with a profound sense of mission striving relentlessly for their ancient and faltering nation on the barren lands of northwest China. It also, to some extent, altered the international discourse regarding domestic prejudices of that time. After reading Red Star Over China, Mao was deeply moved by the country and its people as depicted in the book, prompting him to decide to study in China. He is now a first-year student in the history department at Yanjing University. While waiting to find a book, Lin Chaoyang engaged Mao in conversation and gleaned much about him. This was not a matter of Lin Chaoyang prying. Rather, Mao was somewhat forthcoming with his information. Mao. Just then, someone called out to him from a distance. "What brings you here?" The speaker was a tall, slender young man who, upon seeing Lin Chaoyang, paused in surprise. It turned out he was also a student from the history department, named Lu Huimin. After the new year, they had visited the Tao family together to celebrate. Aware that Lin Chaoyang was Professor Tao's son-in-law, Lu Huimin was especially courteous and exchanged pleasantries. Shao Garden serves as a gathering place for international students at Yanjing University. described by the students as a vibrant microcosm akin to a small United Nations. Lu Weimin currently shares a dormitory with a Mayo in Xiaogarten. He had found a censored version of Jinping May. As the complete edition of Jinping May is not readily accessible to the average reader. Upon seeing the book, Lu Weimin exclaimed, "A Mayo, how can you read this?" A Mayo was taken aback, bewildered, and asked in an odd tone, "What is wrong with this book?" Lu Weimin was momentarily at a loss for words, but Lin Chaoyang, with a smile, intervened, saying, "This is an ancient Chinese novel, and its language style differs significantly from modern Chinese. You are still struggling with standard Mandarin, so it is rather premature for you to attempt this book." He alleviated the awkwardness for Lu Weimin, who hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, this book is entirely in classical Chinese. You wouldn't comprehend it at all, and it would be a waste of time. How did you even come across this book?" "I encountered an elderly professor while jogging. I asked him how to learn Chinese quickly, and he was very enthusiastic, specifically recommending this book to me." Lin Chaoyang's mind flashed back to the image of a Mayo running with Zhu Guangqian earlier that morning. It was no surprise. A Mayo must have been misled by the old man. "That old fellow is truly incorrigible," Lin Chaoyang murmured, then exchanged knowing glances with Lu Weimin, suggesting he borrow a copy of Mao's selected works. Lu Weimin instantly comprehended Lin Chaoyang's intention, pondering the old professor's lack of integrity, while reflecting that Lin was no paragon of virtue himself. The thought of the curly-haired foreigner, Mao, discussing peasant issues and denouncing wealthy landlords struck him as absurdly amusing. "Mao, would you care to peruse the masterpieces of our esteemed leader?" Lin Chaoyang inquired upon noticing Lu Weimin's silence. Mao's eyes brightened. "Is it indeed the works of Mao? I have read Red Star over China and I admire him. You should certainly explore his works. They are filled with profound insights," Lin Chaoyang encouraged, while Lu Weimin observed Lin's attempt to entice Mao with an air of incredulity, struggling to grasp this peculiar sense of humor. After lending the selected works, Lin Chaoyang bid farewell to Lu Weimin and Mao, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he watched Mao's retreating figure. Henceforth, America would gain yet another internationalist warrior. Although he prodded Mao to borrow the selected works, his intentions were not entirely mischievous. The brilliance of Mao's writings could only be truly appreciated by those who had read them. And they were also quite suitable for a novice like Mao, as the great leader had considered the cultural background and dissemination methods of his audience during his writing, ensuring that the content was largely accessible. He then weighed the copy of Jinping May in his hand, regrettably a censored edition. A few days later, on the weekend, Zhu Guangqian arrived at the Tao residence. Tao's father was busy folding paper airplanes for Tao Shiwen. Assuming Zhu had come to play chess with him, he remarked, "Just a moment. I'm not here to play with you. Where is your young Lin?" Tao's father, slightly taken aback, replied, "He should be in the room." Lin Chaoyang, bewildered, was called out. Come, let us play a few games." Zhu Guangqian beckoned. Lin Chaoyang smiled. "Uncle Zhu, you should play with my father instead." Zhu Guangqian waved dismissively. His level is not up to par. Tao's father was well accustomed to his old friend's sharp tongue and simply shook his head, refraining from disputing. Noticing Tao's father's neutrality, Lin Chaoyang conceded, "Very well, I shall play a couple of games with you." "A couple? That is hardly sufficient. At the very least, 10 games. Lin Chaoyang was taken aback, wondering if the old man had taken some miraculous tonic. When Zhu Guangqian set up the board, Lin finally understood. He intended to play Gamoku. "I have said it before, you cannot defeat me at Gamoku. In the realm of chess, there is no father-son distinction. Miyamoto Musashi is revered as a sword saint in Japan precisely because he wins. No tricks are necessary, just victory. To gain the upper hand, psychological tactics must be employed first. Losing once is inconsequential, but repeated losses can turn his words into a psychological burden. Playing again would surely leave him anxious and breathless. Hisso, this shouldn't be happening." Not long after, the sounds of Zhu Guangqian's exasperated sighs echoed from the Tao household. While Zhu Guangqian wore a troubled expression, Lin Chaoyang found time to sip his tea. In the realm of Go, he is merely an amateur, yet in the domain of Gamoku, he is a consummate professional, adept in formations such as the diagonal 3, plum blossom, for corners, and sword formations, effortlessly dominating casual players like old Zhu, who engage in the game on a whim. In less than half an hour, 10 matches concluded, with a resounding score of 10 o'clock. As Lin Chaoyang stood up, preparing to depart with a flourish, he was unexpectedly detained by old Zhu. "Don't leave." "What for?" "Play a few more games with me." "Another game? You are no match for me." Lin Chaoyang feared nothing more than the possibility of winning too decisively against the elderly gentleman, risking a trip to the hospital for him. It became evident to him that old Zhu's sportsmanship was rather lacking, who would insist on continuing after a defeat. All right, let go of him. I shall play a game with you. Just as the two were at an impasse, Father Tao appeared to extricate Lin Chaoyang from the situation, with someone else to engage in the game. Zhu Guangqian could not help but murmur, "This lad must have memorized the game strategies. Come now. Do you really think one needs to memorize strategies to play Gamoku?" Father Tao retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Chapter 59. It must be considered a novella. Zhu Guangqian spent the entire morning playing chess at the Tao residence, leisurely enjoying a lunch before preparing to depart. His brother-in-law had gone out to meet a friend, so Mr. Tao asked Lin Chaoyang to escort the old gentleman out. A few days prior, a foreigner had borrowed Jinping Mei from our library. Lin Chaoyang chuckled as he recounted this to Zhu Guangqian. The old man, unperturbed by his misdeeds being exposed, found the foreigner's incessant chatter rather bothersome while he was jogging, almost causing him to lose his breath. It turned out that the old man resented being interrupted during his exercise, yet Lin Chaoyang believed this was merely an excuse to tease a Mao, especially since a Mao towered over the old man, rendering his reasoning quite justifiable. Then recommend a more reliable book, not Jinping Mei. What's unreliable about it? Once he comprehends Jinping Mei, he will become an expert in Chinese culture. He hasn't even finished explaining. I suggested the selected works of Mao Zedong. Zhu Guangqian shot a glance at Lin Chaoyang. You have the audacity to speak to me like that? The following day, Lin Chaoyang attended a lecture in the Chinese department. After class, he spotted Chen Jianggong and others pushing bicycles, laden with bundles. Where are you off to? Delivering magazines. The term deliver was used quite cleverly. During the festive seasons, when one is presented with a fortune god, how could one refuse? One must not only accept, but also express gratitude. The revival of the May 4th Literary Society was indeed a significant event within the academic circles of Yanda, and with the publication of their journal, it was essential to invite students from various universities to partake in the occasion. This outreach extended not only to the major universities in Beijing, but also to high schools such as the 4th High School and Yanda-affiliated high school, which were among the targets for Chen Jianggong and his companions. Be cautious. If caught, just say you're from next door. The Weiming Lake is not a publication. Chen Jianggong remarked with a smirk, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Just earlier, Teacher Xie told us that if we get caught, we should report Yanda's name. Your perspective is quite limited. Their banter was, of course, in jest. The group of 6 split into 3 teams. One headed straight to the neighboring Shuimu University. Another ventured into downtown Beijing, and the last made their way south to the entrance of Yanda-affiliated high school. In charge of the Yanda-affiliated high school were Wang Xiaoping and Gong Yu, who arrived at the school gate, catching the attention of the security personnel. They remained silent, standing at the entrance as students had yet to be dismissed, and the campus was rather deserted. Suddenly, the clear sound of a bell rang out, signaling the end of class. Wang Xiaoping and Gong Yu perked up, scanning the campus. Before long, a vivacious young girl appeared, leading a group of students toward them. Sister. The girl greeted Gong Yu, who was none other than his sister, Gong Yun. Yesterday, Gong Yu had informed Gong Yun about the May 4th Literary Society's plan to sell Weiming Lake, and today, she had rallied a group of classmates to support the cause. As the two groups conversed across the school gate, the security personnel approached, noticing the gathering. Wang Xiaoping felt a twinge of unease as the security guard approached, subtly tugging at Gong Yu's sleeve. With a composed demeanor, she reassured, "Do not be anxious." After uttering those words, she retrieved the emblem of Yanjing University from her pocket and affixed it to her chest. The security officer, who was less than 3 meters away, cast a glance at the emblem on Gong Yu's chest, then turned and returned to the security office. "Ah, it truly works," Wang Xiaoping exclaimed with delight. Gong Yu, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Last year, Zhao Xinkai and his companions plastered today all the way from Xidan to Yanjing University and Renmin University. Can you guess why they went unscathed? Today was a grassroots magazine spearheaded by Zhao Xinkai, Manka, and a group of poets, with numerous students from Yanjing University participating. The formidable Kai Yi, revered in later years, was merely a junior assistant slathering paste on walls during the distribution of today." Wang Xiaoping nodded knowingly. Both the state and the government often extended preferential treatment, and at times, even indulgence towards university students like them. The group of students brought by Gong Yun expressed a keen interest in the Weiming Lake magazine, with some among them destined to enter Yanjing University this year. naturally yearning for the May 4th Literary Society. A throng of students eagerly fished out their money to purchase the magazine, some impatiently flipping through its pages. Gong Yun. Where are Su Lingjuan's contributions? One inquired. When did I ever say Su Lingjuan's work was published in it? He merely served as an advisor. An advisor, you say? Exclaimed a classmate, searching through the front list. It truly is him. A crowd gathered. Is Su Lingjun really from your Yanjing University? Wang Xiaoping hesitated, but eventually nodded. It seemed secrecy was no longer necessary. Gong Yu confidently declared, Su Lingjun is indeed from Yanjing University. That is his pen name. As she spoke, Gong Yu suddenly recollected her earlier conversation with her sister and called her aside. Do not disseminate his information indiscriminately. It could jeopardize his work. Gong Yun patted her chest. Sister, rest assured, I have not spread it around. While the sisters conversed, many classmates had completed their purchases. Yet a considerable stack of magazines remained with Wang Xiaoping and Gong Yu. I shall fetch more people for you, Gong Yun stated, dashing towards the teaching building, where she encountered a bright and charming girl. UMO, why have you only just arrived? I was in the restroom. Are there still magazines left? Yes, hurry. All right. The two passed each other swiftly. That night, Lin Chaoyang was engrossed in writing when his fountain pen suddenly ran dry. He flicked it dismissively. Do not flick it, Tao Yushu quickly admonished, taking the pen from him. I've told you several times, when the ink runs out, just refill it. Stop flicking it around and making a mess with ink spots. Lin Chaoyang watched as Tao Yushu unscrewed the pen barrel, dipping the nib into the black ink bottle, filling the pen's reservoir adequately while ensuring no excess ink clung to the nib. Wife, your ink-filling skills are remarkable. Tao Yushu shot him a playful glare. You only know how to flatter me. How could that be mere flattery? One must boldly express their advantages. Tao Yushu's lips curved slightly as he said, All right, hurry and write your piece. Lin Chaoyang took the pen with ease, remarking, There are at most 1,000 words left. I'll burn the midnight oil tonight and bring this endeavor to a close. Tao Yushu was somewhat taken aback. So soon? Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang felt a pang of anxiety. Was it truly too soon? Had he known, he would have written at a more leisurely pace. Recently, his writing had flowed too effortlessly, and he had not exercised restraint. Well, I still need to revise it, he added hastily. Tao Yushu nodded in agreement, saying, Let me take a look first. Then you can submit it to the editorial department for feedback. This way, the efficiency will be greatly enhanced. Tao Yushu was not only passionate about learning, but was equally zealous in pursuing efficiency, inadvertently imposing certain expectations on Lin Chaoyang. Days passed, and it was already the end of March. The willows by Weiming Lake had begun to sprout tender green shoots, the spring breeze was gentle, and the lake shimmered with dancing light. Lin Chaoyang took a leave from the institute. For today he intended to submit his manuscript to Yanjing Literature and Art. He leisurely rode the bus to the Cultural Bureau's courtyard, and with the prior experience of being escorted by Chen Jianggong, he navigated to the editorial office with ease. Dening. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Dening looked up, her face lighting up with surprise. What brings you here? Are you delivering a manuscript? Would I come looking for you if I weren't bringing a manuscript? Lin Chaoyang joked. Zhang Dening's smile faltered. No manuscript? You editors truly are cold-blooded and pragmatic. Lin Chaoyang remarked as he placed a stack of papers on the table. Zhang Dening's face broke into a radiant smile once more, albeit one that seemed rather superficial. Oh, you really do have a manuscript. Such a thick stack. She gleefully caressed the freshly minted pages, her eyes nearly sparkling with delight. With such a hefty pile, it must be a novella at the very least. Chapter 60. The Wealth of the Future. The conversation between the two piqued the curiosity of the other members of the editorial department, drawing their attention. After reveling in the manuscript for a considerable time, Zhang Dening remembered to introduce Lin Chaoyang to his colleagues. During their previous encounter, Chen Jianggong had brought Lin Chaoyang along for the weekend, but only Zhou Yanru accompanied Zhang Dening and another female editor, Wang Jia. This time, Lin Chaoyang was reintroduced to several other editors, including Chen Shichong, Lu Hong, and Fu Yonglin. When Zhang Dening introduced Lu Hong, Lin Chaoyang stole a glance. If he was not mistaken, this Lu Hong was indeed the esteemed screenwriter known for his collaborations with renowned directors in later years. And he was also a celebrated author in his own right. Notable scripts such as Jiudo, The Happy Life of Zhang Damon, The Hegemon of the Western Chu, Assembly, and The Flowers of War were all born from his pen, making him a remarkable figure in literature. This included Autumn Chrysanthemum Sus, which Lin Chaoyang had previously authored under a pseudonym. The original work was penned by Chun Yuan Bin in the 1990s, while the screenplay was crafted by Lu Hong. Not only was Lin Chaoyang observing the editors, but they too were scrutinizing him. Although The Horseman was a short story, its impact over the past 6 months within the domestic literary sphere and among readers had been profound. The pen name Su Lingjun had emerged as a rising star in the literary world and throughout the previous year. It had become synonymous with the new wave of scar literature, alongside names such as Lu Xinwu and Lu Xinhua, perhaps buoyed by the formidable influence of The Horseman. After its publication, Yanjing literature subsequently featured works such as Wang Ming's The Greetings of Feet and Nanjing's Peking Duck in the waning days of March. It also published Fang Zhi's The Mole, each of which garnered significant attention among readers. Notably, Fang Zhi's The Mole transcended the prevalent creative principles of the buzzing era, sparking fervent discussions upon its release. Within a mere 6 months, the sales of Yanjing literature soared, and its influence grew daily, directly enhancing its standing among national literary journals. This surge was undoubtedly attributed to the audacity of the newly appointed editor-in-chief, Lin Chaoyang. Yet there was also a tendency among some to attribute the magazine's newfound momentum to Su Lingjun and the auspicious start provided by The Horseman. However, despite Su Lingjun's burgeoning fame, he seemed to maintain a remarkably low profile. According to Zhang Dinning, he was reluctant to let others know of his identity as a writer, even rejecting the idea of hosting a discussion panel for The Horseman, a testament to his humility. Upon finally meeting Lin Chaoyang, the editorial staff felt a twinge of disappointment. The connection between the pseudonym Su Lingjun and the protagonist naturally sparked the imaginations of many. Yet, upon meeting him, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. Of course, this ordinariness pertained solely to his appearance. Listening to Lin Chaoyang's conversation with Zhang Dinning, it was evident that he possessed a wealth of knowledge. After chatting for a while, Lin Chaoyang intended to take his leave, but Zhang Dinning insisted on introducing him to Li Qingchuan, the magazine's head. Upon meeting, Li Qingchuan appeared quite slender, in his 50s, with hair and beard completely white. This is a common sight among modern intellectuals, many of whom have endured considerable difficulties in recent years. He engaged in conversation with Lin Chaoyang and proactively mentioned that the editorial department was contemplating the compilation of a commentary collection for Mu Ma Ren, intending to include influential critique articles published in public media over the past 6 months. Lin Chaoyang expressed surprise, questioning the necessity of such an endeavor. Logically, this matter should not fall under the purview of the editorial department, nor did it significantly concern Lin Chaoyang. However, it seemed that Yanjing aimed to elevate Lin Chaoyang's status, a goal that was easy to comprehend. The rise of any literary magazine is invariably accompanied by the emergence of one or more renowned authors, each mutually reinforcing the other. Lin Chaoyang's reluctance stemmed from the lack of personal benefit and the potential distraction it might cause. Given the current stature of Mu Ma Ren, a commentary collection would merely be a superfluous embellishment, truly unnecessary. After all, even if it were to receive excessive acclaim, it would merely be a short piece. We are merely initiating this. Whether it can be realized depends on the decisions of the authors and publishers. I am simply informing you, Li Qingchuan remarked. With such a statement, Lin Chaoyang felt it inappropriate to voice further objections, despite the commentary collection being related to Mu Ma Ren. It ultimately bore no direct consequence for him. It was a matter of indifference whether the editorial department and the publishers pursued it. After Lin Chaoyang departed, Zhang Dinning perused the manuscript he had submitted. It was standard 500-character manuscript paper, an entire volume, likely comprising around 50 to 60,000 words. The sneakers were excessively filthy. Even in this impoverished village renowned for its destitution, the water mixed with livestock waste was probably cleaner. Zhang Dinning immersed herself in the content of the manuscript. As the words gradually painted vivid imagery before her, she became engrossed in this literary realm, moved by the characters' joys and sorrows, shedding tears over the tumultuous plot. At that moment, she felt a hand gently tapping her shoulder. She looked up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Xiao Zhang, it's time to finish for the day. Please leave Su Lingjun's manuscript with me. I will review it when I return," Li Qingchuan stated. Li Qingchuan was a resolute and responsible head of the publication. Yet he had a tendency to bypass the usual review process, directly evaluating manuscripts himself. Having served as the head of the editorial department at Remin Literature nearly 2 decades ago, he was experienced and capable. And within less than 6 months of taking over the editorial department, he had propelled Yanjing to new heights, earning the respect and trust of his colleagues. Once Li Qingchuan took the manuscript away, Zhang Dinning could not help but murmur to herself, for she had just reached an exhilarating part. She wondered whether the little dog had managed to win in the end, and if it would be able to acquire that new pair of sneakers. Exiting the editorial department of Yanjing University, Lin Chaoyang did not head directly back to Yanjing University, having ventured into the city. He intended to bring back some items for his family. Initially, he contemplated purchasing a roast duck, but upon reaching Quanzhou, the price of 10 yuan per duck deterred him. In the city of Yanjing, an ordinary worker earns merely 30 to 40 yuan a month, and a single duck costs a quarter of a month's salary. According to the prices projected 40 years hence, that duck would amount to 2 or 3,000 yuan, a sum that even milk-fed poultry would not command. Lin Chaoyang possesses wealth, yet he is not one to squander it frivolously. Before departing, he cast a fierce glance at the renowned Quanzhou restaurant. Its red brick facade and eternally burning charcoal grill. Above the grill hung a couplet. The golden furnace perpetuates a fire for 1,000 years. The silver hook perpetually dangles 100 exquisite flavors, with the horizontal inscription proclaiming, Master of the Furnace. How pretentious. One day, I shall be wealthy. Exiting Quanzhou, he turned to the adjacent state-run department store, purchasing a can of snowflake cream for Tao Yushu, and then proceeded to Daxiankin to acquire 2 jean of peach crisps before returning to Yanda. Upon arriving at the library, Lin Chaoyang distributed more than half a jean of the peach crisps to several colleagues at the lending desk. The quantity was scant, especially when shared among 4 or 5 people, making it appear even more meager. However, at this moment, everyone was financially strained. Those with children might be inclined to indulge them, but it was unlikely they would treat themselves, making this a small consolation for an otherwise dull afternoon. By the way, Chaoyang, 2 groups of students came looking for you at noon, Hu Wenxiong reminded him. Who were they? Did they leave a note? Lin Chaoyang assumed it was a few individuals from the Chinese department. No, they did not. If acquaintances had matters to discuss with him, they would surely leave a note or request Hu Wenxiong to convey a message. Lin Chaoyang felt puzzled. Who could possibly be seeking him? Chapter 61. I want to enjoy your work for free. As the workday drew to a close, Hu Wenxiong noticed a few students lingering in the sunlight hall, seemingly waiting for someone, yet their glances frequently darted toward the front desk of the library. After a while, as everyone began to pack up, Hu Wenxiong observed those students intercepting Lin Chaoyang. Typically, Lin Chaoyang frequently interacted with students from the Chinese department, so Hu Wenxiong paid little mind. Are you truly Su Lingjun? The group that halted Lin Chaoyang comprised both males and females, all introducing themselves as belonging to the class of 78 from the economics department. Recently, the magazine Unfamiliar Lake, which Chun Jianggong and others had been promoting, began circulating among the student body at Yanjing University. Many students discovered a familiar name on the advisory list, Su Lingjun. Over the past 6 months, the Wrangler has sparked immense discussion among its readership, its influence undeniably significant. This phenomenon can be attributed not only to the current fervor surrounding scar literature, but also to the exceptional quality of the work itself. What may appear as scar literature is, in fact, a refined narrative. In the past year, amidst the tempest of scar literature sweeping the literary world, the Wrangler has carved its own niche, particularly resonating with the younger audience, eclipsing the works of its predecessors, the homeroom teacher and Scar. The appearance of Su Lingjun's name in Unfamiliar Lake naturally piqued the curiosity of many students at Yanjing University. Some students closely associated with the Chinese department and the May 4th Literary Society, upon inquiry, learned of Su Lingjun's true identity. He is, astonishingly, an employee of the Yanjing University Library. Having anticipated this day, Lin Chaoyang remained quite composed, clarifying that it is merely a pen name. Is it really true? The students confirmed that Lin Chaoyang was indeed the author of The Wrangler, their expressions shifting to astonishment and skepticism. Why are you all looking at me like that? Faced with their incredulous stares, Lin Chaoyang found himself amused yet exasperated. Is it true? Another male student pressed. Lin Chaoyang shook his head, stating, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. It's time to clock out. Before the students could react, he departed with purpose. What does this mean? The students stood bewildered, exchanging glances. A slightly plump girl with braided hair remarked, I heard from Xia Xiaohong in the Chinese department that he seems quite low-key, not wanting others to know he writes. Is there really someone who doesn't seek fame? Another questioned. Perhaps it's due to experiences from years past. The rationale they constructed was compelling, and the group accepted it without question. As they walked and discussed, none pursued Lin Chaoyang. While they were indeed enthusiastic readers, the students of Yanjing University possessed their own pride. Renowned figures have always graced Yanjing University: Ji Xianlin, Ma Yinshu, Li Yining, Fei Xiaotong, Jin Kaicheng, Zhu Guangqian, Wang Yao, Wang Li. What department lacks a master? What master is not celebrated? Their intent in seeking Lin Chaoyang in the library was primarily rooted in curiosity. And upon seeing what Su Lingjun looked like, their inquisitiveness waned. None could have anticipated that the author of the previously fervent The Wrangler was hiding among them all along. Yanda indeed is a land of hidden talents. Upon returning home, Lin Chaoyang handed the snowflake cream to Tao Yushu, who grumbled, "You're just wasting money." Yet, despite her words, a smile graced her face as she scooped out a dollop to apply on her cheeks. She regularly used snowflake cream, but her bottle at home was nearly empty, requiring her to scrape the bottom for each application. "By the way, do we have any money left? If not, I can give you some." Tao Yushu inquired while applying the cream to her face. "We do have money." Lin Chaoyang firmly believed in the principle that a true man should never ask his wife for money. Tao Yushu inspected her lovely visage in the mirror, her gaze briefly crossing Lin Chaoyang's face. "You certainly know how to save." Lin Chaoyang made an effort to appear resolute. "Indeed. I rarely dare to take extra food from the cafeteria." Tao Yushu wiped away a bit of the white cream from her temples, falling silent thereafter. After dinner, Lin Chaoyang brought out the peach crisps, eliciting joyous cheers from the two little ones, Tao Shiwen and Tao Shiwu. The peach crisps amounted to just over a pound, barely enough for everyone to have a few pieces. Sister-in-law Zhao Li saved her share for the two youngsters, while her husband, caught in her gaze, sheepishly offered his leftover treats to the children, leaving Tao Yuma to enjoy her own portion. Lin Chaoyang noticed that the pastries on Tao's father's table remained untouched. The two little ones, having finished their parents' share, now eyed their grandfathers, but to their surprise, Tao's father, who usually doted on his grandchildren, feigned ignorance. When Tao's mother began to tidy the table, Lin Chaoyang observed Tao's father retreating to his room with a share of pastries. "The pastries are for Mom, right?" Lin Chaoyang asked Tao Yushu. "Yes, my mother has loved sweets since childhood. We always had candy at home." "No wonder, Dad truly dotes on his wife," Lin Chaoyang remarked. "You're not too bad yourself," Tao Yushu praised, savoring Lin Chaoyang's share of pastries. After washing up, the couple lay in bed, and Lin Chaoyang said, "Yushu, today a student from Yanda came to the library looking for me." Tao Yushu turned to him. "Did the students all find out?" "They probably did. It has been circulating in the Chinese department, and it won't take long before everyone knows." "Aren't you going to tell your parents?" "If you tell her first, she'll think you're bragging, and she'll wait for her to ask," Lin Chaoyang responded, knowing that she referred to his mother-in-law. They had previously discussed whether to share this news, and Lin Chaoyang added, "What about everyone else? Does everyone know but her?" Tao Yushu's retort left Lin Chaoyang momentarily speechless. He envisioned his mother-in-law being oblivious, only to learn of the news from others. Returning home to confront the family and discovering that everyone was in the loop except her. It would surely infuriate her. "By the way, next time you head to Yanjing Literary Arts, could you ask if they have reviewed my article? Did it get rejected again?" Tao Yushu reminded Lin Chaoyang before drifting to sleep. "Understood." The next morning, while Lin Chaoyang was washing up, he heard Tao Yushu's frantic voice. "What is going on?" he asked, returning to the room. "Look, it must be that girl Yuma's doing." Tao Yushu showcased the snowflake cream that Lin Chaoyang had purchased for her just yesterday, revealing a significant portion of the pristine white cream had been scooped out. Typically, Tao Yuma would secretly indulge in the snowflake cream belonging to both her mother and Tao Yushu. It seemed she had noticed the abundance of cream in Tao Yushu's jar upon leaving for school that morning and could not resist the temptation to take advantage of it. "That mischievous girl. I shall certainly teach her a lesson when she returns," Tao Yushu remarked indignantly. Lin Chaoyang chuckled quietly, having grown accustomed to the bickering between the two sisters. Upon arriving at the library that morning, Lin Chaoyang had barely settled into his duties when he noticed several students casting furtive glances in his direction from the corner of the sunlit hall. It was likely that they were aware of the recent happenings regarding the Wrangler, and with the buzz surrounding Weiming Lake circulating through Yanqing, many students were undoubtedly curious about the appearance of Su Lingjuan's name. A simple inquiry among the students from the Chinese department or the May 4th Literary Society would yield answers. Contemplating the reasons behind this recent phenomenon, Lin Chaoyang felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Yanqing's esteemed reputation instilled a degree of decorum in these students, or else he might have found himself burdened by their scrutiny. As noon approached, and Lin Chaoyang prepared to head out for a meal, he was approached by Chun Jiangong and Wang Xiaoping. "Chaoyang, do you have time this afternoon? We're going to meet a friend," they inquired. Meet a friend? Who? He asked. Zhao Zhenkai. Lin Chaoyang replied, somewhat surprised. What does he want to see me for? Wang Zhaoping interjected. During my last gathering with the folks from today, I mentioned you. And they expressed an interest in meeting you. A few individuals from the Chinese department maintained close literary ties with social figures, including Wang Zhaoping, who, along with Cha Jianying, frequently cycled into town to partake in literary events at Dongxi 42, a fact not hidden from their peers in the department. Though Lin Chaoyang was hesitant to mingle with the crowd from today, he felt it would be impolite to decline the invitation from Qin Jiangong and Wang Zhaoping. All right. I will come find you after work. We'll be waiting for you at the Triangle Ground, they replied, with half an hour remaining in his shift. Lin Chaoyang exchanged pleasantries with Hu Wenqing and exited the library early. Upon stepping outside, he spotted a cluster of young people gathered on the Triangle Ground. Approaching the group, Wang Zhaoping introduced him to a young man who stood confidently among the crowd, engaging others in conversation. Zhao Zhenkai appeared slender, with a somewhat aloof and melancholic gaze, embodying the archetype of a poet as perceived by the public. After a brief exchange of introductions and courtesies, Zhao Zhenkai brought up the wrangler, speaking with great courtesy. I have had the pleasure of reading your work. It resonates with the cries of our times while also expressing the author's unique perspective, which is quite distinctive. Thank you. Lin Chaoyang replied. Since the inception of Today last winter, Zhao Zhenkai, along with several others such as Mang Ku, had become prominent figures within the cultural scene of Yanjing, particularly among the university students, attracting a legion of admirers. However, this group of individuals stands in stark contrast to mainstream society, and their approach is rather unconventional, diverging entirely from Lin Chaoyang's path. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhao Zhenkai addressed Lin Chaoyang. My primary purpose for this visit is to invite the authors from Yanjing University to contribute. In your absence, I have already discussed this with Xiao Cha, Xiao Ping, and Ziping. The content of our magazine, Today, has a strong emphasis on poetry, while criticism is our weakest area. Previously, I read your Horseman, Xiao Cha's The Initial Meteor, and Ziping's Critique, all of which were splendid, and they represent the aspects we urgently need to enhance in Today. Thus, I am here today to sincerely invite you to join the family of Today. Zhao Zhenkai's demeanor is cultured. When silent, he exudes a sense of calm, and when he speaks, his voice is gentle yet powerful, articulate, and subtly stirring. Lin Chaoyang occasionally glanced around and noticed that among those mentioned by Zhao Zhenkai, everyone except him wore expressions of excitement and longing, seemingly eager to present their manuscripts. Yet Lin Chaoyang remained composed, attentively listening and discerning a singular message from Zhao Zhenkai's fervent rhetoric. I intend to take advantage of you. Chapter 62. What happened in October? The publication Today is ostensibly a grassroots magazine, yet it operates outside the bounds of legality, lacking the legitimacy that the magazine Weiming Lake, established by the May 4th Literary Society, possesses, for at least it has the endorsement of Yanjing University. This assessment, of course, arises from the perspective of publishing. Despite its brief 4-month existence, Today has made a significant impact in the cultural circles of Yanjing, particularly among the student populace. It is entirely understandable that individuals such as Wang Zhaoping, Zha Jianying, and Huang Ziping are filled with exuberance. For these literary youth, having their works published in Today is, to some extent, more exhilarating and honorable than being featured in people's literature, as it embodies the spirit of youth culture. Following Zhao Zhenkai's speech, Zha Jianying was the first to express her support, quickly joined by Wang Zhaoping and Huang Ziping. From the outset, Lin Chaoyang had observed that the students present were predominantly from the Morning Society of the Chinese department. This Morning Society, formed spontaneously last year by students of the Chinese department, is distinct from the May 4th Literary Society's official backing. It is an informal organization, existing merely in name. However, one should not underestimate their influence, as the Morning Society boasts its own publication, aptly named Morning, which debuted 6 months prior to Weiming Lake. The inaugural issue of Morning was dedicated to poetry, indicating that its members are indeed ardent lovers of verse. Nevertheless, in recent months, the development of the Morning Society has stagnated due to the allure of the May 4th Literary Society, which has been siphoning off its members. After everyone had voiced their opinions, the collective gaze inevitably turned towards Lin Chaoyang, who had remained silent. Coincidentally, he had penned a piece recently, but it had just been submitted to Yanjing Literary Arts, leaving little room for contribution to Today. Naturally, Lin Chaoyang refrained from directly mentioning the matter of manuscript fees, as all present were adults, keen to preserve each other's dignity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhenkai's face betrayed a hint of disappointment, yet he responded, "What a pity. However, if you have any manuscripts in the future, please consider us up to date first." Lin Chaoyang smiled, his tone imbued with the sincerity characteristic of a working individual. Yet his response was perfunctory enough to be discerned at first glance. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Qin Jiangong to alleviate the tension with a few lighthearted remarks. After exchanging farewells with the group, Lin Chaoyang took his leave. Shortly after his departure, Zhao Zhenkai followed suit. Zha Jianying wore a displeased expression as she confided in Wang Xiaoping, "You were right. That Lin Chaoyang is insufferably arrogant. I think he is rather reasonable. It's his own work. After all, he has every right to decide whom to submit it to. Didn't he mention before that he has no interest in poetry? It seems he truly means it. No one is pressuring him, but his attitude is infuriating." Zha Jianying's feelings are not difficult to comprehend, reminiscent of fervent fans in later generations. In her eyes, Zhao Zhenkai is an idol, and the prospect of an idol soliciting their contributions is an immense honor. Lin Chaoyang's refusal, coupled with his dismissive demeanor, is a clear demonstration of his lack of respect. Chaoyang is not like us. His work has already been validated by the public. Previously, Lu Xinwu sought contributions for October, yet he did not provide any. Today, Qin Jiangong invited Lin Chaoyang purely at the behest of Wang Xiaoping, who was aware of the cordial relationship between Qin Jiangong and Lin Chaoyang. What is it with October? Zha Jianying's tone was tinged with indignation, though her voice fell to a whisper. She felt genuine sympathy for her idol, but she had not yet lost her rationality. Qin Jiangong chuckled, remarking, "Well, you cannot truly blame Chaoyang for this." Zha Jianying fell silent as Wang Xiaoping tugged at her to head to the cafeteria. Upon returning home, Lin Chaoyang was greeted by a cacophony. It was his sister-in-law, just home, embroiled in a spirited argument with Tao Yushu. All you do is quarrel. The two grandsons were bouncing around the house while the sisters continued their relentless bickering, causing Tao Mu's head to ache from the ruckus. At that moment, Tao's father and brother-in-law had just returned from work, and the house was bustling. The three men exchanged knowing glances and stepped outside. "Father, have a cigarette." Lin Chaoyang offered a cigarette to Tao's father, while the brother-in-law also requested one. As they smoked, Lin Chaoyang suddenly recalled his brother-in-law who used to provide him cigarettes, and remarked, "I wonder how Du Feng is faring down south." The Tao and Du families did not often interact, but their bond had strengthened through shared adversity in the past. Upon hearing Du Feng's name, Tao Yuching sighed. "He's only just 19. Tao's father, puffing on his cigarette, remarked, "No news is good news." This sentiment held truth. Du Feng was merely a performing soldier sent to offer condolences, and the absence of news was indeed preferable. Should there be news, it would likely be of a dire nature. The men lingered at the entrance of their apartment, engaging in idle conversation, when an elderly gentleman descended the stairs. Professor Wu. The newcomer was none other than Wu Zuxiang, the professor whose class Lin Chaoyang had previously audited. Lin Chaoyang greeted him and offered a cigarette. The men shared another round of cigarettes, and soon a cloud of smoke enveloped the entrance. By mealtime, tranquility had returned to the household. After dinner, Tao Yushu produced a letter. There was news from home. Last year, just before the new year, Lin Han and his wife had sent a large parcel of mountain goods to the Tao family. In light of this gift, Tao's father resolved to visit northeast China the following year to establish familial ties, reciprocating with a gift for Lin Han and his wife. Although the gift had been mailed around the new year, it only arrived afterward, much to the delight of Lin Han and his wife. Their joy stemmed not merely from the gift, but from the apparent goodwill of the Tao family. Furthermore, Lin Chaoyang had informed them of Tao's father's decision within the letter. For the past 6 months, Lin Han and his wife had felt a sense of unease. Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu's return to the city was well-intentioned. But what of their own family? What were the opinions of their parents and siblings? Would their son adapt to life in Yanjing? Would he face hardships in the Tao household? In their usual correspondence, they never broached such topics, fearing they might cause anxiety for Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu. The letter and gift that arrived after the new year had finally alleviated the couple's worries. Today, this letter marks the second correspondence from home since the new year. In it, there are mentions of the gifts bestowed by Father Tao and the reactions from the team members, clearly penned by Zhang Guiqin. Lin Chaoyang can vividly envision her grandstanding before the women of the team, proclaiming that this is merely one gift. Had Father Tao taken them back to Shaoyangtan? Lin Chaoyang muses that even the sky above Shaoyangtan would have been pierced by Comrade Zhang Guiqin's exuberance. At this thought, A smile involuntarily graces his face. While Lin Chaoyang is in the midst of composing a reply, Tao Yushu inquires about the money situation. Prior to the new year, Tao Yushu had sent 100 yuan to Lin Akun and his wife, but after the holiday, the couple returned the funds, insisting that Lin Chaoyang and his spouse, being newly married, had far more pressing financial needs. Meanwhile, the couple in the countryside found themselves with no opportunities to spend the money. Lin Chaoyang sighed, contemplating that he would exchange the cash for goods when he returned. Sending the money would be futile as they would surely refuse it. However, tangible items would be cherished and not discarded. A knowing smile spread across Tao Yushu's face, for she understood her parents well, just as Lin Chaoyang comprehended his own. The following day at work, Lin Chaoyang refrained from attending any classes and dutifully remained in the library. During lunch, he instructed Hu Wenxiong to head to the cafeteria first while he kept watch at the front desk. Hu Wenxiong, accompanied by Du Rong, made her way to the cafeteria. After their meal, as they were about to return to the library, they noticed a group of students engaged in coal piling at the entrance. In those days, students participating in labor at school was quite commonplace. As they walked past the students, a fragment of conversation floated to their ears. "Are you really going to the library to see Su Lingjun? What does he look like?" "Just an ordinary person, nothing remarkable." Curiosity piqued, Du Rong halted in her tracks. Intrigued by the mention of the library and Su Lingjun, she instinctively grabbed hold of Hu Wenxiong, who had not previously paid attention to the students' dialogue and was bewildered by their words. At that moment, the two students began talking once more. Chapter 63. A great writer emerges from the lending desk. What does he do? Have we seen him before? One student inquired with palpable curiosity. Those who frequently visit the library must have encountered him. There's a young man at the closed stacks. Do you remember him? I think I have a vague recollection. What does he look like? I can't quite recall. He is the type who blends into a crowd. Precisely. That description is accurate. I was quite disappointed. He is nothing like Su Lingjun from within the pages. Haha. You really took that seriously, didn't you? As the two students engaged in their gossip with fervor, they failed to notice Du Rong standing nearby. Hu Wenxiong and Du Rong exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. After taking a few steps, Hu Wenxiong finally asked, "Du Rong, is that person they mentioned?" Du Rong hesitantly replied, "It must be Zhao Yang, right?" The closed stacks housed 5 individuals, and excluding Du Rong herself, only Lin Chaoyang remained. The clarity of the two students' words echoed in her mind. The type who blends into a crowd. Wasn't that precisely Lin Chaoyang? Hu Wenxiong recalled the previous instances when Lin Chaoyang had been caught idling at work, writing instead. Initially, she thought it was merely a hobby, even offering him some guidance. The memory of that scene made her feel a flush creep over her face. But could it be true? Was Lin Chaoyang really the author of The Horse Wrangler, Su Lingjun? Du Rong, with her carefree demeanor, dismissed any lingering doubts, tugging at Hu Wenxiong. "Let us just ask him when we get back." Upon returning to the library, Lin Chaoyang greeted them with a smile. "You're back." He stood up, preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal. However, Du Rong, with an air of mystery, leaned closer and asked, "Chaoyang, have you published anything?" The colleagues at the lending desk were aware of Lin Chaoyang's writing endeavors, but he had never disclosed any details about his publications. Until now, they had assumed it was merely a pastime. Given that everyone was now in the know, Lin Chaoyang had little to conceal. But before he could respond, Du Rong eagerly interjected, "I just came from the cafeteria, and a few students were gossiping at the entrance. They said there's a young man from the closed stacks who is Su Lingjun." As she spoke, Du Rong's eyes sparkled with curiosity and intrigue. Those at the library knew that Lin Chaoyang had originally been a rural primary school teacher, who had moved to the city after marrying the daughter of Professor Tao from the history department, and was subsequently assigned to work at the library as a staff family member. Most colleagues held a neutral opinion of him, merely finding amusement in his history with Tao Yushu. Yet, where there are people, there are whispers. The library was not an isolated sanctuary, and a small faction occasionally indulged in idle gossip. Du Rong had a favorable impression of Lin Chaoyang. Their 6 months of working together had fostered a harmonious relationship, and she never participated in such discussions. When it did come up, it was mostly in jest. Little did she anticipate that this seemingly unremarkable rural lad, who had secured his position in the library through the connections of his wife and father-in-law, was, in fact, a concealed author. Since the publication of The Horse Wrangler last October, it has evoked a tremendous response within literary circles and among readers. Virtually every literature enthusiast has perused this short piece. The shock reverberating through Du Rong's heart is easily imaginable. Well, it was merely a stroke of luck that I published a piece, Lin Chaoyang modestly remarked. Despite being somewhat prepared for this revelation, the astonishment on Du Rong and Hu Wenxiong's faces was unmistakable. After being colleagues for half a year, witnessing the transformation of the formerly unassuming rural youth into a celebrated author left them both feeling somewhat disoriented. "It's really you," Du Rong exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh my. I never expected that we had a great writer among us." Following her moment of surprise, Du Rong's reaction was entirely in line with her cheerful disposition. In contrast, Hu Wenxiong, with a more contemplative gaze, recalled the moments when she had previously offered guidance to Lin Chaoyang. "Chaoyang, since your work has been published, why didn't you share the news with us?" Lin Chaoyang sensed a hint of indignation in Hu Wenxiong's tone and immediately feigned an air of youthful naivety. "Sister Hu, no one asked, so I felt a bit awkward saying it. I was worried it might come off as boasting and lead to gossip. At just 20, Lin Chaoyang's pretense seemed somewhat insincere. Although his reasoning might not have been particularly convincing, it at least allowed Hu Wenxiong to save face. And she was aware that a small group in the library had indeed been circulating whispers about him. "Do not pay attention to those gossips," she advised, then added with a touch of self-deprecation, "Honestly, I was unaware of the situation and was offering you guidance. You were only looking out for my best interests." Lin Chaoyang reassured her, deftly diverting the conversation. "By the way, how was the cafeteria fare today?" "We have mackerel," she replied. "Well, I must rush. I need to share this news with Old Tu and Old Zheng upstairs. We have a distinguished author in our midst," Du Rong exclaimed, her excitement palpable as Lin Chaoyang smiled and exited. Upon returning to the library after lunch, Lin Chaoyang found Zhang Dinning waiting at the entrance. "Chaoyang," Zhang Dinning greeted him. "Do you need to revise the manuscript?" Lin Chaoyang inquired. Shaking his head, Zhang Dinning replied, "No. I'm here to inform you that your manuscript has been approved for publication, scheduled for May." Lin Chaoyang expressed his delight. "Your efficiency is commendable." Old Li personally reviewed the manuscript. Even Old Shou hasn't finished reading it yet, and he made the decision to publish, Zhang Dinning noted with admiration. Old Li is indeed decisive. Lin Chaoyang jested before asking, "And what about the remuneration?" "Always thinking about your payment," Zhang Dinning teased before continuing. "It's 7 yuan per 1,000 words, the highest standard. We'll mail it to you in a couple of days to save you a trip." "How considerate," Lin Chaoyang said with a slight bow. After discussing the payment, Zhang Dinning inquired, "Do you have any new works in progress?" Lin Chaoyang shook his head in disbelief, fully aware of their insincere intentions. "I knew you weren't so kind-hearted. You've used my manuscript and still made a special trip to inform me." Zhang Dinning retorted, "Aren't you eager to earn some manuscript fees? We are offering you the highest rates possible, all to inspire your creative drive and passion." "I just finished that piece a few days ago. Let me take a breather," Lin Chaoyang replied. "Young people are brimming with creative inspiration when it's time to write. One shouldn't pause. Once you grow older, you may find it difficult to write at all." Zhang Dinning began to brainwash Lin Chaoyang again, completely disregarding his protests. "Do you have nothing better to do? I still have to go to work." Seeing that Lin Chaoyang was impervious to his persuasion, Zhang Dinning resorted to saying, "Then you should write as soon as possible and make the most of your time. Earn that manuscript fee." She realized that discussing creativity and literature with someone like Lin Chaoyang was futile. What truly mattered was the manuscript fee. "Understood. By the way, has the piece titled The Horse Wrangler authored by Tao Yushu been reviewed yet?" Zhang Dinning looked at him with a peculiar expression. "You wrote that? What are you thinking?" Lin Chaoyang denied it. "You startled me. If it were your work, it would be quite interesting. My wife wrote it," Lin Chaoyang declared, leaving Zhang Dinning momentarily dumbfounded. "You two make quite the pair, one writing and the other reviewing. How delightful." Zhang Dinning almost applauded in approval. "Enough with the flattery. Has it passed the review?" "It should have. I heard Lu Hang mention it," Zhang Dinning recalled. Lin Chaoyang clapped his hands joyfully. "Great. So, I'll be heading home to collect my reward then?" Zhang Dinning teased. "This is called mutual progress. Take a good lesson from it," Lin Chaoyang replied, reminding her. "Ask Old Li if he can publish both our works in the May issue." Despite the playful banter, Lin Chaoyang's suggestion instilled a tinge of envy in Zhang Dinning. As the ancients said, when the husband sings, the wife follows. This harmonious resonance is indeed what it embodies. "Understood." As Lin Chaoyang escorted Zhang Dinning away, 3 vibrant young ladies strolled past the Weiming Lake. "Gong Yun, will we truly meet Su Lingjun?" One girl with horn braids inquired. "Absolutely. My sister said he works at the library." Since it's not a holiday today, where else would he be? Another strikingly beautiful girl chimed in. My brother-in-law also works at the library. I never expected he would be a colleague of Su Lingjun, the girl with braids teased. Umo, your brother-in-law isn't Su Lingjun. Is he? Tao Yumo retorted. What nonsense are you spouting? Unconsciously, her mind conjured the image of her brother-in-law, which then morphed into the tall and handsome Su Lingjun. As their faces drew closer, it felt as though they were bumper cars, unable to merge into one. She couldn't help but chuckle softly. How could my brother-in-law possibly be Su Lingjun? Chapter 64. Isolated by the world Mian. Now that we are at the doorstep. Can you finally reveal the true name of Su Lingjun? Inquired the girl with the braided horns. Why ask so many questions when we are about to meet him? She muttered. You certainly enjoy building suspense. Tao Yuma was quite familiar with the Yanjing University library, having frequented it during her childhood, albeit mostly visiting the humanities and history building. The library before her was a new construction from a few years back, and her visits had been rather infrequent. As they chatted, the group entered the library. Upon returning from lunch, Lin Chaoyang sensed a peculiar glint in the eyes of his colleagues, likely due to Du Rong, the town crier, having spread the news far and wide. Tu Manxing had hurried down from the upper stacks, exclaiming, You rascal! You've kept us in the dark for so long. Just the other day, I saw Su Lingjuan's name on the unfamous lake and was puzzled. He had become an advisor there. And it turns out to be you. No wonder, you have such good relations with those from the Chinese department. Lin Chaoyang chuckled in response. And as he passed through the sunlit hall, Tao Yuma spotted him standing at the front desk. She was about to greet him when she heard someone shout from the staircase, Lin Chaoyang. The voice belonged to a colleague from the second floor. Someone he wasn't particularly close to. They merely exchanged nods. What's the matter? The director wants to see you in his office. All right, I'm on my way. Lin Chaoyang replied, nodding to Hu Wenxiong before making his way upstairs. At that moment, Tao Yuma felt someone tugging at her arm. Turning her head, she saw Miyun. Unable to contain her excitement, her face flushed and eyes shimmering with fervor, fixated on the figure ascending the stairs, murmuring to herself, It's him. It's him. It's really him. Tao Yuma and the girl with the braided horns exchanged puzzled glances. The latter asked, Who is him? Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun, Miyun exclaimed. Her gaze still locked on Lin Chaoyang's retreating silhouette, oblivious to her companions. The girl with the braided horns had not considered this possibility until now. Gasping softly as she processed Miyun's words. Is he really Su Lingjun? Absolutely. My sister informed me that Su Lingjuan's true name is Lin Chaoyang. And he works at the library. It can't be mistaken. Miyun finally turned her attention back, and upon hearing the confirmation, the girl with the braided horns reflected on the face she had glimpsed earlier, her initial excitement dissipating. This Su Lingjun was not as she had imagined. Of course. Do you really think the author would resemble the protagonist? Why not? He dares to use that name himself. At this point, a surge of indignation welled up within the girl with the braided horns, feeling inexplicably duped. What right does he have to call himself Su Lingjun? Miyun cast a bewildered glance at her classmate. It seems you are lost in your own thoughts. That is Su Lingjun, the one who wrote The Horse Whisperer. He is not Su Lingjun. The girl with the braided horns appeared stuck in her stubbornness, refusing to see things from Miyun's perspective, no matter how much she insisted. Forget it. I can't reason with a madwoman like you. Gong Yun turned to the side to speak with Tao Yumuo, only to find her standing there in a state of shock. It appeared that she had been so engrossed in conversation with the girl with the pigtails that she had not responded for quite some time. Yumuo, Yumuo. Gong Yun called out several times before bringing the dazed Tao Yumuo back to reality. What's wrong? Is it really so overwhelming to see your literary idol? Tao Yumuo gazed at her classmate, her lips parting then closing again, the immense shock leaving her mind in a state of chaos. Lin Chaoyang is Su Lingjun. My brother-in-law is Su Lingjun, the very same Su Lingjun who wrote The Horse Herder. The overwhelming questions and disbelief enveloped her like a fog, stirring a sense of agitation within her. How could he possibly be Su Lingjun? The girl voiced her innermost thoughts with sincerity. Gong Yun seemed to find the situation amusing. You two are truly bewitched. He is a writer, not one of those performers on stage. She assumed Tao Yumuo, like the girl with the pigtails, was simply disappointed by Su Lingjuan's appearance. Tao Yumuo shook her head, choosing not to argue with Gong Yun. After overcoming the initial shock, she began to regain some clarity. Memories of a gathering 2 months prior during the New Year surfaced in her mind, leading to a moment of realization. No wonder Du Feng had implored his brother-in-law to help him write a love letter. He must have already known of his brother-in-law's other identity. Tao Yumuo then thought of her sister, Tao Yushu, who had once asked her what had drawn her to her brother-in-law, although she had not answered at the time. Tao Yushu now felt certain of the response: talent. Although she had previously noticed that her brother-in-law Lin Chaoyang had assisted Du Feng in writing love letters, she had never imagined that he was a published author, and one whose works were renowned nationwide at that. Everyone else seems to know, yet they kept it from me. A sense of indignation stirred within Tao Yushu, though her feelings differed from those of the girl with the pigtails. She felt isolated. They say a woman's intuition is the most accurate, and indeed, her suspicions were correct. She had been isolated at home, but not by the couple of Lin Chaoyang and his wife. This was a case of the answer being right, but the reasoning being flawed. Quite typical of her female peers. What is the matter? Are we still going to see Su Lingjun or not? During their lunch break, Gong Yun had secretly brought her two friends to the Yanjing University library to see Su Lingjun, only to find their reactions increasingly exaggerated. Is he really that not handsome enough? Is this attitude necessary? She found their behavior superficial. Internally scolding her friends, Gong Yun then complained. I kindly brought you here to see him, and you respond like this. The girl with the pigtails, sensing Gong Yun's irritation, retorted. It's just that seeing the real person for the first time was a bit unexpected. Gong Yun didn't believe her excuse, but replied, so, are we going to watch or not? Let's take a look for a little longer. We didn't see him clearly before. The girl with braids felt a twinge of rashness in her earlier judgment. Perhaps, had she taken a moment to observe more closely, she might have found him more appealing. After all, he is Su Lingjun. However, for Tao Yushu, whether or not she looked at him was no longer of consequence. She yearned to return home and seek clarity. Was it possible that everyone was aware of her brother-in-law's literary prowess while she remained blissfully ignorant? Director. Xie Daoyuan gestured for Lin Chaoyang to take a seat. Their eyes met, and Lin Chaoyang had begun to form a rough estimate of the situation. I've heard your work has been published? Is it The Herder? Lin Chaoyang nodded, affirming, yes, it was released some time ago. It was well concealed, Xie Daoyuan remarked with a knowing glint in his eyes. Lin Chaoyang's smile was modest. Director. I couldn't he possibly make such a fuss that the entire school would know? Xie Daoyuan's expression brightened. Then how did it come to light? It spread among the students. It was impossible to keep it under wraps. Xie Daoyuan nodded, acknowledging that discretion was indeed wise. Your role in the library is your primary endeavor, while writing is merely a hobby. Your ability to distinguish between the two reflects a clear understanding. Contemporary authors differ greatly from those of the past. Most writers maintain their primary occupations, with only a select few of high standing and considerable acclaim eligible to pursue writing full-time. Xie Daoyuan continued, have you any new works recently? I have a novella confirmed for the May issue of Yanjing Literature. I have read Yanjing Literature. The recent issues feature some commendable works. Yes, the latest issues have garnered positive responses. They just appointed a new editor, Li Chaoyang. I recall, he was previously with People's Literature, correct? Indeed. They conversed for a while longer, until Xie Daoyuan finally said, in the coming days, there will inevitably be some idle gossip circulating in the library. Do not let it trouble you. Lin Chaoyang replied, I understand. With that, he exited, ready to return to his work. At last, the girls awaited Lin Chaoyang's descent from the upper floor, upon glimpsing the revered Su Lingjun once more. Gong Yun could hardly contain her excitement, intently observing his features from a distance. She wished to draw nearer and truly behold him. It seemed just as she imagined. The girl with braids continued to mutter to herself. Gong Yun was about to voice a rebuttal when she noticed Tao Yushu had inexplicably appeared behind them. Yuma, why are you hanging back? Gong Yun reached out to pull her forward, but Yuma recoiled as if encountering something repulsive. What are you doing? Gong Yun felt slighted. What else could it be? Tao Yushu was determined to keep Lin Chaoyang from seeing her. Fearing that others might discover, she only learned of her brother-in-law's identity as Su Lingjun through hearsay. Who could possibly comprehend the isolation that enveloped her? Chapter 65 was penned by him. The afternoon slipped away in an instant, and when the school bell rang, Tao Yushu was still lost in thought. Observing her classmates packing their bags, she felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What had the teacher discussed that afternoon? Her mind was utterly blank, and the more she pondered, the more frustrated she became. She hastily shoved her books and stationery into her bag, disregarding her classmates' calls, and hurriedly made her way to Langrun Lake. As she trudged along, she finally returned home. Upon entering, she spotted her sister and brother-in-law engaged in hearty laughter. Tao Yushu appeared to have received some delightful news from Lin Chaoyang, her face alight with joy and her demeanor radiant. The sight only intensified the pent-up anger within Tao Yushu. They all knew, yet they concealed it from her, just as she contemplated confronting them. Tao Shiwen clung to her leg, exclaiming, "Auntie, what is it?" Tao Yumuo replied, her tone impatient as she attempted to push him away. However, Tao Shiwen would not relent, insisting, "Play with me. I'm busy, go find someone else." The mischievous child was indeed infuriating, yet it was difficult to truly scold him, being her beloved nephew. "Sister-in-law," she called out to her sister-in-law, Zhao Li, who promptly responded, "Annie just got home from school. She still has homework to do. Don't disturb her." Once Zhao Li had successfully ushered the little one away, Tao Yumuo regained her composure. How was she to broach the subject? As she pondered, the sound of the door opening caught her attention. Tao Yuqing had entered. What a strong wind today. Tao Yumuo's eyes lit up with an idea. Stealthily approaching her elder brother, she inquired, "Brother, the teacher mentioned my essay writing needs improvement. Do you have a moment to guide me?" Having just returned from a day of fishing, Tao Yuqing was initially inclined to feign exhaustion, yet his sister's words instantly invigorated him. Given that you're approaching the college entrance examination, it is indeed crucial to refine this skill. "Brother, you must help me," Tao Yumuo pleaded, her large eyes sparkling as she attempted to charm him. Tao Yuqing puffed out his chest, declaring, "I am your elder brother. How could I neglect you? I may not be of assistance in other areas, but when it comes to writing," he wore an unmistakable air of pride. "I pride myself on having some insights in this regard. How about this? I shall give you an extra hour of writing lessons each evening." Tao Yumuo had anticipated that her cleverness would backfire, inadvertently causing her own distress. "The time is a bit short, but my schedule is also tight." Perhaps I can squeeze in an hour and a half." Tao Yumuo hurriedly waved her hands. No, brother, you're so busy. Are you being polite with me? You are my sister, and this is a critical juncture in your life. Even if you didn't ask, I would still assist you. In matters of writing, I do possess some knowledge." Tao Yuqing continued unabated, while Tao Yumuo remained silent, inwardly chastising herself. As their conversation progressed, Tao Yuqing could hardly contain his eagerness. Come. While we haven't had dinner yet, let me share with you the fundamental techniques of essay writing." Tao Yumuo clung to the doorframe, her fingers clearly splayed apart, on the verge of tears. "Dinner is ready." In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the voice of her sister-in-law, Zhao Li, echoed from the kitchen. A sigh of relief escaped Tao Yumuo's lips. Finally, it was over. "Brother, your teachings are truly remarkable." Tao Yuqing nodded with a sense of authoritative pride. "Your foundation, however, is indeed a bit lacking. No worries. With more than 2 months until the college entrance examination, I shall ensure you catch up. You have a weak foundation. You're the one with a weak foundation." Tao Yumuo silently cursed, while her face wore a sweet smile as she inquired, "Brother, with your wealth of experience and creativity, I imagine my brother-in-law often seeks your advice." "Your brother-in-law?" Tao Yuqing's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Not really, though it seems he is attempting writing." Upon hearing this, Tao Yumuo's gaze turned icy. You've noticed, haven't you? It seems your sister is forcing Chaoyang to write." Tao Yuqing shook his head. "In this regard, Yushu has inherited our father's strong will. How can you expect a middle school student like Chaoyang to engage in such endeavors?" Tao Yumuo could not suppress her skepticism. From her brother's tone, did he truly remain unaware? "My brother-in-law writes quite well," she cautiously probed. "Well?" Tao Yuqing's words confirmed Tao Yumuo's suspicions. It appeared they had not only kept this from her. This revelation lifted her spirits considerably. Simultaneously, a sense of pride blossomed within her, at the very least. She was privy to information that her brother was not, and it seemed their parents were equally unaware. She considered her sister's usual demeanor and concluded that aside from herself, only her sister and brother-in-law were in the know. Well hidden indeed. "Haven't you read it?" Tao Yumuo's retort left Tao Yuqing momentarily speechless. "He never showed it to me." "It's already been published. Have you read The Wrangler?" Tao Yumuo's tone was inquisitive, yet her expression radiated pride. She was the first in the family, aside from her sister, to learn of this. "Of course I've read The Wrangler, but what do you mean?" Tao Yuqing's eyes widened as he gazed at his sister. Tao Yumuo relished her brother's astonishment, reminiscent of her own reaction upon discovering her brother-in-law's identity. "My brother-in-law, your sister's husband, is Su Lingjun." She enunciated each word with deliberate clarity, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Tao Yuqing was left in shock, incredulously staring at his sister. "Have you lost your mind from studying? How can your brother-in-law be Su Lingjun?" "Su Lingjun is the author of." As he trailed off, confusion clouded his face as he looked at Tao Yumuo. "How do you know?" The students from Yin University have spread the word, and my brother-in-law even serves as an advisor for the Waiming Lake magazine of the May 4th Literary Society at Yin University. Tao Yushu declared, spilling the information in one breath. Even with the source of her information revealed, Tao Yushu remained skeptical. He chuckled to himself, "Your brother-in-law, my brother-in-law, is Su Lingjun? You truly possess a sense of humor." Tao Yushu offered no explanation, her expression serene, indifferent to belief or disbelief. "I'm off to eat." With that, she exited the room, followed closely by Tao Yushu. The two made their way to the kitchen, where everyone was ready, eagerly anticipating the meal. Tao Yushu dismissed the earlier incident as a mere jest and remarked to Tao Yushu, "Yushu, just now Yushu claimed that Chaoyang is the Su Lingjun who wrote The Horse Wrangler. This girl truly has an imagination." At that moment, Tao Yushu was poised with her bowl, preparing to eat. Upon hearing her elder brother's words, she continued to eat, lifting a piece of shredded potato to her lips. Tao Yushu only heard her produce a nasal sound, akin to a duck being pinched by the throat, his eyes wide with uncertainty as he gazed at Tao Yushu. "What did you say?" Not only Tao Yushu, but even Zhao Li, who was tending to the child, and their parents paused in their actions. Their collective gaze fixated on Tao Yushu, eagerly awaiting her response. At that moment, she felt as if she were under the spotlight, the center of attention. Yet her demeanor remained composed and unruffled. The dining table fell into silence, with only the sound of Tao Yushu's chewing breaking the stillness. After finally swallowing her food, she spoke. He wrote it. Chapter 66, The Wife. The play is over. Tao Yushu's tone did not convey an acknowledgement that Lin Chaoyang was indeed the author of The Wrangler. Rather, it resembled a casual remark about having added too much salt to shredded potatoes, light and unconcerned. "Why are you all staring at me? Let us eat." The others eagerly awaited an explanation from Tao Yushu, yet she returned to her meal after uttering that one line, having mastered the art of evasion. With no answers to be found in her words, their gaze shifted towards Lin Chaoyang. The elder brother-in-law, resembling a fairy discarded by a scoundrel, seized Lin Chaoyang's arm. "Chaoyang, what is going on? Is it really you who wrote it?" Lin Chaoyang felt somewhat perplexed, given the dynamics of their familial relations. It should not have been the elder brother-in-law who took on this role of inquiry. Throughout Tao Yushu's speech, he had been observing the reactions of Tao's parents. After an initial look of astonishment, Tao's father quickly regained his composure, his expression revealing a hint of delight, clearly pleased with Lin Chaoyang's accomplishment in publishing. Yet, true to his usual demeanor of quiet authority, he refrained from overtly displaying his joy. Tao's mother, however, wore a more complex expression. She had always held Lin Chaoyang, the rural son-in-law, in low regard. Although, after more than 6 months of interaction, under the pressure from Tao's father, Tao Yushu's insistence, and Lin Chaoyang's deliberate efforts to win favor, her attitude had softened from outright disdain. It was far from an acceptance of him. Her daughter, whom she had painstakingly raised, was so beautiful and well-educated, yet had endured much hardship in the countryside. Just when she had hoped to revel in the joy of family reunion, she was confronted with the news of her daughter marrying a rural youth. Her daughter, so exceptional, could undoubtedly have attracted a more suitable match. Why then, must she wed a man from the countryside? This conundrum eluded her understanding, and she could never acquiesce to it. She placed blame on the bygone era. Yet how could such an ethereal concept bear the weight of a mother's resentment? Her discontent needed a tangible target, and naturally, Lin Chaoyang became the outlet for her grievances. Despite having sensed Lin Chaoyang's admirable character over the past 6 months, she remained unable to surmount the mental barriers she had erected. After the initial shock, perhaps realizing her expression might inadvertently bolster Lin Chaoyang's stature, Tao's mother quickly masked her feelings. In stark contrast to her husband's smiling demeanor, her eyes harbored deep-rooted confusion. What right did Lin Chaoyang have to publish a work? Her gaze scrutinized him, as if seeking to unravel the mystery of his sudden success. Lin Chaoyang had anticipated the reactions of Tao's parents, but he was bewildered by the elder brother-in-law's behavior. Did he fear his brother's struggles, or was he perturbed by the thought of his brother driving a luxury vehicle? Lin Chaoyang's assumptions were not misplaced. Tao Yushu did not truly look down upon him, nor was he envious of his literary achievements. But rather he was unable to reconcile the stark contrast in his brother-in-law's demeanor. "Aren't you from the countryside? Don't you only have a middle school education? Come on, say something." "Calm down, my brother," Lin Chaoyang advised. "I am calm," Tao Yushu insisted, his agitation evident, causing Lin Chaoyang to hesitate in his response. "Yushu, Why the rush? Let Chaoyang and Yushu speak at their own pace. Tao's father's steady voice managed to pacify the elder brother swiftly. The elder brother sat down, eyes fixed on Lin Chaoyang, as did the other family members. Lin Chaoyang glanced at Tao Yushu, noticing she still held her bowl of rice. He wanted to gently remind her, "Dear wife, you are being overly deliberate." Ahem. Well, previously, I was indeed attempting to write. There is a student in the Chinese department named Chun Jianggong, a somewhat renowned author, who I asked to review my manuscript. After reading it, he felt my writing was commendable and recommended it to Yanjing Literature, which is where the piece The Horseman was published. As you all are aware, the aftermath of its publication was quite significant. However, Yushu and I believe that having only published a single short story, any impact it made could be attributed to sheer luck, so we prefer not to dwell on these matters. By briefly recounting the events, he also formally acknowledged his writing and publication. The collective gaze of the Tao family made Lin Chaoyang somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to gently nudge Tao Yushu. "Yushu, why don't you say a few words?" Unaware of the situation, one might think this was an awards ceremony. Only then did Tao Yushu set down her bowl, surveying the room, appreciating the expressions on her family's faces, before she slowly began. "It's merely a short story publication. In the grand scheme at Yanda, it's hardly noteworthy, so there's really nothing to discuss. Initially, I intended to wait until Chaoyang published a book to share this news with you, as that would signify a more substantial achievement. As it stands, he does have a novella scheduled for publication in Yanjing Literature next month, but there's not much to elaborate on." Watching Tao Yushu's demeanor, Lin Chaoyang silently urged, "Dear wife, the performance has gone on long enough." Tao Yushu attempted to project an air of nonchalance before her family, while Lin Chaoyang, fully aware of her inner thoughts, felt a mix of awkwardness and amusement, oblivious to the Tao family's perception. As the couple took turns speaking, they confirmed that Lin Chaoyang was indeed the author of The Horseman, a revelation that was enough to astonish them. Moreover, Tao Yushu mentioned that Lin Chaoyang was soon to publish another novella, indicating he was not merely a lucky amateur who published a single work without further impact. Was the Tao family about to have a writer among them? After Tao Yushu finished speaking, a brief silence enveloped the family. Fortunately, Tao's father broke the quietude with a hearty declaration, "Excellent. It is a joyous occasion for our Tao family that Chaoyang has achieved such success in writing." His affirmation was met with agreement from the elder brother, Tao Yuching, who chimed in, "Indeed, I knew I was right about you, Chaoyang." Lin Chaoyang was taken aback. The two men's remarks shattered the table's silence, while sister-in-law Xiaoli beamed with admiration in her gaze directed at Lin Chaoyang. Chaoyang is usually so unassuming. He truly possesses hidden talent. Lin Chaoyang noticed a flicker of delight in Tao Yushu's expression upon hearing her sister-in-law's praise, clearly overjoyed. "Thank you, dear sister-in-law. Primarily, it is Yushu who constantly encourages me to read and write. Truly, Yushu is an exemplary partner." The praise from sister-in-law finally caused Tao Yushu, who had been stifling her inner joy, to break into a radiant smile. "It is not particularly related to me. Rather, it is her own innate talent in this regard." At this juncture, her gaze shifted towards Mother Tao, for talent is something unseen and intangible, requiring discernment to recognize. Her words were evidently directed at Mother Tao, and the others at the table discerned this as well, resulting in a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Talent varies in magnitude. Those like Wang Bo and Li He exemplify brilliance that is immediately apparent, whereas what I possess is merely akin to the light of a firefly. Lin Chaoyang exchanged glances with Tao Yushu, signaling her to indulge in a modest display of pride before family, avoiding any precise targeting or calculated eliminations. The phrase "brilliance" emerges at a critical moment speaks to the revelation of talent in pivotal instances. "Brother-in-law, it's fortunate that you are a writer," remarked the younger sister. Tao Yumo Lin Chaoyang, unfazed, smiled at Tao Yushu, saying, "Do you see? This is what we call a rich family heritage. Yumo truly lives up to being our father's daughter." Upon hearing this, both Father Tao and Tao Yumo could not help but smile. A single compliment praised two individuals while alleviating his own awkwardness, prompting the brother-in-law to give Lin Chaoyang a thumbs up. Mother Tao gazed at Lin Chaoyang, yet her thoughts drifted to those treacherous figures immortalized in history. With this, the discussion surrounding Lin Chaoyang's writing and publication was sufficiently addressed, and the dining table of the Tao family was filled with a festive spirit. Tao Yumo observed the expressions of everyone around her, feeling an unprecedented sense of happiness. Little did they know The fact that her brother-in-law was a writer was something she was the first to discover, filling her heart with an inexplicable pride. Chapter 67. Exposing the harshness of society after dinner. Zhao Li returned to her room, brimming with excitement. I never would have guessed that Chaoyang, usually so quiet, could produce such widely acclaimed works. Tao Yushu remarked with a hint of admiration. Sensing the undercurrent of frustration in his tone, Zhao Li grasped his hand. You are not lacking in talent either. Her words, intended as comfort, only deepened Tao Yushu's dismay. My dear, Chaoyang only has a middle school education and hasn't written much before. How did he suddenly achieve such fame? Zhao Li reassured him. Everyone has their unique strengths. Perhaps writing is his. And what about me? Tao Yushu inquired eagerly. Zhao Li pondered for a moment, perhaps hosting gatherings? Tao Yushu's face fell in indignation. Have you forgotten the love poems I penned for you when we were courting? That was then. This is now, Zhao Li murmured dismissively. Tao Yushu shot her an accusatory glare. Women can be so fickle. By the way, did you notice our mother's reaction? Zhao Li asked. What about her? Do you really expect her to view Chaoyang in a different light? Why not? He is now a renowned author. Transitioning to a more serious topic, Tao Yushu's demeanor shifted, and he shook his head. It's not that simple. Mother has been harboring resentment. What resentment? Zhao Li pressed. You wouldn't understand if I told you. Zhao Li thought he was being coy, but Tao Yushu remained silent, wearing an enigmatic expression. If you're going to be cryptic, then don't bother. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Tao's father and mother were engaged in their own conversation. Tao's mother, wearing her reading glasses, was engrossed in a book, while Tao's father, freshly changed for bed, hesitated, glancing at his wife. Ruehue, he called, using her name reserved for intimate moments. Tao's mother, absorbed in her reading, did not acknowledge him. Understanding her well, Tao's father confiscated her book. What are you doing? She protested irritably. Let us talk, he replied as he climbed into bed. However, she turned away, having anticipated his intentions and denying him the opportunity to speak. I know you're upset, he said softly, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. It's true that Chaoyang comes from humble beginnings and lacks formal education, but have you considered the reasons behind his swift success? After a brief silence, noticing her continued indifference, he continued, Yushu is our daughter. We both care for her. We hope for her happiness. Though her life with Chaoyang began with struggles, if they can support each other through thick and thin, perhaps that is a good thing after all. Sometimes, I wonder how much of your anger is directed at Chaoyang himself. Is it possible that he, like us, has suffered the consequences of the times we lived through? Having said all this, Tao's father sighed deeply, realizing his wife remained unresponsive, and chose to cease his entreaties. The following morning, during breakfast, Lin Chaoyang discreetly observed Tao's mother's reactions. Upon stepping outside, he inquired, Your mother's attitude appears to remain unchanged, does it not? It seems to be merely a matter of pride. Tao Yushu kicked aside the bicycle stand and conversed with Lin Chaoyang as they walked. At this point, you ought not to concern yourself with her disposition, but rather focus on your forthcoming works. The more creations you produce and the greater your renown becomes, the less she will dare to criticize you, even if she remains unsatisfied. Although Lin Chaoyang recognized that Tao Yushu was attempting to console him, he could not shake the feeling that she was simultaneously placing undue pressure upon him. My dear wife, I have just completed one piece, and it has yet to be published, Lin Chaoyang lamented. Tao Yushu, having discerned his thoughts, linked her arm with his and playfully nudged him. I never suggested you write it immediately. I merely meant for you to take some time to contemplate. The library work is rather relaxed. Comrade University student, our revolutionary duties are distinctly divided. Your primary task is to study. Yet one must not belittle the work we do at the library. Lin Chaoyang feigned seriousness, prompting Tao Yushu to respond with playful punches. The popularity of unnamed lake within Yanjing University seemed to hasten the dissemination of Lin Chaoyang's concealed identity. In less than 2 days, the entire library was abuzz with the knowledge that Professor Tao's son-in-law, the young Lin Chaoyang, at the closed Stacks borrowing station, was none other than the author of the recently celebrated The Horseman, Su Lingjun. Lin Chaoyang could hardly avoid the good-natured teasing from his colleagues at work, along with the private malice and ridicule that accompanied it. Human nature often inclines towards envy, whether for wealth or poverty. One morning, as Lin Chaoyang hastened towards the library, he spotted old Zhu jogging with a golden retriever named Amao by his side. From a distance, he clearly observed Amao prattling away as he ran alongside the elderly man, who bore an expression of exasperation. Lin Chaoyang could not help but chuckle at the scene, What better illustration of the adage that ill-tempered individuals attract their own kind? Old Zhu was acerbic, yet faced with Amao, who was completely immune to his sharp retorts, he found himself helpless. To make matters worse, Amao was capable of torturing old Zhu with his rudimentary Mandarin. As Lin Chaoyang watched, old Zhu abruptly halted, storming over in irritation, prepared to greet him. What nonsense have you been filling his head with? Zhu Guangqi demanded. Lin Chaoyang nearly rushed to cover the old man's mouth, but dared not utter anything foolish. Did I not mention it? It's Mao Xian. Realization dawned on the elderly man. That's not what I meant. I was questioning whether this lad's mind is quite right. He was blabbering this morning about causing an uproar, seizing territory, fighting the gentry, and wanted me to be his military advisor. Political commissar, it's political commissar. Amao corrected, having followed closely behind. Remarkably, those two words in Amao's makeshift Mandarin were articulated with commendable clarity. Lin Chaoyang interjected, Amao, we are in the new China now. The doctrines from our books have already been enacted, and we emerged victorious. It is not about applying them in China, but rather in America. Lin Chaoyang looked at Amao with newfound respect. You haven't experienced the brutality of McCarthyism, have you? Just as Lin Chaoyang was about to speak, he saw Amao pull out a hammer and sickle badge from his pocket, affixing it to his chest with a solemn expression, gazing ahead as he proclaimed. The great leader teaches us. Observing Amao's half-crazed demeanor, Zhu Guangxian, fearing he might be dragged into something, hurriedly retreated, likely avoiding the vicinity of the library for some time. Amao, have you ever heard a Chinese proverb? With old Zhu having fled, Lin Chaoyang was left to clean up the mess. What? To lie on firewood and taste gall. What does that mean? Essentially, it conveys. Do you understand? Amao's expression turned serious, realizing that Lin Chaoyang was advising him to build his strength and await the right moment. Merely waiting is insufficient. The path of revolution is fraught with twists and turns. One must possess an indomitable spirit, unyielding in the face of adversity. What you currently lack is precisely that spirit. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility upon an individual, it will first temper their resolve and exhaust their muscles. You may not fully grasp this, but it essentially means that to accomplish great things, one must first hone their body and spirit. Amao pondered this. So what I need to focus on now is physical training. Lin Chaoyang clapped his hands. Exactly. That's the essence of it. Finally, he felt he had conveyed his message. I run every morning. No, that's still far from sufficient. Do you know about Chinese Kung Fu? Amao's eyes lit up at this. I know. Before I came to China, I watched Bruce Lee's movies. Chinese Kung Fu, newbie. Indeed. Sticking with old Zhu would yield no good results. Even a newbie had learned it. Kung Fu emphasizes training in the cold of winter and the heat of summer. Let me tell you, after much effort, Lin Chaoyang finally managed to persuade Amao. Watching him stride away with newfound confidence, Lin Chaoyang felt an inexplicable surge of guilt. This child is too earnest. Very well, I shall be the one to introduce him to the harsh realities of society. Chapter 68. Minor Confusions. Major clarity. Under the enthusiastic encouragement of the students, the affair between Lin Chaoyang and Su Lingjun has ceased to be a secret at Yanjing University. The discussions among the student body aside, the faculty's reaction has been quite significant. Their astonishment does not stem from the emergence of yet another writer from Peking University, as the institution is already replete with notable figures. Any professor plucked from any department might boast considerable renown within their field. The first mention of Lin Chaoyang's name was, of course, linked to the tale of Professor Tao's daughter marrying a rural husband. In the narrative surrounding Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu, he resembles the hapless fool who fortuitously finds himself beneath a pie dropped from the heavens. Or perhaps like Dong Yong from the fairy match, or Lu Yanchang from Chunxiang saves his mother. While many marvel at his good fortune, a tinge of condescension inevitably creeps in. People cannot help but speculate, with a sense of worldly skepticism, how a rural man could possibly forge a lasting bond with the daughter of a professor, the pride of Yanjing University. The vast chasm between their backgrounds suggests that their future would be fraught with challenges, and divorce could loom on the horizon. Despite the intrigue of the story, it ultimately serves as mere fodder for idle conversation. As time dulled the fervor surrounding the matter, a surprising revelation swept through the campus. Lin Chaoyang was indeed the author of The Horseman, a revelation that left the faculty, whose perceptions of him had already been formed, utterly astonished. The gossip surrounding Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu quickly resurfaced as the most delightful topic during leisurely moments on campus. The dissemination of this news not only transformed Lin Chaoyang's image among the faculty into a favorable one, but it also greatly benefited Tao Yushu. Many began to chatter about the Tao family's exemplary upbringing of their daughter, praising their discerning eye for talent. As they had managed to identify Lin Chaoyang as a potential gem amidst the hardships of rural life, ultimately dedicating herself to him without hesitation. The tale of Tao Yushu and Lin Chaoyang began to take on the contours of a beloved legend within the university. One day in mid-April, upon returning from work, Lin Chaoyang entered the hallway and was greeted by the cheerful sounds of laughter emanating from within his home. As he pushed open the door, he beheld his younger brother-in-law, Du Feng, engaged in playful antics with Tao Yuma, while Tao's father and older brother looked on with smiles illuminating their faces. "Brother-in-law!" Du Feng exclaimed upon noticing Lin Chaoyang, shoving Tao Yuma aside and rushing forward to embrace him warmly. "When did you return?" "Just the day before yesterday. I thought I would come and reassure you all." Although Du Feng had only been on the front lines for a brief stint of less than 2 months, Lin Chaoyang could still perceive the transformation that this experience had wrought upon him. "You seem more spirited than before," Lin Chaoyang remarked, surveying him from head to toe. "Everyone says that," Du Feng replied with a hint of pride. After sharing his own news, he excitedly inquired, "So, I heard from Yuma that your writings have been published? That horseman was indeed your work?" With a smile, Lin Chaoyang nodded. "Ah, I knew I had not misjudged you. I told you, brother-in-law, a talent like yours was bound to shine brightly." Before Lin Chaoyang could utter a word, Tao Yuma interjected with a sarcastic remark, "A case of hindsight." "How could this be termed as hindsight? Had it not been for the discovery of my brother-in-law's talent, would I have sought his assistance with my love letter?" Tao Yuma shot a disdainful glance at Du Feng, utterly unashamed. Under ordinary circumstances, their bickering would have drawn the ire of Tao's mother, but today was different. She was in the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast to reward her nephew who had just returned from the front lines, her spirits soaring. During the meal, Du Feng recounted some of his experiences at the front, evoking a wave of emotions among his listeners. The war, which was nominally declared over after just a month, had officially ceased in mid-March. However, the build-up and aftermath could not conclude so swiftly, as small-scale conflicts between the two nations persisted. Du Feng, though not on the front lines, had witnessed much and, moved by his recollections, found himself overwhelmed with tears, unable to speak. They were all so young. Their heroic deeds deserved to be chronicled. With tears in his eyes, Du Feng implored, "Brother-in-law, are you not a writer? Would you pen their stories?" Du Feng, a grown man, looked at Lin Chaoyang with tear-filled eyes, placing a heavy burden upon him. "These comrades deserve to be remembered and celebrated. Yet I am utterly ignorant of military matters and warfare. If there is anything I do not understand, I will consult you, and for what I cannot clarify, my father will provide the answers." How had their conversation devolved into a political task? Surely, it was not his father who had assigned him this duty. He had not considered these matters before. "Brother-in-law, please help me." Tao Yushu recognized that in such a setting, if Lin Chaoyang refused Du Feng's request, it would seem rather unkind. However, writing was not as simple as turning on a tap. One could not merely expect it to flow forth. "Du Feng, you cannot simply expect your brother-in-law to conjure up a narrative as if it were a matter of exchanging ration coupons for rice." Lin Chaoyang understood that Tao Yushu intended to play the villain in this scenario. Writing was devoid of heartfelt sentiment for him. It was merely a means to earn a fee. While Du Feng's request might pose a challenge for others, it was not insurmountable for him. Nevertheless, his previous statement was not an excuse. He was unfamiliar with the recent conflict and had no military experience. To write on a whim would be rather reckless. "Du Feng, there is no need to rush this matter. I propose that I take some time to gather information first." Upon hearing this, Tao Yushu cast an unexpected glance at him, a sentiment mirrored by the rest of the Tao family, who believed Lin Chaoyang was merely being considerate of Tao Yushu's feelings. "Wonderful brother-in-law," Du Feng exclaimed, embracing Lin Chaoyang in excitement. "Should you require any information, do not hesitate to let me know. I will bring you the materials tomorrow." As a member of the military who had been to the front lines, Du Feng possessed a wealth of first-hand knowledge, and with his father holding a significant rank, he had access to even more information. Since that day when they agreed upon this matter, Du Feng had frequented Yin Garden almost daily, delivering a plethora of unobjectionable materials to Lin Chaoyang while narrating what he had learned. After Du Feng departed that day, Tao Yushu remarked, "Do not fear the predicament. I did not intend for you to acquiesce to him. If inspiration eludes you, I shall inform him that you will not proceed with the writing. It is not that I am incapable of writing. I possess certain thoughts, yet I must first organize the materials and information. Given that the conflict persists and the content pertains to the soldiers, I must approach it with the utmost seriousness and reverence. Tao Yushu was taken aback by Lin Chaoyang's perspective. She had never witnessed such earnestness and meticulousness in his creative endeavors before. An evaluation suddenly surfaced in her mind, a muddle over trivial matters, yet clarity in significant ones. Perhaps this aptly described her husband's character. His sudden gravitas filled Tao Yushu with delight, for it revealed an unfamiliar facet of her husband. With an understanding of Lin Chaoyang's thoughts, she no longer feared that Du Feng's opinions would place her husband in a difficult position. However, just as Lin Chaoyang diligently prepared, Du Feng, who had been visiting their home daily for some time, suddenly vanished. Initially, Lin Chaoyang presumed that Du Feng's enthusiasm was merely a fleeting fervor, a result of the momentum he had built up previously, which had now waned. This assumption persisted until he received a phone call from Du Feng's father. Chapter 69. It has been quite some time since I last shared my thoughts. Nestled at the foot of Shijingshan, the military compound represents the strongest garrison force in Yanjing. Du Fu's residence here is a modest two-story building, yet it holds considerable significance. During the phone call, he did not elaborate on the specific reason for the call, merely requesting Lin Chaoyang to visit the military district at his convenience. On a Sunday, Lin Chaoyang arrived, accompanied by Tao Yushu. The door was opened by his aunt, Qi Hongying, who greeted them with a warm smile. Yushu, Chaoyang, you are here. Come in. Why do you need to bring anything? You are family. Lin Chaoyang replied with a grin. Aunt, as juniors, it would be impolite for us to visit empty-handed. Oh, really? Qi Hongying accepted their gifts, ushering them into the living room and pouring tea. Your uncle mentioned yesterday that you two would be coming. However, he is currently occupied and is still out. Please wait a moment. No problem. We can wait, Tao Yushu responded. With the main host temporarily absent, Qi Hongying engaged Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu in conversation. Oh, I truly did not expect this. A few days ago, I heard from Du Feng that Chaoyang has become a writer now. And it was merely a stroke of luck with one published piece, Lin Chaoyang modestly replied. Qi Hongying chuckled. Oh, there is no such thing as luck in this matter. With Du Feng's character, even if he were to get lucky, he wouldn't manage to publish anything. This tactic of praising others by belittling one's own child is a familiar approach among Chinese parents. Lin Chaoyang then inquired, by the way, why haven't I seen Du Feng recently? As soon as he posed the question, he noticed a subtle shift in Qi Hongying's expression. After a brief hesitation, she sighed. It's all because of that girlfriend. Girlfriend? You know, your uncle sent Du Feng away recently, and that girl went along with him. The specifics are a bit unclear to me, but a few days ago, someone in the compound mentioned that she fell head over heels for a war hero down south. This. Passing up a military second generation for a war hero? If this were 30 years later, I can only imagine how many self-proclaimed enlightened individuals would be lamenting the situation. Has this woman lost her senses? Yet, in this fervent era, such a decision seemed rather commonplace. From Lin Chaoyang's perspective, he held a certain admiration for this sister-in-law he had yet to meet. Undoubtedly, the one most affected by the entire affair was his brother-in-law, Du Feng. Having his girlfriend stolen away is never a pleasant experience for anyone. In a typical television drama, Du Feng, as a military second generation, would undoubtedly assume the role of the antagonist, causing trouble for the couple. However, Lin Chaoyang speculated that given his uncle's temperament, if Du Feng dared to confront the loving pair, he would likely find himself with a broken leg. Just the thought made Lin Chaoyang feel a sense of sympathy for his brother-in-law. Being a military second generation may not be worth the trouble. After conversing with Qi Hongying for less than half an hour, Uncle Du Roland returned. He greeted Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu before removing his military jacket, revealing a crisp white shirt beneath. Turning to Lin Chaoyang, he said, "Come, let us discuss in the study. I've heard that Du Feng has been working on something with you recently?" "Yes," Lin Chaoyang responded. After Du Feng returned from the south, he experienced significant growth and became aware of my current creative endeavors. He suggested that I write about the stories of soldiers and provided me with ample resources. Upon hearing this, Du Roland displayed a hint of satisfaction on his face. What kind of resources? While he felt pleased, Du Roland remained somewhat apprehensive, fearing that Du Feng might inadvertently show Lin Chaoyang documents that he should not see. All the materials were accessible to him or had been made public, including some correspondence between him and his comrades, where they assisted in providing information and details from that time. Upon hearing Lin Chaoyang's words, Du Ruolin felt reassured. Chaoyang, Du Feng has caused you some trouble. It's not trouble at all. Rather, he has provided me with some nourishing material for my creative process. Du Ruolin inquired. Have you begun writing? Not yet. However, I have a rough outline, and I believe I can start writing in the next few days. Once you finish, let me take a look. Such works, which pertain to ongoing military operations, must undergo a thorough review. Lin Chaoyang understood Du Ruolin's intentions and nodded in agreement. Seeing Lin Chaoyang's serious demeanor, Du Ruolin rarely smiled and said, Don't feel pressured. As long as you do not deliberately slander or distort the truth, the military will not object. If your writing is exceptional, I will arrange for you to join the troops. Join the military? Lin Chaoyang was somewhat taken aback. Why not? I heard from your mother that you currently do not have a formal position at Yanjing University. Our military has fewer restrictions. If you have the capability, we will promote you immediately. Du Ruolin spoke with resolute confidence, a testament to the authority he wielded. In the years following the buzzing turmoil, the military's literary and propaganda teams expanded rapidly, peaking in the last couple of years. However, in another 2 or 3 years, many art troops and propaganda teams would be slated for elimination. Compared to personnel in literary troops and propaganda teams, military writers held a significantly higher status, making promotions easier as long as they produced work. Nevertheless, Lin Chaoyang was not interested in that path. His work at the library was merely to put his wife and family at ease. Joining the military, which might be a coveted opportunity for others, felt like a mere distraction to him. Uncle, I have grown quite accustomed to my work at the library, and I can attend classes with renowned instructors every day. It feels more fulfilling than being in university. While students at Yanjing University had to contend with courses and activities, Lin Chaoyang had the flexibility to attend classes whenever he coordinated with his colleagues. If our Du Feng had even half of your diligence, he wouldn't be so inept. Du Ruolin was undeterred by the rejection. Instead, he greatly admired Lin Chaoyang's attitude. Du Feng had a pure heart, simply lacking direction. You two are only 2 years apart in age, yet you speak as if you are a decade older than him. Lin Chaoyang chuckled. Marriage leads men toward maturity. Du Ruolin laughed heartily. His acquaintance with Lin Chaoyang during the new year had only given him a vague impression, but after this detailed conversation, he discovered that his nephew-in-law was quite a remarkable person. As the conversation came to an end, Du Ruolin and Lin Chaoyang emerged together, finding Aunt Chi Hongying preparing lunch with the assistance of Tao Yushu. Among the 4 children of the Du family, 3 had married and moved out, while Du Feng typically resided in the dormitory of the cultural troop. Recently returned from the south, he had been granted a period of leave by the military and had been staying at home. However, for the past few days, he had sequestered himself indoors, his girlfriend having left him, leaving him in a state of despondency. After sharing a meal at the Du household, Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu returned to Yanda, only to be followed by Du Feng. After several days of absence, Du Feng appeared haggard, unshaven, and bearing a certain poignant weariness reminiscent of a love-stricken soul. When he had previously refrained from appearing at their home, he now approached with hesitation. I'm looking for my brother-in-law, Du Feng muttered, pulling Lin Chaoyang aside. His head bowed in uncertainty. Brother-in-law, please don't write anymore. Lin Chaoyang, observing the troubled expression on Du Feng's face, could surmise the turmoil within him. While he was planning to compose an ode to the valorous heroes of battle, Du Feng's girlfriend had eloped with one of those very heroes, a predicament that would weigh heavily on anyone's heart. Yet, who could be blamed for such a turn of events? Instead of responding directly, he turned to the wardrobe and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. Upon seeing the familiar pack, Du Feng's expression shifted. You gave this to me before you left, Lin Chaoyang remarked. I didn't dare to open it, thinking that should you achieve glory, it would become a cherished memento from my brother-in-law. Du Feng chuckled ruefully, memories of his experiences in the south flooding back, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Brother-in-law. Lin Chaoyang opened the package, extracting 2 cigarettes. They lit them, inhaling deeply, and within moments, the room was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. How does it feel? Lin Chaoyang inquired. Comforting. Du Feng replied, eyes narrowed as he savored the moment. How many people can no longer afford such cigarettes? At those words, the cigarette hung limply from Du Feng's lips, his expression frozen in contemplation, as if lost in thought for an extended period. The smoke swirled around them until the heat from the cigarette ignited his awareness once more. Brother-in-law, he began, yearning to articulate his feelings. Having been to battle myself, I understand. While we may not become heroic fighters in this lifetime, we are nonetheless men of substance, Lin Chaoyang declared, one hand holding the cigarette while the other rested confidently on his hip, exuding a spirited bravado that inspired Du Feng, stirring within him a sense of reverence. Simultaneously, a twinge of shame emerged, for he recognized his own narrow-mindedness and the fog of his despair. Brother-in-law, you're right. I will heed your counsel, Du Feng affirmed with unwavering resolve. Lin Chaoyang nodded in approval, feeling a sense of satisfaction. It had been a while since he had shared such wisdom, and today he felt his ability to uplift still remained intact. Chapter 70. The American youthful anger in the contemporary workplace, the ability to paint grand visions, dispense motivational platitudes, and navigate the intricacies of both PUA and anti-PUA discourse has become essential for the modern individual. With just a few words, Lin Chaoyang managed to awaken the despondent Du Feng, leading him to exclaim, "Young people are indeed easily swayed." Observing Du Feng's revitalization and exuberance, Lin Chaoyang couldn't help but reflect on the only regret he felt. The letters of affection Du Feng had penned, which thankfully paid no homage to any renowned authors, thus not amounting to a total loss. Brother-in-law, I have seldom admired anyone in my life, but you were certainly one of them, Du Feng said, his excitement palpable. There is no need for such sentiments between us. Lin Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively. Du Feng then inquired about Lin Chaoyang's endeavors, stating, "My thoughts are now clear, and I believe I can begin writing today." That's wonderful. Du Feng felt a swell of pride and honor at the prospect of contributing to a work that celebrated the valiant defenders of the homeland, as if he too were becoming part of their ranks. Brother-in-law, should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I will give it my all, he vowed. Very well. The following day, Lin Chaoyang rose early for work and spotted a Mao near the east side of the library. This time, he did not engage with old shoe. Instead, he had somehow acquired a set of athletic attire, clad in cloth shoes and weighted leg bands, running with an air of confidence and vigor. Trailing behind was Lu Huimin, the history department's sleepy figure. As Lin Chaoyang noticed a Mao and Lu Huimin, they too recognized him, with a Mao waving enthusiastically from a distance, as exuberant as a golden retriever. Lu Huimin regarded Lin Chaoyang with a hint of personal animosity, for a Mao had already informed him that all his recent endeavors were inspired by Lin Chaoyang's guidance. A Mao, how have you been feeling lately? Lin Chaoyang inquired. Absolutely fantastic. A Mao replied, his face glistening with sweat and flushed with vitality, though the scent of his exertions made it somewhat uncomfortable for those nearby. Lin, you were right. A true man must possess a robust physique. Only then can one have the foundation to pursue their ambitions. Health is indeed the cornerstone of life, and your proactive spirit is truly admirable. Lin Chaoyang's praise filled a Mao with pride, prompting him to draw Lin closer with an air of mystery. Recently, the U.S. Embassy has been seeking international students for a special project, and I plan to seize this opportunity to gather intelligence in preparation for our grand ambitions. Good heavens! Lin Chaoyang gasped at the revelation. Brother, I was joking. Don't frighten me. If this were to escalate into a spy incident, we would both be in dire straits. Not only Lin Chaoyang, but Lu Huimin also felt a chill of apprehension. Was this something he could hear without any cost? Lin Chaoyang steadied himself, adopting a serious demeanor. Comrade A Mao. Sensing the gravity in Lin Chaoyang's tone, a Mao immediately became solemn. Comrade Chaoyang, please give your instructions. Lu Huimin looked on in astonishment at Lin Chaoyang. Previously, a Mao had only shared his aspirations for physical fitness and ambition, unaware that Lin Chaoyang was at the heart of this endeavor. So it turns out you are the mastermind behind all this? Lin Chaoyang disregarded Lu Huimin's expression and said to Amiao, we must go to the embassy to gather intelligence. Do you comprehend the nature of this action? It is an act of espionage. Our objective is to disseminate the brilliance of communism throughout the world. Violent revolution and bloodshed are not our aims. But isn't every revolution inherently bloody? Amiao surprisingly countered, a retort Lin Chaoyang had not anticipated. Even more astonishing was Amiao's ability to articulate such a thought, a reflection of his academic background. Lin's gaze flicked sideways, catching Lu Huimin, who averted his eyes in guilt. Recently, in the dormitory, Amiao had often urged Lu Huimin to share tales of China's revolutions. As a history major, Lu's enthusiasm was easily ignited, and he spoke with great fervor. No, Comrade Amiao, your perspective is flawed. At this juncture in history, violent revolution is no longer the prevailing approach. From my observations, while the Soviet Union appears to be flourishing, it is fraught with contradictions. Currently, Western Europe and America are intensifying their informational warfare against the Soviet Union. The present situation there is akin to a pot boiling over, and the true issues remain hidden. However, I predict that once the internal problems of the Soviet Union surface, a cascade of reactions will ensue. As part of the socialist camp, we must learn from their mistakes. Therefore, the urgency of revolution has transformed from physical confrontation and annihilation to spiritual and ideological opposition. Do you understand? Listening to Lin Chaoyang's words, Miao's eyes sparkled with insight, and he nodded contemplatively. Lin, your arguments are quite compelling. So what should I do? Learn. Lin Chaoyang pronounced a single word. Not only must the body be strong, but the soul and spirit require fortification as well. We Chinese believe in inner sanctity and outer kingship. Only when a person achieves true strength from within can they fear no adversary and inspire others to join the revolutionary cause. Indeed, you are correct. Although I have felt my body strengthened through recent exercises, I still find my spirit somewhat lacking. Lin Chaoyang felt a sigh of relief and continued. You should start by attending classes on party history and political economics. Excellent idea. With the crisis averted, Lin Chaoyang further advised, you need not go to the embassy. We Chinese have an old saying, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. No. I must go. With a wage of $7 an hour, it would be a shame to miss out, Miao insisted, waving his hands dismissively. So, after all this, your motivation is merely the hourly wage? Lin teased. $7 an hour, that's over 10 yuan. By the standards of this era, the Americans are indeed affluent. Unfortunately, the embassy does not employ Chinese, Lu Huimin lamented, eyeing the situation with envy, wishing he could take Miao's place. After a few more casual exchanges, Lin Chaoyang gleaned a clearer understanding. Despite Miao being an American, his economic circumstances were not promising, or else he would not have chosen to study in China. With this realization, Lin Chaoyang felt enlightened. Due to financial constraints, Miao was a discontented youth during his time in the United States. Upon arriving in China for his studies, he was easily swayed by mere words to entertain revolutionary thoughts. What you must do now is to focus on your studies, exercise, and earn money. There is an ancient Chinese saying, gather ample provisions before seeking power. Miao nodded, realizing that engaging in conversations truly broadens one's knowledge. He had learned several Chinese proverbs in just a short while. After calming Miao, Lin Chaoyang felt a sense of relaxation. In the morning, he had attended a lecture on Mao Dun studies by Lu Daiyun. Although the course was titled Mao Dun Studies, the discussion often veered off topic. Lu Daiyun specialized in comparative literature, a term still relatively unfamiliar within the realm of Chinese literature at that time. Simply put, it involves literary studies from the perspectives of various nationalities, languages, cultures, and disciplines. This concept first emerged in 19th century France and later flourished in Western countries such as the United States and Europe. For the students in the Chinese department, Lu Daiyun's lectures on comparative literature were far more engaging than the content of Mao Dun studies. This reflects a common psychological state among intellectuals of that era. Having been cloistered for too long, they eagerly sought to absorb knowledge from the outside world. However, such blind absorption can sometimes lead to adverse effects, such as unwarranted admiration or self-deprecation. After class, upon returning to the library, Lin Chaoyang was approached by Hu Wenxiong, who informed him, Chaoyang, a female colleague is looking for you. Who is she? Has she left? She was getting bored waiting for you, so I asked her to go to the periodicals room. All right, thank you, Sister Hu. Please keep an eye on her for a while longer, Lin Chaoyang replied as he headed towards the periodicals room. Chapter 71. The conclusion lacks depth. The newspaper reading room of Yanda Library is perpetually bustling with readers, primarily composed of the university's faculty and students. Most students arrive with lunchboxes and textbooks, while the teachers are easily recognizable, each with a personal cup in hand. Upon entering, Lin Chaoyang immediately noticed a middle-aged woman. Her linen-style attire, though somewhat antiquated, accentuated a distinctive scholarly composure. Lin approached her, gently tapping on the table. The woman looked up, acknowledging him with a subtle nod. The two exited the reading room and arrived at the library's entrance. Hello, I am Lin Chaoyang. And you are? We have corresponded. I am Li Xiaolin from Harvest magazine. She extended her hand towards Lin. Li Xiaolin had been an editor at Shanghai Literature when Lin submitted Autumn Chrysanthemum Sus, and later joined her father, Mr. Ba Jin, at harvest for its revival, during which she and Lin exchanged letters twice. Lin smiled warmly. Welcome to Yanjing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Xiaolin took the initiative to discuss Autumn Chrysanthemum Sus. While Lin's earlier work, published under the pseudonym Wang Qinglai in Shanghai literature, did not ignite widespread debate like Scar or Herdsman, it was nonetheless well received and praised among readers. A few days ago, I corresponded with Li Guowen, and he mentioned your piece with high regard. Li Guowen, once renowned for his satirical short story re-election, faced misfortune and withdrew from writing for an extended period. He resumed his craft after 1976 and won the inaugural Mao Dun Literature Prize in the 1980s for his work Spring and Winter. My writing experience is limited, and there are many areas where I lack maturity, Lin replied modestly. Do not be so humble, Li Xiaolin countered. I actually concur with Li Guowen's assessment of Autumn Chrysanthemum Sus. He believes your narrative, which begins with an event where the authorities seek to eliminate the capitalist tale in the context of a peasant woman, Xiaoju, steadfastly seeking justice through public institutions, captures both the depth of realism and a touch of folk legend. Although it may seem simple at first glance, it leaves a profound and lingering impression upon further reflection. An editor must always speak kindly when compiling submissions, Lin Chaoyang thought to himself, feeling a warmth from Li Xiaolin's commendation. He feared he might be falling into her flattery and asked, Is your visit regarding the manuscript? Indeed, I came specifically to visit you while gathering submissions in Yanjing, hoping to see if you have any recent works. Oh, I see. Lin's tone turned contemplative. I do have a piece I am currently working on. Li Xiaolin's eyes sparked with interest. Is it a novella? What is it about? How much have you written? Her tone conveyed an eager anticipation, though it has only recently resumed publication since its revival in January of this year. The first issue of Harvest has featured notable works such as Zhou Aifu's Morning in Shanghai, Part 3, and Chun Baichen's Song of the Great Wind. The past 2 years have seen the rise of Lu Xinwu, whose short story Waiting for a Decision reflects the poignant themes of Scar literature. The inaugural issue made a tentative debut, and by last month's second issue, Harvest showcased Song Weishi's Red Magnolia Under the Great Wall, which, upon publication, sparked significant responses within the southern literary circles, propelling Harvest into the limelight. The domestic trend of Scar literature, beginning with Head Teacher, has generally adopted a more subdued style. Particularly with Horsebreeder, the works transcended genre limitations, elevating the theme of scars to new heights. However, Song Weishi's Red Magnolia Under the Great Wall narrates the protagonist's tragic experiences during a tumultuous period with a much more direct approach, presenting prison life and bloodshed that left many readers profoundly shaken. Its distinctive style has garnered widespread admiration, yet it has also attracted pressure from various quarters. With Ba Jin at the helm, Harvest has managed to remain steady amid recent turmoil, ensuring a steady flow of submissions. Yet, no publication would turn away quality manuscripts. Lin Chaoyang, in his piece Autumn Chrysanthemum Sus, exemplifies the qualities of a gifted writer, a talent that Harvest sorely needs in its nascent phase. I envision this work as a novella, having penned around 20,000 words thus far. The content revolves around the war in the southern regions. Upon hearing Lin Chaoyang's words, Li Xiaolin furrowed her brow. Was that conflict still ongoing? Publishing such a piece could prove challenging. She had a relative in the military who could assist by forwarding it to the higher-ups for consideration. It was no wonder he felt emboldened to tackle such subject matter. It seemed there were connections at play. Hearing Lin Chaoyang's words eased Li Xiaolin's concerns. Comrade Chaoyang, why not submit your work to us at Harvest? She suggested. Lin Chaoyang hesitated, as he had initially intended to submit it to Lu Xinwu. The last time Lu had approached him for contributions, although they hadn't formalized anything, a bond had formed, and Lu had expressed sincere interest, even hinting at a remuneration standard of 7 yuan per 1,000 words. Previously, Lu Xinwu from October had sought my manuscript, and I believed it best to offer it to him. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across Li Xiaolin's face. Arriving late, it seemed that securing a commission indeed required face-to-face interaction. Do you have any other ideas? Even if you haven't begun writing, I'm open to a discussion. There exists an unspoken understanding between editors and writers. Typically, once two individuals converse about a particular work, the finished piece is generally submitted to the editor, barring any rejection from the publication, leading to a submission elsewhere. As for ideas, there was indeed one. Li Xiaolin's face brightened with renewed hope. Would you mind sharing it with me? Lin Chaoyang's notion had originated before Du Feng approached him, during which Tao Yushu had incessantly buzzed in his ear like a persistent fly. Later, Du Feng sought him out, and he temporarily set aside this notion. It was only when Li Xiaolin approached him today that it resurfaced in his mind. After all, the endeavor was for harvest, and Lin Chaoyang felt it was worth exerting himself a little. The story roughly unfolds as follows. Since it had been mentioned, Lin Chaoyang was more than willing to share it with Li Xiaolin. He spoke for nearly an hour, his narrative punctuated with moments of joy and elation, as well as bouts of melancholy and introspection, mirroring Li Xiaolin's fluctuating emotions. After concluding, Lin Chaoyang turned to Li Xiaolin and inquired, "What do you think?" Reflecting on his words, she pondered for a moment before responding, "It is indeed a good story." However, her brow furrowed slightly. "Is it perhaps too bright? Too warm? I also feel the ending lacks a certain potency." Lin Chaoyang, maintaining a composed demeanor, asked, "What is wrong with being a bit brighter, a bit warmer?" Li Xiaolin hesitated, and Lin Chaoyang interjected, "Not profound enough?" "That could be said," she replied. "Isn't the story itself sufficiently profound?" Li Xiaolin regarded Lin Chaoyang, sensing that his creative philosophy was somewhat unconventional. "So, you do not pursue formal ideological or artistic values. Your primary aim is to evoke emotion through a compelling story?" Lin Chaoyang nodded slightly. "Yes, I believe that approach may align more closely with its essence." Listening to him, Li Xiaolin appeared contemplative, remaining silent. Wang Guowei, in Human Words, described 3 realms of existence: seeing mountains as mountains, seeing water as water, seeing mountains not as mountains, seeing water not as water, and ultimately, seeing mountains still as mountains and water still as water, which is deemed a classic. If we were to liken creation to these 3 realms, Li Xiaolin could not definitively categorize Lin Chaoyang within any of them, but it was evident he did not belong to the realm of seeing mountains as mountains and water as water. Coming from a literary family and having been immersed in the wisdom of literary predecessors since childhood, Li Xiaolin had encountered many authors over the years who were rigid in form and self-enclosed, though she had not engaged extensively with Lin Chaoyang regarding creative techniques. She could discern his distinctive individuality from this single statement. In her impression, such a vivid personality not only reflected character, but also denoted a profound confidence in one's own abilities. "At your age, such insight is truly rare," Li Xiaolin praised. "Just my humble opinion. Feel free to disregard it. Please, no need for formality. Although I am considerably older than you, let us speak as equals. Call me Sister Xiaolin." Lin Chaoyang nodded, acquiescing, "Sister Xiaolin." Chapter 72. You shall become a critic. As the conversation drew to a close, Lin Chaoyang inquired, "Sister Xiaolin, regarding the remuneration standards for manuscripts, the magazine Harvest." At this moment, when society often shies away from discussing profit, Lin Chaoyang's question caught Li Xiaolin slightly off guard. Nevertheless, she responded, "The remuneration fluctuates according to national standards. There is no fixed rate, as it entirely depends on the quality of the manuscript." At this juncture, she gazed at Lin Chaoyang, recognizing that his inquiry indicated a measure of importance. "For your manuscript, once accepted, we can proceed with a payment of 7 yuan per 1,000 characters. Li Xiaolin's confidence in making this statement stemmed not only from the fact that Lin Chaoyang's submission was hard-won, but also from the assurance she derived from Autumn Chrysanthemum Sues. Though it was merely a short piece, its technical prowess was not to be underestimated. The intricacies of Qiujuan's interactions with public institutions were far from straightforward. A careless approach could easily devolve into a mere chronicle. Yet, Lin Chaoyang's treatment of the subject was akin to ascending a lofty peak, each step revealing a picturesque scene while simultaneously deepening the emotional layers. Moreover, having just listened to Lin Chaoyang recount his story from the beginning, she found it to be remarkably compelling, with each character vividly drawn and distinctly characterized. With such an engaging narrative and characters, coupled with Lin Chaoyang's mature creative technique, Li Xiaolin felt an abundance of confidence in his yet unwritten work. Hearing Li Xiaolin's words, Lin Chaoyang beamed with delight, promising, "I shall complete the manuscript as swiftly as possible and send it to you at the first opportunity." With Lin Chaoyang's assurance, Li Xiaolin left Yanda with a heart full of joy. Li Xiaolin's visit spurred Lin Chaoyang into a whirlwind of activity. He had yet to finish the piece he had promised Du Feng and had also committed to a submission for Harvest. He was compelled to divide his time, writing Du Feng's piece in the evenings after returning home, while dedicating his daytime hours at work to the piece for Harvest. Though he professed a desire to avoid competition, his actions betrayed his true intentions. A hypocritical worker indeed. As the May Day holiday approached, devoid of the Golden Week spirit, it still warranted celebration. A day off was still a day off. On this particular day, Lin Chaoyang took Tao Yushu to see the visiting performance of the Royal Ballet of England, featuring the classic production of Swan Lake. The tickets, procured with the help of Liangzhua, cost a mere 3 yuan. In an era where a movie ticket was only a dime, an average of 1 yuan 50 per person for such a performance constituted a considerable expense. The couple felt emboldened to indulge in this luxury, primarily due to the recent receipt of 2 payment slips from Yanjing Literature and Art just before May Day. Not merely one, but 2 payments arrived, one for Lin Chaoyang's novella and another for Tao Yushu's review of The Horse Herdsman. With the novella comprising 58,000 characters, the remuneration at 7 yuan per thousand amounted to 406 yuan, while Tao Yushu's review contributed an additional 18 yuan. Altogether, their combined earnings totaled 424 yuan, nearly equivalent to Lin Chaoyang's annual salary. If they were to save diligently, it might take them 2 years to amass such a sum. With this unexpected influx of income, Tao Yushu was nearly buoyant with joy. Lin Chaoyang suggested dining at Lao Mo's, but Tao Yushu hesitated, unwilling to part with the money. Instead, she proposed acquiring 2 tickets for the ballet from Liangzhua, to which she readily agreed. In contrast to material pleasures, the enjoyment of the spirit brings greater delight to Tao Yushu. Lin Chaoyang initially intended for Tao Yushu to purchase some items for their home, but she held a differing opinion. She believed that one should not immediately spend their earnings on gifts. Doing so would create a habit that would make it difficult to refrain from such expenditures in the future. Lin Chaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing that his wife was indeed a genius in management, a promising candidate for a capitalist. After the performance, Tao Yushu remarked that it paled in comparison to the Central Ballet's Red Detachment of Women. Although Lin Chaoyang had not seen the Central Ballet's rendition, he discerned that his wife possessed a unique aesthetic sensibility in her artistic appreciation, one that was quite resistant to external influences. She also appeared to have an innate disinterest in capitalist endeavors, a trait that was evident in her struggles with learning English. Despite her cleverness and diligence, she consistently ranked at the top of her class in nearly every subject, except for English, which proved to be a formidable challenge. She often forgot the words she had memorized, resulting in a significant amount of wasted time. Next time, I shall invite you to watch Red Detachment of Women, he suggested. Tao Yushu chuckled. We should watch Swan Lake. The English should be the ones to see Red Detachment of Women. Lin Chaoyang could not help but laugh heartily at her whimsical idea. This proposal was delightful. Around the time of the May 4th movement, the campus of Yanda was particularly lively, as a grand commemoration of the 60th anniversary of the movement took place at the Capitol Gymnasium, featuring not only prominent leaders, but also performances by the Central Orchestra and the Central Song and Dance Troupe. The students at Yanda were thrilled, and the school buzzed with excitement for an entire week leading up to the event. On the last day of early May, the latest issue of Yanjing Literature was set to be published. After attending her midday class, Tao Yushu opted to forego lunch and hurried to a nearby bookstore to purchase the magazine. Comrade, has the new issue of Yanjing Literature arrived? She inquired. It just came in this morning. Would you like one? 2, please. Priced at 25 cents each, Tao Yushu paid 50 cents and exited the bookstore with 2 magazines, her heart brimming with joy as she perused the freshly printed publication. The first article she encountered was a novella by Lin Chaoyang, nearly 60,000 words long, occupying more than half of the issue. As her eyes skimmed over the pages, her heart swelled with elation. Then, she turned to her own piece titled Noble Soul, an analysis of the protagonist Su Lingjuan's character. This marked her second published commentary, her first being on Scar, which had appeared in Literary Report. However, the sight of her words in print brought her a greater sense of joy than when her first article had been published months earlier. For the first time, the written works of the couple converged within the same magazine, and a wave of happiness surged within Tao Yushu. Riding her bicycle back to the normal university campus, she found the cafeteria bustling with patrons. The dining customs at Yanda differed from those at Yanshida, resembling a communal dining style. Students from each class were seated at several tables, with dishes prepared in advance, allowing everyone to gather around and enjoy their meals while engaging in conversation. Upon encountering Tao Yushu, Wu Yingfang inquired, "Where have you been? Why did you return so late?" "The food is nearly gone. I went outside to purchase a magazine," replied Tao Yushu. "Why not buy it after dinner?" As Tao Yushu returned with her meal, most of their classmates had already departed, yet Wu Yingfang remained waiting for her. "Hurry up and eat. If I hadn't asked them to save some for you, you would have been left with nothing." "Thank you," Tao Yushu said. While Tao Yushu was eating, Wu Yingfang unceremoniously rummaged through her canvas bag. Let me see what magazine you bought. Their camaraderie in class was undeniable, and neither felt the need for formality. Yanjing Literature? Wu Yingfang discovered the magazine, and, finding her wait for Tao Yushu's meal tedious, casually flipped through its pages. Oh, Su Lingjun has a new workout, she exclaimed with palpable excitement. Hearing her exclamation, a subtle smile crept across Tao Yushu's lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of pride. Ah, no wonder you were so eager to buy the magazine, Wu Yingfang remarked, pointing to a name in the table of contents. Has your review been published again? Chewing her food, Tao Yushu nodded in affirmation. You truly are remarkable, Wu Yingfang exclaimed in admiration. Although Yanjing University may not possess the same renown as Shuimu or Yinda, its Chinese department is nonetheless among the finest in the nation. Tao Yushu's cohort was the first batch of university students after the buzzing waves of change, many of whom had entered the university after gaining work experience, including several who had been involved in writing. However, having works published in journals is no small feat. After more than a year at university, approximately one-third of their class had managed to publish articles, with only a select few achieving recognition in prestigious outlets. Tao Yushu's previous commentary published in the literary newspaper sparked considerable discussion within the class. To have one's opinions featured in such a publication is a tremendous honor for a student. Now, with her commentary also appearing in Yanjing Literature, Wu Yingfang gazed at the titles in the table of contents with nothing but admiration. Yushu, you are on your way to becoming a critic. Don't exaggerate. It's merely a review, Tao Yushu replied modestly. After finishing their meals, they headed back to their dormitory to rest before their afternoon classes. Why did you buy 2 magazines? Wu Yingfang asked. Then, without waiting for an answer, continued. Oh, I understand. One is for reading, and the other is for your collection. Having concocted her own narrative, she didn't wait for Tao Yushu to correct her. Your writing is impressive. Once I publish my work, I expect you to write a review for me, Wu Yingfang stated after reading Tao Yushu's article. Sure, as long as you manage to publish in any one of the following: Yanjing Literature, October, Contemporary, or Harvest. I will gladly write a review for you. You are deliberately making it difficult for me, Tao Yushu teased. You don't expect me to critique a mere snippet in a local newspaper, do you? You cheeky girl, your words are sharp. I shall silence you. After the jest, Wu Yingfang no longer paid attention to Tao Yushu's remarks, but instead shifted her focus towards the new developments concerning Su Lingjun. Chapter 73. Do you feel this way? In a modest mountain village, a young boy named Xiao Guzi lived with his family in poverty. His sister possessed a pair of second-hand sneakers, a gift from a relative who had visited from the city. One day, while retrieving his sister's repaired shoes, he inadvertently lost them. Fearing his parents' wrath, Xiao Guzi implored his sister to strike a deal. She would wear his shoes to school each day and return them to him afterward. Initially, he intended to recover the lost shoes, but despite several attempts, he was unsuccessful and ultimately resigned himself to the idea of purchasing a new pair. To earn the money for new shoes, he endeavored to catch fish in the river, but after toiling for hours, his hard-earned catch was pilfered by his friends. He then resorted to stealthily capturing cicadas to sell at the market, narrowly escaping arrest for speculation. Just as he finally accumulated some funds, his father, who had been working in the city during the off-season, sustained an injury, necessitating the use of Xiao Guzi's hard-earned money for medical treatment, thus thwarting his plans to buy shoes once again. Later, Xiao Guzi discovered a notice for a long-distance running competition organized by the commune, with a pair of shoes offered as a prize. He exerted tremendous effort to participate in the race, yet his short stature rendered him unable to compete with the larger children. As he sprinted desperately, his mind was flooded with images of his sister exchanging shoes with him after school. Ultimately, he stumbled, but in a fervor for victory, he rose and dashed toward the finish line, only to find that he did not place among the top 10. As the champion basked in applause and accolades, Xiao Guzi's eyes brimmed with tears of disappointment. Meanwhile, his father, having recovered and received compensation from the construction team, immediately thought of purchasing new shoes for both Xiao Guzi and his sister. Upon returning home, Xiao Guzi discovered that his father had indeed bought new shoes for them. He removed his tattered old shoes and soaked his blistered feet in the stream, and after cleansing them, he was finally able to don his new shoes. At that moment, a small fish swam toward him, circling around his feet. Children of Heaven is a film written and directed by the Iranian filmmaker Majid Majidi, released in 1997. It garnered several awards at various film festivals, though none of significant prestige. with the singular commendation being its nomination for the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film that year. This film tenderly observes the journey of impoverished children striving to realize their dreams, imbued with a profound sense of humanism. The values of innocence, kindness, friendship, and optimism are vividly portrayed throughout the narrative. Although the film did not achieve groundbreaking accolades upon its release, it profoundly influenced the trajectory of Iranian cinema and, by extension, Asian cinema over the ensuing 30 years. Much like Zhang Yimou's Red Sorghum made waves at the Berlin Film Festival, significantly impacting the Chinese film industry thereafter. Children of Heaven and Majid Majidi propelled Iranian cinema onto a path of realism and humanistic concern, establishing a distinctive style that resonated on the global stage. It can be said that the emergence of Iranian cinema on the global stage after 2010 is profoundly influenced by the classic film The White Balloon. Lin Chaoyang presents this yet-to-be-born film through the written word, skillfully localizing it. He retains the original's uplifting and warm essence while infusing the narrative with the beauty of language, allowing the story to blossom with unprecedented vitality. By the conclusion, when the little dog finally acquires the long-desired shoes, envisioning its tender, blistered paws submerged in clear water, Wu Yingfang cannot help but shed tears. "Why are you crying?" Tao Yushu notices her unusual demeanor and promptly inquires. Wiping her tears, Wu Yingfang responds, her voice quivering, "Yushu, you must read Su Lingjuan's new work. It is simply magnificent. How can he evoke such emotion?" I had no intention of crying. The more she insists, the more her tears flow. As the emotional weight gradually envelopes her, vivid images of her own fantasies flash through her mind. A poor family, a child exchanging shoes with her sister to attend school, and the slender figure racing desperately for a new pair of shoes. In truth, Lin Chaoyang does not deliberately invoke sentimentality. Every reader interprets the text through their own thoughts. The abstract emotions and messages conveyed through words, though less immediate than visual imagery, possess a profound impact that lingers in one's memory. Listening to Wu Yingfang, Tao Yushu finally comprehends that she has indeed been moved to tears. Observing Wu Yingfang's state, she cannot help but feel a sense of pride. As the first reader of The White Balloon, she is well aware of its content and recalls the moments when she too found her eyes welling with tears while reviewing the manuscript. However, unlike Wu Yingfang, she is generally rational, often blind to love, and seldom cries over a literary work. The true merit of The White Balloon lies not in its desperate sorrow or unrestrained outpouring, but rather in its positivity, kindness, warmth, and humanistic concern. Under her husband's poetic treatment of the narrative, this simple and unadorned story emerges as profoundly resonant, leaving readers imbued with strength and hope upon finishing it. All right. Stop crying. If you keep it up, your eyes will swell. It's just a book, Tao Yushu reassures her. Just a book? Wu Yingfang, still weeping, is displeased by this remark. If you haven't read it, don't speak out of turn. This is no ordinary story. With red-rimmed eyes and a sniffle, she declares, I tell you, this is far superior to The Horse Herdsman. Besides those literary classics, it is the best I have read in the past 2 years. Su Lingjun. Su Lingjun writes about rural life better than Zhao Shuli or Shen Kangwen. Wu Yingfang's candid exclamation fills Tao Yushu with a sense of apprehension. Please, do not exaggerate. If others hear you, they may argue with you, and Su Lingjun might even face criticism. Let them debate. The truth becomes clearer through discourse. Am I to fear them? Su Lingjuan's writing is indeed exceptional. As the saying goes, one supporter outweighs 10 critics. Tao Yushu observed Wu Yingfang's demeanor at that moment and shook her head in silent disapproval. All right, enough said. The class is about to begin. We should hurry. Tao Yushu urged Wu Yingfang to proceed. As they walked, Wu Yingfang reminded her, Yushu, your reviews are so well written. You must read Little Shoes thoroughly and write a few more critiques. Yes, I will certainly find the time, Tao Yushu replied dismissively. The two made their way to the second floor of the teaching building for class. While conversing, they encountered their classmate Hu Heping emerging from the boys' dormitory. Heping, where are you headed? Tao Yushu greeted him first. Yushu, Yingfang, I'm off to an event outside the school. Hu Heping called back hurriedly, pedaling past them on his bicycle, appearing quite flustered. What could he be up to? Tao Yushu inquired curiously, observing his retreating figure. It's almost class time, and he's skipping it altogether. Don't you know? He's been closely associated with the group from today recently. He is likely attending one of their events. Wu Yingfang remarked with a hint of envy. In the past 6 months, Today, a grassroots publication founded by a collective of poets and university students, had generated significant influence across various universities in Yanjing, earning immense popularity among students. Many took pride in their connections with Today and participation in its activities. It would be even better to have a piece published in Today, Wu Yingfang added. She was not mistaken. Hu Heping had indeed been mingling with Today participants, and his absence from class today was to attend an event hosted by them. He exited the gates of Yanjing University and made his way to the vicinity of Dongxi 40 Lane, turning past a building, navigating a narrow passageway, and finally arriving at a large courtyard. This was the residence of Zhao Zhenkai, one of the founders and the soul of Today, serving as the gathering place for the editorial team and contributing authors. The day's assembly was a poetry discussion, and Hu Heping had begun submitting work to Today 2 months prior. Although his submissions had yet to be accepted, he had gradually familiarized himself with the group and was invited today by Yang Lian. Zhao Zhenkai's courtyard was a complex arrangement, somewhat chaotic in layout. By 3 in the afternoon, with the sun descending, the direct sunlight faded, and a gathering of over 20 young individuals filled the courtyard, exuding an air of mystery and solemnity. The discussion was held in a large room adjacent to the main house, presided over by Zhao Zhenkai. This was Hu Heping's first encounter with Zhao Zhenkai in person, and he felt a surge of excitement. Not only Zhao Zhenkai, but also several renowned poets from Yanjing were present, most of whom were young men. Some were workers, others were university students. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they congregated here, united by their shared passion for poetry. Listening to the self-introductions of the attendees, Hu Heping felt a rush of fervor. The meeting, moderated by Zhao Zhenkai, contrasted with the anticipated impassioned atmosphere, as it bore a somewhat oppressive tone. Today serves as both a discussion and an appreciation meeting, where each participant brings their own cultural background and understanding, resulting in diverse interpretations and expressions of poetry. As a consequence, debates inevitably arise. Within less than half an hour, the room was filled with the clamor of heated arguments. The few women present were suffocated by the swirling smoke, voicing their grievances, prompting Zhao Zhenkai to announce a temporary recess. A group of individuals stepped outside to catch some fresh air, scattering in small clusters. Hu Heping, well acquainted with Yang Lian, stood beside him, observing his conversation with a female student who seemed to introduce herself as hailing from Yanjing University. The imagery in your poem is excessively abstract, she asserted. As the poet, you may comprehend it, but the reader relies solely on their imagination and aesthetic sensibilities to engage with the poetry. I feel this might hinder the poem's dissemination. In response to her critique, Yang Lian continued to smoke, waiting until he had finished his cigarette before he spoke slowly. I believe that the imagery or symbolism in poetry actually broadens its boundaries, as well as the boundaries of human thought and emotion. This significantly enhances our aesthetic space in artistic appreciation. If, as you suggest, we simplify our work solely to accommodate the reader, I contend that this would be detrimental to the evolution of poetry. Our endeavor in writing new poetry is not only to convey a novel creative ideology, but also to establish a new set of values. We no longer seek the hollow grandiosity of the past. We aim to depict and celebrate humanity as it is. A person should not wait for redemption like a blade of grass, nor should they be driven by history like a mere cog in a machine. Poetry is poetry. Compared to the past, we now pursue its intrinsic meaning and the beauty it can offer to the reader, rather than the superficial embellishments attached to it. Poetry must resonate as poetry, imbued with poetic essence. Though Yang Lian's tone was not fervent, it effortlessly captivated the competitive spirit of the young woman, who gazed at him with a hint of admiration and reverence. At that moment, the girl with the braided hair interjected, "Hey, have you all seen today's issue of Yanjing Literature?" Although her sudden mention of the publication seemed a diversion, Yang Lian responded, "No, I haven't. What about it?" "Oh, it's nothing much. Su Lingjun has published a new piece in it, and I was eager to hear your thoughts on it." Yang Lian shook his head, indicating that he could not offer an opinion on something he had not read. However, the braided girl's comment afforded Hu Heping an opportunity to join the conversation. "Is it that piece called Little Shoes?" he inquired. "Yes, have you read it?" the braided girl asked him. "I haven't finished it. I've only read half." Hu Heping replied honestly. "What do you think of it?" In response to her question, Hu Heping paused in contemplation before saying, "I haven't completed it, so I cannot provide a final evaluation. I can only share my impressions thus far." He set the premise, and noticing the attentive silence of the others, he continued to elaborate. "From a literary perspective, I believe that Su Lingjun's performance in this work has surpassed that of the Wrangler. as his pen seems to infuse the impoverished rural life with a touch of poetry. Moreover, I can distinctly sense the positive and warm atmosphere crafted by his writing. The last time I felt such resonance with rural literature was when I read Sun Sungwen's works. Regarding Su Lingjuan's narratives, although many regard The Wrangler as a piece of scar literature, I find myself somewhat at odds with that view. His personal style is remarkably distinctive, and this latest piece, Little Shoes, shares a certain kinship with The Wrangler in several aspects. Both narratives embody a spirit of resilience and optimism, even in the face of adversity, which is truly inspiring, leaving the reader with a sense of strength upon completion. After Hu Heping spoke, he glanced at everyone with a hint of uncertainty, stating that these are merely my personal observations, and I am unsure of their validity. Constructive criticism is welcomed. The girl with the horned braids bluntly inquired, "Do you not feel that his work carries a tone of moral preaching and insincerity?" Upon her utterance, Hu Heping's expression shifted to one of surprise. Did this girl perhaps have a grudge against Su Lingjun? She seemed to have placed a significant accusation right at the outset. Just as Hu Heping hesitated, another girl tugged at the horned braid girl's sleeve. "Jinying, be cautious. It's all right. It's just a discussion." Jinying turned to Hu Heping, pressing further. "Do you share this sentiment?" Chapter 74. A work does not equate to character. Through Hu Heping's tone, those around could discern his admiration for the newly ascendant writer, Su Lingjun. Yet, it was unexpected that Jinying posed such a question, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Hu Heping was puzzled by the intensity of Jinying's discontent towards Su Lingjun's works. But he carefully articulated his response. "I believe I can grasp your sentiment. Chinese literature requires figures akin to Mr. Lu Sun, yet it equally necessitates the presence of Mr. Bing Xin. Not solely these two, but every writer endowed with a distinctive style and profound thoughts constitutes an essential facet of Chinese literature. We may critique certain shortcomings of a piece, but we must not overlook its merits and strengths. Literature devoid of appreciation, reduced solely to criticism, risks becoming mere didacticism." While Hu Heping's tone remained serene in addressing Jinying's inquiry, his stance was unwavering. Just as Jinying prepared to retort, she was restrained by Wang Xiaoping, who interjected, "All right, Jinying, it's time to return for a discussion." Wang Xiaoping led the retorting Jinying back indoors. Hu Heping scratched his head and inquired of Yang Lian, "Does this student harbor quite the grievance against Su Lingjun?" Yang Lian chuckled. "She is Jinying from Yanjing University. The last time Jin Kai visited Yanjing University to solicit contributions from Su Lingjun, she reportedly rebuffed him with a rather indifferent attitude. And Jinying was present at that time. Perhaps that is the reason." Upon hearing this, Hu Heping found himself at a loss for words. Reflecting on the adage, better to offend a gentleman than a rogue, better to offend a rogue than a woman. Women, indeed, possess a remarkable capacity for holding grudges. "Did you say Jin Kai went to Yanjing University to seek contributions from Su Lingjun?" Hu Heping suddenly inquired. "You weren't aware? What do you know?" Su Lingjun is affiliated with Yanjing University. She appears to be a staff member at the library. Upon receiving this revelation, Hu Heping was somewhat taken aback that Su Lingjun belonged to Yanjing University. "I only learned of this from Jin Kai," Yang Lian clarified. At that moment, someone called for everyone to return to the room for further discussion, and the two followed the crowd inside. As the 2-hour poetry discussion concluded, Jinying and Wang Xiaoping emerged from Dong Sishi, Tiao Hutong on bicycles. "Jinying, you." Wang Xiaoping's tone was hesitant. "What's wrong?" "Don't be so petty." Jinying bristled at the remark. "How am I being petty?" Wang Xiaoping looked at her incredulously. Isn't Lin Chaoyang's attitude far from being didactic or hypocritical? Jinying's ire stemmed from the incident when Zhao Zhenkai was turned down by Lin Chaoyang during his visit to Yanjing University for contributions. Her frustration was not merely with Lin Chaoyang's rejection, but rather with what she perceived as a dismissive attitude toward Zhao Zhenkai. Although she harbored admiration for the legendary pairing of Lin Chaoyang and Tao Yushu at Yanjing University, such appreciation paled in comparison to her idol, Zhao Zhenkai. She had privately discussed this topic with Wang Xiaoping on numerous occasions, making her true sentiments abundantly clear. "Every reader sees a different Hamlet. What of it?" Wang Xiaoping remarked. "This morning, when you were watching Little Shoes, I couldn't even rouse you." The notion that a work does not equate to one's character. Although Jinying spoke with a firm tone, an undercurrent of insecurity permeated her words. Wang Xiaoping nearly burst into laughter at her statement. What a profound observation it was. Truly, those who are learned possess a way with words. Though Yanjing literature bears the name of Beijing, its influence extends nationwide, particularly in the past 6 months. Since Li Chaoyang took office, he has boldly embraced a plethora of manuscripts, willing to take risks to ensure the publication of numerous excellent works, which has remarkably propelled the magazine's development. Over the past few months, Yanjing literature has swiftly ascended in reputation among its readership across the country, with several high-quality pieces garnering widespread acclaim, thereby rapidly amplifying the magazine's overall influence. For a publication, the quality and impact of the works it features ultimately determine its own standing. Last October, The Horseman burst onto the scene, quickly becoming a cornerstone of domestic scar literature. Now, half a year later, Su Lingjun returns with Little Shoes, instantly capturing the attention of hundreds of thousands of readers of Yanjing literature. However, due to the speed of information dissemination in this era, such attention and its resultant effects exhibit a considerable lag. On the evening following the publication of Yanjing literature, Tao Yushu returned home to boast to Lin Chaoyang about her purchase of the magazine in support of her brother-in-law. This girl, accustomed to borrowing books and magazines from her sister Tao Yushu, seldom spends money on publications. One might say it serves as flattery towards her brother-in-law. With the looming college entrance examination, there was no urgency to peruse the magazine. Her focus should remain on studying. Tao Yushu chirped, "Isn't this supporting you, brother-in-law? You truly dampen the mood." Listening to their exchange, Tao's mother furrowed her brow. "Your brother-in-law is right. There's just over a month until the exam. This is a pivotal moment in your life. Will reading this help improve your scores? It will only hinder your study progress." After receiving a reprimand from her mother, Tao Yushu directed her frustration towards Lin Chaoyang, casting him a reproachful glance. The next day, while Lin Chaoyang was at work, Du Rong suddenly rushed upstairs, eager to discuss her impressions of Little Shoes with him. Lin Chaoyang, caught between amusement and exasperation, found himself unable to engage in such discussions amidst the incessant activity of the elevator. "How about during lunch?" he suggested. "Sure. Old two and sister who also want to chat with you." It seemed they had come as a group. The identity of a writer often entails a certain allure in the eyes of the public. Even in later generations, when someone introduces themselves as a writer, they are met with elevated regard, especially in this flourishing literary era. The colleagues at the library, regardless of their personalities, possess a commendable level of education, and the vast majority are avid readers. Now that everyone knows Lin Chaoyang as Su Lingjun, coupled with the release of his new work, there is a palpable eagerness among them to hear him speak. At noon, after finishing lunch, Lin Chaoyang stood at the entrance of the library chatting with several colleagues. Among them were not only co-workers from the lending section, but also a few young colleagues fond of literature. Their curiosity was piqued by his writing process. Faced with their eager, inquisitive gazes, Lin Chaoyang could only close his eyes and bask in the summer breeze. After all, it was his creation, and any explanation would hold merit. Receiving a plethora of admiring looks from his colleagues, he took a sip of water to clear his throat. Du Rong remarked, "Chaoyang, I find Little Shoes quite good overall, but I feel that the character of the puppy's mother is somewhat underdeveloped. It seems her portrayal lacks depth. In Little Shoes, the mother of the puppy is a chronically ill housewife with limited screen time, and indeed, the character does not stand out, so Du Rong's sentiment was not unfounded." Lin Chaoyang nodded. "I intentionally chose to downplay the depiction of the puppy's mother. The narrative largely revolves around the puppy and his sister. Overemphasizing the mother figure could lead to an imbalance in the story. Moreover, writing about motherhood and maternal love often risks veering into sentimentality. While the tone of Little Shoes is warm and uplifting, I wish to avoid deliberate emotional manipulation. The segment concerning the father's illness suffices. The emotions and messages I aim to convey are adequately expressed, and any excess would be counterproductive." Upon hearing Lin Chaoyang's explanation, Du Rong nodded appreciatively. It was evident that a writer's considerations were indeed more comprehensive than those of mere readers. She pondered the situation Lin Chaoyang described, and given the style of Little Shoes she had observed, such a treatment seemed a wise choice. The surrounding colleagues also looked on with admiration. Just then, a female voice echoed at the library entrance, assertive and unwavering. "I disagree." Everyone was taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice. They beheld a beautiful yet simply dressed female student, wearing glasses, standing a short distance away, her expression one of indignation. Chapter 75. An Unexpected Temper. "I disagree." The female student, gazing at the astonished expressions of those around her, reiterated her assertion with unwavering conviction. Lin Chaoyang was taken aback. He pondered. What is it that you disagree with regarding my account? The onlookers shared his bewilderment, questioning who had proposed marriage and why there was any dissent. While they were lost in thought, the female student approached Lin Chaoyang, her expression grave. I cannot accept your perspective. Instinctively, Lin Chaoyang inquired. What is it that you cannot accept? I believe that the character of the mother in Little Shoes holds profound symbolic significance. She embodies the archetypal image of the Chinese mother, who selflessly contributes yet remains unacknowledged and overlooked throughout history. In contrast to the exaltation of patriarchy and imperial power, the Chinese culture has often shunned the celebration of maternal love. From the horse whisperer to Little Shoes, you have instinctively marginalized the maternal role. In Little Shoes, the mother of the little dog is frail and sickly, whereas in The Horse Whisperer, Su Lingjuan's mother is abandoned by her wealthy husband, leading to her tragic demise. This reflects your subconscious mindset. Overwhelmed by the unexpected critique, Lin Chaoyang was left in a state of confusion. Is there something I wrote that I am unaware of? He thought. Dear classmate, could you at least refrain from conducting your reading comprehension in front of me, the author? As Lin Chaoyang regarded the female student, he felt an odd familiarity wash over him. With her youthful visage, he nearly failed to recognize her. Is that you, Teacher Dai? Did you truly look like this in your 20s? The face before him was familiar to those who frequent social media or short videos. Known widely for her film critiques and feminism, Dai Jinhua. May I ask your surname, esteemed classmate? Lin Chaoyang stammered, recalling that Teacher Dai had been a debater in her youth. Class of 78, Department of Chinese, Dai Jinhua. True to her reputation, Dai Jinhua exuded a distinctive personality even as a sophomore. It seems you are quite fond of my work. Encountering a naive student, she recognized the need for a gentler approach. Dai Jinhua realized her tone had been somewhat harsh, and seeing Lin Chaoyang maintain his composure softened her demeanor. You have potential, but I believe there is room for improvement. Lin Chaoyang smiled warmly. In this endeavor, I am but an elementary student. Caught off guard by his response, Dai Jinhua found herself at a loss for words. The argumentative spirit of a debater often falters in the face of such calmness. After a moment of hesitation, she managed to say, Indeed, it is well written. Thank you. With those words, Dai Jinhua nodded to Lin Chaoyang and turned to leave. What a remarkably pleasant temperament she possesses. Once she had distanced herself, the colleagues who had been observing their exchange erupted into laughter. I can't take it anymore. This is hilarious. I disagree. I do not accept. Haha. Engaging in reading comprehension in the presence of the author is indeed a form of performance art. Just moments ago, when Dai Jinhua was present, everyone refrained from laughter, but now that she has departed, they laugh unabashedly. It is unavoidable, witnessing Lin Chaoyang, the author, rendered speechless by the inquiries of readers, is truly a comically absurd scene. Du Rong, laughing heartily, inquired of Lin Chaoyang, Chaoyang, do you think that female student was correct? Her question was laced with playful malice. Lin Chaoyang, unperturbed, merely shrugged his shoulders. Once a work is published, it is meant for readers. 1,000 readers will have 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, and her opinion holds validity. Lin Chaoyang, in his nonchalant manner, chose not to engage in debate, which earned him the admiration of his colleagues, who all raised their thumbs in approval. What a grand perspective Chaoyang possesses. The leisurely midday hours swiftly passed, and in the afternoon, Lin Chaoyang found himself in the library, occasionally receiving book request cards to assist faculty and students in locating books. The remainder of his time was dedicated to writing the piece he had promised to Du Feng. Having never experienced war or delved into military life, his creative process relied entirely on the first-hand accounts provided by Du Feng and his comrades. During this period, although his writing pace was not particularly rapid, it proceeded smoothly, as he had exemplary works in his mind for reference. As evening approached and Lin Chaoyang exited the library, a familiar voice called out to him. It was Zhou Shifang, who had previously collaborated with Qin Jianggong in establishing the May 4th Literary Society, accompanied by an unfamiliar face. Through Zhou Shifang's introduction, Lin Chaoyang learned that the individual was Guan Qingsong, an editor from the editorial department of the Yanjing University journal. The two had come to interview Lin Chaoyang on behalf of the journal. I have only written a couple of pieces. What is there to interview about? Lin Chaoyang politely declined. Yet, Guan Qingsong responded, Comrade Chaoyang, you are underestimating yourself. While your output may not rival that of literary veterans, your influence is undeniably significant. Lin Chaoyang waved his hand dismissively, saying it was merely jest. This is no jest, rather. At that moment, Lin Chaoyang's gaze drifted past the two men, signaling to someone in the distance. Tao Yushu's bicycle rolled to a stop near the group, and she inquired, "Is something the matter?" Lin Chaoyang explained to Tao Yushu. The editor of the journal and Zhou Shifang from the May 4th Literary Society wished to interview me. Upon hearing this, Tao Yushu's eyes brightened. The journal wants to interview Lin Chaoyang? Let us not discuss it here. Let us talk at home. She eagerly invited. Thus, the group made their way towards Langrun Lake, with Guanxing Song occasionally casting glances at Tao Yushu. Last year, news had circulated widely at Yanjing University about Professor Tao's daughter marrying a rural son-in-law and bringing him to the city. This year, the story evolved, revealing that the rural son-in-law was none other than Su Lingjun, the author of The Horseman. Faculty and students at Yanjing University were filled with curiosity about Professor Tao's daughter, who was both compassionate and discerning. Upon entering the home, Tao Yushu warmly welcomed Guanxing Song and Zhou Shifang. As Tao's father was attending a friend's gathering that evening, Tao Yushu, concerned that her mother might prepare insufficient dishes, hurried into the kitchen and said, "Mother, please make a couple more dishes for dinner." Tao's mother frowned and asked why so many dishes were necessary. "The school magazine is sending someone to interview Chaoyang, and it might take a while. We can't let them go hungry," replied Tao Yushu, maintaining a modest demeanor. "The school magazine?" Tao's mother exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring her mother's expression, Tao Yushu turned and exited the kitchen, making a fuss over just a school magazine. Tao's mother muttered, knowing full well that Tao Yushu had intentionally spoken to provoke her. Despite her reluctance, she began to busily prepare the meal. Meanwhile, having left the kitchen, Tao Yushu arranged for Guanxing Song and Zhou Shifang to settle in her and Lin Chaoyang's room. She brewed tea and even prepared cigarettes, hardly considering whether Lin Chaoyang was willing to participate in the interview. "Yushu." Lin Chaoyang opened his mouth to speak. The busy Tao Yushu looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with 4 words, "Aspiring for your success." Lin Chaoyang silently closed his mouth, turning to Guanxing Song with a fearless expression. "Let us proceed." Tao Yushu nodded appreciatively. Although Yanjing University Journal is merely a school publication, its historical significance is arguably superior to that of most newspapers and magazines in the country. Established on November 16, 1917, as the predecessor to Yanjing University Daily, it was initiated by Cai Yuanpei, then president of the university, and has had a profound impact on the history of the New Culture movement and modern Chinese journalism. The primary editors of the original daily included numerous luminaries such as Shun Yinma, Hu Shi, and Chen Duxiu, and it featured a section for poetry under the editorship of Liu Banong, showcasing a wealth of talent. Over time, due to tumultuous political changes, the university journal underwent several name changes and interruptions. In 1978, it was revived and rebranded as Yanjing University Journal. From the May 4th movement to the Korean War, and through the waves of socialism and the reform and opening up era, the journal has chronicled significant events in the development of both Yanjing University and China since the New Culture movement. While not a widely circulated media outlet, its influence within the national academic community is unparalleled. The content of the journal encompasses various domains, including academia, literature, speeches, and miscellaneous writings, reflecting the diverse disciplines at Yanjing University. Many modern masters, such as John Dewey, Jellup, Zhang Taiyin, Jiang Minglin, Hu Shi, Lu Sun, Ji Xianlin, and Feng Ji, have contributed articles, opinions, and scholarly insights in various forms to the journal. Although Lin Chaoyang cannot yet be compared to these illustrious figures, the journal serves not only to publish the works of renowned scholars, but also to document the experiences and writings of ordinary faculty and students at Yanjing University. Today's interview with Lin Chaoyang by Guanxing Song primarily stems from his notable impact on the literary scene as a library administrator. The interview commenced with casual banter, and as both parties grew more familiar, Guanxing Song finally posed his question. "You mentioned that The Wrangler is your first piece? Or was it published in a prestigious magazine like Yanjing Literature that holds national significance?" Lin Chaoyang pondered for a moment, admitting, "Well, at that time, I approached it with a sense of experimentation. After all, it was my first attempt, and I never expected it to be published right away. My initial plan was that if Yanjing Literature did not accept it, I would submit it to other provincial literary journals, and if that failed, I would aim for municipal literary publications." Guanxing Song chuckled at this, appreciating Lin's pragmatic attitude. For those who have already made a name for themselves, the publication of their work in a particular magazine might carry a certain prestige. However, for someone like me, just starting out on the path of writing, Publication itself was the primary goal. Once published, I would receive a modest fee to help with household expenses. Guan Qingsong nodded slightly. His first impression of Lin Chaoyang was exceedingly favorable. He perceived in Lin the simplicity and reliability characteristic of farmers, and more remarkably, a sense of humility that is rare in someone so young, barely in their 20s. Having encountered many university students at Yanjing University who considered themselves extraordinary and wielded their opinions with bravado, Lin's modesty and low profile endeared him to Guan. So you mentioned that writing to earn a fee to supplement household income was your initial motivation? Lin Chaoyang, under the scrutinizing gaze of Tao Yushu, nodded with difficulty. You know about our circumstances. Yushu is still studying, and I am merely a temporary worker at the library, earning a meager salary. We are still living at home, and my in-laws have provided us with tremendous support, especially Yushu's mother. Tao Yushu raised an eyebrow, surprised that Lin Chaoyang would bring up his mother-in-law at this moment. She was well aware of how her mother treated Lin, having opposed her marriage from the very beginning. Her demeanor had been one of cold disdain towards him. Initially, she often made biting remarks. However, after several months of acquaintance, perhaps recognizing Lin's admirable character, her harsh words had diminished, although her attitude remained less than warm. After Lin's writing endeavors came to light, although her mother did not voice any criticism, Tao Yushu noted a significant improvement in her attitude compared to before. Regardless, Lin had endured considerable pressure from her mother over the past 6 months without uttering a single complaint, often even offering counsel to Yushu when she clashed with her mother. Tao Yushu was acutely aware of the grievances he bore, and the thought that all his sacrifices were for her sake filled her with profound gratitude. Today, during the interview with the campus publication, Lin again praised her mother, causing Tao Yushu to feel a slight flush on her cheeks. Reflecting on her mother's past harshness, she found herself loving Lin even more and growing increasingly critical of her mother. How could she not appreciate such a wonderful son-in-law and yet remain unsatisfied? Chapter 76. The reception of Little Shoes. The Yanjing University Journal, a weekly publication, is released every Tuesday, comprising 4 pages of content. Although it is merely a school journal, its distribution extends beyond the confines of Yanjing University, with numerous other universities and cultural institutions within Yanjing subscribing to it. On the 3rd Tuesday of May, the latest issue of the Yanjing University Journal was officially published. After finishing his class, Professor Tao strolled back to his office. Just as he settled down with a cup of tea, his colleague, Deng Guangming, who was 10 years his senior and an esteemed scholar in Song Dynasty history, approached him with a newspaper. "Xiao Tao, take a look. What is it?" "Your son-in-law is featured in the journal." Though Deng Guangming addressed Professor Tao as Xiao Tao, it was not out of condescension, but rather a long-standing habit developed over decades. As Professor Tao took the newspaper, he recalled hearing his daughter mention the interview with Lin Chaoyang a few days prior, though he had not given it much thought. 4 seasoned professors like them appearing in the school journal was a commonplace occurrence. However, he could empathize with his daughter's sentiments. Her husband was indeed a paragon of character, temperament, and talent, albeit of humble origins. It was precisely because of these modest beginnings that his name being featured in the Yanjing University Journal felt particularly significant. With a sense of gratification, Professor Tao's gaze swiftly scanned the text of the article. His attention lingered on a segment of the interview, scrutinizing it closely. This rascal certainly knows how to flatter. Upon finishing that particular excerpt, a knowing smile crept across Professor Tao's face. In the interview, Lin Chaoyang lavished praise on his wife, Du Ruahue, which, while perhaps not entirely reflective of reality, was indicative of his thoughtful intent. Over the past 6 months, Professor Tao had observed his wife's attitude towards their son-in-law. The young man's ability to navigate these complexities was commendable and deserving of recognition for his patience and consideration of the greater picture. After dinner that evening, Professor Tao returned to his room and presented the journal to his wife. "Take a look." Confused, Mrs. Tao accepted the publication and studied it for some time before grasping what her husband wanted her to see. "He certainly knows how to play the good guy." Mrs. Tao's retort was sharp, yet her tone had softened considerably. Professor Tao replied solemnly, "Human hearts are inherently compassionate. Your harshness lies in your words." After being chastised by her husband, Mrs. Tao turned away, choosing to ignore him. Professor Tao could only manage a wry smile. His wife's temperament had been consistent since their youth, somewhat spoiled, often sharp-tongued, yet fundamentally devoid of malice. It is challenging to persuade adults, Mrs. Tao had observed their children's attitudes, and Professor Tao could not force her to change her views. He merely hoped she would come to accept their son-in-law wholeheartedly. Fostering a harmonious family environment. In recent months, whispers of Lin Chaoyang, the librarian, being the author of The Horseman, Su Lingjun, had circulated throughout the Yanjing campus. Not long ago, Yanjing Literature and Art had once again published Su Lingjun's work, Little Shoes, which had garnered considerable attention and discussion among the students. In recent days, the editorial department of the Yanjing University Journal has once again published an interview with Lin Chaoyang, causing his name to become a trending topic within the campus. Students have been fervently discussing him in private. From his humble beginnings in the countryside to becoming a professor's son-in-law at Yanjing University and a rising author, Lin Chaoyang's journey can be described as an inspiring legend. Seizing the momentum from the interview, Chun Jianggong, representing the May 4th Literary Society, approached Lin Chaoyang with a request. "Would you give a speech?" Lin Chaoyang looked at Chun Jianggong, astonished. "Indeed, students are particularly interested in you right now. Everyone hopes you can come and deliver a talk." Chun Jianggong replied enthusiastically. "I am not adept at giving speeches, and besides, I have little to share," Lin Chaoyang responded. "Think of it as an exchange. Don't feel pressured. Your experiences are incredibly motivational for us students. Just share your journey," Chun Jianggong encouraged. Lin Chaoyang pondered whether to agree to this request. But Chun Jianggong added, "Comrade Yushu would certainly hope for your participation." Upon hearing this, Lin Chaoyang shot a fierce look at Chun Jianggong, realizing he was being pressured by Tao Yushu. It was evident that Zhou Shifang had informed him. On that day, when Guan Qingsong and Zhou Shifang sought to interview Lin Chaoyang, Tao Yushu was even more eager than Lin. And it was clear to anyone that she harbored hopes for her husband to achieve greatness. Later that evening, Lin Chaoyang shared the May 4th Literary Society's invitation with Tao Yushu, who, predictably, urged him to participate with great excitement, even enthusiastically suggesting content for his speech. "Having such an ambitious wife makes things quite challenging for me," he remarked. The May 4th Literary Society is one of the earliest student organizations at Yanjing University, flourishing during a time of literary prosperity, and its influence on campus is undeniably significant. The news that the renowned author Su Lingjun would deliver a speech at the invitation of the May 4th Literary Society spread rapidly among its members and soon reached the broader campus community within just a couple of days. Furthermore, this news continued to circulate to several surrounding universities. In the past 6 months, the whirlwind of scar literature ignited by Mumurin has persisted, and Su Lingjun's name has been increasingly resonant within the domestic literary scene. This month, Yanjing Literature published Little Shoes, a work that presents a style and content markedly different from Mumurin. It eschews elements of scar literature and does not ride the wave of the recently emerging reflective literature. Instead, it steadfastly focuses on rural themes and reality. Despite the shift in style, the core essence remains consistent, and all readers who have completed Little Shoes can instantly recognize it as the familiar work of Su Lingjun. Within less than a month of its publication, while the literary community's response had yet to fully materialize, Yanjing Literature had already received over 1,000 letters from readers, an uncommon occurrence in its history. Even when Nijian by Feng Zhi was published in March and received widespread acclaim from both readers and critics, the editorial department had only received a few hundred letters in the first half month. The overwhelming majority of these letters are expressions of admiration from readers towards the author. Warmth, sunshine, positivity, such uplifting words frequently appear in the correspondence, indicating the positive energy that readers have derived from the work. The sheer volume of letters suggests that the enthusiasm for Little Shoes far exceeds that for the Mole, prompting the editors to reminisce about the fervor following the release of The Wrangler. The influence of a literary work is forged through each heartfelt letter from its readers. In this day and age, readers exhibit great passion for engaging with literary works, often penning letters to magazines, publishing houses, editorial departments, and authors alike. The correspondents hail from diverse professions, including many students from prestigious universities in Yanjing. Unlike the majority of casual readers who simply enjoy the spectacle, these university students often approach literature with a discerning eye, influenced by their cultural backgrounds and academic identities. In contrast to the unanimous acclaim from the general readership, Little Shoes has sparked considerable debate among the university students regarding the authenticity of the tender portrayal of rural society depicted within its pages. Recently, news has emerged that Yanjing University intends to invite Su Lingjun to give a lecture, prompting many students to take notice. Among them are not only those who genuinely appreciate the Wrangler and Little Shoes, but also many who wish to seize the opportunity to engage with Su Lingjun in discussion. Initially, the May 4th Literary Society had invited Lin Chaoyang for a modest event, anticipating attendance of merely a couple of hundred literary enthusiasts from their membership of over 100. However, as word spread, Zhang Yuhua, Zhou Shifang, Qin Jiagong, and others began receiving inquiries from student organizations across Yanjing's universities, expressing a desire to participate in the lecture and urging them to expand the event's scale. Faced with this unexpected demand, the group convened to discuss their options, realizing that the anticipated scale of the lecture would far exceed their initial expectations, rendering their planned venue and organizational capacity inadequate. Zhang Yuhua, as the president of the society, instinctively suggested seeking assistance from the university. After some deliberation, Zhou Shifang and Qin Jiagong concurred that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. The group promptly made their way to the office of Vice President Zhang Longxiang, who oversees student activities at Yanjing University. In contemporary times, it is difficult to conceive of students daring to approach the vice president's office to articulate their needs for a student event. Yet, in present-day Yanjing University, this posed no issue. The unexpected visitors caught Zhang Longxiang slightly off guard, but he graciously welcomed them and attentively listened to their requests. After understanding the situation, he eschewed formalities and directly addressed the group, stating, "On the morning of June 3rd, the Grand Dining Hall will be available for you, and the security department will assign 10 personnel to assist with your Literary Society's event." How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Qin Jiagong and his companions were overjoyed, promptly bowing in gratitude and exclaiming, "Thank you, President Zhang." Zhang Longxiang's demeanor was warm and affable, exuding the grace of a humble elder. Hosting such a speaking event can undoubtedly broaden students' horizons, which is commendable. However, the enthusiasm exhibited by the students, particularly those from external institutions, necessitates the involvement of the school. And this is indeed a correct approach. Encouraged by Zhang Longxiang's affirmation, the organizers felt a renewed sense of joy and commitment to diligently prepare for the event. Originally intended as a modest gathering organized by a student club, the event was elevated to the Grand Dining Hall due to the participation of Yanjing University, much to the delight of the members of the Literature Society upon hearing the news. The excitement surrounding this occasion is intrinsically linked to the unique status of the Grand Dining Hall at Yanjing University. Established in 1952 following a significant adjustment in academic departments, it not only serves as the dining facility for students, but also stands as an unforgettable venue for various activities. Yanjing University has consistently been at the forefront of societal and temporal advancements, and the Grand Dining Hall connects the dormitories with the academic areas, bustling with activity and serving as a hub for information exchange both within and beyond the campus. In April 1957, Ma Yinchu delivered a speech on new population theory here, advocating for population control as an urgent choice for societal development. Since then, the Grand Dining Hall has naturally been the venue for all significant events and speeches of this nature. It also serves a dual purpose during large meetings, film screenings, cultural performances, and dances. Having organized numerous events, this marks the first time the May 4th Literature Society has utilized the Grand Dining Hall, and it is widely regarded as a milestone for the society. Chapter 77. The Inevitable Rise and Fall of Scar Literature. Hey, Yushu, have you heard? Wu Yingfang discreetly inquired of Tao Yushu during class. Heard what? Su Lingjun is scheduled to deliver a lecture at Yanjing University. They say he appears to be an employee there. Tao Yushu nodded. Yes, I have heard. Wu Yingfang muttered. Well, your family is connected to Yanjing University. It's no wonder they produce talent. But honestly, a few writings hardly compare to those of the professors. Upon hearing her classmates praise her husband, Tao Yushu instinctively downplayed it. Oh my, you don't seem like it, but you truly are a product of Yanjing University. Though he isn't a professor, he is at least a renowned writer. Yet, you speak of him as if he were worthless. Listening to her friend's teasing, Tao Yushu offered a wry smile, realizing she should find an appropriate moment to discuss this matter with her. The lecture is tomorrow. Will you attend? How could Tao Yushu possibly miss the opportunity to see Lin Chaoyang speak at Yanjing University? I will go. June 3rd was a Sunday, and Lin Chaoyang took advantage of the day off to participate in the lecture without needing to request leave. As it was a Sunday, the breakfast at the Tao household was served a little later than usual. After the meal, Tao Yushu helped him tidy his clothes and, after a thorough inspection, asked, Are you nervous? Lin Chaoyang smiled. You know my thick skin. Tao Yushu beamed, a hint of pride shining through. Brother-in-law, give it your all. Just before he departed, his sister-in-law, Tao Yumei, encouraged Lin Chaoyang with youthful enthusiasm, bringing forth a sense of joy. Recently, Lin Chaoyang had been interviewed by the school magazine and invited to speak, which made Tao Yumei feel a sense of pride, albeit with a growing tendency to become sycophantic. After the couple left, Tao Yushu turned to his wife, Zhao Li, and suggested, why don't we go listen as well? Zhao Li appeared troubled. What about the children? Let us take them along. They should witness their uncle's brilliance. Tao Yushu replied nonchalantly. After some contemplation, Zhao Li agreed, her curiosity piqued by how Lin Chaoyang would perform. The couple spent some time preparing before leaving with their children. Shortly after they departed, Tao's mother cleaned up the dishes, removed her apron, and prepared to go out. As Tao Yumei was about to leave for school, she asked Mom, where are you going? Tao's mother did not respond, but Tao Yumei persisted, you're not going to watch my brother-in-law's lecture, are you? With a displeased expression. Tao's mother retorted, what a disgrace. What is so interesting about that? With that, she disregarded Tao Yumei's reaction and exited the house. Tao's father had left early for a morning walk, leaving Tao Yumei alone at home while others enjoyed their weekend off. The thought of her peers leisurely attending a lecture while she remained confined to a classroom for the day filled her with a sense of despair. In early June, the climate in Yanjing was particularly pleasant, marking the transition from spring to summer. The flora within Yin Garden radiated vibrant life, with youthful figures meandering along every path. The time for Lin Chaoyang's speech was set for 9 o'clock in the morning. He arrived at the entrance of the grand dining hall at 8:30, only to find that breakfast had concluded. The spacious hall was already filled with numerous students from Yanjing University, all seemingly gathered to attend the speech. The scale of today's event surpassed any previous gatherings organized by the May 4th Literary Society. The core members of the society were busily attending to their various responsibilities. When Lin Chaoyang located Xinjiang, he was sweating profusely from his exertions. How's the preparation for the speech? Xinjiang inquired. Everything is fine, Lin Chaoyang replied confidently. The topic of the speech was provided by the May 4th Literary Society, but the content was entirely his own creation. Satisfied with Lin Chaoyang's self-assured response, Xinjiang felt relieved. The two exchanged a few more words before Zhang Yuhua called for him. Jiang, a group from the Postal and Telecommunications College has arrived. Please arrange for them quickly to prevent any disorder, Zhang Yuhua instructed. Xinjiang glanced at Lin Chaoyang, who nodded in acknowledgement before he hurried off. Within a few minutes, a considerable number of students had surged into the grand dining hall. During Lin Chaoyang's conversation with Xinjiang, Tao Yushu had wandered off, and now he could not find her despite scanning the room. Chaoyang, it was Wang Xiaoping calling out to him. As one of the core members of the May 4th Literary Society, she approached to inform him about the schedule for the day's speech. The speech will commence at 9. Yuhua will go up first to introduce you. When you hear him call your name, it's your turn to take the stage. The speech will last for 1 hour, and we will hold up cards to signal you the time. After that, there will be a half-hour question and answer session, which you can manage as you see fit. We must conclude by 10:30 to ensure that the students don't miss their meal. With the general outline of the proceedings clear in his mind, Lin Chaoyang nodded to Wang Xiaoping, indicating his understanding. Observing the confident expression on Lin Chaoyang's face, Wang Xiaoping felt a flutter in her heart. The prospect of him stepping onto the stage seemed to radiate a unique charm that made her blush and her heart race. As the clock approached 9, the number of students in the dining hall continued to swell, surpassing even the usual mealtime crowd. However, the entrance was still busy with the influx of people. Lin Chaoyang was genuinely surprised. Why are there so many attendees? Several universities reached out to us upon hearing about your speech. Even if only 1/10 of our school's attendees show up, the dining hall won't be able to accommodate them, Wang Xiaoping explained. Lin Chaoyang chuckled. 1/10? I certainly don't possess such immense appeal. Wang Xiaoping's gaze lingered on him. You underestimate your influence far too much. Taken aback by her words, Lin Chaoyang asked, do I really have such a significant impact? Wang Xiaoping nodded earnestly, absolutely. Just consider that the horse herder and little shoes were published less than a month ago, and nearly everyone around me is discussing them. What you have penned is truly remarkable. I believe it surpasses the horse herder and will undoubtedly become your signature work. Feeling the admiration in Wang Xiaoping's eyes, Lin Chaoyang graciously replied, thank you. From the very inception of the grand dining hall, the dual functionality of a conference space was meticulously considered. Thus a podium was established towards the intersection. While two individuals engaged in conversation, Zhang Yuhua, the president of the May 4th Literary Society, ascended to the podium. He was to introduce Lin Chaoyang and facilitate the transitions throughout the event. Upon his appearance, the previously boisterous atmosphere within the hall began to wane, leaving only the sound of Zhang Yuhua's voice echoing through the spacious venue, which spanned over 1,000 square meters. Outside the grand hall, a red and black announcement board stood at the entrance, beside which stood Tao Yushu, seemingly awaiting someone. In less than 2 minutes, Wu Yingfang finally appeared, jogging into her line of sight. "Why did you take so long?" Tao Yushu chided. "I was delayed by some matters this morning." "Oh, I'm utterly exhausted," Wu Yingfang replied, scarcely able to complain before being pulled into the hall by Tao Yushu. Inside, the grand hall was already overflowing with attendees. Not only was the central area packed, but the surrounding aisles were also filled to capacity. There must have been at least 2,000 people present. Observing the sea of dark heads in front of her, Wu Yingfang lamented, "It's over. It seems we can only listen from the back." Tao Yushu did not respond to her remark, but instead urged her forward. They squeezed through the crowd until they reached a spot less than 10 meters from the podium, where they turned into a corner on the left. "Jianggong," Tao Yushu greeted Chen Jianggong, where this area had been reserved for the students of the May 4th Literary Society. Upon noticing Tao Yushu and her companion, Chen Jianggong hastily made space for them. Wu Yingfang, witnessing this, smiled in delight and whispered to Tao Yushu, "Truly the landlord. Well done." Tao Yushu did not reply but insisted, "Let us focus on the speech." Behind the podium, a large blackboard bore the title of the day's lecture, "The Inevitable Rise and Fall of Scar Literature." At this moment, Zhang Yuhua had just concluded his introductory remarks and, with a solemn tone, announced, "Next, let us extend our warmest applause to welcome our esteemed guest today, Comrade Su Lingjun, representative author of Scar Literature, known for works such as The Horse Herd and Little Shoes." Instantly, the hall erupted into thunderous applause, as numerous university students eagerly awaited the speaker. Though many attendees hailed from Yanjing University, a greater number were students from other institutions, and even some from Yanjing University had never encountered Lin Chaoyang before, let alone the outsiders. Lin Chaoyang strode confidently to the center of the podium, where a table draped in red cloth awaited him, adorned with a microphone, amplifier, and a water cup. He bowed respectfully to the audience before grasping the microphone. In those times, microphones were wired, and the metallic device weighed 3 to 4 pounds, instilling a sense of gravity in one's hand. Lin Chaoyang even took a moment to straighten the cord. "Hello everyone, I am Su Lingjun, but you may also refer to me as Lin Chaoyang." His introduction was met with renewed applause from the audience. Standing at the podium, Lin Chaoyang surveyed the sea of eager faces before him, feeling no trace of anxiety. Having previously worked in various roles, he had articulated his lackluster presentations to countless clients without so much as a ripple of emotion, maintaining an expression as calm and serene as still water. Today, although there were more people than usual, the pressure brought by the clients was utterly trivial in comparison. Would the student council refrain from signing contracts? Would the student council require you to drink with them? Would the student council nitpick? Well, they certainly would. Today, at the invitation of the members of the May 4th Literary Society, I am here to share my thoughts on literature with the topics already inscribed on the blackboard. Lin Chaoyang gestured behind him, referring to the inevitable rise and fall of scar literature. I suspect some of the students might be inwardly cursing me for seeking attention with such a provocative title. Lin Chaoyang spoke with a relaxed tone, and a ripple of laughter erupted from the audience. In the past 2 years, scar literature has surged remarkably, creating a tremendous wave within the domestic literary scene, influencing the creative directions of numerous writers and subtly guiding the reading interests of the audience. Such a brilliant momentum and trend make its inevitable rise comprehensible. However, to assert its inevitable decline certainly piques the curiosity of everyone present. Scar literature is familiar to all. Its development over the past 2 years has been nothing short of fervent, and I am fortunate that one of my works has been included among those esteemed by many literary predecessors. To my shame, my writing initially aimed merely to supplement my household income, yet unexpectedly resonated with the cries of the times, garnering admiration and affection from many readers. Lin Chaoyang stood at the podium, his speech measured and calm, exuding an air of composure and dignity. Tao Yushu and Zhao Li, each holding a child, stood in the middle corner of the dining hall on the right side, with more than 20 meters separating them from the podium and a sea of heads in front. They could hardly see Lin Chaoyang, only able to hear his voice. Chaoyang displayed a certain grace. The speech had just begun, and the content was yet to reveal much. But Tao Yushu felt that his brother-in-law's demeanor and presence were commendable, resembling someone experienced, not at all like a novice speaker. Zhao Li adjusted the position of the child in her arms, saying, "I told you, Chaoyang possesses inner talent. He is intelligent, and he cannot go wrong in anything he undertakes." Indeed, Tao Yushu's child, Tao Shiwen, unable to see Lin Chaoyang on the stage, was desperately climbing up his father's arm and chest, exclaiming, "I want to see my uncle. I want to see my uncle." The couple ceased their conversation, and Tao Yushu lifted his son higher so that he could catch a glimpse of Lin Chaoyang at the podium.